Welcome to the EML LCQ qualifiers for the SI, where it's our second day of the competition. We have 6 teams remaining as well. My name is Ed, I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the desk and the cast for today, we have a Gibson and a Whippet. Now, guys, I know they say about Christmas is the most wonderful time of the year, but with the SI coming up around the corner and, going into this LCQ with 8 teams fighting for one spot that they have remaining, I'm pretty sure, Gibson, we can say that this has to be the best time of the year instead of Christmas, maybe.
It was Friday because it meant it was only 2 days until Monday. Well, the best time of the year is Christmas because it's only 2 months until SI kicks off, and I'm with you. It is so exciting. It's the start of the year, but it's the pinnacle of the season. I'm so ready for this Invitational, and we've still got spots that are up for grabs.
Christmas time just means we're one step closer to the Invitational, and these teams are so desperate to punch their ticket to Paris. It's been a long journey to get here, but we have the top of the barrel for EU, and I think this next 2 days of action are going to lead to absolute fireworks.
Oh, they will. And even yesterday, I feel like with the way that this bracket has been shaping out, it has been absolute fireworks already, because when we started looking at this bracket, to give you an update of where we find ourselves inside of these SI LCQs, we can see that we started with 8 teams, and we're in fact in the middle of a double elimination bracket. That means that if you lost your first game, you are still in the competition, you still have a chance of making it all the way to the biggest tournament of the year. But looking at the bracket and seeing the teams that we have lost so far in the competition and seeing which teams have progressed as well, I mean, when we say Whippet, it's a good day to be a tier 2 team because they have been absolutely thriving through this bracket so far.
The tier 2 teams have had an exceptional run going through this bracket. Unfortunately, we had to wave goodbye to myself and Gibson's favourite, the Finns. They took an early exit in this competition. Panahone didn't make it, but Twisted Minds, Geek, and Project Zero are exceptional examples of what our tier 2 circuit has to offer, and they're all in contention. And there is a world we can look at where none of these teams look out of place if they make it to the Invitational. None of them are really in that kind of complete outsider position. They've all earned their spot to be here, and the performances they're putting out game after game is exceptional.
And I just want to say, you said tier 2 teams. Well, I'm going to say it's a name only. Like, you look at the likes of Geek and Twisted Minds, I'd argue both of those teams are better than some of the teams that we had in tier 1 last year. I think it's the strongest year at the top of tier 2 that we've ever had, with the likes of SEL, the tournaments that we've had inside the European region. So I think that those teams are very strong, and there's a reason why we've seen a great calling of so many tier 1 teams already from Europe in these qualifiers for the Invitational.
It makes sense. It seems the competition really is so strong inside of these LCQs, and the pressure is at an all-time high as well. Some of the games going the absolute distance yesterday as well. We're talking about a game in the lower bracket, round 1, Gen.G versus Wolves. Oh my god, if you weren't there, I highly recommend you go and watch back round 15 of map 3, because what a way that series has ended. It sees Gen.G progress in the bracket, and that means they'll be our first matchup of the day, going up against Twisted Minds. And when we talk about that matchup in particular, I think Twisted Minds, they are the only remaining team from MENA inside these EML qualifiers. And they're trying to ruin the party for this French roster whilst they want to make it to the biggest tournament of the year inside their home country. And the reason we say this, Gibson, is because Twisted Minds, they are a force to be reckoned with, right?
Yep.
As you say, a tier 2 team, of course, but they've been beating tier 1 teams around the block as well. Wild, Fnatic, Shifters, they seem like they are a force to be reckoned with, as I said.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, as I said, they're a tier 2 team in name only. This is a team that, in my opinion, should have been in tier 1 last year. You look at the players they have. You've got Hasham, who's got a peak named after him. You've got, players like XG have been great. Guards has been really good. The thing that I like about them is they've got that MENA, we don't respect you because we know how good we are. Like, when you consider that this was a team that was completely unknown 2.5, 3 years ago, and then they went into an international. They performed well on a group stage. I think that this team is excellent. I think they're going to show zero respect to Gen.G. And I think that if I'm Gen.G, I'd be worried about this matchup.
This is the worst dance partner for Gen.G to have an early morning game like this. Gen.G, a team that I think the biggest critique from their matchup they had yesterday was that they can be a little bit slow in their rounds, but that's their playstyle. They like to have that old school, almost VP reminiscent style of they take their time, they follow their procedures, and they do it step by step. Twisted Minds, they don't care. They'll peek you, they'll swing you, and they're the epitome of that team where you hands off your keyboard and mouse to go, why was he there? That's what Twisted Minds want to do, and they want to make every entry fight so difficult for Gen.G and expect that to be an interesting start line to follow throughout this best of 3.
It is such a recognizable playstyle for them, though. I feel like all the way back to when Twisted Minds were still playing under that Falcons banner, I feel like this was what people were saying about them as well, right? Playing so aggressive, constant moving, and to have that as your early morning game for the likes of Gen.G must have not been a very fun thing to wake up to, especially after having played a game late last night that went all the way the distance against Wolves. And as I said, that round 15 of the final map, oh my goodness, it was a unwinnable situation, I guess we can say, for Gen.G. A 2v4 Clubhouse. The plant is down as well. There's still a Monty on the attacking team, and somehow Nako just absolutely demolishes them, gets a quad kill. Whip it. To pull yourselves through like that as a team, that must have been a big adrenaline high.
That's an insane thing to do from a team. Just the fact that you have the confidence to go into that, and the fact it came down to a runner on the balcony with a pistol to get that final pick, to get that diffuser with very little time to work with. They even had to deal with a Monty bearing down in cash, and while yes, Wolves made mistakes and left the door open, Gen.G in that moment of panic had the clarity to take full advantage, and they earned their position today, no matter how sketchy that round looked in its final moments.
I'm always the sort of person who'll say a team won a game, right? But Wolves lost that. If you're a Wolves fan, before you gave away the spoiler that they lost yesterday, I would say if you're a Wolves fan, just watch till the plant goes down, turn off the stream, and just copium yourself into the fact that Wolves won, because that's as bad as it gets for them.
I think that's so valid. I mean, yeah, if you're a Wolves fan, you should probably be doing that, because that game was absolutely bonkers the way that it turned out. But it means that Gen.G survived in the competition, and they have yet another round in this lower bracket. And we do keep up with the best of threes inside this competition with the SILCQ. That means we can pull up our map veto to see where these two teams will be taking it to. Just a reminder for everybody as well, Fortress has been added to the map pool, so there's a chance that we'll be seeing Fortress today. Gen.G, however, say no to that. We'll be going to Kafe and Nighthaven Labs, and our decider will be Consulate. When we're looking at this though, Gibson, how are we feeling about the maps that were selected for these two teams?
Well, both of them lost Kafe yesterday, so I was saying to myself that I'd be surprised if we saw it. But then you realize that Gen.G lost the game to Geek, who are probably the best Kafe team, one of the best Kafe teams out there with the history that they have. So I like that map more so for Twisted Minds. Like, when you think about how aggressive you can play on it, I think even though Gen.G picked into it, that will suit Twisted Minds. Funny enough, though, and I think Whippet might agree, Labs probably suits Gen.G a little bit more. So it's almost as if both of these teams have picked maps that the other team would prefer for their first pick in the best three.
Labs is a questionable one, I think, for me on that decision if it's going to favor either team. The thing I think that maybe we're leaning into is that procedural nature on the attack, in particular for Gen.G. They need to be able to go step by step to break down what has been a very defense-biased map for the longest time for Nighthaven Labs. That's going to mean that Twisted Minds have to play very careful around that, but this is what I lean into for all of this matchup. The procedural nature of Gen.G and that following of the checklist means that they're going to be predictable, allowing Twisted Minds' more aggressive and near-fake style of play to be incredibly difficult to control in this mana map like this. So I'm very intrigued about how that one goes stylistically, but with Consulate being our decider, that's where sparks are going to fly. Both teams are going to get tested here.
Yeah, it will be. When we're looking at these three maps, though, in regards of this matchup, I mean, it is a do-or-die situation. Who do we feel it might have the upper hand going into this match?
It's a tough one. You know, part of me really wants to be leaning onto the fact of, you know, I think Gen.G could be the team to get done after the result they had last night. I think that's going to be aura carried in from them, but I have got a little bit of a personal want for teams that have this aggressive against the grain style of play to do well and prove that meta DNA style of play can work in events like this with these more regimented European teams. So my pick is going to be Twisted Minds for this one.
You changed your mind.
Gotcha.
We had a little talk in the pre-show. You said you were going to go for Gen.G, but I'm with you. I think Twisted Minds are going to win it. I think their aggressive nature is just going to slow down Gen.G. I think that they're going to come into this feeling really good. They want to prove against a tier 1 team that they are a tier 1 team themselves. I'm going Twisted Minds, but what does that mean? That means that everyone at home who's a Gen.G fan, they can hate on us now, and they've got something to root against us with this upcoming matchup.
Listen, that's the best way to have it. You have to have a little bit of going up against the casters here. But Gen.G, they're a team that I've seen a little bit ago under a different banner. They played in a Malta Cyber Series. I was front row watching those teams play, and I do like the confidence, the kind of the swagger this team brings. And I feel that play, that clutch, that moment on Clubhouse where they save their game, they save their run against Wolves, that's going to be a massive adrenaline boost. And I have a feeling that they might just feel invincible out of that. We go in a 4v2 post-plant position with balcony open on Clubhouse CCTV, and we win it. No one can beat them in their own mind. So I do think they're going to be a dangerous opponent, even for Twisted Minds.
It is a really good point that you're making there, right? We talk about Gen G in the way that they've changed their lineup as well going into this. A few changes being made to that team, and then it seems like they have this insane clutch factor. Like you said, that round they won yesterday, which seemed like an unwinnable situation. We have been there, done that before with players like Nico, where he pulls the thread through the needle as the last moment in that round and wins the game for his team. So it definitely is possible for the likes of Gen G, but having played that matchup really late yesterday and then going into it now against Twisted Minds, isn't the easiest to go up early in the morning. Should be a difficult one though. Going into Kafe, it is the pick of Gen G. That also means Twisted Minds, but they get to start on defense.
They do, but I don't think the defense start's going to be as much of an advantage as we might normally think. This map can benefit from big cut-off angles. Think about that top floor, the windows you can hold. If they're over-aggressive and make too many deep rotations, they can get caught out.
Yes, they can, and we'll see how that goes for the first half, though. Twisted Minds starting on defense on Kafe. The game is all yours. Take it away.
Thanks, Anne, and it is time to kick off day 2 of the closed qualifiers for the EU side of the LCQs. But Whippet, this game, this map, suits Twisted Minds so much. One thing about Kafe never changes. It is all about gunfights at the points of entry to a map. What do Twisted Minds love doing? They love fighting. They love scrapping. They are going to make Kafe hell on earth for Gen G to set foot into. But I think if Gen G manage to get into the map, that's where they will find a lot of success on attack.
I mean, it's the classic story of what Kafe is. It's a massive, big square box, and if you can get into it, you have a better chance of laying your foundation for a successful offensive round. But it's much easier to say that than it is to simply walk in. It's a number of very predictable, very controllable entry points, and that will force Gen G to, as I mentioned on our pre-show, to go through that procedural list very, very carefully, Gibson. And we'll look at our initial bans. It's going to be on the offensive side, a Grim and a Monty taken away, a Zami Mirror for the defense. Pretty expected bans for what we'd imagine here today.
Well, Whippet, think about it, right? What do Azami and Mira do on a map like Kafe? They make the map hard to get into. Think of the fortress that you can set up over by Piano. So you're trying to make getting into the building a lot easier. And then counter to that, that's why you're seeing Twisted Minds ban out the Grim and the Monty. Make it difficult to get into the map. It is so simple in theory how you play this map. But the big one for me, Whippet, is the impact that you will see the utility for the defenders have. Jalad, he's brought himself the Echo. He's going to be able to use those yokai drones to feed so much information to the likes of Hasham and P9 as they make it really hard to get into the building.
Get ready for this one. Again, when we look at Twisted Minds, it's their just ability to have the confidence on their gunfights that takes it. And the big thing that's going to scare me is that DMR on P9. The confidence he's going to be able to contest those longer lines of sight. He's currently set up deep inside of Cocktail, but imagine he's not going to be too afraid to swing out if the team needs it. No early aggression from Twisted Minds. Spawn peaks, no assertion of dominance just yet. We'll wait until we get through these opening 2 to 3 rounds when we begin to feel out the pace of play from each other's side. Lineup-wise on the offense, and the big thing for me is going to be Naku on that Nomad. They want to restrict the movement as much as possible, and then combine that with Asa on the gridlock, meaning it's going to be very difficult to push up those staircases, forcing an audio queue if you want to go for that late round rotation up either red or white stairs.
Yeah, and you can see that they've got the flank drone down the bottom floor as well, so they can keep an eye on anyone potentially pushing down the bottom red, up brown. Just make the map as easy to work with. Yokai drone will be set out as guards will just get that information fed on the outside for a potential peek out the door. But you can see, I'll give Gen G credit. They are not giving away any free or easy kills in the early stages. They're not going to those common spots. They're slowing the tempo down. And that's where they will find success against Twisted Minds. You slow the tempo down, you knock them out of sync, they'll be in a lot better spot.
But this is the concerning point for Gen G at this stage. They're posturing up on the windows. They haven't found a cutoff pick from this, and they're really just trying to find and bait one of these players from Twisted Minds to get aggressive. They realize that's the stylistic appeal of this team, and they're trying to find a way in here. They're positioned on these cocktail windows, likely have pressure arriving from Cigar Lounge as well as Piano, and they're just waiting. They've gone fishing, and they're going to get a little bit of a bite. They'll send out that logic bomb. It will rain out and gives away key information. But I believe one of the players boosted up on the box is going to be a problem, but Naku's going to find the opening pick. Hasham's gone, and that Omai is gone. That's going to be access in Cigar Lounge, found, but Guards finds that immediate trade on the Mardo. There's going to be a massive swing into Cocktail. Skies goes huge, finding himself too. He looks for a third inside a freezer, is good for it, and it will be a fourth if he can find that final pick. But Neku, who opened up the round, closes things up as that plant goes down in the distance, and a very, very clean, patient, and disciplined execution from the side of Gen.G.
Well, what did they do? They attacked the map from 3 different spots. You had piano player, you had a player on the hatch, and you had 2 players over by Cocktail. They spread Twisted Minds so thin that they knew that it would just take 1 kill to give them access to the building. They pushed into the piano side. They got the opening kill. That then sprung Skies to rappel in, gets the kill on the player, and Cocktail win the round from there. I said, if you can get into the building for Gen.G, you will be able to win rounds on this map. That's exactly what they did, and I love how much they used every square foot of that top floor to their advantage as an attacking team with it. They didn't slow down. They did slow down, but they made sure the Twisted Minds did not have reinforcements where they needed them.
Shut down, hold out, and lock down these key positions. Such an important attribute on a map like Kafe. Again, we think about that top floor. I touched about it a little bit. The window control, the pressure, the lack of rotations you can present from it. A reference that you'll get very easily here, Gibson, is of course how Geeky play this map in competitions across Europe and MENA, where they really control that top floor and force teams into those kind of later stages, swing and misplays, and all it takes is one miscommunication or one misposition to open the door, like we saw in that previous round. We'll go down the kitchen this time around. The big thing, or actually mid-floor here, we're going down a reading. And the big thing for me, Gibson, is this Blackbeard getting brought up. Not as effective as he was previously, but how will Naku find effect here?
Yeah, I think it's still just posturing up, causing problems for the rest. Like, regardless of the fact that he's not as strong as he maybe was at the start of 2025, he is still a problem for teams to deal with. And if they keep bringing him, don't be surprised to see that North America's later.
We had to give a glimpse. It's a little bit of a teaser, but of course, Gibson, and we see an NA drone. Of course, there is LCQ action all weekend long as final teams punch their tickets to the Invitational in Paris in just 4 weeks' time. It's going to be an amazing one.
It always is. We've always got whenever the Rainbow Six channel is live, it is a good time. It is as simple as that. But speaking of good times, Twisted Minds not really having a good one to start here on Kafe as they find themselves 1 round down on the defense, and Neko will walk on in, getting information on where all of those cameras are that Valk has tossed out. Just winning the information game so far. A little bit of damage dealt on the Neko, but again, as long as he stays up, if he takes a little bit of damage, you're like, okay, we know there's a player over on that section map. We know there's a player over by Cocktail's side with it, and I love the way Gen.G are focusing these attacks.
Blinded out by the fear, Mordo does find the opening. Jalad will be slain from it. Pressure and freezer. Now, this is going to be a difficult one. Blackbeard, not that ideal in close quarter brawls, but also finds the Corey, the first one of today. And that's going to be a pick that's going to completely unravel things. A flurry of kills goes out, and the advantage swings for Twisted Mind. But not for long as Mordo gets one back with the hands of his DMR. The case is cold, but access to the top floor now granted from the side of Gen.G. One player lurking and reading, but the rest of his top floor completely open for destruction. Skies has got 3 buggy drones, now only 1 in back pocket to open up and clear these power positions and try and find maybe a hopeful pick. But these Valkyrie cameras are lurking. No Nitro cells to work with, but information is power.
Yeah, but that's where Martel will be able to get that information away from the defenders if he's able to access one of those phones. But I love the fact that they've still got these 2 operators up. Oh, timing there, P9, if he had held just a second longer, might have just been able to catch out Skies, who is having a good game, 3-0 as things stand. Red silhouette, feet over the distance, goes for the fire, but P9 misses it again, and they're going to go for the plant now. Diffuser almost stuck as the defenders find themselves really on the back foot. They retake vertical control, but it's a little too late here, Whippet. Suddenly, things looking really good as P9 is able to find another kill, leaving it all down to Marteau. He gets 1 versus 1, triple on the round for him. The defender walking his way through that DMR, hits very, very hard. Hisham in the 1v1 manages to get across. That'll force him back into cover, and he gets the down, and Hisham should be able to win this round, and he does. Whip it. Big round back for Twisted Minds.
Oh, a very close one indeed. Twisted Minds are going to be very lucky that Case goes down in the midst of the rotation to gather top floor control. But unfortunately, even with the Case down, the cover just not good enough to hold on. And a very, very difficult fight to try and hold on there. Pulling out the SMG-12 and maybe making that dash across to reposition was perhaps a miscalculation, but that does open the door, get us back to level, and Twisted Minds find their first round of the day. Gibson, long matchup here, best of 3 in effect here on Kafe. Big thing for both these teams is to get themselves into a good rhythm. They don't want to burn themselves out too early.
Yeah, and I actually loved the Gen G approach again, though they slowed it down a little bit. They took ground, they got themselves in a winning position. But Twisted Minds are still so dangerous in gunfights, and I'm not going to lie. As soon as it was a 1v1 where Hisham was on the other side, I knew Twisted Minds were winning that round. Hisham very rarely loses those battles, and he gets the kill, he wins the round. But I think you're right. Both these teams getting off the mark early on Kafe will do them a ton of good as we move into round 3. It is going to be a change down to the kitchen. Whip it. We see a little bit of a change up in the defensive lineup as well. Scopos is being brought by Hisham, and I love the positioning of that shell. Inside of Wedding, tucked into the corner, very difficult for the attackers to clear, while also giving a really good line of sight and vision off of that camera for any defenders who want to use it that way.
I mean, it's that perfect use of utility getting brought out from that Scopos pick from Hisham. Of course, that freedom to make a late round rotation, if so desperately needed from this. And he'll begin his exploration on the top floor, but the drone network is very good from the side of Gen G, and they immediately spot out this potential roam from the Scopos. Now, the question here is, will they be able to act quick enough, or they want to commit themselves into this play? They realize that the Scopos can give up this control, go back, and that might be the way. Put some pressure on, hope they swap back, and then clear that shell later, but they've opted to fall away and go for a more direct approach, looking to get themselves access to the VIP and force the Kaid of guards out of position here in Christmas. And he's not got a lot of angles to work with, as a Blackbeard will bear down upon a Blitz, actually. She'll bear down upon him, and he'll smoke off the rotations held from inside of Freezer.
Yeah, you think about that position in VIP. Your job is to stop any form of a freezer hatch drop. That's why you've got the foot holes and the head holes. You make it work. Guards, though, is going to get taken down by Marteau as they walk into the building once more to Gen G. They're winning the entry battles against Twisted Minds. Deadshot, oh, he's just going to get blinded by himself. He's not going to see that player behind the bar, but it keeps him on his feet a little bit longer. Logic Bomb deployed, Whip it, a little bit more information gathered for the attacking side. But Gen G really playing aggressive, and I'm a fan.
This is a much more aggressive, much more kind of higher tempo speed from Gen G than what we saw yesterday. Hisham on that Scopos does find Mardo, slays him, and that's going to be your Blitz gone. That massive execution utility is taken away, as P9 will only make the problem worse as Deadshot next to go. You've lost both your light walls and your flash shield. The utility getting brought out from Sens and Blitz no longer to work in these executions. With 60 seconds, this is now where Gen G's final few moments come down to the IGL decisions. You've lost your key utility, you have something left to work with on your Capitao. Actually, nothing left to work on with Capitao. It's down to how you can position and win your fights. As Trix gets one more, Skies falls, 50 seconds, 4v2. Gen G in deep water here.
Yeah, Asa will get one, but he's traded back instantly by Jalad, and it's a 3v1 now. Down to Neko. He's got no logic bombs, one stun grenade to work with, and they know exactly where he is. The accuser is cold. He'll pick that one up, but with 30 seconds, he doesn't really have very much space to go. You look at the silhouettes of Twisted Minds, Whip it. They're playing the trade. They're in a perfect position where if one player's in a gunfight, the other one's going to make the swing, and they should win the round. This is going to be a 2-1 lead for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this thing is all but done and dusted at this point, and so they begin to look past this in a post-mortem of this. They went in with Gen G with the idea of they wanted to ignore Hisham, and well, you see the kill feed that he's going to get that final pick. That was a problem. They had a great drone network though, and they decided to make the calculated risk of pushing in, getting control of VIP, taking Christmas, and applying that pressure directly from back Freezer. They got the opening pick. That's fantastic. But a series of trades off from Twisted Minds that led to, well, Gen G losing key utility. They lost their Sens, they lost their Blitz. You lose that massive benefit of massive execution utility, And from there, you're trying to rework how you go into the round. At that last stage, when there's 3 members still standing, Capitao had burnt through both his smokes, both his fire darts, with nothing left to work with. All Gen G had were their guns, and limited utility with flashbangs in their back pockets. So Twisted Minds played that perfectly, drained away utility, and found key picks early. They invested in that round and got a full return on investment.
And then counter to that, Whippet, what Gen G did so well in the opening round was not being linear, right? Focusing your attack from multiple angles, just getting Twisted Minds spread thin. In the next 2 rounds, we've seen 2 extremely linear approaches. They've tried to take the map from one side across, and it's not worked for them. Like, you think about it, if you're Twisted Minds and you know it's a fully linear approach, particularly on one that's going over from that white side, well, you can play inside of prep, no problem, because there's nobody outside that bakery double door. You can play inside that long angle of wedding, because again, there's no pressure to counter you from playing those positions. So Twisted Minds taking advantage of what Gen G are putting out. Now again, you got to give Gen G credit. 3 rounds, 3 opening picks, that's very hard to do on a map like Kafe, but they'll need to get back to what was working. Attack from multiple angles, and this is a really good site to do so, but this time, Whippet, without the benefit of the Dokkaebi.
Well, this was the only side that they've won so far, and the method that they got victory here was very similar in terms of lineup. They substituted away the Dokkaebi for the Deimos getting picked up, so I wonder, will there be a sweeping strategical change here with the lack of those logic bombs or key information in that mid and late round position? They have doubled down on that pick of Nomad and Gridlock to control rotations, and it looks like a very similar story yet again. 2 players positioned out by Cocktail, they're going to post up, hold on, and try and cut off key rotations through the trash bag head holes that will be opened up into piano, as well as anyone daring enough to peek those windows and Cocktails on that top white stairs by planks. That's their job, and these 2 players will lock this down for the foreseeable future. The question is, where will they find the benefit from this Deimos, and is the drone network good enough to enable those death marks to have a positive effect? They found 2 so far, Mozzie and the Aruni caught out.
Yeah, on a map like Kafe, that can be very helpful, but need to attack from multiple areas. Like, Deimos traditionally on a map like this is going to want to get into the building very early. Still, though, thematically, you're seeing a lot of the same things, right? The Nomad will look to cut off a lot of those rotates. Hasham will play inside of Pixel for now, and that means that with Nako now in the building, this could be a really big fight for the Deimos. Manages to get rid of one of those yokais. That's a part of the defense shut down for now. The Flames will hold him off for just a little while, Whippet, but Hasham has got a big job to do, and Jalad will find the opening pick this time around. He is able to get Deadshot down, but Skies follows it up with a quick nade and takes down P9 and that DMR.
Grenade killing the big 2-6 already. That's an impressive one to find. But this is where I'm going to look at Naku for this. You have that Deimos, you have key utility, and, well, they're going to try and bait a potential kind of oral threat around this window. Postured up and looking, and this is going to be patience here from Skies, realizing that he just has to sit still. And this is the most agonizing position to be in for a teammate. You realize that there's nothing you can do. You're waiting for the last few moments of your team to do something. Well, Mai gets hunted down by that Deimos. He's playing out by Pixel. He can rotate with the help of that Goyo canister back in towards Freezer and Bathroom. He can play with this comfort position, and there's not a lot they can do to clear him. There's 1 grenade left on Naku, but with 35 seconds, Gibson, it looks like Twisted Minds in a great position just to sit still and hold the line.
Yeah, but that's not something Twisted Minds do very well. 30 seconds to go. Gen G need to make something happen. They're stalling out. This is the one problem that they've had historically. They can't keep up the tempo they had in the first round. The first kill will come in though. Marto will take down Trix. That enables the run, and he gets the second on the round. It's a double now as Twisted Minds get caught cold. 2v4. But we've seen Gen G in position like this. Hasham will find one. Traded back by Nako, and it's all down to guards below. No C4. He's got the yellow pink. He's got the angle, but no, he's a little bit too far to the right. The case will go down, but he puts himself in a 1v2. 35 seconds or less to get the kills and get on the case with it. I think Gen G are going to go back to back on top floor.
I 100% agree with you here, Gibson. It's a very difficult one to get back in, but guards, a player you never want to count out. The death mark, though, might just be the spelling of his own demise. He will have a rough information of where Deimos lies, but I don't feel he's got much opportunity here. He'll try and stick it. Well, pros don't fake, but unfortunately, Asa don't miss, and that will be an easy one. Locked out, and it will be a back-to-back top 4 victory for the side of Gen G. Not good enough, though. They have to get themselves success here, one of these next sites, but much better from this team, and they're going back to what worked previously for them. They're going step by step, and they're really clinical when they find those opening picks and taking full advantage from it, and they're getting great map control from their patient style of play.
Yeah, I gotta say this, though. How good was Marteau in that round, getting those 2 kills that enabled the push, and from that point on, really well played from the side of Gen G. As we move to round 5, the sides are level now as we go back down to reading room. So once more, Twisted Minds, they go to top floor, they don't win it, they change it up. Reading room, they won it last time by slowing Gen G down. Big part of Gen G's approach last time was getting control of vert, you know, using RAM to create as much verticality as possible, getting the case down. And I think we're seeing the Maverick. Well, there was a threat of a Maverick for a second, but I think it was more so just to change the operator lineup. Whip it. Are you expecting something different? Because I'm not seeing very much verticality in this attacking lineup at all.
To me, Gibson, the pickup, they're going to bring the sledge this time. So I think they're giving themselves the...
No, they didn't.
Attackers are moving out.
I think this is horizontal. I think this is going to be very direct.
I thought when Mardo picked up the sledge, maybe they're going to say, okay, we have a contingency plan to go for verticality if we need it, but this is a full commitment to a horizontal clear. They've got the Ying, for example, able to make those flashbangs, those Candels go out, and of course lots of utility with those flashbangs and smoke getting brought out from secondaries. I'm very curious if they're going to be able to make this one work, but that means they're likely not going to commit to that top floor at all.
Yeah, I think the only thing is, I believe that with the Ying shotgun, you have the ability to create some verticality if they decide to change things up. Like, if they like the top floor, you can send Ying in above and still create a lot of vert onto the side. So keep an eye on what's going to happen with that one. On the other side of things, though, I do think that they're going to fish. Like, something they have done well is go fishing. Wait for someone from Twisted Minds to overstep, to overpeak, and then give yourself that opening pick. But I'm looking elsewhere with it. The likes of Guards playing on the Solace. We've seen a bit of a Solace revival lately, and the utility that she brings. I think that Jalad will have a really big say in this round.
I mean, what round does Jalad not have an impact in, just based on his own mechanical abilities? They're going to pop this pipe and burn away and deny entryway in bottom white for a little bit longer. And this is just going to try and eat into the time, resource for Gen G, and a much better approach here. Twisted Minds, all players still standing, minute 30, and Gen G, they're struggling to find their entryway. They're now realizing that they can't go for a direct horizontal play, because if you walk in, Hisham will pick you up just like that. Mardo's gone. That's your Twitch taken away. Candela's go out, but not for long. Trick's gonna get one more, finds it. Jalad pops up from Reddit, gets dead shot, and in the blink of an eye, it's a 5 versus 2. Twisted Minds have absolutely slain Gen G, leaving them wounded here in Kafe. And while the shotgun mounted up on red stairs can't find success, Skies does find P9. Perhaps the lifeline, blinded by fear and aggression from Jalad, not finding that pick yet, opting for the patient route.
Yeah, and now you've got Skies and Asa in a horrible position, but if any team knows that you can win a 2 versus 4, it is them. They're in a really tough spot, though. There is going to be a peak. Guards will get one, but it's all down to Skies now. Diffuser in hand, 6 kills on the board so far. Full information on him, as well as the default cam was still up in the middle of that corridor. And there's a peek across, but he managed to get one. That's a triple on the round. But it is going to have to be an ace clutch here for Skies. Gets the information on Hisham as well. Is going to try to catch the cutoff. We know that these players love to get aggressive on the other side. And Hisham's going to run directly at the nade, charging it like you're supposed to do. But 10 seconds to go. The fake plant. Is he going to fake it, or is he going to be a pro? He fakes it. Whip it. It's going to be a round win, and it is. Hisham, from the same position as the last time on this site, wins the round.
Almost an exact mirror image of the round that we saw. Hisham in the same operator, finds the pick yet again, almost in the same position, and it will be another round win here for Twisted Minds. Gen G, I love the vision. I love the idea. They opted to commit everything from their primary utility with their operator selection to their secondary to go straight for this horizontal take. They didn't want to contest for what would have been and was a heavily fortified top floor. But guess what? Twisted Minds realized that they're not finding that pressure on the top floor, and this is where that procedural style of play that comes out from Gen G can bite them a little bit. They were predictable, they were readable, and that's what Twisted Minds done. They read them perfectly. But Skies, what a moment he nearly had, finding a way to get his team back into this one. Huge individual performance. And this is the thing about Gen G. After what we saw yesterday, you almost believe they have it in them to find these miracle clutches.
And the funny thing is, Hasham there was a second where Asa was able to get that kill from over by the door, didn't get him through library, and then Hasham goes and wins the round on the opposite side. It's little seconds like that that impact Siege, and it's what makes Siege so much better than every other FPS out there. It is just so much fun to watch. Whippet, we're going all the way back down to the kitchen once more. Vertical, we're seeing Scopos brought out once more. Gen G, last time we were here, they stalled out. They went for the white tech the whole way across, and it was just way too easy for Twisted Minds to read. The real question the viewers at home have now, though, is this going to be a 4-2 split at the half, or will it finish 3-3? Right now, if I shake that little magic 8-ball I have with it says I'm seeing a 4-2.
My magic 8-ball doesn't say stuff like that. If I shake it, it goes... Oh.
Whippet, are you just shaking a bowling ball again? Thinking
Tommy
it's a
Liquid's
magic 8-ball?
gonna win the Invitational. Anyway.
Oh, the copium one. That's fair.
I'll tell you what, though. Skies might need some hopium after this one as Hasham shuts him down early. An aggressive peak finds the IQ, and Hasham on the Scopos gets it done easily. Now, he can go back up to being that roaming sentry on that top floor with that free rotation to come back to site when he wishes, or even use that shell as an extra long-range camera for the side of his team. Naku here on red stairs, postured up with that Deimos, but not really able to find an effect from it just yet. And Gen G, well, they look a bit scattered right now in this round.
But there's simple things they're not doing. Like, they've not opened up the bakery double door. They've not opened up the reception door. That's allowing players from Twisted Minds to essentially play these positions with zero fear. Like, Hasham is not worried at all about a VIP push. You look at this, like, there is someone like Nako on red stairs, but Hasham's playing there for free. You can create Vert on that spot. You can make it difficult for Hasham, but Sledge is only now going to do that now. So it's all very slow. It's all very disjointed. Skies is fallen, so your top fragger is done. Like, Twisted Minds are getting the benefit. That's all due to Gen G skipping steps.
And I find that almost an irony here, because Gen G are one of those teams that don't like to skip the steps. They like to play within their checklist. They like their rules. They like their plan. And it feels like the plan's fallen away a little bit in this round. With the players still in code check and pressure held from VIP, you walk down by Wedding and bottom red stairs is a complete line of sight death box. There's nothing you can do. And with 35 seconds, they're walking into the Lion's Den. Hasham is ready for this aggression. He's got his teammate covering him from Wedding as well. Red stairs is now no man's land. And Naku knows it. He has to take one of these fights. But patience is a virtue, and it will be held by P9. With 20 seconds, Guards finds Mardo, and it will be acts of desperation, like prone dropping a hatch, that needed to happen from Gen G. Jalad finds Asa, leaving it all down the dead shot. With 9 seconds, he can't even find a consolation prize as Hasham, who opened all round early with a pick on Sky, shuts it down with dead shot to find a second consecutive round for the side of Twisted Minds.
It's annoying me a little, because Gen G know and understand what you need to do to make that attack work, but they're skipping steps, or it's making it difficult. Like, you're giving Twisted Minds power positions without putting any pressure on them whatsoever. There was never going to be any other result of that round than a Twisted Minds win when you've skipped so many steps. There's only... Look, at the start of this game, I thought that Gen G were going to play hyper aggressive. They won the first round by getting into Twisted Minds' faces, but I think Whippet, sometimes you can change up the game plan, but it's so easy to revert the type. And that's what Gen G have done here. They've gone back to the slow style, the methodical style, but they're forgetting really simple things that would make the round a lot easier. Now, take nothing away from Twisted Minds. We said that Kafe would suit them. We said that Twisted Minds were going to try to get in Gen G's face. They were going to be difficult. They were going to be slippery. They were going to back themselves in gunfights. And they've done exactly that all game long. Gen G on this defense need to step up, because this is their map pick. Now, there is the caveat that I do think that Labs might suit Gen G more, despite it being Twisted Minds' pick, but it's a best of 3. It is do or die. You lose, you go home. You win, you progress on to the next round of the LCQs. Gen G, you need to show us a little bit more in your map pick. Even though a 4-2 split isn't the worst thing in the world, it's what went wrong in the rounds they lost that's concerning me.
My biggest thing here, Gibson, is while it might be easy to write the eulogy and say, oh, it was a top 6 rounds, we're on the defense now. Gen G now have the intrinsic advantage of being able to control a map like Kafe. You know, we rewind 6 rounds ago. I mentioned that this map is a massive, big, old square box that you can control from cutoffs. Now that works the other way from the defensive side. The entryways are limited and easy to predict and control, and Gen G's job needs to be to limit the freedom of access that Twisted Minds have within this first 30, 40 seconds and begin to make Twisted Minds maybe reevaluate their primary plan. Force them to go through the checklist. Force them to think a little bit harder than plan A, and that's where you can find success against this team. Of course, don't take the mechanic lightly. If you misstep or misplay or miss a single shot, any of these players with Twisted Minds will shut you down, but Gen G have to play this in a way of map control and pace control and make this a game of attrition.
This is where the fun starts. Twisted Minds on attack now. Even if Gen G win the game, these next few rounds are going to be exciting. Sends wall off. Blitz is going to walk on through, but a good C4 is going to get the down. Asa swings across and will find one of his own. So 2 players essentially out of action. Make it 3. It is all down to Chalet and P9. Now P9 will hit a beautiful shot, but as you can see, you're not inside the building yet. But I love that. Like, the whole plan sends off Bakery, send the Blitz, rushing through the hole that Zof opened. But Zof didn't open the hole properly the first time, and it stalled everything out and it allowed the C4 to get that kill.
It's kind of a death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's these small misplays, these small missed timings that can hurt a team. But Jalad, though, with his DMR, does hurt Mardo. With the SMG-12, hurts Deadshot. And while Gibson, what looked to be a guaranteed round, is now a simple tag team brawl. Twisted Minds are battered and bruised with only a single point of HP to either of their names. With Yokai Jones, for free information, Naku should be able to control this pace of play. But we all know that a round of Siege is never over until it's over. Anything can happen, and this next pick can control the entire fate of this round.
Oh, whip it. Both players are the middle seat on a Ryanair flight away from falling inside this round. Jalad will find one, though. It's all down to Nako. The Echo. No drones left to work with. Remember, no ACOG anymore. It's been that way for a while now. But the 2 attackers with the advantage, but the HP is a problem. No impacts left either for the defenders, so Nako's got to do this the old-fashioned way, and Jalad pulls it back from the brink. They said, we love Ryanair, we love no leg room, and they don't care. They win the round.
Twisted Minds have just shown why at the end of the day we can have our strats, our plans, our ideas, but everything can fall apart if a team can hit their shots. Jalad is the player I want to say, take a bow, son. Your mechanical ability to walk in with the confidence of win those fights. 2 difficult fights in bottom wedding outside of red, and that opens up the round completely. From there, Twisted Minds have all the confidence, and it's no small factor to think, well, it's a mental kind of drain on a team to go from a 4-2, huge advantage, to now a 2v2, to then a 2v1. That's going to hurt a team, and that's going to hurt their mental in the later stages of this matchup. Now, don't count Gen G out. Never, ever do that. But Twisted Minds in complete control here on Kafe.
Well, but if you know ball, you would have known that Jalad has been that guy since Gamers 8. For years, he has been him.
Jalad's been that guy for 4 years. People just didn't get to see him until very recently, until Mena came into the fold. But Gibson, we were there. We got to see him before anybody got to. I think was he on GK back in our day when we got to see him. I think all those years ago.
We got him in Falcons. It was Falcons back in the day.
That's true. That was pre-Mena League Falcons. Where they just played in their own regional competitions, and we saw Jalad play. And honestly, one of those players that you just had to take a bow and say mechanically stood out to us, and Mena since then has only grown in terms of her ability to take fights and kind of win against preposterous odds, and that was an example of that. Now Gibson, if you're Gen G, you're 5-2 down, you're on the defense, and that previous round has just shown a great example that you can maybe not count on these easy rounds and coasting out the victory. How do you adapt to this now?
I think that's a big mental shock around for Gen G. That's going to be one that is going to feel terrible. You had a 4-2 lead on the 2 attackers who had a sniff of health. And you think about that Jalad, the double, where he managed to get 1 kill with the DMR and then a quick one straight after with the SMG-12, turning the round on its head. Jalad starting this round as well. Deadshot will fall. Might need to change the letter in that second if it keeps going like this with it for him. He's 1 and 8 so far on this one.
Yeah.
And this is a player that you and I, we have seen him come through tier 2 a couple of years ago. We know that Deadshot is really, really good. He's just struggling. Now, I will say this. For those of you, it is still early inside of, you know, Central and Western Europe. Or sorry, yeah, Western Europe now. It's, what, 10:30 for Gen G. Twisted Minds is a little bit later in the day. They're a little bit more awake and alive to it as well. Maybe we'll see Gen G best of 3 progresses.
I hope so. I really do hope so. Of course, they played later into the evening. Their matchup against Wolves, and of course, Gen G, we often talk about the massive kind of clutch they had against Wolves to stay alive in this competition, but that was map 3, round 15. It was a fatiguing day they had on our opening day of the LCQ. The real question is, do they have the energy to go back into this? Now, of course, it's not over yet. We can sit here and write their eulogy and say it's done and dusted, but it's only round 8. And we have seen crazier things happen inside of Europe. Well, Jalad tries to make it a very clean job. The Skies get shut down. Now, Mardo might be able to rat himself a kill here. Does Jalad check it? Well, they've got no idea.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the pillar. They don't want to step in just yet. The goal will now step across. Does a lot of damage. Gets the dock on the Nako as he is going to go down. And that leaves just 2 defenders left standing. But he's in that spot. Marto will find one. He's 7 and 7 now. Make it 8. He gets another on the round. And it's a 3 versus 1. He makes it a triple. But again, it's going to need another ace from Marto if he wants to win the round. Trapped inside the corner. If you're the defender, or if you're an attacker, sorry, you don't have the case. So you got to play for the kill. It's a quad for Marto. One more left to find. 5 seconds. Run around high. You don't even need the kill. He steps up once more. Goes in the corner.
No!
Doubles weak. He wins it. It's an ace for Marto.
Mardo, a series of unfortunate events to find the ace clutch, but gets it done, and that's what the team need after difficult rounds. But Gibson, it's all the glory of an ace. It's all that energy, that pump, the hypes, the fist bumps, the 555s in chat. However, that could have been a much easier and less stressful round if he just sits and hides. If he just sits and waits and holds on. It was 5 seconds and they didn't even need to commit to that play. But he gets the job done after a windy spray with a hip-fire deagle. But nonetheless, job done. And a 3rd round for Gen G.
Whip it. How many times has Marto died?
7.
7. So he had died in every round. Do you think he was going to hide? Do you think Marto was going to hide? But he hit at the start of the round. That's what opened up the door in the first place. A lack of drone work, a lack of maybe knowledge. Like, he got the kill on the Monty. Monty would have seen the tracers coming from that side. They should have known he was there. At this point, you're thinking, just hide. But no, he stays in the fight. He gets the deagle out. He gets the job done.
0.3 of a second left when he gets that kill, by the way. That was a risk that would have been an absolute calamity if it went the other way. But that's an alternative history, Gibbs, and it's written by the victors on that round. Well, that final chapter was sealed off by Mardo. 11 and 7 he finds himself in, and a nice boost to his KD from that one. Maybe he can give alone the dead shot so far. Now, 2 minutes 40, opening stages here of round number 9. Lineup-wise, Gibson, the Monty getting brought out yet again from Twisted Minds. An operator that I think they're going to play behind and use that just to buy that space and force Gen G to commit and react around it. And a very quick and a very aggressive initial entryway found by our DMR-wielding Dokubi of Hasham.
Yeah, Hasham currently going 9 and 4 as well, having the impact on this game that you would expect from someone like that as well. But a little bit slower tempo. We're, what, 50 seconds gone in the round? Not a real gunfight as of note just to speak about yet. Little slower from Twisted Minds, getting on the drones. Whip, you talk about how important drone work was. I think after what happened in the last round, we are going to see Twisted Minds use every single drone that they have. They're going to check every corner because, again, when you watch back the VOD of that previous round, yes, you're going to give a ton of credit to Marteau, an incredible ace. But what a misstep that was. Yeah, just bounce that off the shield. That's why Monty can be so good as Guards now deals with that C4. And that clears that position just a little bit for now as well.
Monty just continuing to walk in, find more control. They've got themselves access, and don't worry, he can probably see more than our FOV can display, and I think they're aware of the player lurking by Shaiko as well. They have the information, the yellow pings are good, and Gen G, this is a very difficult position. You need to find these rotations and be careful of every angle. A deep one held, the drop-off is there, and P9 finds the pick. Mardo, well, continues his trend of dying in almost every round. Is he going to get slain early here? We wave goodbye to a mute, we lose a Nitro Cell. Massive utility lost, but Skies finds a trade. Huge opening with that TCSG, shuts down P9, and now Gen G can begin to make an exit. Hasham finds one on the crossfires, Deadshot next to go as well. And while Twisted Minds in a good position as they're knocking on the door of sight.
Yeah, guards now can get very active with that Monty, effectively becoming a human drone. They're going to get access to those defender cams as well. Maybe not as impactful as it would have been had Valk been in play, but still going to help quite a bit. Playing on those white stairs is going to be Asa, just holding that position as Hasham begins to creep his way up 90. There is one red silhouette just off in the distance, off to the left. But with 15 seconds to go, Jalad is going to find a kill. It's a 4v2. Guard still has the case. And as long as you keep this player on white busy and you let him cross, this could be key, but Hasham is holding it. 4v1. Neko goes big. It's a double on the round, but he's still going to get needed a lot more if he's going to win it out. Dips back inside of Laundry now. Monty's going to step up, getting a bit more impressive. He's got no rotate whip, but he's trapped. Monty's going to hold him at the door. This is really good from Twisted Minds, and Lightning is not going to strike twice. He will open it up, give himself an option whip, but I don't see any real way for Neko to win this round.
Now, there's no way into this one. He might need a miracle or a little bit more, but I don't think the cards will fall for him this time around, and it will be a slow and a whimper of an end to this conclusion. He might find one for his own efforts. Hasham does get picked off from it, but with 5 seconds left to go, it's all but over, and a dance to the Monty and shuts him down with a pistol, as it's all wrapped up in a nice little bow as well. Yep, that's what Peak Siege gameplay looks like, trust me. Gibson's the expert here, actually, so Gibson.
Yeah, I peek around the corner and see that, and I run away.
Honestly,
I'm not dealing.
If I get picked by that, if I get picked by a Multi doing that, I've got the excuses ready. I've got stick drift. I'm invincible. You can't catch me.
Yeah, but it's 6-3. It should be 7-2. Like, you think about that last round, that huge ace by Marteau. Twisted Minds should have this map wrapped up, but Gen G are still in it after that big round for Marteau. And now we move in to match point. Twisted Minds are guaranteed 3 of them. So they're, you lose this round, you're on to the next. You lose that round, you're on to the next. You lose that one, well, you got to give credit to Gen G because they've forced overtime. Well, but Kitchen is the site. What happened last time we were there? For the view, some viewers are just joining us now. They missed the last round on Kafe. What can they expect?
Well, last time out, Twisted Minds tried to go for a direct through prep wall rush with flashbangs from their Ying and a light wall from their Sens. Sophia missed the impact and, well, didn't work out for them there. They get caught out, they find themselves in a 4v2 disadvantage, and, well, Gen G somehow let Jalad find a way back into that round, who found huge important picks and collapsed the defensive line of Gen G, finding a massive clutch for our MENA side. Now, Twisted Minds, the real question is, Gibson, with 3 chances here at match point, is there a realistic way that they begin to fall away here? Because they've been in complete control here, and they're looking like they're playing with tremendous confidence. I would normally say that there are some teams that question their ability to manage a game from this position, but Twisted Minds aren't even on my list of teams that might fumble here. I think they have this one on lock, and Gen G, it might already be time to begin to consider how Nighthaven Labs might look.
Yeah, I think... Well, one thing is clear, we will see Nighthaven Labs. The question is, how soon will that be? Twisted Minds could have us there within the next 2.5 minutes, depending on how this round goes. Marteau will take that position inside a VIP with the smokes. The whole point of playing this is to stop the hatch drop. If they drop into freezer, you throw the smoke if you don't get the angle with the shotgun. But Hasham, he's going to use the pixel. Deadshot falls for the 10th time in 10 rounds. He has not had an impact on this game whatsoever, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds needed. Now one of those pieces has fallen. Now they just wait, you forced the pick. Marteau had to peek that. Well, he didn't have to, but he felt he had to peek it because you're already down the numbers. You thought you had to level things up. But now it's a 5v3. Now things get really difficult. Now you know there's a defender creeping up through bar as well as the Echo going to retake that position. But look at the difference with it. There's a player holding that reception door. That makes the position inside closet harder to play. Like, they're making it hard for Gen G. It is so good from Twisted Minds, and now Nako's going to take a ton of damage as well.
Twisted Minds have complete control here. This map is bending to their will, and Gen G are breaking in that wind. They have to find a pick, and the next one might be important. Capitao crosses deep inside of Christmas, and, well, Jalad needs to find a way here to get that pick. If they can shut him down, maybe there's a way back in for Gen G. Maybe there's a hope. Maybe there's a lifeline. Skies gets harassed from that. Oh, Trick's gonna get one more. Nako's gonna fall. And, well, in a 5 versus 2, 60 seconds, it's gonna be an actual cell. Hail Mary. Doesn't connect to anything, and while charging in will be Jalad. He should be able to find this pick with his power. It does show, and that's going to leave it all down the skies. It doesn't last long. Jalad finds it. It's going to be a flawless round. It's going to be the opening map of this series. Falls for Twisted Minds. The man at Tier 2 side claims a Tier 1 EML roster, but it's not over yet. Nighthaven Labs is still up to go, Gibson, but dominant performance from Twisted Minds.
15-4, by the way, for Jalad, but we said that was a map that's Twisted Minds were going to win, despite it being Gen G's pick. And no matter how many times we're right, people still argue us with us with it. It's just the way it goes sometimes, but I think Labs will suit Gen G more, despite it being the Twisted Minds pick. But one thing's for sure, we said the Twisted Minds were going to force their will and play frag-heavy Siege. That's exactly what they did.
They played it perfectly, and it was the classic Twisted Mind experience. They didn't show Gen G respect. They walked in and expected, this is our map, this is our control, and this is our map to win, and they done it perfectly. Gen G, back to the drawing board a little bit here. Nighthaven Labs is going to give a different approach and different puzzles to solve, but that's all in the future, and we're going to do a quick little break before we break this down, so we'll see you after that. Don't go anywhere.
What a start for Twisted Minds in this series here on what wasn't even their own map pick. And speaking of Kafe in regards to this matchup, I think the first half, we can say pretty much business as usual on the defense for Twisted Minds there. And then already that first round on the attack whip that we're seeing, what a clawback from them to win that round in such a deficit. I feel like that really set the tone for the second half in the game as well.
I couldn't agree more. The second we saw that clutch from Jalad coming out, I think that was Twisted Minds going and realizing how much extra confidence they can play with. And Gen.G, I feel like that hurt them a little bit going into it. We talked a little bit before we went live that Gen.G played into a very difficult game against Wolves last night. It went all 3 maps. The last map went 15. They had that very stressful final round we talked about. This is a team that's playing likely on a lot of fumes and kind of that post-game kind of adrenaline still going. And I think this is a massive shock to their systems. And Twisted Minds aren't going to be the perfect team to warm up against because of how clinical they are, how aware they are, how locked in, how dangerous they are with their mechanics. And, well, Mardo had huge moments, and Gen.G weren't quiet like this ace we found here, but other than that, they needed hero moments, and they couldn't find enough of them to get this kind of momentum in their favor.
I do want to add in as well, I do think the time might have impacted Gen.G a little bit as well. You know, it's 10 a.m. start for them. Usually this is a team that's used to starting scrims at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., whereas for Twisted Minds, it is a little bit later in the day. The time zone, I think, what, 3 hours further ahead, 4 hours further ahead? So they are slightly more awake, but one thing's for sure, if anything was going to throw cold water onto the faces of Gen.G, it was Kafe.
Yeah, it was. And it felt like now going into the second one, they have a lot of work to do, given how this first one ended. Of course, we talk about the beautiful ace from Marto, the new addition on the side of Gen.G. But if they want to stay in this, and we talked about it as well, right? The majority of players on this roster are from France. They want to make it to the biggest tournament of the year in their home country, be that big home country representation as well. It is so important for them, but they really need to step it up going into the second map. It will be going to Nighthaven after this. This is Twisted Minds map pick as well. Looking into this, Gibson, what is it that we need to see from Gen.G to show some improvement going into this one?
Well, I think that this map will play into their style, right? What they need to do is stop skipping steps. We spoke about it in depth on the cast. It felt like they were going from A to D, or even worse, they were going to A, then B, and then someone would die, and then forget what the plan was entirely. I think that a map like Labs is a lot more linear in its focus. Like, if you want to win top floor, well, you take control of rafters, you get the IT breach open, you get the connector breach open, and you work on closing the map from multiple sides. I feel like it's going to suit them a lot more because every player is going to know exactly what they need to do, the tempo of which they need to do it. And I think that it is going to be a lot more of a test for Twisted Minds, but it is their map pick, so they do have some confidence coming here.
The big thing about Twisted Minds here is that there's a lot of positions on this map that I feel are going to favor a team that are going to be more capable with their mechanics and that confidence. Think about that Rafters peak. If you want to take that control from outside of IT or even walk up Rafters doorway, it can take a very brave peak, and Twisted Minds will be that team to find it. But again, the procedural nature of this map is going to help Gen.G go through it. It's a much more predictable status quo from them. When this map came out, people often compared it to a Clubhouse adjacent experience, and I think that's going to suit them. That Clubhouse map does work for Gen.G. They did battle away, as you can see, but they like to have their control factors going into it. But other than their overarching strategy, the little things need to change. The decision making, the IGL needs to be super on it and keep this team focused on one goal. And to be the bad guy here, you need all 5 players standing up. And Deadshot, much better than the showing we had on Kafe, I know has a better performance here on Nighthaven Labs, just waiting to happen.
I fear you're hitting the nail on the head there, especially when it comes to the mechanics. When we look at the first map, there's a clear difference in that with the players on the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, we talk about players like Chalet, Hashom as well, who's known for that Hashom peak, really stepping up. On the side of Gen G, certain players are going quiet when you really don't want them in these important moments. You don't want them to go quiet like that. You know, Deadshot, a player that they sometimes need to rely on in regards to stepping up for this matchup in total. But for the likes of Twisted Minds, going into this, have we seen anything from them on this map in particular, Ripper, that we feel like could lead them towards a 2-0 victory here?
I feel like their ability to, I think they can... My words fail me, it's so early in the morning. Their ability to, I think, contest these difficult positions is going to be the massive factor. We think about those bottom floor cutoff positions towards games in particular. The section of the map that allows massive rotation to work with, that's where Twisted Minds, they're going to contest those cutoffs, stop you holding them down. They're not going to be a team you can easily put in that box and contain, and Gen G need to play accordingly to that, realizing we can't keep them tame, so let's try and find another way to fight them. And I think they have to try and maybe meet Twisted Minds on their own battleground here and warm back into this matchup.
Yeah, and the big thing for them on this map is this is a best of 1 now in this series. Like, they need to win this map or else it is over. There is no Invitational. They're sitting at home watching, as you said, and the event is in the capital of the country that 4 of the players are from, and they'll be watching. So Gen G, it's do or die.
It adds so much pressure, though. I mean, they are on the brink of elimination. We already said goodbye to Wolves. We said goodbye to Panuota. They could be the first Tier 1 team who is still in the competition next year to leave the SILCQs. They need to step it on map 2. Can they do it? Take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Anne, for this one, as it is down to what Gibson said, a simple best of 1 for Gen G now. Lose and it's done and dusted. You don't even want to think about that potential of going to Consulate. Kaid and Monty are first set of bans going out here, Gibson, but what would you say going into your prediction? We saw Kafe getting played out the way it did. What is the battle plan for Gen G here, realistically get themselves back into this? And you can't say for Deadshot to start shooting again.
Well, it would help, right? Like, this is the player that after LickyFact got picked up by the then BDS roster, Deadshot was the hottest commodity in Tier 2. Like, he was the player that we saw Wolves decide to pick at the time because they knew that they couldn't afford to lose another player like LickyFact. We know that ceiling that he has is just quite not hit it. But I think for Gen G, starting on defense on labs is exactly what the doctor would have prescribed. You can set things up. You can draw your lines, you can hold those power positions. The only problem is, if there's one team on attack that you fancy to be able to break down those walls, and not by using all their utility, it's Twisted Minds. Like, they will ego peak you. They will challenge you in situations that you don't expect to be challenged. Like, if I'm on Rafters, I expect a lot of pressure to come from once the breach is open. But against Twisted Minds, but they could just vault on in a window in that rafter. They could push him below. They will make it so difficult for you as we wait for the players to get back in, of course, because we saw there was just a slight moss issue that the players are going to try to resolve before they get back in.
Yeah, so as they get that down, we can begin to kind of set the scene a little bit more for this one. The biggest factor, obviously, as we go to our second map is, well, the map itself. Nighthaven, different puzzles to solve, different issues in different areas of control. I talked a little bit about how I feel that areas like Rafters could be a massive factor. How do you feel about Twisted Mind's ability? Because I kind of talked kind of ends at length about this so far, and it might sound like a broken record to you guys at home, but Twisted Minds, they have that meta mechanics, and I do think, player for player, they're better at shooting. Is that going to help them hold these more difficult power positions like top Rafters?
It's going to give them a lot of confidence going into it. Like, you think about how difficult some of the gunfights can be for attackers on a map like this. Like, in particular, you spoke about top floor. Well, as you said, clearing the players from Rafters, whether it be from the IT breach, whether it be from the Rafters doors, or when you go down to basement, trying to win the fights down inside of EXO, you know, that angle towards the pillar. Like, they're going to feel very confident in their ability to win those gunfights if push comes to shove. So if I am the side of Gen G, it's, well, how do I slow them down? Like, I'll be bringing loads of barbed wire. I'll probably be bringing... I should be bringing a Legion. I should probably be bringing a Denari. anything to slow them down and give yourself a little bit of advantage in those gunfights, because at the end of the day, you're playing a team that all 5 players are very mechanically gifted. Like, I want to put this out there, despite how good Jalad and Hasham are, let's not forget how good the other 3 are. Like, Guards is incredible, so is P9. I think sometimes it gets lost on the viewer how good those 3 are mechanically when you consider how good the 2 top dogs are.
I think it's crazy because if you put any of these players from this team into another roster instead of EML, and immediately you'd go, well, that's him, that's the guy, and it's a team of the guy. It's all of them. They're all capable, and the fact is that they fill every single role with that same mechanical threat. That's amazing. But to kind of circle away from the side of Twisted Minds here, Gen.G, a team that I think the biggest critique I had of them in their games yesterday during the community casted section was the fact that they often felt like they were slow and they didn't really get themselves moving in the rounds until the later stages, and sides like Wolves took full advantage of that. They really punished them and taking it to deep water like we saw yesterday. Does Gen.G need to, I think, go back to that style? Because they were being a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive on Kafe, perhaps a quirk with going to that map selection, but it wasn't working for them in the slightest, and I think this side needs their structure, they need their pace of play, and they need to bring it back to a comfortable position, because at the end of the day, you have to get back to your default, and they likely scrim with that style of play, so I think they should go back to what's comfortable, but need to be very precise at how they execute certain plays, and how they even get into building against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, massive shout out to all those community casters as well, by the way. It's how we were able to do so much prep for today. We were able to watch those broadcasts, so shout out to all you guys. You know who you are. There's a bunch of them. If you want to know who was community casting, all of them got credits on the Liquipedia, so be sure to check that out. And I know that a lot of them are watching today. But
a lifesaver, Gibson, by the way, to have all these streams up. I had, let's just say, a travel day for the ages yesterday. These players are tired, so am I. I got back at like 2 a.m. for my time. Right? Listen, it was a long travel day. It was like nearly 20 hours for me on the road. And having those community casts was a joy. So, of course, I know some of you guys are out here watching right now. So, massive tip of the hat to you guys for getting through this. And, of course, carrying for moments like this where we have to waffle away for it. But, Gibson, Nighthaven Labs, difficult one to go into it. How do you mentally reset, especially for a player like Deadshot, to get ready for a game like this now?
I think that he's got the right people around him to, get him in that position. Like, at the end of the day, they've got a bit of a break. They'll have a talk about what went wrong, what went right. I think it's at this point in time in a best 3 where you're now in a best of 1 situation for them, you think about the positives. Like, what did they do well? They got opening picks incredibly well on Kafe. Skies had a really good game. You think about that Marteau, that ace clutch. Like, he had a big game statistically as well. Like, yes, he died in almost every single round, but he was finding kills time and time again. So there's positives for them to build on.
It's okay to die if you die for the badge, Gibson.
That's it. Like, at the end of the day, whenever I first got into the scene and, was watching a lot of, Yukin 2 back at the start, I was like, oh, well, that player died, and why did that player die? And then you kind of get more involved and you realize sometimes it's a job's player to die. Like, there's positions in the game where a coach will say, I want you to play here, and I don't care if you die. If you waste 2 minutes and you die, you've done your job. If you get a 1-for-1 trade, you've done your job. Like, I think Kenny was one of the first people on the lower tiers to bring it in. I know that Fabian was big on that style of play inside of G2 whenever he was coaching. Like, it is not a bad thing if you're dying every round if you're having an impact. And that's what Marta was essentially able to do in the last map.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's almost a perfect contrast to that, of course, is that Marta was having an impact while dying every round. And again, I'm not trying to be the bad guy, I'm not trying to pick on someone, but Deadshot, it's what happened. 1 kill his name, died every round. You have to look at that in terms of cost and say that was a kind of dying out of position job. Now, I know Deadshot is better than that performance. I know it. We saw him come from his rise instead of tier 2. We know what this player can do, and now this will be the ultimate test. The map advantage held by Twisted Minds, and it's now their map choice. The fate, their ticket to Paris for Gen.G, a roster full of French players and an org with deep ties to the country, has all to play for now. Needing to survive here at Nighthaven Labs to punch their ticket to the biggest event in Siege history.
Yeah, and top floor is the side of choice. The bans, they're very predictable. Again, Cade is always going to get banned on a map like this. Mira as well, just be such a problem for those attackers to deal with, particularly with taking rafters and if you want to push through connector. But with it, the operator for me that has got so much to do for the defenders is Asa on the Clash. Now, I remember whenever Lilun brought in Asa and Lasmu together, and she was like, these are the next two up. I think you and I casted those open qualifiers. I think it was for was it EWC at the time? And those two played phenomenally. I want to see Asa step up again.
Yeah, it was. I remember this. It was Lasmo's very first time, and it was the
and
shock.
Asa.
And Asa, but I think it was a shock to the system. I think we both said Lasmu too many times for that one. That's why it's burnt into my Lasmu. But
Deep Whippet low there, making cow references, by the way. But it looks like we're going to have the first one of those engagements.
And it's going to be out by Rafters. We talked about these key positions, and the big thing here is Guards has utility to clear this away, but doesn't even need it. As Asham gets it done with his ARX, finds a pick, and Deadshot's going to be the first to fall here. Bad omens for this map so far. The control of Rafters has been garnered. They'll clear this barbed wire. The smoke canisters go out to buy some space, and I wonder, in the midst of this, have they patched up this reinforcement? Yes, they have, so... Actually, no, they haven't. My screen's too dark at this time of the morning, so he's got a great line of sight straight towards Pillar. Knocks on the door of sight already, and that's going to make things very difficult. Early stages, minute 30, drones go out, spots the players deep inside of sight. Neku, with that Scorpion in hand, has great utility to brawl up close and personal, but has a great, very important task of keeping his Clash alive. And Asa can't overextend, has to be perfect in his positioning.
Yeah, that's what I said, though, about Twisted Minds. They weren't afraid to take on gunfights that normally players would want to avoid, and Clash is going to step on up the smoke, trying to protect the Clash from the swing to give her a essentially fair 1v1, and it worked. Clash able to force the player off of Rafters and stall back the push for just a little while. But once more, we're seeing pressure. Nako walked into sight and falls. Or sorry, P9 walked into sight and falls to the hands of Nako, and that's the case cold as well. So I think Twisted Minds got a little bit ahead of themselves there, but Jalad will give them the numbers once more.
Massive pick from Jalad. Mardo's going to fall from it. Skies needs to play this very carefully. And it's going to be a great charge in from that. The shotgun of Skies gets one. Guards gets caught out from it. And well, they're going to swap positions here. He makes that deep rotation in the connector. The Clash finds themselves under tremendous pressure. But does Skies make a rotate back to Pillar? He does get caught out in the midst of it. Trix gets him shut down. And the Clash finds himself in a horrible position. Asa needs to hope that magazine runs dry soon, as Nako needs to save his teammate. Darting, dashing, charging in. The death marks denied by that mute jammer, but I have a feeling, Gibson, this is going to be an act of desperation. Finally shuts down that Clash, but with 000 dawning, patience might just be the virtue, but unfortunately he's stuck behind Pillar. No way he can deny this plant, surely.
No. Jalad gets the plant down and gets the kill, because that's just what he does. Whip it, he gets it, and it's a round one. But it's what we spoke about, right? Twisted Minds do not care about how difficult a gunfight is, because they always have full faith they can win it, right? It's Kiba barriers, it's Deadshot, it's Rafters. Normally, you get the breach open and you have double pressure and you think, we're going to isolate this player on a 2v1 and we get the kill. But Hasham's just like, no, I'm just going to get the kill. You lose Rafters. Now, I'll give Gen G credit, right? They tried to retake it very cleverly. They sent the Clash through the breach, or through the rotate into Rafters. They tossed the smoke onto the door to prevent the player from swinging it, to give the Clash a 1v1 fight to clear Rafters once more. And it did work temporarily, but while all that was going on, Jalad was doing Jalad things. He got himself a really important kill to keep themselves in the numbers game. And with that, Twisted Minds were able to break the Gen G defense, and that forces a swap down to basement. Now, Bandit is up, Kaid is banned, so you will see the potential of a Bandit trick. Tubral not picked as often as we used to see him. Very important in holding those breaches open. But you look at the lineup with it, I feel like this could be an exo push. Like, you bring the Blitz, you bring the Deimos. I feel like they're going to open up the breach a little. They're opening up a hatch, and they will use the Blitz to push down through exo and try to take the fight that way. Now, I could be wrong and things could change, but that's what it looks like in the early stages with the rest of those silhouettes up above.
I do think you have this spot on right now, Gibson, and the real question is, though, is what Gen G can do to try and stop this going down. The case all the way upstairs on that top floor, currently held by guards on the Blitz. Very far away from action, but A very small breach, opened up by Habana, just to lay that threat there. And at that stage, even if no one's there, you have a feeling that Gen G aren't going to be comfortable to play anywhere near it, never knowing when a member of Twisted Minds might lurk around that corner. They're getting control of Aquarium, they've got fish stairs, they'll walk down, they're going to try and clear this mid floor. The Amo scan goes out, Nako gets hunted down by that death mark, quickly scampering to safety or the mark gets cancelled, but no longer finds himself in the crosshairs of that Deimos. And this is going to be the intricate game of chess played on this middle floor. Rotations all the way from storage into games, just trying to keep themselves safe. Verticality opens up briefly as Skies takes a lot of damage early.
Yeah, the player now inside of stock is getting put under a lot of pressure here by Jalad. Got the information on where the other one is. Jump on in, the L of Mine will go off, but as you can see, they're clinging his position. Now, the player is behind that pillar inside of stock. Now, gives away the position. Flash grenade is going to get thrown, but it will flash the bandit as well, as he will now walk on up. There's the flash peeks around the corner. Trixt will get the kill on the Skies, and they've got full control of stock, and I think a C4 has been wasted in the midst of all that action as well. Now you've got a lot of pressure on. Now you can push towards vending as those defenders whip it. There's 2 defenders still roaming, 1 on site. Like, it's starting to look really tough, and you can't really play on site. With the breach being open, you have to extend a little bit more as Gen G, and Nako is going for a big retake, and he gets a kill to make it a 4v4.
Massive pick, and even better read. Find a second one. Sean walks straight into the crosshairs, and he put it perfectly. With that breach opened up, everyone from Gen G's been forced to try and retake that top control with fear of site being accessed. Jalad wanders in and gets himself caught out. Done his best impression of Jay from a few years ago. And well, with 35 seconds, only 2 members of Twisted Minds still survive. Make it 1 as Mardo shuts down guards. Leave it all down the P9 with that Deimos, and he has, well, no death marks to work with in very limited time, so he'll likely drop this hatch and not last too much longer. But Mardo overextends, finds himself in the grave, hopefully not opening up an opportunity for a clutch here.
Shouldn't. Anything could happen in the wild and wacky world of qualifiers of Siege, but I think that one player will peek, keep on cover, and Asa will get the kill. But Whip It, I'm going to give Gen G so much credit. Like, you think about it. At the start of the round, what did Twisted Minds do? They got the breach open in such a way that you cannot play by that EXO door towards site. Means that if there's a player on EXO, the only position they can really play safely is the pillar. So if you're your attacker, you're going to assume, well, there's a heavy roam, right? They're going to fall back. But no, you get the kill of the player on stock. They've got the numbers, and you think, right, they have to fall back now. We're going to get a free pick because the player on EXO will be frozen his spot. But no, Gen G, they go on the attack. They push up the stairs. They retake the top floor. You cannot take enough credit away from Nako. Like, Nako won that round with those 2 big kills retaken from vending, getting the kill on stock. Like, normal teams would fall back and play more passive, but Gen G stepped on the accelerator, stepped on the gas, and I'm impressed. I think that's a really good retake on that site.
It was perfectly played, and I think just the read of being able to shut down Hisham, who went for that peek from the hallway outside the games, was a great decision-making, realizing that you got 1 pick, and Twisted Minds will play for that trade, and that's a very good kind of game sense and read from him. So everything goes level here after 2. We go upstairs yet again, and the big concern for me is how can Gen G deal with this? They've opted to go with the clash yet again. They didn't really get a tremendous amount of value from it. They got Deadshot set up yet again, who's going to be playing out by Raptors with the Azami, and that was the big pressure point that fell early in the opening round here of Nighthaven Labs. Deadshot's job is to play behind the Kiba barricades, and right now, a player who's had a pretty poor performance in terms of kill count has to play his utility perfectly. His job isn't going to be to get kills in that position. It will be to sit there, be alive, and die for the badge as late into the round as possible.
There is just going to freeze Hisham into position, but he's not going to fall back. Tosses the nade. That'll blow up the utility and give him the opportunity to fall back, or at least hold the position for a little bit longer. Goes prone, and Marto, he took the bait, and Hisham will get the opening kill once more. Lion will fell the Tubarao, and that's not a player you want to have fall early on in the game. Skies, though, pulls one back. Jalad falls at the hands of a C4 tossed perfectly by Skies. We're back to a 4 versus 4. But as you can see, Raptors' control is not quite. I think it is actually. They've fully got control of Rafters already, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds wants.
Deadshot's falling back, and he's going to use those keeper barricades in a more defensive position. As Marto gone, great gas canister goes out as Skies finds one more pick on the P9. And Hasham will sit and wait. The DMR is going to threaten this corner, and this is where you almost don't fancy the shotgun's odds. He makes a deep rotation, throws out that toxic canister, and can't confirm that pick as he vaults on away. But they just walk in this site below the head holes, and Trick's going to be able to find one. He needs to find himself a second. Skies goes for 3 and gets it. And this is going to be an important round for Gen G. They hold the player count advantage with all the information. Can they lock this out? They can walk Asa towards it, get that control, and this case shouldn't go down. And they don't want to lose that player down below. That threat of a flank up Rafters could be a huge advantage.
Yeah, the player below is a problem for now, and you can see that he's rotating towards Rafters exactly like you'd called, and you can see that Asa is being played with here by the Capital. Double smoke, and Guard's going to use it to cross. Try to find another planting position here. Back on the door, leaving it all down to Tricks to play for the cover. Case now is going to go down to
Perfect.
He got it down, but it's all down to Tricks in a 1 versus 3. Clash is still up. He's going to go for an aggressive play, and Neko gets the kill. And Gen G are going to be able to win a second round on defense to take the lead for only the second time in the entire series. But the last time that they held the lead was round 2 of map 1.
Even more important than that, Gibson, is how that final round actually just played out. The midst of that smoke, the case going down, our Ying is blocked off by that smoke, cannot cover effectively in the midst of hoping the smoke will cause enough chaos. Genji took a page out of Twisted Minds' book and did not respect the smoke. Both the smoke and the clash went charging down in towards the plant sound, using that shield in front of the clash to help keep Neko alive if needed, and they found that information. Case goes down, but they kill the planter immediately, forcing it into a difficult cover position with a clash bearing down. Great play from Genji, playing with their tools, and they get themselves a very critical round.
You know what I loved about that? You know when you talk about a team doing something well, and then the other team reacting well, and then the other team doing, like, both teams had really good moments in that round. Like, I'm going to give a lot of credit to Hisham, right? When he was playing over by that aquarium door, he saw that there was 2 players there. So it's a 4v2. So if you know that there's 2 players, sorry, it was a 3v4 was it at the time? If you know there's 2 players over in Aqua, that means there's only 1, maybe 2 players at most on site. So the rest of Twisted Minds, they pushed into site. They got control of that section of the map. But then Gen G were like, wait, we've lost that room, but we're going to make it really hard to plant. And they stalled the plant, and they stalled the plant even longer. And you saw the Twisted Minds weren't quite sure where to get it down. And what did Gen G do? They put themselves in a position to collapse on top of Twisted Minds once they went for that final plant. And they did it perfectly. So Gen G, really good reaction to play. Twisted Minds, good round for them as well up until the last breath. But Gen G now, can they extend the lead? Remember, this is the Twisted Minds map pick. But for Gen G, they need to win it or else they are not going to be at SI.
That Tracer, tantalizingly close to Jalad, realizing that he could have been sent to the menu way quicker than he ever would have wanted. He survives for now, and they'll sit on this cutoff, they'll wait, they'll hold. And he might find himself getting a freebie. Deadshot gets aggressive, and for what reason? Finds himself slain early. Goon Mines in his back pocket will be no more. They'll send a flurry, a Twitch drone combined with the Rotera. Will clear information away. The EMP burst from the bulletproof camera does keep it safe for now. But Twisted Minds had a huge advantage early. Deadshot gone. Player count all in favor of the offense. Not the start Gen G would have wanted.
Not the start Deadshot would have wanted it, but at this point, I think he has 1 kill and a grand total of, is it 13 deaths at this point? I think he's died in every single round that we've played so far. Deadshot really needs to get going, and it's not just on him, it's on his team to motivate him, get his head in a space where he can impact the game, because at the end of the day, as we said, it is a best of 1 situation. Marto just playing inside of Electrical now, trying to stall back the push. He hears the Capital on the window, and as the C4 primed, ripped, and ready to go at a moment's notice. But you can see Neko thinks that there might actually be some pressure over by warehouse side already, but we know as viewers at home and as people who can see the observer feed that there's no pressure from Twisted Minds that direction just yet.
It looks like Gen G are a little bit unaware of where the threat actually lurks right now. They're kind of cautious of Ghost pressure, and they're chasing Ghost right now all across the map. They've got some very solid positional control of the top rafters with those keeper barricaded skies. Perfect timing, swings out wide and finds a Shum. Great pick and finds the eventual but delayed trade of his teammate fallen earlier. A massive flurry as Asa's going to get one with the C4. Marto finds P9. Neku down in the midst of that chaos, leaving us down to 2 players for Twisted Minds. Both guards and Trix still standing. And that will be Trix finding one more. Asa falls. 30 seconds. This is winnable from the side of Twisted Minds. The Skies might just settle this down. Guards who get to find himself a kill. Walks in the Skies, who has yet another amazing performance. Shuts it down. Gets one more round for his side. And Gen G looking more comfortable here on Nighthaven Labs.
Multi-kill after multi-kill for Skies so far. He has had a very good series in this game against Twisted Minds. Like, from the very first round, Skies has had an impact. 7-2 already as Twisted Minds call the first time out of the series. And but that's a good reminder to the people of Gen G. You've got timeouts. You could have used them on that first map of Kafe. But what are Twisted Minds telling each other, right? They're like, okay, we're getting opening picks. We're doing things really well. We're Gen G from the last map. We won the first round convincingly and everything's gone wrong since.
I'm going to say this, Gibson. I think Gen G have realized that they were giving too many opportunities for Twisted Minds in the previous matchup of Kafe. They realized that they wandered into crossfires, they walked in the traps way too much. Gen G are just playing it way more in that slow, old-fashioned European way. We're going to sit here. We built our defenses for a reason, and you're going to walk towards us. And they're playing into the map benefits of Nighthaven Labs. This map, historically, has leaned so heavily towards the defense that Gen G are not wanting to be risky players. They want to get every single round they can. They want to buy the stocks low and sell it high later on. They need their ROI. And they need to get as many rounds possible here as they can. They want a 5-1 split here on the defense, realistically, to have the best chance at locking things out of what will be a difficult defensive half for when Gen G get to that side.
Are you saying, but the Gen G are playing 4-4-2 and it's working to perfection here on this map?
Yes, they are. This is the classic thing I'll always say, though. When you go to maps like this, especially in these difficult positions, keep it simple, stupid. Like, don't overextend. Don't take risks. Play good, old, boring Siege. It's not flashy. You won't get peaks named after you, but hell, you're gonna win some rounds. And right now, Gen G need to win rounds on this map. They want to go to Paris. These players are mostly French. This orc has deep ties to France. They want to be there in the Allianz Arena in the middle of Paris in just 4 weeks' time. They need to be there. And wow, Twisted Minds stand in their way. And this map, so far, is the best momentum we've seen for this side to have.
Yeah, but with Twisted Minds, they're going to keep trying to play this one like Max Verstappen, and let's see if it'll work for them. That reference is for Anne, who is in the background, by the way. We love a bit of Max here. Still upset that Lando won, but okay.
Don't remind me.
We'll move on.
Me. Listen, how can you call him a champion when he didn't win as many races as Max? What am I going? Yeah, you know.
If it was, look, it's the only one, individual sport where you don't actually win for winning the most. But anyway.
Listen, all I'm gonna say, Papaya Rules was Piastri my goat for real. Should have been the champion. Anyway, tell you what, Gen G are hoping they could be the champions of this matchup if they can get across the finish line. Hopefully they don't pull a Pierre Gasly out of this.
And yeah, I say, well, to be honest, Gen G are hoping they don't do a Mazda spin either and throw this game from this good position that they start with on the defense. But as it stands, Hasham holding that long angle. Twisted Minds fishing for that opening pick. Neko nibbled, as you said, just a little bit, but not enough to get caught. But it will slow things down just a little bit. The rest of Twisted Minds clearing the map, using the gridlock now as their flank watches. They will look to move through rafters, down the stairs, clear the map section by section. But look at Gen G. They're not on, they're Schrodinger's roam. They're not on the roam, but they're on the roam at the same time. On the blink of an eye, both Skies and Marto will signal the go. And I love this, right? Because it's going to be a call. It'll be, we both fall back, or we both get aggressive. Either way, I think that they'll get a kill off it.
I think this is perfect. And this is actually, kind of leading into what I mentioned. Gen G are making this slow. They get the opening pick. Deadshot finds out what to see. For second one from Skies! Absolutely perfect. The bullets can't connect. The P9's gone. And that Schrodinger's roam has found success. Mardo falls, takes a smoke grenade to his grave, but so much denial still available for Gen G. And the big thing is the information game is perfect. They have the Valkyrie cam, they have the Maestro bubbles, so much, but that single lonesome phone can get hacked and flip them in the favor. Jalad finds one, Nako falls, brings us back to level playing field. 3 versus 3, Gibson, 30 seconds. Can Gen G hold on?
Yeah, well, you can see the ping. They're worried about the foothold, so the smoke grenade will be thrown. That'll give them access to walk in. Here's the drop into Animus now as well, so they're where they need to be. Asa, though, with the Maestro will find one and an opportunity. Lost it. Actually, Skies is going to go down, but not out. A hatch drop, but Deadshot holds his own. It's a double for him, leaving it all down to Jalad, but he's won situations like this before. It's a 1 versus 2. He's going to see the down player. Manages to get that one. It's all down to Asa now. The Maestro. Hide. Jalad swings, Jalad wins, and Twisted Minds take the round. Whip it. That's the difference. When Marteau was in that same position on Kafe, he swung. What did Asa do? He hid, and Jalad wins the round.
Hiding with a box magazine of 50 rounds of 5.56. Send it down range. You can deny that corner. You can hold it for an eternity with that LMG. Oh my goodness. You gotta feel it was a painful one there. Gen G were in control. They played such a perfect early and mid game. But this is where Twisted Minds can use their ability of mechanics. They can win these difficult ones. They can take fight after fight after fight, and Gen G know it. And I think there's a little bit of fear and a little bit of too much respect held by this French roster as they realize Twisted Minds can outgun them at times. They might not be as confident to swing, and Twisted Minds taking full advantage of it. Round 6, the last of our opening half, and a very important one for Gen G. They need to win this round. They need to go into their offensive half with an advantage. One little single round of a safety blanket as they move to a more difficult and more taxing offensive side here of Nighthaven Labs.
This is a game we've got on our hands now. Twisted Minds have done the bare minimum. They got 2 rounds on the attacking half. Can they get a third that'll just give them a little bit more security as they move to their defensive half? Now remember, Twisted Minds, excellent in the early stages of the round at finding opening picks here on Labs. On the other map, it was of course Gen G that found that early success, but as an attacker, you really need to find that first defender. Give yourself something to work with. Whip it. Look at the lineup. Look at the way that Gen G are planning to play. This is a full-on slow you down, choke you out defense that they have. They brought the Bandit to keep the breaches open. They brought the Tubarão to keep the breaches closed. They brought the Azami. They've brought the Mutant the Smoke. They are saying, we are going to slow you down. Twisted Minds, though, are they going to... You cannot let Bandit trick this wall. Of all the walls to trick, you cannot be allowed to trick Connector. Whip it.
If they get away with this one, you gotta be very concerned for the early stages of this round, but damage invested early on Guards is gonna be a huge advantage, of course, with limb damage being pulled back the way it is. Guards does not have the ability to sit here and tank shots like he used to, and the Tubarão will just sit here and put the pause button down. Blackbeard has to play this tremendously careful. Just sit here, hold the line, and not get himself too aggressive. And you said this perfectly, Gen G, their job is to slow it down. It's like a boa constrictor wrapping itself around them, choking out the breath every single second. But Twisted Minds have the explosive energy to get themselves out of it, and Gen G cannot make a mistake, cannot overextend, cannot fumble the bag.
Yeah, in the same position that we saw being played once more on that Aqua door. And Asham will toss the stun and fall back. You do not want to lose the Dokkaebi. You've still got both logic bombs in play with just over 50 seconds to go. Remember, you cannot use them instantly back to back. So there's the first one. There's the second given. Marteau allowed to play an electrical because that window is closed. You haven't opened it. You allow him to play there. The C4 from Asa will get one, but Trix will trade it back. 4 versus 4 up at 35 seconds to go. They've got control of all the external parts of the site, but they're not on it.
30 seconds. Gen G need to hold the line. They've lost some players. Jalad guards wounded. Tricks as well. Mardo takes a beating from a distance. And this is going to be a patient game from Hisham, waiting at that DMR. All logic bombs deployed. And he has information, knows a player is lurking to his left. We'll see that laser sight. The wounded Blackbeard needs to make this vault in, but guards has had a difficult game so far. The player behind the desk has been detected. His good cover gets shredded. So it can be Tricks finding one more in the Mardo. 6 seconds. 000's dawning. Cover needs to be perfect. Tricks find themselves 3, but Gen G find a lifeline. The case goes down, and it's going to be a simple 2v2 brawl, make it a 2 versus 1. Tricks cannot stand the test of time, and that's going to be a huge wipeout and a 4-2 advantage for Gen G.
Twice Twisted Minds walked into sight and this particular one and got the case down, and twice they've lost the round. They shouldn't have got the plant off in the first place, but there was a smoke standing and the planter had 2 HP, but still Gen G win 2 big gunfights, and they're showing, yes, you might have 5 gunners, but we are capable to go toe to toe, and they win huge fights. They get themselves a 4-2 lead on the defense. Now the ball goes into Twisted Minds' court. Can they match what Gen G did and force overtime? Or can Gen G force a 3rd map? Whip it. I'm starting to believe just a little bit that Gen G could get this done. But of course, attack was where they really had some problems in the last matchup. Or the last map.
Attack has been a difficult factor for Gen G time and time and time and time again. But this map gives them the opportunity to fight for it. Now, it does lean historically to the defensive side massively. They find themselves with a 2-round buffer to hold on. Can they break the line here? So, again, this was a great round coming out from this side, and they played it perfectly. Gen G were comfortable allowing Twisted Minds to walk in, and they played for a very strong retake potential, showing that they have confidence on this map, even though it wasn't the primary choice to bring out.
I'm looking at this, right? We're going back to the top floor. Twisted Minds might have some scar tissue from this map of this side in particular already, with how it's gone for them in the attacking half at least, but I think on the defense, they'll feel a bit more confident. Mira has slipped through the ban phase, so that's an easy instant pick for the defenders. It makes keeping control of Connector a little bit easier. It makes keeping control of Raptors that little bit easier as well, because you can keep a player playing deep on Rafters, and the Mira will prevent anybody from walking in through that door. So, you know, thematically, we'll see it played a little bit differently because of how the ban phase has played through. But the Gen G bans, the Kaid and the Bandit, they don't want any breach trouble whatsoever.
I actually love this. It's... Oh.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, guys. It was a pleasure. It was an honor.
You know what? That's what the Wolves fans wished happened last night, whenever the plant went down.
Case goes down for Wolves last night. That pops up happy days.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Gen G's here, and unfortunately, Deadshot is first to go. No! It was going so well. Deadshot, you were doing so. You got 2 kills. Previously.
4 kills.
You got 2 in 1 round. You got a multi-kill in a round. Oh, Deadshot. Okay.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Back to what we were saying. The double ban for hard breach denial just means that Gen G want to make this as easy as possible to break down. And well, a defense like this, well, you may as well call Twisted Minds Ruggle Dorn for the way they build these down, because it's difficult to break down these defensive structures when you have a mirror window to lock things down.
I'm looking at this, right? This, how have you allowed Mira to do that? And now another Selma charge is going to get thrown. This time it will fall, but it wastes a little bit more utility. And let's see if that'll have an impact later on in the round, as you've still, I suppose, got the extra exothermic breach from Thermite, the little buff that he got recently, where he's got 3 now instead of 2, which makes him, in my opinion, he's back to being the superior hard breacher just because you've got the extra breach.
I hear it nearly pulled Goga out of retirement when he saw this buff, just saying.
See, if they brought in an operator that planted quicker, Goga would be
back
he'd
in,
be so
straight back in. Shove him back on G2. Put him on M80 underneath Fabian's command, and we'll see every case go down. But nonetheless, it will be advantage for player count for Twisted Minds. 4 versus 5 in their favor. The defense needs to hold on. An aggressive push. That's going to be huge. Asa and Skies finding one apiece, leaving Twisted Minds a little bit reeling from that, and control of Pillar might be garnered here. Now, all this comes down to holding on to IT, holding on the rafters, cutting this site in half. Hasham finds one. Mardo falls. You now lose those logic bombs. So calls from Dokkaebi not a factor in this round. And the fire darts go out. And this might be huge to cut off rotations. Asa finds himself a second, and Twisted Minds running out of room, running out of space, and maybe running out of options to hold on here. But that yokai drone might be the perfect plan B.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of time to go with. There's still 15 seconds that you got to get value out of those yokai drones. The first one will go up, and it'll go off. 13 seconds now, forcing another attempt at the plant. But Asa being held from outside the IT breach. Skies gets the double on the round. The case goes down, and it's all down to Tricks. One player on pillar, one player in electrical, one player in connector. Dare I say, this should be unwinnable for the defensive side. Now, Trix could pull off a big play. You could keep a barrier off the pillar and then go for the swinger. He's actually going the other way around. Kiba off electrical, but that gives him a little bit of time. But Asa gets the kill, and Genji will take the round.
This is a perfect example of how Genji went through the steps, and their bans worked so perfectly for them. They were not contested at all on these hard breach positions, it's particularly out by connector, out by wall, and they were able to get them open so easy. And with that access, they walk in and they can buy that control. And having that access to just knock on the door, be so close to sight, oh so early, is a terrifying thing for Twisted Minds, who want to delay and hold on to extended map control as long as possible. And Genji read into this perfect. A massive fight in electrical opened the door for them, and I do think that this might be the making of a team that's found their confidence finally. Deadshot's woken up, Asa had a huge game, Sky is going huge yet again. Genji have found their legs here, finally maybe shaking off the cobwebs of an early start of today's action. And I think they can get this job done, but Twisted Minds, do not count them out. Do not say it's over for them. Do not say they're done and dusted in this.
5 seconds left.
I think Gibson might be back in a second. He vanished. Don't know where he went. The void claimed him. So, he's back. Welcome back, Gibson.
I'm back. Sorry, there was someone knocked on my door, and I'd be like, I'm working here. I'm working here.
You just ignore the door. Ignore it.
Ignore the door. Imagine they just walk in then and start talking. Imagine it was something important.
I know where you live. Nothing important goes on around that neck of the woods.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I live in a super secret location.
Tell you what, though. Tell you what's going to be super secret. The plan that Twisted Minds need to get themselves back into this. They trail by 3. Genji really finding momentum here. Gibson, I was saying as you were in the void dealing with the ghost at your door, the Genji have found their legs. They've woken up. They've shaken off the cobwebs. This is a much better side from them.
Yeah, and it's them. Like I said, this map suits them better than it suits Twisted Minds. And I'm surprised that Twisted Minds have gone here. Now, there's still a lot of work to do for Genji. 2 attacking rounds is still a difficult task to ask for, as the first one of those logic bombs will be deployed. And it frees the space. What I love about a logic bomb whippet is whether you hear a call or not, you learn something. If you don't hear a call, you know the space is free. If you do hear a call, well, you know that there's a player in and around that area. So you get a benefit whether or not you hear that phone ring. And that's something I think that some viewers at home should take into their games as well. But you know, there's a lot of vert control has been gathered, but a minute and a half's gone. You've not found a kill yet. Twisted Minds are still playing comfortably in those Schrodinger roam positions again. Like, I'm pretty happy. Wait, what? The case is going down.
Okay, that's good. That is very good for the side of Twisted Minds, but Genji saw the opportunity to walk on in, and while Jalad didn't even see it, he was completely unaware of that case going down, and well, Genji, they gambled everything, and while the dealers pulled a 9-card 21 on them. There's no way back from this one unless you find a miracle. Deadshot and Sky still standing. 2 players who've been the polar opposite, and it leaves it all down to Deadshot. A quiet start on Kafe has warmed up to a simmering boil here on Nighthaven, but can he find his way to a full tempo retake alone against 4, shut down by Tricks and Twisted Minds, survive what could have been a very quick round from Gen G.
Yeah, and like that was a bit of a shock, and I think the Solace came in clutch there for the side of Twisted Minds. Like the case was going down, the Solace was like, wait a minute, stops the plant, and then you're able to win the round for there because the case is cold in the middle of sight. You've got full information on it, and to be honest, there was no plan B for Gen G. It was plan A. We're going in. I'm going to say it. I'm not annoyed there was no plan B. It was a good plan A, but it was foiled by one operator. The Solace prevented that from happening, and it slowed everything down. And I think Gen G realized that if that case doesn't go down, you're not going to win the round. So I think they're okay with taking that loss because they've still got a 2-round lead.
You put it perfectly. I mean, they're not stressing yet. That will be the big thing. Yet. And they're going to go attack on this top floor. Now, this is where they won the first outing going into it. Now, the big thing with Twisted Minds is they've seen the game plan for what Gen G want to do. They've seen the fact that they want to open up Connector. They want to get all this access with their double hard breach denial ban. Meaning that they can just try and waltz their way in this site, get this case down, and play for that control. This puts a lot of pressure on positions like IT, for example. Anywhere they can cut this site in half, where they can try and make that difficult, and Hisham might just hold the keys to the castle. Down below, he can try and deny a case if he stays alive and stays undetected.
And you'd like to hope that Gen G will work that out, right? You can drone this map. I'm not quickly, but it doesn't take a lot of time to drone below. You can bring operators that can clear. Now, they didn't bring the Deimos, but I think that this could be a really big fight for Shaw. Oh, he misses the attempt at a one-tap, but they know he's there. And that gives away the roaming presence as well. So Mardo will get back on the drone, work it out, because the one player that they couldn't afford to lose early was the Dokkaebi, with how important those logic bombs are whenever the execute comes. But I'm seeing similar mistakes once more. Like, this electrical window is closed. That means that you can play inside of electrical with zero fear if you're P9. Like, I'd like to see those little things be changed. As Hisham does take down the Dokkaebi falls, and now you've got full control of below if you're the defenders, and that just makes the attack so much harder.
This is a difficult one from the side of Gen G. You lose Mardo, you lose your Dokkaebi calls, and now you know that Hisham on the Solace is lurking down below. You've got a free roaming Jalad who's found himself all the way in meeting room, who collects a freebie. Nako falls a lot, and I've got a bad feeling the drone game just wasn't good enough from them, allowing the Mirror of Jalad to potentially get aggressive on this peak. He's got Hisham help cover it, so he can fall off and play for more pressing matters as he looks to get 2-3 in the round! Shalod, are you kidding me? And that's going to be the final dagger in the back for Gen G here in round 9. Deadshot alone gets one.
Okay.
Shuts down Jalad, but this is finally opening up that window that you mentioned. Allowing free rotation from these players has been the curse. He'll reload his ARX. In the midst of the cover from his flashbang, he'll try and wander into IT. Maybe he might find a way in. Player on Aqua hasn't spotted him yet, but everyone from Twisted Minds are going to play close towards the downed and cold case. The Yokai drone spots them out. And wow, it's all but over at this stage. Not much you can do, so Gibson for Gen G, trying to rebuild yourselves. So advantage you held going into the second round is, well, evaporated time by time, only holding on by 1 round advantage now.
Yeah, I think this round for Gen G is less Alfama Telestrator and more Pengu Microsoft Paint. Like, that's the way it's gone for them. I think there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of blank spots. Like, I know that Deadshot, the round technically isn't over yet, but it's just a matter of when and not if. As Guards finally breaks his donut as he takes down Deadshot. He was going 0-7 up to this point, by the way, so big for him to get on the kill board in this game, but it's 5-4. The game's a little bit closer now, but it's still on pace for overtime. You know, it's 3 rounds played on the defensive half. 2 rounds have gone in the favor of Twisted Minds. 1 has gone to Gen G. If they win 1 more round, they guarantee at least 1, maybe 2 match points. And they guarantee overtime at a minimum as well.
The scary thing for me right now is if Gen G don't throw on the tourniquet and stop the bleeding here on the offensive side, they might just be dead in the water. Twisted Minds are a team that loves to build that momentum. They love to build on it. And the big thing I'll say is this defensive half, in particular, has shown that this is not just a team that likes to be able to run at you and shoot. It's a team that's comfortable to sit and play their strategy, comfortable to be patient and wait, and strike when the time is right. We've seen that in the previous round. Look at how Jalad repositioned himself to meeting room to find 2 freebies. And of course, that second pick he got towards Connector, enabled by his insane mechanics, but his positioning is what opened the door to unravel Gen G's plans. And I think Gen G, maybe time for a timeout here. We've not seen it called by them. And I really think they need to change something up, because I think they're going to go level after this. I genuinely think Twisted Minds bring this back to 5-5.
You see it happening? You think we're going to be guaranteed every single round in regulation?
I see a full 12-rounder in our hands in Gibson. I'll say this. You know what I actually want to see from this game? All 15.
All 15 rounds in this economy in the big 2-6.
Listen, we saw Gen G do it yesterday to their own avail. Maybe they're a team that needs the water to be deepest. Maybe they need to be up to their necks in quicksand to find a way out of this one. But they still lead. They still have that advantage. Let's hope they can find a way.
Somebody said that Gen G were going to lose this game because they're best of one merchants, but this is a best of one for them, right? Surely if you think they're their biggest best of one merchants, that this will suit them. But Jalad will shut down Marteau. The hero of map number 1 for Gen G, despite the loss, has not really got going here at all. 3-9 reads the stat line. Down falls the new and improved Thatcher. But you know what? But the thing is, there was no Kai, there was no Bandits, so the Thatchers maybe more towards the Mute Jammers, the Echo and the Valk, you know, that secondary, tertiary utility. There's the Candela's tossed on in. You're going to blind the player with a shotgun. Hisham will fall as the Ying shotgun rings out true. Deadshot takes him down, gets full control of Electrical now, and all of a sudden looking a little bit better for this roam clear on the side of Gen G.
Much better from them, but they need to be able to shut down players like Trid, who's playing up on rafters. And this is the question I always have to ask. Key power positions held by players like this from Twisted Minds. Do Gen G have the resources in terms of utility and confidence to take these fights? Candelas go out towards Pillar. They're looking and kind of chasing Ghosts here. They know he's out there. He spotted the elbow, and this is a terrifying position. However, the case is going down. Asa has it in his hand, but no! Jalad finds himself a second. The most importantly, he denies that case. It will be traded off, though, as Strix finds, or Deadshot finds Strix with that Blicky, but the case is cold. After a 3 versus 3, can Gen G recover?
Yeah, that's the question. They've got the case in hand again, but it's Nako who has it with only a sliver of health points. So if anything gets through, if he steps into the flames, anything like that happens, it could slow them down a bit more. Still trying to find a perfect plant spot inside of stock. Cover being held by Deadshot as the Candelas will be thrown once more. Jalad, though, will get Nako. The verticality causing a problem. P9 finds a kill, and we have got all 12 rounds written in the stars as P9 will take down Skies, and Twisted Minds pull it all the way back to 5-5.
Twisted Minds have battled from this. What a shot he finds. Huge pickup there. And well, the big thing for me is now for Gen G. This is a massive reset moment. You go in and play your opening 6 rounds. You get a 4-2 advantage. You're feeling good. You go towards your offensive side. You get 1 win. You feel like you're on top of the world. Twisted Minds have adapted. They've changed. They've mixed things up. And now the game plan isn't working. The strat list, the checklist for Gen G doesn't work the way it used to, and it doesn't help when someone like Jalad has woken up finding himself 16-6 so far. Gibson 16-6. Do Gen G have the answer in terms of mechanics to shut down players like him? Skies 11-7 so far has been the leading example of how to shoot back from this French roster. But you gotta ask the question, does it begin to sit and play in their minds? The advantage they held slipped away round after round. Can they find a way to get it back and get match point in their favor?
I think Jalad dropped 15 in map 1, so he's 31 kills over the course of 2 maps against Gen G. So it is that, you know, that I'm him performance once more from Jalad. Switches onto the Goyo. Those canisters were effective last time around at slowing it down the push. Now, Solace was banned as well, and I think it's really important to mention how important Solace was the last time Twisted Minds defended the site with preventing the Gen G push. Now, when you see Blitz again, it does scream out there's going to be a roam player. Double hard breach, So you should work on getting these breaches open, and why not when there is no real denial in the hands of Twisted Minds? And the breach doesn't necessarily mean we can walk into site and plant. The breach means we can cut off rotates, right? We can separate these two halves, these two sites, by just opening up that wall and make these positions hard to play for the defenders. Now, what did Gen G do well whenever they were defending and that happened? They got more aggressive on the roam. Looks like Twisted Minds are doing quite the same here with it. They're playing on the roam. They're making it really hard for Gen G, and you got to make sure your flanks are watched, because look where some of those ping the oh my god, dead shot.
That is perfect. The drone call was amazing, and Hasham was not aware for that in the slightest. But it was Rifle, sees an angle and shuts him down, claims him early, and Hasham has been slain. One of those nitro cells taken to the grave, and more importantly, a player who can pop up and find high impact kills is no more. The cameras will still be a factor, but a little bit harder to impact off with the Valkyrie now slain. Minute 30. Still key utility like those Goyo canisters standing, but Gen G in the best position we've seen them in for a while.
Yeah, they've got themselves the ability now to walk down, and Deadshot, who really has woken up over the course of the last few rounds. 9 and 8. Maybe he just had to get in and around midday in time for him in Switzerland to get things up and running. Guards now trying to retake inside of games. You can see that Jalad now is pushing in through kitchen as well. It is going to be an attempted flank from the defensive side, but it's being held. Can they even get a trade? The cam has been dealt with. The swing across, but Deadshot with another, and the case is going to go down. They are going to... Oh no, it's dropped. Marteau is going to get felled, and now you're going to see Trix get one as well. It's a 3v2. Twisted Minds making this one very hard. Trix gets that kill confirmed, and it's Deadshot, Nako, and Skies that need to put in the work. You can see that Trix whip it. How did he get inside? The hatch was open and the breach was open, but he was still allowed to play inside Animus.
Gen G have got a round that might slip between their fingertips here. Deadshot has been exceptional so far, skyrocketing to 10 and 8, finding 3 kills in this matchup. Can he find even more to lock out this round to find match point for the side of his team? He steps up to the plate, knocking on the door, trying to get that case in hand, even clears a canister, but oh no! The vert is open, and with only 5 seconds, Gen G might crumble under the weight of expectation. The cover needs to be perfect, and it's not. Twisted Minds, hold on. A map series point is in their advantage here.
He came off the plant as well. He didn't trust the cover. He came off the plant, and Twisted Minds are bringing this one back. They've got a 1-round lead. They need to win 1 round now before overtime, and they progress in the bracket. For Gen G, their 6 invitational hopes rest on this round. They're attacking the top floor, a site that they have won 4 times already on this map. They need a 5th if they want to keep on going. Deadshot, who has woken up, who has shown the promise that we know a player like him can show, could not do enough in that round. And you got to give Twisted Minds credit. How many times, Whippet, have they foiled this team at the point of execution? Like, it just seems every time Gen G think they can get the case down, Twisted Minds stop them. Like, they stopped that case from going down with fractions of a second left.
I am almost at a loss for words here going into it, and the fact is that they've allowed a player to walk upstairs, regain that control. They were cautious of that push on in, but Deadshot falls, there's no major reaction, and immediately pulling off the case from that pressure arrives, that you have to trust the cover there. It's 0-0, there's no way to brawl your way out of it. And little mistakes like that have opened up the door, and now Gen G, who led at one stage 5-2, find themselves with a map and series point in favour of their opposition. Twisted Minds hold the keys. They're 1 step closer to a ticket to Paris. And Gen G are almost in a tomb of their own making here. A round that they should have won, surely should have locked that one out. But however, I might write the eulogy, but I should not say it yet, as this is not but over. Nowhere close. There's 2 minutes, 20 left. And the first exothermic charge opens up that main breach to IT.
They're getting the early steps done, and these steps are easy, right? When you look at the defensive lineup, this should be done in the first 20-30 seconds. Get the breaches open, get the cutoffs. Now, I'd like to see that electrical window opened, and I think that Deadshot has done it, so it means that Asa cannot play on the door and contest with the breach. So it's little simple things like that. Just make Gen G's life a little bit easier. On Rafters on the other side of things, that's the player that's going to be tough to deal with, right? Twisted Minds, they do not back off of fights. They back themselves 100%. And I think that Rafters player will play their life. The question is, how many players do they take down with them? As Valk will get targeted by the Demos, who we've arguably not seen enough of on this map from Gen G, particularly with how much Palu Charm spotted.
I was wondering
Sorry,
how long
I got
you noticed
distracted
until you saw that from Mardo. But it's going to be a difficult one, though. Mardo on the Blitz, 3-10 so far. Quiet game from him. Sky is Deadshot, finding a way to light up the kill feed for this side. A big one for Deadshot. That previous round, unfortunately couldn't convert that into a round win. And Gen G just taking this fairly slow. Watching their P's and Q's. Crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure they don't overextend and make no silly mistakes. That mark goes out, they hunt down that Valkyrie, and the Blitz will knock on the door. Wants to get aggressive here in Electrical. Knife baits are there, and the smoke canister goes out, looks to choke out as much of this play as possible. Checking corners, making sure there is no rat play, but unfortunately with the Blitz or the flash staring down upon you, time delay is inevitable, and Gen G running out of that precious time. 35 seconds, with smoke canisters left to work with and a clash there down. I think they're forced to commit deep here.
Yes, guys, they will get a kill, making it a 5v4. This is the trigger to push in towards the Clash. Clash is falling back now. You see some pressure on Rafters as well. 20 seconds to go, but Trix will get one. Instantly traded back by Nako as Skies opens the door. Now they're going to get the plant down. They've got a yellow ping. They're not going to stop it. The case is going to go down, and this time, Gen G will not be foiled. Jalad, though, will pull one back, leaving it all down to Hasham. Gen G on the brink of forcing overtime. The Blitz pushing towards Aqua, the perfect player to garner that information, giving Hasham absolutely nothing to work with. Do not peek. Do not do anything silly if you're Gen G, because a 1 versus 2 is a lot different than a 1v3. 13 seconds left. The flash grenade goes off to Hasham. Peeks the right way, but he's going to get felled. Asa with a shotgun, and Gen G force overtime.
Gen G played a perfect, patient post-plan, but even more important, they got that case down, even when the odds looked completely against them. In a round like that, where you almost imagine things are tremendously difficult for this side, they find a way. This side always has a plan B, it feels, and they like it when the water is deep and they're in deep trouble, as it's overtime, beckoning and calling this side once again. They will start on the offense, the side that they've been least favorable on, but I have a feeling with Deadshot waking up and momentum beginning to billow in their sails, there's a chance they can find a way back into this one, and that case going down, a breath of fresh air for the fans of Gen G.
I'm excited. This is overtime. This is going to be good. Twisted Minds, they still know that they've got the chance to win. They're starting on defense, a side that both teams got a 4-2 split on, so advantage slightly resting in their favor as they look to win the series now and progress to the next round. Gen G just fighting to get to a map 3. And what would a win in the opening round on attack do for them in overtime? It would give them so much to work with. But this is the thing. You have to, to use a tennis or a darts reference, you got to break the serve if you want to win in overtime if you're Gen G.
Is that a darts reference? I don't think it's a serve. Is it a serve in darts?
Yeah, but they say it in darts all the time.
Well, you know what? You're perfectly right. They have to break it. And the thing I really look at from Gen G here is the bans have worked out for them. Of course, we go in overtime, we re-up the bans from their selected sides that these teams had. And the big thing is that double hard breach time. We've harped on about it time and time again. The fact that they are essentially free to go and open up as many walls as they want. They're going to bring both a thermite and an ace here. So everything should be open. With Deadshot on the RAM, this main floor in storage should be chewed open with those boogie drones, meaning site itself will be a very difficult place to hold. However, the likelihood is that Twisted Minds will not commit to this downstairs hold. They want to be on that roam, and we see blue silhouettes all the way on that top floor. Gen G yet to make a substantial entrance into the building.
Yeah, but they've never, you got to point out too, the bans and the way they've progressed actually helps Gen G on the attack here. You'll never get a more plant-focused set of bans. You can get the breaches open. The Solace cannot play the vert and stop you from getting the case down. So there's a lot in favor for Gen G, but on Twisted Mind side, They're just so good at winning gunfights that might not even matter. They're just, as I said, guards will get a second kill of the map. Guy who we raved about in map 1, not really going in map 2, but Jalad will shut down Deadshot, who's coming back to life, has spurned on Gen G to force this all the way to overtime. I don't want to say the round's over with it, but things are looking pretty good if you're a fan of the Monsters of Mana.
And they are in control. There's still options available though. Asa and Skies have been exceptional so far in terms of finding picks, and they're still standing. Neku has no Twitch drones to work with, but most importantly, has 2 smoke canisters in his back pocket to try and find some exclusion to get away into this site. Storage still held, and this SMG-11 from P9 might just be the monster they do not want to wake. The skeleton key will get heard, the red ping is there, and they wake the beast. He swings out wide, shuts down Skies, and I have a feeling, Gibson, that it might just be a 7-6 advantage. I won't say the line just yet, but 40 seconds and a 5v2. Job might be done here for Twisted Minds.
He might not say the line, but he's already, I think, put the name onto the headstone. To be honest, this round ain't looking good for Gen G. Neko will be the next to fall as Asa will trade one back instantly. Jalad still up 18 and 8. Tricked 12 and 9. Step into the fire through the flames, but you're stuck inside of Animus. You managed to find the knock onto Tricks, but you've still so much work to do. 7 seconds. You're not going to get enough time to run around the door. Twisted Minds are going to be playing to win this one in the next round.
Well, Gibson, you could not put the storyline in any better position for Gen G to get victory in this series and continue their storm here. They need it to go all 15. They need this to be a long day in the office once again. Can they get the job done? This is where pressure makes diamonds, and can Gen G finally get across this line? Twisted Minds, they want to keep this nice and simple. They want to lock this out, done and dusted. They do not want to go all the way to Consulate. They want to get this job done right here, right now. Tension arising as we get ready for round 14 here on Nighthaven Labs.
And this is it. Defense, the side of choice. Bandit is in play, but without the Tuberal, it is in essence a tough job for the trick to happen. Now you look at the side of Twisted Minds. No hard breach. Yes, the lineup can change dramatically. I think that we'll probably see Striker bring a couple of those can openers in the back pocket, but this screams direct action. You only bring the Finka Whip if you want to get real handsy in this fight. You want to throw punches. You want to make sure that you can keep players up and keep those health points as high as possible. The nades will help as well, but Whip it. Twisted Minds, they are bringing an all-action lineup for what could be the final round of this first series of day 1 of the EU SILCQ. Do you want me to say anything else? Do you want me to add some more acronyms, or is that enough?
I think you got everything across the line here, Gibson. Of course, this is our lower bracket matchup. This means it is all done and dusted for these sides. So you gotta wonder if Gen G, all that pressure begins to build upon their shoulders. Players that all speak the language of French, all very closely tied to the country. Most of them, bar one, I believe, are French. New York with deep ties to the nation as well. They want their ticket to Paris. They want to sit there, not in the stands, but on the grandest stage of them all. And Twisted Minds want to step out of the shadow of other men or rosters to show that they are the guys to stand tallest. Can they get this done? 2 minutes, lots of time, and this will feel like an eternity of a round for Gen G. First to fall will be Skies. 13 and 10, the mute off the board, and a perfect start for P9 and Twisted Minds.
You said it might feel like an eternity, but losing that first pick might make things seem very, very tight for Gen G now. Deadshot will take a lot of damage as he elects to fall back. 10 and 11 now for the Swiss Star. Almost got the opportunity for the pick through the window, but pressure's on the other side. P9 with a double on the round as he goes 9 and 12. 5-3. Asa, Marto, and Neko. 3 French players left standing as this French roster look to keep going in an attempt to play in the French SI. But Whip it ain't looking good. The Mena boys are in perfect position now. They've got everything that they could want to make this happen. Is the breach open, though? I don't know if they were able to get that line of sight open, but Whippet, does it even matter for a side like Twisted Minds?
Twisted Minds have all the options available to them. They can go aggressive, they can go on the front line, they can get aggressive. And I wonder if that's what they'll try and do. Just use a force of manpower to overwhelm a weakened defense at this stage. Camera is hacked by Dokkaebi, a Finka boost is out, and I wonder if that might just be the Death Dome as they begin to hunt this down, but time does drain away. As we get closer to the 000, you gotta wonder if a single mistake might unravel this. With 3 smoke canisters left to work with, he can begin to choke this out. Correction, only 1. He's got 10 seconds of denial, a C4 ready. All he needs is a call. All he needs is one opportunity. The C4 goes out, not enough damage to find a down or a kill. The case is still active and held, but they're all dropped inside of Animus. A difficult fight. There's going to be a huge flurry here. 4 versus 2 with only 15 seconds remaining. Can Neku, can Mardo hold the line? Final 10 seconds. Jalad has the case. It's all down to Mardo. P9 on the cusp of an ace, 000 calling, and there's no way out. P9 with an ace to send Genji home. Twisted Minds survive their journey in our LCQ.
Yeah, that's a goodbye to Genji, but as we said, Twisted Minds were the prediction to win the overall series, and they get it done in 2, and it caused an overtime for it to happen. But Whippet, I keep saying it, this is a tier 1 roster. This team should have been in tier 1. They were in MENA whenever it was a region. Whenever Europe and MENA combined, they should have got a spot there too. But they will make their way to... well, not make their way, but they have a chance to make their way, as the chance is not gone yet. But how good were they at forcing picks when they needed to?
They were some of the best I've ever seen, and they played it perfectly, and that was a game that tested Twisted Minds and forced them to show that they're not just a team that can get aggressive, not just a team that can look you in the face and win their ones. They had to play that way more, I think, in Genji's ballpark, and they've done it perfectly. And of course, my deepest of commiserations go out to the Genji guys. They would have wanted to play in a local SI, and unfortunately, their journey ends, but they should hold their heads up high. What a performance it was. We're all done for our very first series, Gibson. We're going to go quickly to a break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back for our next action.
And that is a 2-0 for Twisted Minds as they keep themselves alive in this competition, and in what a way they do it as well. An ace for P9 on the final round. And then to talk about the lead that Gen.G were having. It was 5-2 at some point in this matchup, but 5 rounds in a row for Twisted Minds as well, Gibson. They once again show that, yes, it's tier 2 in the name, but they really showed up today.
Yeah, they're tier 1 players cosplaying in tier 2. Like, they were phenomenal. I think that, to be honest, Gen.G did wake up. They really made a map of it here on the Twisted Minds map pick, but I think we spoke about it a little bit in the break, Anne. Every time Gen.G had success, they went toe-to-toe with Twisted Minds, but they kept reverting the type. They would play really aggressively, win their ones, and then the next round they go, oh yeah, we're going to go back to trying to execute and get the case down. And if you want to beat Twisted Minds, you got to beat Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, they had some great rounds, especially, I think under his top floor attacks, my big benefit was they realized we can ban away the hard breach denial, we can walk in, and we can try and split the site perfectly. When they have these very strong and well thought out plans that went to the way they wanted, they looked almost untouchable. But the issue is Twisted Minds, they're one of those teams that can always find a player to slip between the lines. Always able to sneak someone, like Jalad when he got in the meeting room, just making things so difficult to break down. And the big credit I'm going to say here, as the round plays out, is Deadshot woke up. While they didn't get the victory and the run ends, he can say, well, it wasn't the worst performance he's ever had.
No, very valid there. And when we look at these individual performances and just in general, the way that Twisted Minds are playing out these rounds, in my opinion, sometimes it really comes down to how you can hold your nerves at the very final part of the round. What we're seeing on the side of Twisted Minds is that sometimes they really have this big flood at the end of the round. Individual skill really comes to show with, for example, that ace from P9 that we saw as well. We saw some incredible plays from Jalad as well in this map, going 18 in 8, almost getting 20 kills over the course of this map here. And name a more iconic duo than Gen.G and being involved in these incredible overtime, crazy end of round situations. It happened 3 times so far inside of these LCQs, so you have to give it to them. Unfortunately, they are now eliminated from the tournament, but looking at it, you know, that game against GK on Consulate, the incredible clutch that GK managed to pull off, they managed to pull off an incredible late round situations versus Wolves, and now again here, they suffer with that ace that P9 makes in the final round. So it's just coming down to these final rounds saying, yes, tier 1 players should have this nerve, but sometimes on a day where you just played a series late last night and you have to play another one against a team like Twisted Minds, it isn't as easily said as done. But looking at the summaries of this matchup, maybe as well as in general of the whole series, you both expected Twisted Minds to come up on top here, Ripper, but did we expect a 2-0 like that solid?
I thought we were realistically going to see this go all the way towards Consulate. I thought there was going to be a good chance that we saw Nighthaven swing in favour of Gen.G, and it did almost look that way, but Twisted Minds kind of dug deep a little bit, and they found their way just to really, really battle deep going into it. And a lot of it comes down to having players that were super capable of being disruptive to Gen.G. The big thing is Jalad, not only did he get huge kills, he shut down players like Skies time and time and time again. Skies, the leader, the kind of guy finding all the kills for Gen.G, a lot of times was dulled very quickly, and that made things hard. But Twisted Minds, I think, showed their class here going into it. Gibson put it perfectly. They are just cosplaying in tier 2, and as so many of these tier 2 teams, and you can't see me, but I put massive air quotes here, are doing, because the talent we've had in Europe in this tier 2 circuit has been immense so far, and this is a great example of it yet again.
I think the gap between the best teams in tier 2 and the worst teams in tier 2 is bigger than it's ever been, but the gap between the top of tier 2 and tier 1 is smaller than it's ever been. Like, you have teams like this that aren't in the region, like, even looking at some of the scores, right? Jalad, 75% cost. He impacted 3 out of every 4 rounds in that game. If you have a player putting up numbers like that, you're more than likely going to win the games. I think they now passed their way through to the semi-final. The question is, will we see an SEL rematch a little bit later on if GK can win their matchup coming up later? But I think all in all, if you're a Gen.G fan, yes, it's okay to be disappointed, right? You're not going to make it to SI, but let's be real. They progressed so much this year. Stage 2, they had huge increases in performance over Stage 1. They're going to hope to do the same in 2026. But here's our MVP, Jalad. Like, there's not a single... The only stat that you'd call out in that is the plants, but that's not his job. If Jalad's planting, something's gone wrong.
No, I mean, hey, imagine if he also had to do that. I mean, he would really be a jack of all trades on this roster, but incredible performance from him coming out here. And yes, again, commiserations to Gen.G. Of course, they would have loved to make it to the international event in their own country. They've had their share of going to an international event in this competitive year already, as you know, some of these players being rookies inside of Tier 1. So incredible performance for them, but the competitive year ends for them here. And for Twisted Minds, there is still a very solid chance that they make it to the biggest tournament of the year. But they have to face, like you said, either JK or Shifters, which is the next matchup after this one. And for both these teams, that is kind of new territory because they haven't ever faced off against each other. In fact, the last time the organizations faced off was like in Atlanta with completely different lineups. So this is so new for these players. And when we look at these two teams, I mean, we just got to see some of the best that Tier 2 has to offer. Well, here's another great example. When we look at GK, you know, they've won almost every single Tier 2 tournament over the course of this year. Had to forfeit their spot for the Tier 2 finals. Very unfortunate for them. Made some roster changes. And when we're looking at this team right now, Gibson, they again have these incredibly skilled players on the roster.
Look, GK, they are the Thanos. You know, they're the Infinity Gauntlet of Tier 2. They won every single tournament in Europe itself. That is how good they are. And I'll be honest, I see Packbull, I like. I am a huge fan of Packbull and the experience that he brings. Yes, it's because his mum does know where Whippet and I live and could come and hurt us if we say anything bad against the team. But I'm a fan of GK, right? You've got so much experience between him and Hungry. I think Hungry, you know, name a player who should have been in Tier 1 longer than Hungry. Challenge impossible. Like, this is a guy who should be at that level, should have been for a long, long time. He thinks about the game. He sees the game different than anybody else with it. I think that this GK team is probably my favorite to get all the way to the final in the bracket. Like, that is how highly I rank GK.
If we were to pick one of those teams that have come from the Tier 2 circuit, I think GK would be my pick to go all the way going into it. Now, the big thing is they have suffered a loss. Okay, Virtus Pro, they beat them. They send them down towards this lower bracket matchup going into it. And I think that GK are a team that learns really well from defeat. They go into it and realize, okay, we lost. Let's reevaluate how we approach this. What went wrong? And they're a team that can make these quick adjustments and always figure things out. The other big factor is this team has played a stupid amount of Siege in 2025.
Yeah.
They were playing every single week. They were playing in the main Tier 2 competitions like Combine, South Beach, and Rumble, as well as those secondary circuit competitions, those leagues that ran, as well as having a separate roster which had some crossover players that was playing in the SEL as well. This team has the most mileage in a good way that any of these rosters have going forward, and that's all from officials, not from scrims, which is a huge benefit to them. And of course, the big thing I really want to highlight, Krex has joined them from a massive run. Coming into this team, and again, what a journey he's had. Left Wolves, dropped from that team, and now, well, he's in the second day of the LCQs, and Wolves, well, they got sent home by Gen.G.
I feel like that's such an incredible thing that people underestimate sometimes, right? Getting in these reps with your team, having that trust in your teammates that whatever situation's being thrown at you, you know how to fight yourselves out of it because you've seen that situation before inside of an official match. And when we talk about their opponents for today, I mean, for Shifters, they got here by the skin of their teeth. If you look at that lower bracket game against Panuhone, it went all the way to round 15 on Lair. And in that matchup, there wasn't really anyone significantly outperforming one another. In fact, it was more Virtue, maybe, who was stepping up most out of these players. And the main concern I have for this Tier 1 roster, maybe with it, is that they struggled loads against Twisted Mind and the fact that it got so close to Panuhone as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely that chance going into it, but obviously GK, it's only one side of the story. They're up against Shifters here, and of course it's a new name, but a team that you all recognize. It's the old BDS roster, and this team is so experienced in terms of the individual players, and I think are always, you know, since the kind of shuffle of what BDS is a new roster, I think people have almost slept on this team, and I really want to highlight, and I think Gibson, you'll talk about this as well, what Virtue's able to do.
Yeah, Virtue's found the fountain of youth. Like, I think Whippet and I drew a lot of comparisons in the last year and a half with him and Crine, and how Crine was able to play whenever you had that miracle rogue run where they were able to win a major. Very similar mindset. So I'm a big Virtue fan, and I'm a huge fan of the coach. I think Lee Lun's incredible at what she does. So I think the backroom staff for Shifters is going to be a big help to them as well.
Yeah, and they certainly have a bit of background staff as well for this team. But they play a best of 3 against GK today, and said never played against each other. So maybe the map veto as well will bring us some surprises. We already saw that Shifters is down to play a map like Fortress. They played it against Twisted Minds yesterday, as it was the pick of Twisted Minds, and still seems like it is a possibility. We're going to see it. We're going to go to Chalet and Lair, though. And if we go to a decider, we're going to see Fortress. I am personally very excited for that. How are you feeling about potentially, Whippet, seeing a Fortress as well?
I have never wanted a third map in a series more in my life. Goodness, Fortress is so exciting to watch, and I know that having Hungry and Packball in the same roster, they have something cooked up for this to bring out the show everything off. But we do have 2 other maps going forward. Chalet going to get picked up here from the side of Shifters. Layer getting picked up by GK. I am not surprised in the slightest from this going forward. And even the map veto looks exactly how I expected. Shifters have taken away the maps that we know GK are tremendously strong at. The big highlight to me is taking away Kafe. GK, that's their bread and butter. Every single time that I've seen Packball and Hungry on a roster together, whether it was Wild or this roster, this has been a map that worked for them as well. So Shifters have taken away these strong picks. Going to Chalet, equal playing ground for both these teams and a testing out stage. Layer, the strategy and I think the depth of GK, who've played this a lot during their journey in the tier 2 circuit, is going to help them out, and I think we're going to see this go Chalet for Shifters, Layer for GK, and I'm on my copium for this one. I want Layer map 3.
I think that we will get 3 maps. I think the bans are really good for both teams. Like, you can see Consulate and Kafe out of there straight away by Shifters. They don't want anything to do with GK on those maps. But Whippet, I think Chalet and Lair do slightly favor GK. Like, you look at the core, the ex-Wild core of the GK roster, they were the first team, I believe, in EUL to play on Lair. I think they played on the opening play day when it was first out of the pool, and they won there. So they know how to play that map. Chalet, short, close map. Again, think about what the likes of Hungry and Packball were able to do on Wild on maps like Chalet. They were really effective. So I think the map pool slightly suits GK, but Shifters have enough experience that they should be able to win one of those 2 maps.
Oh, it sounds exciting when we're looking at this. So it sounds kind of basic, I guess, what Whippet is saying. Like, oh, one team wins each matchup. But you didn't quite say who you think was going to win the third one. But this time, though, Gibson, the game is almost ready. I want to ask you for predictions. I'll let you go first so Whippet can't throw you under the bus again by secretly changing his opinion on the game before it starts. Who do you think is going to take it, Gibson?
I think GK are going to take it. Look, winning is a habit, whether it's in tier 2 or tier 1, and GK have been winning all year long. So I think they're going to go into this confident. They were phenomenal in the open quals. I'm putting everything behind GK.
Oh, Gibson, you're going to beat me to the punch for this one. Listen, I've been on the GK hype train the entire time. I think to get the job done, but I will say, I think this goes very deep on Fortress. These teams will test each other a lot.
Well, the main question is, I think when you look at a team like Shifters, whenever you watch Shifters, it's never really that you can predict what kind of Shifters you're going to see. Back when they were VDS, of course, their ceiling could be so high. They could be so incredibly skilled, beating teams where you're like, how have you just beaten that roster? And then sometimes they really struggle. What we saw yesterday as well, it didn't really come easy for them. So the main question is, can they step it up today? I mean, in fact, they are the tier 1 team inside of this one. And if we look at the whole bracket in general, it's not been a very good time for tier 1 so far. Tier 2 teams progressing very far. Project Zero being in that upper bracket final against a team like Virtus.pro as well. So the fact that these tier 2 competitions come around so often, like you were saying, Gibson, these teams have been playing so much, have got so many reps in. Surely that's a big advantage for them when they finally get to take it up against a tier 1 team.
Yeah, you're playing all year round, and nearly every single game GK played this year mattered, as well as getting the scrims in. So, and I said, and winning is a habit. Like, you look at the track record over the course of this year, GK win way more games than they lose. You cannot really say the same about Shifters. So I think that momentum's in their favor. Yes, you're going to look at one team being tier 1 and one team being tier 2, and you're going to say, oh, well, the tier 1 team should win. Well, as I said, the gap is less. The tier 2 teams at the top are better than the tier 2 teams, are better than teams that got promoted last year. Like, I think GK would go in, and I don't think they would be in a relegation scrap in the EUL. Like, I genuinely think that they would go in and they'd be comfortable and they would perform well. So I think they'll do really well. And I know Whippet, we saw a lot of people going, oh, GK won everything. I wish somebody else won something in tier 2. No, GK won everything because they're the best team in tier 2. And I think we should be supporting them and backing them. I know that there'll be a lot of French fans that'll support the org Shifters, but I think that this is going to be a really tough ask for the Tier 1 side.
Listen, GK were the first team to get that triple crown of set of Tier 2, and they even managed to pull Pengu out of retirement to get him some silverware, as they got him in for Combine for that, which feels like a very long time ago at this stage. But I often think about this when we talk about how these teams line up stylistically. GK are an embrace the grind sort of team. They will be there. They're never going to let major daylight go between you. They're always going to be contesting you, and they're always going to be a consistent level of play. You mentioned, Anne, that Shifters can be this height of siege team all the way to a team that can feel very inconsistent. And I think this is going to be a storyline between these maps and rounds, how it feels. I think Shifters need to find their consistency because GK, their baseline is so high and they will not deviate away from it.
It is, and it's surprising to me that despite, you know, of course, the competitions they find themselves in, it seems that maybe Shifters were showing more nerves yesterday than the team that GK was doing. When I look at individual players, when I look at the way they were swinging things, sometimes it seems like there was a little bit more nerves on the side of Shifters. Obviously, difficult to judge from the outside, but that was what it was looking like. The pressure is on them, though. I mean, they are that Tier 1 team. They've recently rebranded. They would love to make that first international event. There are French players on the roster, again, adding to another level of that pressure. We keep talking about the biggest tournament of the year being in France and the pride that it brings along for these players as well. We just saw Genji falter, another Tier 1 team. It's looking very much, I guess if we have to believe you two, Whippet, that Shifters might be the next one in this one.
If I were to put my channel points anywhere, I would say go for GK on this one. This has been a difficult bracket run for all the Tier 1 sides. Even think about the open qualifiers. How Fnatic fell short from that one as well. It's been so hard for all these teams from EML to get here. I think the GK are playing with that kind of freedom of being the Tier 2 side here. And you put it perfectly. Shifters, an organization that's went through a major rebrand, has ties to France. They want to be in a local international event. There's a little bit of a weight of expectation on this play, on these teams, and I think the nervousness is a factor of it, because they're the team that came from EML. They're the team that used to be BDS. They are the known names for lots of these people watching. And GK, they've been grinding in Tier 2. No expectation for them. They can see what they can do, and I think they can really upset some channel point predictions.
The expectations from the org, though, like GK will be looking at the roster they have, and they'll be expecting to be playing against VP, tomorrow. If VP win that final as well, you'd assume that they're probably the favorites in that game against Project Zero. But if you're looking at Shifters and you want to think about things that will work for them, we spoke about Virtue and the experience he brings. And normally as players get older, they fall, the pathway is you start as a young fragger, you go to a flex player, then you end up being the support. Well, Virtue's kind of nearly did everything in reverse, hasn't he? Like, his fragging ability has just gotten better and better as time has gone on. That comes from, from what I heard about Virtue, he works hard, he looks after himself, he's one of those players that people who like to go into the gym. So I think that Virtue is a good example of how older players should behave. But let's look at the younger players. How good was Robbie last year as a fragger? Like, that kid is nuts. I'm a huge fan of Freck and what he's able to bring. He's just a feel-good guy and he's got a lot of potential. But with it, another player, we spoke about him in the last matchup because he came through at the same time as Asa, was Lasmo. He came through for the open quals for EWC. Lilun picked him up, and I thought Lasmo was phenomenal in those qualifiers. So there is a lot of really good players in the Shifters team.
There really is, and I think you talk about these younger players. I really want to see if Krex can stand up tall for it, as we actually are almost ready.
Oh, that's a good question as well. So what I'm hearing is there is hope for us fellow pushing 30ers as well going into this matchup maybe. Is there hope for Shifters that they can keep themselves alive in this one for SI? The matchup starts on Chalet.
Yeah, Whip, it is time to get up and running on Chalet, a map pick of Shifters going up against GK. And I know that there'll be a lot of viewers who might recognize the name from, a year or two ago when they were showing up at international events, but this is a very different roster. But the core of the roster, at least two players, played on that Wild team that love to execute heavy maps on places like Chalet, and they've got Peter Do It for the Badge Bull on their team.
I will warn chat in advance for this one. Pack Bull lives very close to me at Gibson, and so we have, I would say, I'm going to be brave enough to say, a personal bias. We'll leave that in our personal bias box this one and keep it professional here. But I tell you what, I really want to see, and actually I will say, I had a little bit of time to talk to Pack Bull during the Munich Major, and his mind for the game is so incredibly sharp, and this team is so incredibly locked into what what they want to do and their goals. And I mentioned a little bit before he threw in the game, and we talked about all these younger players like Freck, like Lesmo, like Robbie coming into this. The big thing for me is what Krex has been able to do. Krex has spent his time inside of Good Intentions, inside of Tier 2, playing in these rosters in Rumble. He gets a call up into the later stage of the Tier 2 circuit to join Geeky, and he has hit the ground absolutely running, taking a very difficult role of filling in the skipper who's been on this team for a very, very long time. And he's almost blended in perfectly. And what a rise of form this has been for this young player. He started 2025 with a pickup in the Wolves, getting dropped after stage 1, entering the tier 2 circuit, and now finds himself in a deeper position in the LCQ for the Invitational than his former tier 1 organization managed to find. So I think that might be a massive boon to the resume.
Now, but I think that you're spot on. But something else to add. How many players in the past do you see make it to tier 1, get dropped, and down tools, give up, I wasn't good enough? Krex dropped to tier 2 and worked twice as hard. He was phenomenal on the good and the mid-intentions rosters that we saw in tier 2. He's earned this spot. I think he's one to watch. But let's jump into the game now. 30 seconds gone already. Shifters have got Twitch. They'll try to get rid of any of those mirror windows, any defensive utility. No mirror windows down inside of stock at all. In fact, no stock hold whatsoever with it. This is a very geeky thing to do. Play aggressively on the roam game, and Robbie will get that opening kill. If I'm playing geeky, I'm going to wait for somebody to overswing. But there's Hungry. He trades it back. We're back to a 4v4.
No real surprise that Hungry's the man to find that trade again, and it's going to be a storyline, and I think we'll set the scenes and the foundations for this. GK love a good bit of that old-fashioned mentality. Call it because they have some of the oldest dogs around. They've got Packbull and Hungry, who've been around for so long. They always try and insist 3 seconds minimum, find that trade. But this might be a problem here, as P4 looks to be tantalizingly close to walking on in the bar. The drone is good, they spot out control, but however, Hungry's even better. He finds P4 a great read, and now GK finds an advantage.
Yeah, 4v2, but they're probably going to go for the res. The Lion scan buys them the time to go for it, as Lasmo will be brought back up onto his feet, and while that's going on, you get Virtue on the drone. Try to work out what is, are there weak spots? Is there a blind spot that we can take advantage of in this 3 versus 4? Because, remember, GK will ask a lot of their players. One player's job is to hold a lot of space. There's no help. There's no support. It's do your job. And there is one of those blind spots. We spoke about Virtue aging like a fine wine. He gets one, but Rorik will be able to swing and get his one from the main stairs back to a 3v2. And that's just playing the trade game perfectly with it. But there's Lasmu catching Rorik cold. Really good from Shifters and still loads of time to work with.
Shifters battle themselves back, but Lesmo's going to be wounded at this stage. Single round of damage will be enough to send him out of this fight. Robbie's got one Lion scan left to work with to try and hold Packbull and Hungry, dynamic duo in place. Robbie takes some damage from that Vector. Hungry finds himself a third. Can he find himself a fourth to shut this one down? Top 4 control, still held in. But I don't think Asmo has a chance to get this one. Case in hand and a single point of HP. A 417 might be a weapon of the gods, but unfortunately he'll drop in the demise as Packbull shuts him down. And that's going to be an easy opening round for the side of GK.
And Rorik already. One thing about GK is they will chat. They will fill it. 5 is their fist bump. So if you're watching this for the first time, you're like, what is all this 5s about? Are they all massive, are they all massive fans of Shaiko +1? No. 5 is a fist bump. I don't know why they do it, but it's their fist bump. And Rorik, he's a yapper. He's a future in casting if he wants with him, a yapping he does.
Rorik is, honestly, man, get Rorik to an international event and put him beside Ashen. I want to see the amount of verbal that those 2 players would exchange.
Lots.
Lots. I'll tell you what, if GK ever sit beside Ashen, I know who I'm going to put my channel points on.
Oh, GK.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry to all the North American fans. Sorry to call out. We love call out.
Can we just send all of EML to SI and just sack off NA at this point?
Let's just ignore the fact that NA have won the recent major. We'll just ignore that.
European coach, that's all I'm saying. Listen, they had to import talent to get a victory there. Of course, I'm only playing I love you all over in North America, but I tell you what, I love to see Geeky leading the charge here against Shifters on the defense side here on Chalet. Now, for Shifters, the big thing I want to see from them is they have to adapt to what Geeky is going to do. And Geeky don't really mix things up too much. Geeky like to play within their means. They like to play their same structure, their same setups, and really just focus on playing better individually and not drastic sweeping changes to the strat book round after round.
Little late setup here as well from Hungry as he puts those F-Nats down to provide him some cover if anyone looks to push in from that basement side. Krex playing inside of stock as well, those Denaris providing him a little bit of cover if anybody wants to vault in as well. So he's set himself up his own flank watch as a defender, as has Hungry. So these two players, they've got specific jobs. That is what expected of them. Their job is to be a nuisance. As just below the head holes, walking on in is Robbie as the Italian will find one. Downfalls Hungry. Krex will get one of his own though. And Rexon, look at this in the blink of an eye. It's a 3 versus 3. And, well, you look at the lineup. Rorik, Packbull, and Rexon still alive for the defensive side. But P4, Lasmo, and Robbie. And we know how good Robbie is. This kid is a fragger. He's on the Deimos. The only thing is, with the defenders playing on site, Deimos doesn't maybe get as much value as Deimos would on other maps with it, where there's plenty more verticality, plenty more spots that you can work out where these defenders are playing.
And Deimos just really, but the thing is, right, not getting the benefit of the verticality. They can just use this to force players into difficult positions. You can try and hold them from this, and Robbie is going to try and really lock that one in. Now, at this point, with a minute left to work with, you got to look at the lineups that we have. Rorik has 3 toxic canisters still available to him, so they have 30 seconds of massive denial to lock out any potential plant from the side of Shifters. They still have significant control on this top floor, meaning that you cannot get a plant down a kitchen without some level of insecurity, and Rexon is going to hold this one down with the DMR, just locked in and being patient and not overextending towards the head holes by this main wall.
Yeah, the vert is being held by Rexon, another player who, you know, really showed his worth in the last 12 to 18 months in the tier 2 circuits. But here's going to be the stun. They're still trying to work out this little head hole is making it really difficult to walk in, and Rexon with the DMR will find the first kill on the P4. Ace now still not quite getting that breach open, but the vert just giving the angle on the Selma charge. The smoke grenade will hold them a little while longer. Not enough verticality established for the attack inside, but eventually Robbie will peek up, but Packbull's there for the trade. That means there's only one defender on site though. Lasmo is going to walk on in, but Rorik gets, I'm sorry, why did we bring up the moon, his name earlier? Now it's stuck in my head. It's Lasmo, not Lasmu.
Oh, I planted the seed in there, Gibson, but I tell you what, Shifters are struggling so far against Geeky. And this is, I think, where I talked about a little bit. Shifters are a team that have this incredibly high potential as a team, but they're like kind of a zigzag of a pulse on a pattern, right? They go up, down, up, down, up, down. They can never find that consistent form. Geeky, on the other hand, do have an amazing ceiling, but they never really get up there because they often, I think Geeky opt to play consistently at 80%, at 90%, never going too crazy unless the occasion tremendously calls or deep water is required, because consistency is key and they don't want to make mistakes, and Shifters need to be able to settle into this game, because Geeky, if you let them grow an advantage 3-4 rounds, they're very good at managing that.
Oh, they're a snowball team. You know, the momentum builds and eventually they become unstoppable. And I think that if you're Shifters, you've had two, like, they've had promising sights in those opening 2 rounds on attack as well. They've done a lot of really good things, but the trade game for Geeky at times has been really good. And we said it, right? Geeky are a team that traditionally will have a player have a job and it's do your job. But a map like Chalet does allow a little bit for players to play a little bit closer together. You know, they're always a couple of seconds away and they can trade just because of the nature of this map. Whip it. Little attacking lineup again. P4 will get to work with those Twitch drones. But I'm looking at the utility, right? You really gotta, like, what are you going to get rid of with those Twitch drones? Some default cams, maybe a BP. Like, there's not a lot of defensive utility that you can have an impact with, but that DMR does kick hard.
The thing is, all it takes is just one default camera left unchecked, one moment, one opportunity for Nuck to slip in behind the lines, and you can really have effect with that DM mod. Much better than dueling with the FMJ. However, the map like this and the entry point that Robbie's trying to contest with is going to get watched into verticality up inside a bedroom. There's not a lot he can do to fight for that control, and if we look at this is a top floor defense from Geeky, and they're fully aware that shifters want to have this overwhelming control on this middle floor. Hungry, Packable fighting for control of kitchen dining, and the opening fight will happen here. Packable finds himself in a difficult position, and Freck does find the opening pick, shutting him down. It will be an escape from Hungry. He'll dart his way back the bar, but he has support from his teammate, and now they've been spotted out. The drone from the Twitch is perfect, spots them out, and P4 should be able to give you that information going, hold from main door, lock them out, and maybe even make that decision to commit to a push to site directly.
Yeah, things just slowing down a little bit now as you can see a rotate below occurring from Hungry as he just plays around blue stairs. It's what he's done in every single round so far. Fenrir will get spotted now by the defender, so you know that there's one defender down below. That means by simple maths that you've really got a good numerical advantage in and around site. By piano, Krex gets aggressive, but somehow does not get slain. He stays on his feet. He's going to get aggressive now. He vaults on out, and Krex will get the kill, and Freck will get the... I thought it was actually him got a kill, but it was a nade by Freck. Was able to find Rorik. 3 versus 4 with it, and everybody from GK now falling back to site. And if you're shifters, this is as good a chance as you might get to get that opening round on attack. Never mind.
The quickest never mind I've ever heard you drop, Gibson. Now, going to be advantage. 3 versus 2 for shifters. It's going to be Krex and Rexon still standing, and this is going to be a difficult position. Now, 2 players stuck on windows. Rexon finds 1, and this might be an opportunity. They've killed 1 player in Solarium. Master bedroom window has got Krex locked down, but Rexon might just hold the keys here. He's going to get pressured from down below. Nearly misses, or nearly finds a shot, and the flashbang's going to go off. Charging up Solarium stairs. Now it's going to be Lesmo, and this is going to be a must-win engagement at this stage. Cannot let this one slip. Rexon finds himself a 3rd. And shifters have walked into Geek's trap, and it's going to be patience now as Geek will sit and line up the shot. Krex gets that final confirmation, and oh my goodness, what a recovery from Geek.
Yeah, you thought that round was all shifters at one point, but Rexon came in clutch with the DMR, and now Geek have a 3-0 lead. Well, what does that mean? It is a flawless rotation for them, Whip It. 3 rounds on defense means they can go to all 3 sites again, having won them all, and they're going to feel really confident. The ban phase, what are shifters going to deal with? What has been their biggest problem, or do they elect to focus something that'll help their plan even more? Mira will be banned, and Whip It, I think I'm okay with it. You know, nobody's going to complain at a Mira ban, but I like GK getting rid of Brava. They know that they've been using Twitch and Brava to try get rid of defensive utility. I'm a fan of that GK pick, and I suppose as a defender, you've got more space to go for some reactionary bans.
I actually really think from Geeky, this is a pattern that this team has had times. Thanks, Packbull.
Which one, Packbull?
Packbull, that is... Honestly, I'm not going to lie. That's not... I thought that would be like a Rorik quote. Has Rorik told Packbull to type that one? Do you think that's what
Packbull is too old to be talking about gang signs. Like, we spoke about Virtue being the old... Like, Packbull ain't no fresh young one himself.
Whoa, do not talk ill about our local man, Packable, okay? Don't do it.
Mr. Peter Bull to you, Whip It.
Exactly. He's our goat.
Peter Bull.
You
know
me and
what,
Gibson
though?
are contractually required to glaze Packbull because his mum might beat us up if we say anything bad. They know where we live.
But Freck's mum would beat you up too.
That is true, right?
Friend of the channel. Freck's mum. Friend of the show.
Lock in, Gibson. Just like chat, you guys gotta lock in too. So, it is time to get into round number 4 here. And the big thing for GK is the fact that this Brava ban is kind of matching the tradition that his team have. They love the ban away this operator in this second stage, just because I think they have a tendency to bring out a Maestro and bulletproofs and really have lots of information later on in the game, and they want to have that option available to not lose out to a Brava here. And, well, of course, it doesn't really benefit them just yet, as they haven't took any of that, realistically.
Yeah, and you know that Hungry's been roaming really heavily around blue as well, so open up basement, give yourself the opportunity to flank, but Hungry, of course, has changed things up a little bit now, playing on the mutes as the Lion scan will go off. There is a player stuck in coffin corner. You want to deal with them. There is no real opportunity to do it with. But you think about what utility Krex has, he's fine. He uses the second stun to drop the hatch, and it's time wasted. You've wasted a minute of time. You've not died. You've not got up a kill either, but you've done pretty much your job in Coffin Corner.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and that's a huge stun. He can drop away, he can regroup with his team, he can play a stronger position, even contest the entryway, and now actually gonna make a rotation to help support Hungary. This is a huge play, and GK right now are playing in this fluid side where they're helping each other out consistently. They chase down the pick towards West Main, can't get that confirmation on the P4, but P4 having to fall all the way back, call over his teammate of Robbie, and try to rebuild this attack on the West Main side of things. It's just gonna delay more and more time. All 10 players still standing, but GK are just soaking up so much pressure from Shifters right now, and there's not really been an answer to Shifters to break this one down.
No, and you can see P4 still roaming around the top floor, but Krex is still by library. There's still 2 players that you've not dealt with that are being a huge problem for your team. You've spent 1 minute clearing one section, didn't really work. Now you've cleared the rest of the map, but all the key things are still in position. Like, Rexon still has that shield in the position whip, but there's 1 nade left to work with, but if one of those Wamai discs are thrown in the right spot, that shield stands. A peek from library does a little bit of damage on the P4, who isn't quite hitting the shots the P9 did earlier on today, but needs to do a bit more work with it. 39 seconds left on the clock, and GK holding all the cards.
GK will just sit still, absorb this pressure, and really are just daring Shifters to commit at this stage. With the Denaris holding on that main window, jump in, and control still held on library. This is going to have to be a multi-pronged final dive, like from Shifters. Channel Winner 2021 Abu Dhabi here from Max Verstappen, because that's what you need. Rorik's going to find himself one, Rexon is another. Freck and Virtue are going to dive on him, but Rorik's going to keep everything solid on that top floor. Eventually he falls, but it's all going to be down to Rexon. 3 in this round. 3 versus 1. 3 seconds left to go. And well, Freck, he'll get a consolation prize, but GK looked unstoppable on this defensive side of Chalet.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they didn't ban Denari as that second ban, because it's been brought every round and it's had an impact. Like, Hungry is telling Freck to get in the building, but what was Freck expected to do? There was Denaris there, the case was down above him. Like, there's nothing Freck could have done to help his team win that round in the end. So GK are 4-0 up. Whip it.
Yeah?
Whose map pick was this?
I believe this was the map pick of Shifters. Yes, it was. So Shifters have opted to go to this map, and they find themselves trailing by 4 rounds. And GK, I'm going to say this in a plain and simple thing, and I'm just going to say, I make jokes about how, like, Packball is our fellow countrymen, that we cheer for him in that way. So take my bias out of this for this statement. GK hasn't even been close so far. Shifters haven't been able to really put them under significant pressure, and I worry that if this is going to be an example of a tremendously slow start from this side, that by the time we get to layer, if this is a quick map here on Chalet, they're going to find themselves in deep water early. Shifters, timeout called, and I think the right time to do it as well. They need to stop the bleeding. They need to find rounds. They need to get themselves back in some capacity, because GK, and correct me if you feel different, Gibson, but they look to be untouchable right now.
It's the map, like, I said it. This is a map that suits GK, despite it being a Shifters pick. Like, you think back to what Hungry and Packbull have done historically. Even think back to the days when Rorik was playing on Dunlimited back in the Tier 2. Like, these are all maps that these teams and these players like playing on. Like, I'm not sure why Shifters picked Chalet as the first map, and GK are showing how good they are here on Chalet. Now, let's be real. Shifters could win the next 2 rounds, and it's a 4-2 half, and you're like, oh, that's fine. 2 rounds on attack on Chalet, we're all good. Like, we're talking very much that GK are very well on top, but 6 minutes from now, this could look very different, but I just don't see where that joy is going to come from right now.
Yeah, I mean, but if I look at the roster that Shifters have, I can see 5 names that can all provide an incredible opportunity to get themselves back into this. And has actually highlighted a very interesting point here, going that the Shifters have actually lost both their first maps yesterday in the competition. So perhaps a trend that a team that's a little bit slow out of the blocks in a best-of-3 format. So I'm very curious if they can find a way just to warm themselves up a little bit quicker here, because GK are very good at managing leads, and they're very good at putting on just enough pressure to be able to make you feel uncomfortable, and this is what they need. They get the opening pick like this onto someone as effective as Krex, take away utility, and Robbie will find that pick. Great job, and a much better start from Shifters.
Counterpoint though, yes, Shifters did lose both first maps yesterday. They're also in the lower bracket, so they lost both first maps yesterday. So Shifters now looking to make something happen, and this is exactly what's going to happen. They're in a 5v2, P4 and Lasmu combining, and it leaves it all down to Hungry and Packbull, the two old dogs, looking to see if they can do it once more outside the library window.
Oh no!
Don't activate Hungry, folks. Don't give him a freebie. He gets the Capcan trap kill onto P4, and well, a 2v4 looks a little bit better than a 2 versus 5 with about a minute and a half left to go, and still no real site control garnered by the attacking team as they're playing ultra patient with the numbers they have.
I mean, Geek in a position like this, with Hungry and Packball still standing, are not out of the fight just yet. They're just going to hold on as best they can, but Shifters a much better approach from them, and whatever was mentioned during the timeout has really helped them at this stage. They're really clued into how they want to control this, and they're not overextending when they have the advantage. They're going to use every single second they now have available to them to begin to figure out where these last remaining members of GK are. The yellow ping doesn't seem to be perfect and spot on. They'll try to open this up, but not able to catch the sleeping player down below, and Packball will scamper off with his life in tow. Every second he remains is another second he can deny, and a must-win fight. Packball wins it, Freck falls, and they don't find that immediate trade.
Yeah, and there's nobody inside of lobby and fireplace, so you allow Packbull to reposition himself and hold the hatch drop. Lasmu's got the hatch drop, and he's going to try to do it now. Verticality is being established, but again, slippery is Packbull as he keeps on moving by. It's going to be a trophy vault in 20 seconds left, where feels like Shifters have done absolutely nothing apart from lose players in the last minute or so, despite being in such a good position. Lasmu with the case in hand will get Virtue to drop in. Packbull evades capture once more as he drops round the hatch. He's going to rotate round. Robbie will get a kill, but pushing up Westmain is Packbull. He gets the down. The case is going down, but he can't quite get the angle. A cross is allowed, and I think Shifters should be about to get off the line with, but they force him back down Westmain, but almost GK pulling that one back.
Packball has an opportunity to upset the rhythm here. He finds himself one more, and that forces us down to 1 versus 1. Robbie will play deep in the corner with an SMG-12. He has a massive gunfight advantage, but he's got some distance to cover. Packball has a chance to begin to tap away. Bait out rotation, bait out action, and they don't have solid information. He'll tap it once, he'll tap it twice. Pros don't fake, but he pulls off. He has 8 bullets, 7 bullets to his name. He has to stick this at the stage. Time will unfortunately be his enemy, as he will not win the round, and he might try and get a kill from it. And while Packball cannot beat the odds as Robbie collects that pick, but it will be a very questionable round for Shifters, as they'll nearly let Hungry and Packball get their way back to a round-winning position.
2v5 to 1v1. Like, that's essentially what happened in that one, and we said it, they wasted so much time, and they get their first round, though. They did win the round, and credit to Robbie, too. Like, who would have thought that it would be one of the young gunners that had the patience to just wait, bide your time, don't peek, don't overextend, use the time. Credit where credit is due on the side of Robbie. But Shifters are on the board. Wasn't convincing, but if Shifters go on to win this game with it, it's not about how they won the rounds. All it'll matter is that they won the rounds.
I mean, perfectly put. No one's going to look back at this in a week's time, even a day's time, and go exactly how every round went. It's going to be what the final scoreline was, and for Shifters, this is going to be a great foundation to begin to build things off. And I want to highlight Robbie, a massive influential tool for that previous round. He finds him the opening pick. He shuts down Krex early, and from there they're able to build off that control. They find all that map control, they find the picks they need. My question is going to be about their management towards the mid and late game. They had all that information, they had map control, they only had 2 players to find, but I think there's a little bit of hesitancy to commit to something more aggressive. And while Robbie shuts down Krex yet again, and this is going to be a timeline I want to keep my eye on. Krex has ran into Robbie so many times so far, and Robbie seems to win that duel time and time again. Player down for GK already, and Shifters in a great position early here yet again.
Well, you think back to, some of the things that Robbie was able to do. At EWC, I think it was, he was phenomenal for his side, almost dragged them through multiple rounds, and he's going 7-4, living up to the billing so far. As you lose Krex. Drone work once more, as you can see. Packbull on the roam. He's got hungry for support, but they need to find a kill with it. I think that if you wait long enough, somebody from Shifters will overextend, will give you a chance. And with Packbull now being detected, he's going to keep on move, keep slip. I love it. Packbull's been very slippery with it. Like, his movement around this map has been almost easily for him.
The quote of my favorite thing I've ever heard Tim say, he's a little bit slippy with it, you could say.
Mm-hmm. I think the actual was about his brain being slippery, but
that is true. Actually, you're right. That is true. But the big thing about Packbull is that's just going to be great evasion, and that's going to be perfect. Rexon does shut down Lesmo, but it's going to be Freck and Robbie fighting one apiece. That's going to be a huge moment, and I mean, that's going to be a blow yet again taken by Geek. They're going to lose 2 players in rapid succession, not find a substantial trade, and now it's going to be down to a 4 versus 2 yet again. Hungary and Rex in the last 2 standing. It will be an Aruni combined with that one mine with an MP5K. The question really is, though, if they can try and do this yet again. Shifters, can they make amends for what was a messy and difficult late round advantage they held in the previous one? Oh, no.
Rexon finds another one with it. It's starting to look like it's going to be tighter than it should be once more. Virtue sprinting around, making a lot of noise with that blitz, but it also inspires a little bit of fear on the defenders as well, as Rexon and Hungry are both pretty low in terms of health points. But that DMR from Rexon has been singing out a very strong song so far. Blitz now tucked in by the display cases, creeping up towards Piano. 35 seconds to go, and if Hungry is able to find one more with it playing in this position by half wall, this round might still yet go in favor of GK.
Smokes goes out, and that's going to be a moment to trigger that peek out in rotation. That's going to be P4, reads it perfectly. And well, it's all down the Hungry. And I can't imagine he'll get himself across the finish line here in a 3 versus 1. No, he doesn't. P4 shuts him down. And it will be a great round. Will Gibson, you mentioned it around 6 minutes ago, that we might see things be a very different story post this timeout and post the end of our opening half. Shifters battle back, 4-2 split. Great job for them to find momentum. And the big part of this is that opening pick exchange we've seen from Robbie and Krex in the last 2 rounds. Robbie getting the opening pick has opened up the door for for Shifters so much. Geek, well, almost thankful, I think, that they can't lose any more rounds to that here on the offensive side.
Yeah, like we said, 4-2's fine. If you're Shifters, you're happy with it. You're not ecstatic with it, but it's what you'd expect as the bare minimum. Geek lose the final 2 rounds, the timeout from Lilun working to perfection, and now things change as we go on the attacking half for Geek with the lead. Solace will be removed, as will the Ying. Whip it. We've seen Hungry use a lot of Ying on maps like Chalet. And the Monty, you've pretty much target banned Packbull and Hungry in this phase. I know that it helps your plan for the map, and they're 2 good bans anyway, but you've targeted 2 players with those.
I mean, you gotta just feel like, again, it's such an intentional stylistic ban, realizing that if you take away the Monty and the Blitz, or the Monty and the Ying, well, it's gonna be two very important bits of utility. Take it away from Geek at the early stage. Now, that does leave kind of a lot of opportunities for Geek to still use some powerful utility, but the big thing for me going into it is it doesn't really hurt them too much, because, well, look what Rexon's playing, and I have a feeling that we've both seen this team use Sense tremendously. Geek with how Hungry thinks about this map and how thinks about this game, have utilized Sense tremendously well to get massive map control on plants, and I expect them to have that in their back pocket if they want to try maybe a window repel-in plant behind the cover of that.
Now we move to the defensive half Shifters, and you wonder stylistically how they're going to elect to play the map. Mira, of course, getting through the ban phase is always going to be picked, or at least going to see an incredibly high pick rate, but we're going old school with it. You've got a player playing on trophy stairs, there's 2 Rooney gates to stop utility, and it's Jaeger. So the amount of investment that has been made by Shifters to hold trophy and trophy stairs is incredible. Like, he is not getting naded out of this position like you see. Did I just see Packbull almost get team killed? That was too close. Or was it perfectly red? The smiley face, by the way. Thanks for that, Hungry.
Honestly, we've only seen 1 Corey today so far. I have a feeling that there might be more in store for us later on. But it's going to be a slow start for Geeke, and not going to have that opening exchange between Robbie this time, as Correct's managed to make his way out of spawn and survive. He holds some key utility as well, DMR and those logic bombs, the first of which is ready to get deployed, and will he take full avail of it? They're just waiting, posturing up inside of library. They've gained that control, vaulting in from single window. Looks out towards X-Play. Actually, not even vaulted in, just holding it with his ACOG. He'll sit there, yeah. He'll hold, he'll wait, and the first logic bomb goes out.
Zoom into the souls of the other team, but that's what you got to do with the ACOG. And again, you assume that at some point the defender is going to cross that 6 map. Like, you actually got it. You have information on the player top blue, so you hold it from this side, you hold it from that window, but at some point, you got to get pressure below as well. Yes, you're investing 3 players onto a clear, but you've got to get it done, and you deal a little bit of damage onto Robbie, but at some point, but I would have liked to have seen pressure come from elsewhere. The player is playing this position for free, there's nobody inside library, and now you've enabled Robbie to push with a shotgun and get a little bit closer now to Rorik.
Rorik just needs to be very careful in this position. He holds so much key utility. And Robbie with the shotgun is playing a dangerous game on that staircase. And this is a very, very slow opening from Geeke. We're actually not even in the opening. We're past the early, we're past the mid stage. We're in that final minute now. All 10 players still standing. The death marks go out. The shotgun will play a dangerous gamble on the staircase. The nade goes out, does not connect, and the warden will open up his goggles to keep himself extra safe. Krex finds the opening pick. Virtue's going to get shut down from it, and eventually it's going to be a flurry. That shotgun's going to rip through Geeke. Robbie finding 2. With 30 seconds remaining, Shifters have control. Will that be enough to deny Geeke access to site and that case going down?
I'm angry at that whip. You'd throw so much invested in clearing blue stairs and you don't do it. Krex will get a kill to make it a 2 versus 3, but there's only 13 seconds left. The case is cold. You've still not got a way to rotate in through, so you're using the DMR to kind of jerry-rig a way to get towards half wall, but it's not looking good. Stun grenades thrown deep, but the player inside Piano will start pushing up. There's Krex, finds another, but he's going to get treated by Lasmo, and that'll be that. That's the round 1 for the side of Shifters, but whip it. That round was lost when you couldn't clear Robbie. And I suppose the counter to that is that round was won by Robbie. You had 3, 4 players trying to clear a player from blue, and you weren't able to do it.
Robbie just sat there, and he just sat unabsorbed pressure and sat, and that is a really good display of just knowing how to play your position. You're surrounded, there's angles watching you, you just gotta sit there and hold on best you can, and he did so, finding 2 kills and soaking up all that utility, and most importantly, time. Shifters played it perfect in that round, and they have to owe him a thanks for that one. 4-3, your scoreline, and well, Geeke, a team I mentioned that are great at managing their leads when they hold them, have seen their lead slowly disintegrate before their very eyes. At one stage, before the timeout was called, it was a 4-0 advantage. Geeke held all the cards. Now, Shifters are battling back, and they're 1 round away from finding that moment of parity. We'll go downstairs to games to their defense here, and Shifters have played so much better here in these last 3 rounds that I'm very curious if Geeke...
I don't know. I think that you probably wait till 4-4, or even if you go 5-4 down to use it, because at the end of the day, you had a 4-2 half. The defensive team win their first round. Like, I get what you're saying. Momentum is so heavily in the favor of Shifters now as they've won 3 on the trot, but it's not panic button stages yet. Right? Look at P4's position. This is what we call ratting. So a player would likely think, okay, there's going to be somebody in coffin corner, but instead P4 is going to... No. Yeah. So whip it. There's ratting, and then there's ratting. And P4 did it properly. He gets a couple, Freck gets another, and it's down to Hungry and Rorik. 10 out of 10.
I'm at a loss for words. That was a perfect example of how to be a rat. He scurried around, he laid prone and waited for the perfect opportunity. He finds 2, his teammates collect 1 more going around. It's going to be Hungry and Rorik, the last 2 standing. Well, Geeke have been exceptional in these difficult positions. Normally, they hold the line better on the defensive side. If Shifters lose this, something would have went cataclysmically wrong for them. So I have a feeling they might not want to let that one happen. Everyone is still kind of topped up well on HP. Frex, the only player wounded at the stage. Power positions like bottom Ivy stairs still held. Mezzanine completely locked down by Shifters. Rorik is poking and probing and looking for a way in. Hungry does find one. Freck's gonna get caught out. And no one from Shifters dives on this trade opportunity, and they don't want to risk it. Damage taken as Hungry peeks out with utility. And they're knocking on the doors on bottom Ivy stairs.
Yeah, that's great Vert as well on inside of Mud, looking from above in Library, and that's why getting control of Library is so important for the attacking team. You cannot push in Mud if you don't have control of Library. But this is Shifters, right? They'll win the round, but they'll make it interesting. They'll give Geeky another pick at least to make it a 3v2 and increase the stakes just a little bit. You can see that blue silhouette. They know exactly where the player is up on top of the hatch, and that was an attempt by Rorik to put pressure onto the hatch to allow Hungry to walk in through Mud. And unfortunately, he loses his life for it. Hungry's going to send the bees up through the hatch now, but it ain't looking good, Chief. It ain't looking good. You're being pushed from 2 players. You're being held in position. This round was really well played by Shifters. Like, they read what Geeky wanted to do perfectly inside Library. I'm impressed.
Shifters have really warmed up into this matchup. They finally collect that round, and I was concerned going into this, starting round number 5. The scoreline was 4-0 advantage for Geeky. And Shifters call that timeout, and now they've put all of that slow start behind them, and they've reset this matchup. They go to 4-4, they go to level, and a lot of this is down to that massive rat play in Library. P4 finding to unravel that round, and Shifters played a very, very patient game. They never overextended, they never took unnecessary risks, they kept everything within their means. They kept everything super clinical and clean. Perfect way to round out that round. I will, though, on the other side of that, Geeky, they never stopped working the problem, and I think that's a sign of how high level this team can be. It's a 2v5, it's a 2v4, you're in a horrible position. Work the problem, and they tried their best. Unfortunately, the rule of attrition doesn't work out eventually, and there's nothing they could do to break the line, as Shifters do find themselves a 4th round.
Yeah, and after Geeky winning 4 in a row, Shifters have answered back with 4 of their own, and a loss in this round for Geeky would probably bring that timeout into play. That's the point when I would really start to worry. But Shifters, they answered back. They had a slow start, but now they're up and running, and now they will go to a different site once more with it. They're going to look to win the inside of Kitchen, a site that they won on the defense, or on the attack already. They look to do it on defense, but look at P4. He is embracing the rat life whippet. His feet will just... Oh, that's okay. Okay, I was panicking for... I thought Rorik was about to crash out. If P4 killed Rorik there, you know there was a crash out coming.
Rorik would have immediately opened up the all chat and typed to his team. And Impact ready, though, and P4, I think, doing a perfect example of what P4 does best. He's got a teammate ready as well, as Freck's gonna impact combination for the pre-placed Claymore. It goes out, it's perfectly timed, but Rorik is ready. They thought they had a 5,000 IQ play. Unfortunately, Rorik, he read the script, he saw the vision, and it will be the opening pick for Geeky, and what feels like a very long time since I've been able to say that.
Yeah, no typing from Rorik yet either after that one. Freck still in a position to run out a little bit later, and Rorik now without C4s in place has got to play this incredibly cautious now. This position is no longer tenable for him, or at least it's a lot more difficult to hold. Logic Bomb will now be deployed as information will be gathered on the player inside a bathroom, but over by this mez door whippet, there's a little bit of pressure from some of those defenders, and if Dokkaebi moves a little too close to... Oh, there's the repelling, and there's the swing on the other side, and Robbie wins that fight. He timed it to perfection. Freck coming up blue stairs will get one of his own. Lasmo will get hungry, and it's a 4v2 once more. We've been in this position, what, 4 times in a row now, where Shifters have just come to life. There's the double on the round. Rexon with the DMR will get one, but Shifters about to take a 5-4 lead. Whippet, the timing of that run out from Robbie on the rappel audio was perfect.
Geeky are trying to set themselves up for a 3-2-1 style of play where they all dive in, they get that map control in quick chaos. And it looks like Shifters are ready for it, and a great example yet again. They had everything collapse great. They hear that rappel sound, they find that pick, they control mezzanine when that dive goes in. They realize that Geeky are going to try and do something all together, all at once, and they waited for that cue. They waited for that sound, that opportunity, that moment, and every player took the opportunity that was provided to them, and they done it perfectly. For the very first time in this series, Shifters now lead on their map choice of Chalet, and Geeky find themselves in a difficult position. No timeout called yet, as Dokkaebi and Mirror are next to bans.
And Freck now filling the void. Geeky not typing in chat at all, so that's a good sign. If Geeky are not typing, you're doing your job as an opposition. Shifters take the lead, and now they're just one round away from guaranteeing overtime on a map that, as we pointed out, at 4-0 down, it could have went really bad. But we said it. 2 rounds, 6 minutes can make all the difference in a game of Siege. They benefited off those 6 minutes, and they have gone from strength to strength. Change in lineup now for Geeky. Yes, they can change it during the prep phase, but you can see there's a cooking going on with what they're taking in play as they go to the top floor. Glass will be brought out. Whippet, are we going to see potentially a hungry vault in through bathroom window, a Glass on the main double window of master bedroom? Like, there are possibilities that can be brought into play for Geeky. But again, I just think Shifters, they've got the right setup. But the question is Virtue trolling with a castle pick? Where these castles are massively impacts what Geeky are going to do.
I want to lean on to something here, Gibson, going into it. Now, of course, the lineup's going to be a very kind of heavy, explosive execution style play, combining the Sens, Grim, Glass, and Blitz all together with that Deimos to wrap things up nicely. Geeky are a team that don't really make massive variations of what they do. And we talked a little bit about how Shifters have a tremendous backroom support staff. They're very talented at reading on what your opposition do. I think Geeky, because of the amount of tape that they have on them, have left themselves exposed as Shifters to be kind of aware of what's coming out, and, well, thanks to that Picasso hungry, as he waddles away.
He's done that a few times with the Blitz. He's like, I'm going to make loads of head holes, peek through one of them. If somebody goes to peek through blue, they'll see all the head holes and they'll be like, I'm cooked. But
Listen,
no,
it's
hungry.
It's phantom pressure, Gibson. You gotta scare them somehow. But back to my point, I think Shifters are aware of the style of play that Geeky are trying to do here. Again, Chalet, a map that's very common in Geeky's rotation all through that tier 2 circuit. It was somewhat of their comfort pick, as well as Layer has been. So I do worry that Shifters have kind of taken that early damage, taken the early blows, and read into this, downloaded all that data, like, okay, this is how they're playing. This is what they're doing.
Right.
These are the strats they're calling.
Right.
Oh.
Did you get drone hold or did you fall?
Drone hold.
Oh no.
Ay. Well, he's not going to be typing for a while after that one, as P4 will take that credit, and that's going to be the opening pick yet again. And, well, this is Gibson what I mentioned. It's the Grim gun. It's a big part of that utility play, taken out of action early.
Yeah, you think about the execute and how it could have happened. Grim was going to have a huge point in that to get information. Smoke grenade will be tossed on in, but if you're a defender, you know there's a Glass in play. Robbie's going to still stay below playing the hatch. He gets the kill onto Krex, and things have gone from bad to worse for Geeky, as we will eventually see that bolt in with the Blitz through the window. Lasmo will get one, no Blitz. He's in a tough spot. Lasmo gets another. It's all down to Packbull. He gets his one. He walked right on in the door, but P4 is there for the trade. Whippet, could we say that Rorik Fallen had a huge impact on that game, but for a team that like to rat, they're getting out-ratted. Like, some of the positions that Shifters are playing is catching Geeky out time and time and time again. And it finally forces the timeout.
So this is a very, very late timeout getting called at this stage. Geeky are down in the trenches at this point. They are trailing by 2, and it's going to be a map point advantage here for Shifters. Geeky need to change something. They need to change it now. It has been a 6-round sweep for the side of Shifters.
He fell.
Oh, Rorik. I feel like I've seen that, unfortunately, a lot of times with Geeky, and it's someone I think it's either Rorik or Hungry who's fallen off something. But nonetheless, this is a late timeout called, and I think for Geeky, this is where you need to have your leadership of your 2 experienced players as well help to begin to work the problems here. What's going wrong? And it's a lot of the early game mistakes. It's Shifters being able to collect those early game picks, finding those kills, finding multiple kills that are uncontested and untraded. And Geeky really have struggled to find their final execution plays. So I don't actually have the answer of what they can do, but Geeky, they need to find it now.
Yeah, and if you're Shifters, you've guaranteed overtime. Like, this has been a perfect turnaround. 6 rounds on the trot, but Whippet, in this map, have we seen a team win the opening 4 rounds on a defensive half and then lose the next 2?
Yes. Well, you're referencing it because clearly it has happened, but
Yeah,
would you
exactly. And was there a timeout called by the team that lost the 4 rounds after the 4 rounds?
I'm not gonna lie here, Gibson. You're being way too vague for my brain right now.
Yes, there was. Come on, Whippet. Am I just doing what like the vague posting people do on Twitter?
You are Twitter vague posting for impressions right now.
I hate Twitter vague posting for impressions.
Yeah. You preach out there, Gibson. So you're gonna tell me what game it was and what team it was?
It'll just be a screenshot from like a
Are you gonna tell me what team and game it was?
This game!
Okay.
Shifters were 4-0 down. They took a timeout. They won the next 2 rounds on attack. EK are in the exact same position. So maybe, just maybe, history could repeat itself. But look at P4 ratting again. But Packball will get the opening, maybe stemming the bleeding for a little bit for GK.
P4 is so good at this as well. He's just able to read the game and find himself in a position where no one else expects him to be. The drone does see him, so he will have to relocate. Nobody's out by that main lobby door quick enough to find a way to catch him out. So he will go find another layer to hide in. And, well, threaten the entryway for GK some other way.
I'm a fan, though. I'm a fan of what P4 has been able to do. 9 and 6 so far. But look at the kill numbers. Like Lasmo, 10 and 7. Robbie, 13 kills. P4, 9. We talked about Virtue and how good he's been as a fragger in the last year and a half, but he's not had to with how good some of these younger players have been playing. Hungry, though, will walk on in. He's getting information, pushing over from that trophy side, but of course it is bar gaming that they need to push into. They've got the opening kill. The Melusi has fallen, but Whippet, the benefit of losing Melusi is that the utility will still have an impact later in the round, and Lasmo will take down Krex, and Deimos is a really good pick to get for the side of Shifters.
Very important for Lasmo to find that, though, to bring things back to level. DK love to play around that numbers game advantage, and that's been taken away from them yet again. Krex has had a difficult game in the office, it feels like, from him. He's just going to be kind of falling in these unfortunate positions, and Robbie finds himself pinned in library. No way out. But he will keep himself alive by sitting still. The grenade utility burn is going to be perfect. That will force the player away from Ivy, and the Grim Bees relocate his position. There's a player in library box that needs to be picked out sooner rather than later. That's going to be Robbie, who is only on a single point of HP. Virtue wounded too. Rorik does get Lasmo at this point. Robbie, Virtue last two standing at this point, and that's going to be a drop off. Robbie finds it, and that's going to bring us back to a 3 versus 3.
Robbie is having himself a game, 14 and 7 now. Packbull gets into a gunfight as the BP reveals his position, but there's still 38 seconds to work with. That is still plenty of time if you are the side of GK. It feels like a lot longer for Shifters, though, as time ticks away. The Melusi gadget will give away the position as Hungry starts walking down the stairs, but the SMG-12 is firing from Virtue. You know there's a player on blue stairs. That means sight is a little bit weaker. One inside a stock whip at 15 seconds to go. GK, they still need to find another kill or two if they want to make this work.
GK, they are not through this yet, and Virtue's going to get one. Hungry has been slain. 7 seconds, and they need to try and get this case down, but Virtue, you said he hasn't needed to find those kills. Well, he finally locks it in. Virtue goes huge, and he takes a map for his own, as that will be Chalet, the choice of Shifters in their favor.
Yeah, but I think more importantly is how they won that map. They fought back. They were 4 rounds down on the attacking half, and then they went and run 7 in a row. That is so good for their momentum going in towards Lair later. They've won their map pick. They've held their own. Now the ball goes into the court of GK, who need to do the same to force Fortress. Whippet, it is Lair coming up after this one. Any early predictions before we go do a break?
I'm going to say this, that we saw GK play a lot of Lair during their time. They actually won one of their Tier 2 championships on this map inside of Rumble against Panahone. My concern is they've played it a lot. Shifters are clearly aware of what GK want to do, and I'm very, very, very concerned that their game plan's been figured out by Shifters. And with a team that's clearly woken up and dealt with their slow start mentality, GK might be in deep water here, Gibson.
It might just be, but we're going to toss it to a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll break that game down a little bit more.
What an incredible comeback for Shifters on their own map pick. GK had it all done and dusted, it seemed, a 4-0 lead. And then I told you guys about, like, hey, Shifters always lose the first map. It's fine, it's whatever. It's like I felt it coming, this insane comeback that we saw from the likes of Shifters. 7 rounds in a row. Maybe I'm holding down this camp single-handedly. I gotta not be biased, but I gotta hold up the only Dutch player that we have still left inside the LCQs. But looking at this, though, what an incredible resilience with it that we're seeing on the side of Shifters to force this comeback.
I mean, it all came down to whatever they said during that timeout. Whatever that was, the adjustments they made. And I think it was realistically to go P4, go Rat, go find a way to disrupt them, go find a way to upset what GK want to do, and it worked perfectly. And the big thing, and we mentioned it a little bit, Gibson, when P4 was finding success, he was finding those Rat spots and shutting down GK, and they were falling at these early hurdles. We stopped seeing their high fives in chat. We stopped seeing them 555. We stopped even seeing Rorik, who's loud in chat. And it might sound like a little thing, but we've seen this from these teams in the tier 2 competitions like Rumble, Combine, and Southbridge. When they get quiet, something's wrong. And GK couldn't solve it. Their timeout was called too late. And I don't know if they're going to be too comfortable getting ready to dive straight into layer.
Yeah, and you talk about how they play, and a lot of the time, I was thinking GK could easily stop the ratting of P4 by droning more effectively, by using their utility, but the problem was because Shifters weren't necessarily fighting them at the points of entry, they thought the coast was clear. Like, it was really good patience. I think you said it, whatever Lilun said was phenomenal to the team. It completely changed their mindset. It completely changed how they approached the map. And I think more than anything, it calmed them down. Like, there was just an element of it felt a lot easier, a lot smooth, a lot more relaxed for them after that 4th round of the game. And they've won their map pick. So it's on to the next for them. They're getting a little bit closer to moving on in the bracket. But for GK, like, you look at the stats, the kills were pretty okay for everybody. Nothing necessarily terrible there. But they really need to step their game up on layer. And what a map to go to, right? It's one of my favorite. I think that the maps that we've added to the pool, the rework of Fortress, Lair, Labs, we have had some fantastic maps added and edited in the game lately, and I love seeing them in games like this that are such high stakes.
And speaking of these results as well, I mean, you talked about the timeout that Lilun was taking. We've seen it before where her timeouts can be so pivotal to the likes of Shifters to turn the momentum around, really, in this case. Good to see someone like Robbie step up as well. I feel like yesterday maybe wasn't really his day in regards to the 2 matches they were playing, as I was mentioning. It's not really one person that's popping up, but we've seen this before from Robbie. Even when he was with that Flockins roster all the way back, made it to main stages of events and stuff. And now going into that next map, as you say, when we're talking about layer, it was the map that we saw Shifters clutch out yesterday against a team like Panahone. It was, for example, for GK, the maps that they lost yesterday against Virtus Pro. They didn't play against the Gen G in that matchup, but still, a different result coming in there. It is their map pick, and having seen this team so often inside any tier 2 competition, I mean, Gibson, surely there's some kind of information on what GK are going to show us on layer.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure. They like to get really aggressive on layer. They get into the building early. They're not going to back off from any fights whatsoever. Like, they're starting on attack. Look for them to go for the easiest and quickest way to get towards site. We've seen it before. They'll bring Maverick. They'll bring Breaches. They'll find a way to take control of space and shut teams down. But I think that the way Shifters have been playing, if GK up the tempo too much, once again, they'll find blind spots on the attack and they'll be able to find kills onto those GK players as they walk on in.
I worry about the structure of this map as well. We often talk about how many just deep corners there are, positions you have to check, and we thought, like, if the droning isn't working for GK today, that's going to be a problem. And this map requires a lot of concentration for that top floor. And if you make a single mistake or you're not completely locked in, you can find yourself suffering a lot. And I did allude to it on the cast a little bit about this. GK have played a lot of layer, and they have not really changed their substantial style from all the way from Rumble all the way to Southbridge. They haven't made big changes, and their time in tier 2 and the amount of tape they have opens the door for Shifters to be ready for this, and I think Chalet was a great example of that. For GK, I think they have to pull in and say, right guys, it's time to play super basic, super simple, and find our footing on a map, because they're starting on the offense, and we know how layer can be a little bit towards that defensive side.
was gonna say, I think I can feel where this is going when you talked about the deep corners that there are on this map and what we've seen from Shifters on map 1. I mean, we talked about the mental on the side of Geeky, right? They spam the chat, you know, they get vocal in the chat as well. All of that was gone. I can't fault them though. I mean, if we're looking at some of the angles that P4 was able to get kills from, even I would personally also get really mad at that when I see that happening against me. It just adds to the frustration and it makes it so difficult. Like you say, you can drone so well, but if a person is hiding in a corner, it really takes a lot of time for you to find out where that person is hiding in particular. So it makes it more difficult. It adds to the factors that can make this game difficult for both sides. But looking at it though, survival on the competition is on the line. YouTube both said GK is going to take this one. Are we still feeling that way, Whippet, or are we going to change our predictions going into this?
Normally, I like to stay with my predictions. Listen, if anybody knows me, I'm a loyal fan of a team. I'll never pivot away. But this time, what I saw from Shifters shows me I think that they're at the peak of their potential play so far. They read into Geeky, they played it perfectly. So I'm going to be the one player to say, or person to say, I'm swapping my prediction. I think Shifters can take it here in layer. I'm going to complete pivot, and I want Fortress so bad, but I think I'm going to have to wait for it.
I'm okay with being wrong. I'm going to stick with my prediction. I'm going to go with GK. If they lose, you got to give credit to Shifters, but it's their map pick. It's a map they love. I think Shifters will find a lot more trouble going into this map than they did in Chalet. And not just for me as a caster, I just want to see Fortress. Get me Fortress. Get the viewers Fortress. It needs to be on the main channel today with Whippet and I on the broadcast. It's a fact.
Well, then I guess you gotta hope like it is exactly like in this matchup, because I know you two will be leaving us for the next 2 matches of the day. It would be fun to see, right? I mean, Shifters having played that for the first time inside these LCQs against Twisted Minds yesterday. Shifters actually coming out victorious on that matchup as well. It is a constant dabble of risk and reward. Will you pull out this map early inside of your LCQs if you've cooked it for so long to prepare for these LCQs? Probably the most important qualifiers that you play all year to qualify to the biggest tournament of the year. Or will you keep it in your pocket and risk getting eliminated because you didn't use that wild card earlier on in the qualifier? It's the big question though. The other question is, will we get to see Fortress? Will we get to go there? GK will need to step up if they want to push it all the way there. It is their map pick up next.
Thank you very much, and as we get ready for this one, Lair has been a ground for Geeky where they have gained championship glory inside of our Tier 2 circuit, and now is where they fight for their right to attend the biggest stage of them all. Can they bounce back on their map choice and get themselves back into this matchup, bring us all the way to the greatest edition, or the newest edition of Lair, or of Fortress, or will it be Shifters to take it down in 2?
Well, I will not stand for a day where we're casting where it's 2-2-0s. We need a 3-mapper, so GK need to do the broadcast a favor. And I know there's some people as well that have channel points riding on this roster, so they're going to hope for the win. But Whippet, did you see that little bit of chat? GK straight in with the 5s again, and Freck's like, oh, welcome back, guys. Good to have you. Playing the mental games. But Whippet, Ying is available for GK on attack. And you and I have seen a lot of them. See, when they bring Ying on this map, you will see Ying being used with a shotgun because of all the tight corridors in a map like this and the ability that you have. But I think when you look at Geeky and you look at Lair, you draw an arrow, and whatever way is the shortest arrow to the site is usually how Geeky play this map.
Hungry loves a little bit of a Ying into the bathroom entryway. That's his big thing. Now, Shifters have taken away the glass, and I also feel, again, a very smart and very targeted ban for the style of play that we see from GK. GK love this throw pack ball on the glass and say, you window cover, and he's very good at that. This is going to mean that you're going to be a little bit more safe when they go for that execution, because yes, they're going to have plumes of smoke and there's going to be Ying Candelas and blitzes charging you down, but you know that it's not going to be a thermal sniper rifle staring you down in the midst of all that chaos. So a smart ban combine that with the Monty as well on a map like Lair makes tremendous sense. Again, these long corridors with big 90-degree positions with massive crossfires, you want a Monty to get that control, take it away, makes things much more difficult for GK.
And now look at what they could do. Realistically, on both walls towards Mask, you can open them up and you can go for the execute. That's why we're seeing Thatcher be brought out to get rid of those Electro Claws. They've got Ace there for the hard breach, and then secondary, if you need it, you've Rexon as well. I love the Flores pick as well from Krex. A free way to get rid of utility, even open up verticality later on if they need to whenever they go to different sites. But start of the round, I like what GK are bringing. Shifters, on the other hand, a lot of C4s, Whippet. I see 3 C4s on their side and a smoke. They're saying, okay, you can breach the wall and walk in, but when you do, we are going to make life very unpleasant for you.
They're not going to opt to use them vertically, though, as well, because they don't really have the information to make that work. They've got no Solace, no Pulse, no Valkyrie cameras, so it's going to be simple. Walk in the breach, and we're going to try and lob these at you. And it's going to be great for that deep corner by Mass, just to stop those plants going down. And, well, P4, an unenvious position to sit here and just wait and hold a deep 90-degree position by Skybridge, as Rorik will be the one to step up from him. Mark going out towards Robbie there, getting hunted down, getting caught by something.
Yeah,
I'm too far away from my screen. I can't see what that is.
Get closer. Get right in there. See the crosshair? That's where I want your eyeball, because that's how the pros play.
As they used to. Listen, I need to have a virtue level grow up, because my eyes they stop working.
But when you get old, you just tilt the one way, so it's the good eye that's looking at the screen all the time, not the bad one. As Freck puts a bit of fire towards the breach, which has now been opened. So Rorik, his job is hold the flank, make sure nobody retakes over towards that green side, and then over by Skybridge, and then below they put pressure on the breach. That's why you're seeing the buck-in play as well from Rorik. I like what they're bringing, but I'm also a fan of these ratty little angles from Robbie, keeping the pixel. This is going to be a really good one, because time whip 2 minutes have gone already.
This is a very slow round from Geeky, but shifters are not going to complain about this in the slightest, and I think Geeky, this is a little bit of a result or a kind of reaction to the previous matchup. They're trying to take their time, and it's cross their T's, dot their I's, and be risk adverse. They don't want to gamble anything, especially early. And on the offensive side of Leo, you want to try and find as many rounds you can and do that early. They're trying to poke themselves up, as Freck's going to be a great position. Robbie gets the opening, Rex is going to be the first to fall from it, and, well, this is going to be a worst case scenario. They do find that trade. Packball's responsible for it. Two-Brow has been slain, but I wonder, does Geeky have an easy way in? They don't, because the smoke counters just choke this out, and I think they might be forced to go deep here.
Yeah, they're going to have to, and that kill from Rorik is going to help. 15 seconds to go, but you've still got one more Toxic Babe in the hands of the smoke as the retake over by Skybridge. Lasmu will get the kill. I said Lasmu again. I'm sorry, folks at home, but the stun grenade thrown. Rorik almost caught cold with the flash in his hands, but there's 1 second left. It's a walk-in. It's a plant. He's going to take some smoke damage as Lasmo finds another. The cover from Hungry isn't good enough. The plant isn't going to happen. Lasmo gets the kill. Big round once more from the young gunner, and that's a big opening round here as well from the side of shifters.
The big thing for me is the fact that this looked like an uncharacteristically slow side from Geeky, and well, it's good to see Packball and Rexon and the rest of the team keeping up the 5-5-5s, Fives and Freck even just throwing some more mental warfare into the midst of it. But shifters, clearly there is still a factor of that little bit of residual pressure that we found from our opening match of Chalet. Geeky do not want to commit the same way they would have previously, and obviously that most of the tape that we've seen from Geeky does come from their experience during our Tier 2 circuit, which is going to be a different level of competition. They played teams like Panahona, who've been eliminated from the bracket at this stage so far. But shifters, they're going to let Geeky get in their own head, waste their own time, and really just sit there and not take any risks. Geeky have to take the advantage, and they really have to try and find a way to be aggressive from it, and I don't know how they're going to be able to do that just yet.
I think that they're doing a lot of right things, but the problem was they got aggressive and then they slowed down and they wasted too much time, and that played into the hands of the shifters, and they're now in a really good position. And for those counting at home, that's 8 rounds in a row now they've won against Geeky. They have been very dominant since that timeout in the previous map, and now we go down to the basement. Extension is that extension even more, reinforcing inside a briefing room. Like, they're going to make this really hard for Geeky to take vertical control. But I'm looking at the Geeky lineup. Apart from Rexon, there's not a lot of vertical setup there for them. And if they... Oh, Freck. Freck's pretty good at the game, isn't he, the Dutchman?
He is, honestly, Freck is an amazing talent coming into it, but again, he shuts down Crack, because these two players were clashing horns time and time again here on Chalet, and it's going to be the Dokkaebi of Crack take it out yet again. And this is going to be a problem. Geeky, as they step up to the plate yet again, they're now a player down, and they're still struggling to find that initial map control. And they're playing separate, they're playing scattered, and they're not playing in that usual buddy system style. The flag comes around, and maybe Freck might find himself in trouble, but I think his sixth sense pivots off and he decides it's time to uncommit and fall himself away. Rexon does find one blast for virtue with the shotgun, but Freck finds that shroud in a second in the round.
Yeah, his shotgun fires back hard, down falls Rexon, and Hungry will set off the lion scan. 3 versus 4. Now, all these rounds tend to go close, so Even though the numbers are advantage of Shifters, it might not be an easy one for them to close out. Packbull holding the angle in towards lockers. As you see the ace, the Selma charge being thrown more, and Packbull loses his fight to the Italian. Robbie gets the kill. 2v4 now. Hungry takes even more damage. Rorik will pull one back and get a 2-3, but whip it. Everything is falling in the favor of Shifters at the moment.
This round almost reminiscent of two boxers deep in the 12th round, just clinging to each other and throwing punches as no one can find daylight, and it's a proper back and forth affair. Advantage is with Shifters as GK seem to be on the wobble, and even more so now as they're rocked against the ropes and they fall down as Shifters take themselves a second round in GK. For a team that loves to build off momentum, that loves to be leading the charge, they feel like they've fallen a little bit flat. Shifters have their game plan on point, and it looks like it's going to be a difficult day in the office as Freck now spawns out of 555, and, well, GK fall quiet and all chat.
Yeah, that's not a good sign, and that's 9 rounds in a row now that you've seen GK lose to the hands of the Shifters, who've just been upping the tempo and upping the aggression and being problematic for the side of GK. And again, it's points of entry. Freck in the previous round wins the fight inside of barrels, dips into warehouse, and eats up another minute of the clock before he falls back, and it is working to perfection. It looks like Shifters have altered their plan to we're going to play the way we want to we're going to play the way that stops you from winning the game, and it is working so well. P4 not getting kills? No problem. Lasmo's going 5-0. Freck has stepped it up to go 3-2. Like, it doesn't matter. Shifters are playing as a team and they're adapting. And I love it. And GK, they've not adapted yet and it's not worked.
If GK find themselves in a position where they're 3 rounds down, 4 rounds down, I want to see that timeout getting called. And obviously it's easy to say, oh, it's layer, it's defense bias, it's going to be easy for Shifters to have a massive advantage. For GK, they cannot let this be a 5-1, 6-0 half. They cannot let that level of daylight be between these two sides. As, well, it all comes down to the fact that they are a team that's going to have the mental drain away. It's a difficult position to find yourselves in. And while they've been in deep water before, just don't feel it's going to be easy for them to get back. Exothermic charge goes off. They begin to work away. The new Thatcher in play, but the EMP not needed just yet.
Not needed just yet, but the thing is, you've got the breach open, but you cannot walk through it until you move those attacker or those defenders from the top floor. They're going to hold vertical angles. They're going to make it very difficult. Yes, Hungry has the sense. You can throw out the ROU projector and close off horizontal lines of sight, but that only works after you've dealt with anything above. Krex gets the opening kill. Down goes Freck and whip it. Not every kill is equal. Getting rid of the Solace on a map like this is huge for the side, especially when they're thinking about the plant later on.
The Solace pick now opens up one of the win conditions to get this case down, or one of the plant conditions. They now don't have to worry about that Solace down below, scanning, giving information, and hunting them down, or even playing above. So, massive pick to find there. Freck, of course, the mechanical player that you'd rather be dead in the early stages than a thorn in your side later. Minute 30, and again, GK just taking this at what I will say is a very leisurely pace for this team. They do have that more explosive utility in the hands of Rorik and Hungary, with the Grim Bees and the Sands Wall respectfully, but they're just taking their time to check their corners, check their control, and I think there's a little bit of a ghost of P4's ratting on Chalet that's haunting them. They're really trying to be careful to not get caught out here, and I think they're kind of lining themselves up and tripping on their own tail as they're being a very slow side right now.
I'd rather be hosted haunted by the ghost of P4 Whippet rather than actually have to deal with the real one ratting in a corner and causing problems though. So they are droning, they are checking their corners, but there's a fight potentially about to break off. There's a player on the window holding the angle, each one daring the other to be the one that makes the first move. Virtue, of course, on green stairs. He's been in the game long enough to know you don't want to peek. The nade forces him away, but the trade wasn't found. He tosses the C4, but eventually Packbull finds the kill. 5 versus 3. But whip it. I still don't think it's that bad, and let's not rule out the fact Robbie could retake vertical very quickly, and that's what he's going to try to do. He vaults up the hatch now into operational room, and I don't think there's a camera. I don't think there's cover. I think Robbie is about to cause a huge problem, but Krex was up to it.
Oryx is not quiet on his vault up, but I think Krex has heard it, and that's going to be a great shot down. But with 10 seconds and the Yokai drone still available, Lesmo has an opportunity to try and shot this one down. He's all alone. He won't wait for 000 because he can't, but you gotta shoot the drone. You gotta shoot it. No! GK played a perfect round, but it will be a Yokai drone playing the dance of death. Pops them at the right moment and stuns them, denying the case in 000, and meaning that it will be a third consecutive round for the side of Shifters. Oh my goodness, the patience to play that perfectly, and the frustration only begins to build now for GK as another consecutive round has been lost.
And I'm pretty sure that if Tom's watching this, he'll be singing he likes it, he likes it, he likes it, because here we go, Shifters won 10 in a row, 10 rounds on the trot for them, as they are dominating now. And Whip It, there was 3 attackers on site, 1 Yokai drone. What wins? Well, obviously the Yokai drone. It stops the plant in a big round for Shifters. Now they're winning rounds that they're not supposed to. Now they're really enforcing their will on to GK, and GK, well, they see a flawless first half of the attack. The defensive phase go with the side of Shifters. They need to get something going. They need to get it now. They banned the smoke because of the problems the smoke caused the last time we came here. Whip It. They're telling me they want to go for the exact same plant that they just did. I don't know if they're going to get away with it, because I still see 4 C4s now, never mind 3, and the tuber out, and I see a lot of pressure. Like, the only way they make this work now is, I think, if they bring a Mav. Bring a Mav and create a wall of sight that allows you to open the wall from that point, because this is going to be a lot of trouble for GK if they try that default plant.
Oh, GK are really just, I think, put it perfectly, they now have to go for a very alternate strategy. They have to mix things up, but I really want to double down here. That previous round, Gibson, I was preparing my praise for GK, how they have taken this style of play, the difficulty of breaking this map down, and the fear of that ghost of P4 from Chalet. And I said, this is the GK that I mentioned at the top of the show, where they are a side that will embrace the grind. They'll play slow, they'll play patient, they'll play nice and boring to make sure they check every angle, hold every corner, have everything set up perfectly. And well, it all comes down to that final few moments where Yokai drone panics and scampers between the legs of everyone and finds a way to shut it down. Shifters were lucky to get that round, but for GK, gotta feel that they left it a little bit late, and their use of the slower style of play did bite them just a little bit.
Lucky. Whip It. They brought an Echo for that reason. It's not luck if your plan works in the end. It is planning, it is preparation. You make your own luck. Now, you've seen a lot of ground has been taken already. They've pushed into off room. Robbie's going to fight with that DMR. DMR tosses the C4, but does not find anything with it. The Mira, a great addition on the other side of this mask wall, as well as 2 attackers begin to walk up the missile stairs. They're putting pressure on. They want to move for this push, but Whip It, I don't know if they're going to like it. Like, it's still a lot of work to do, despite taking all this ground.
Lots of work to still do. C4 is ready. He's going to rip it out and send it down range. Does not connect. He peeks out wide. Finds one. Looks for a second one. Hungry takes a beating. And his shield keeps him alive for now. Virtue does find a way to shut him down. It's going to be a massive advantage. Shifters are collapsing on GK. They sink in a deep rear naked choke, but there is a life left. And that will be Rexon, who fires back and gets Freck. And there is a chance. Robbie wounded in the initial exchange as well. There's a way back into this, but it's not going to be an easy one. No initial plant denial other than the one remaining nitro cell in the hands of Virtue.
Yeah, that's a good point, Whip It, and they've still got fire darts and smokes in the hands of Rexon that can hold a push. Packbull wins what could be a vital kill for his side as Robbie is going to fall. There's pings, there's information on the flank coming up missile. Packbull misses the shot, and with that, Lasmo's going to peek around the corner. He gets the kill using the distraction. GK down to 2 players left standing now. P4 will take a little bit of damage now as the Mira steps across. Krex needs to win a fight, and he does, but P4 is there to trade it back. Krex now in a 1 versus 2. He doesn't have the case. He doesn't have a chance. This is looking really tough now for the young gunner. The case is cold. They're holding it on the defensive side. You can see that silhouette Whip It. Once he walks through this door, it is going to be curtains. What? How? Whip It, how has he got that?
They don't want to extend. They don't want to give him a chance. They're going to fall back, use that BP, and when he tries to stick this case, they'll push him together. And while we might build the suspense with his POV, Krex will not last long. It will be P4, the man of the hour, who finds a way to get it done. And while Packball will try and rally the troops at 555 in chat, I think now, more than ever, it's time for a Geeky timeout.
I don't know, but the heads seem lost. They're 4 rounds down now. They've lost, what's that? They'd lost 7 in a row, make that 11 rounds in a row that they've not taken 1 round off Shifters. This is their map pick. This is Lair. This is where they're confident and comfortable, but they've not really found any joy whatsoever, and they really need to win. Well, but I'd say just take anything. Get a round at this point, because if you don't win one of the next 2 rounds, it is already chalk lines. It is already GG's, and we will see Shifters move on to face up a little bit later on against the other side from Mena. They'll be taking on nice little matchup with Twisted Minds, unless Geeky get their act together.
Of course, to remind you all, this is a lower bracket matchup. These teams have lost their extra lives. They all sit now in a position of precarious nature. A single mistake at this point for Geeky. If they lose this map, it is over for them. This side, as much as we talk about their praise, because we had our home in Tier 2, we saw this team's glory. This has been a journey for them. A long road, and it all accumulates to this moment, and I do not want to fall like this. 11 rounds consecutively lost. They need a way back into this, and someone needs to stand tall. They need a hero. Who can it be? Or will Shifters play the villain Geeky story and keep this momentum rolling? 4-0, the advantage. Geeky needs something. Anything.
Oh man, and look, you look at the like, Shifters are not afraid at all. They're spawn peeking, they're running out of the building, they're still getting into these positions that's causing problems. Like, look at P4. He has essentially created a rat maze for himself to run around the map with freedom and cause so many problems. And you can see with Freck toe and toe, it's going to be an issue. Now, Rorik will walk in. He gets that opening kill behind the desk, making it a 5v4. Now, down goes Lasmo, and that's a big pick. His first death of the game so far. Freck's going to swing around now, dancing around inside, briefing with a player outside what is the main breach, but he is going to get caught out. Virtue wins 1, but Packbull is still there. 4v2 but is this finally some shoots of life from Geeky?
More than that, this is a pulse, this is a heartbeat, this is something. They will finally break the streak, unless something goes abysmally wrong. Robbie alone against 4. Geeky need this oh so badly. And they'll take their time. And they have plenty of it. They'll sit, they'll wait, they'll drone, they'll scout, they'll try and be oh so patient. A cagey, nervous Geeky. The nade should lock this out. Rexon finds the pick. Geeky finally break the streak. Their opening round in Lair, and their first round in what feels like an eternity in this matchup. And that might just be the foundation they can build this on. But Gibson, you mentioned it a little bit when we were on Chalet. Geeky found themselves leading on Chalet on the defensive side by 4 rounds. In 6 minutes, things changed. It was a 4-2. End of the half, Shifters found momentum. They built on it. They've absolutely stormed the victory. Could we see a position where we get a 4-2 split here from Geeky, and they make a run here on the defensive side, the more favourable here on Lair?
Well, that's the joy of Siege. Yes, we can. Geeky win this next round, and all of a sudden, everything looks fine. It's 4-2 split on your map. You go onto the defense with a chance to bring it to Fortress. But Shifters are still a tough nut to crack. This is where you'll see if Geeky really have it in them. This is where we'll see their real credentials. Remember, I said it before, they're the Thanos. They've got the Infinity Gauntlet of all the Tier 2 competitions. They dominated at that level. But you're going up against a side that was BDS, that have rebranded now to Shifters with so much experience and that little injection of youth. Like, Robbie has been such a great addition to this team. Freck has been getting better and better and better by the day. I like it. I really like what I've seen from Shifters so far. But Geeky can turn it on at any moment, especially with someone like Hungry. If they get Hungry going 0-3 at the minute, if he starts really ramping things up, Shifters could be in trouble.
Just put it perfectly. Hungry, one of those players that I will say, Hungry can sit in the back line of a team with 0-3, 0-4, and then all of a sudden, one round he decides, I'm going to play now, and he's going to get an operator he wants to play. He's going to try and be creative with it, and that's where he shines the most. But it does feel like the side of Shifter just have an awareness of what's going on and what to expect from Geeky at every single corner. Packball will use that first exothermic charge, gain entry. No need for that EMP just yet. It's almost going to repeat this time around. They're trying to open things up. And it's going to be Valkyrie in play from P4, and he's going to be tantalizingly close here to Packball. You see that window going. P4 will scamper away and keep his life intact. And I think for Geeky, they need to find a way to try and get this map clear a little bit quicker, a little bit more pace behind it. And they got their initial entryways already.
You saw this little fraction of panic for P4 as well when he ran past the breach and it was wide open, but thankfully nobody was there to hold it. Or maybe unfortunately, if you're a fan of Geeky, nobody was there to hold it as Krex begins to push his way down green. Now they're right at the door towards site, but still they don't control the vertical aspect of this site. All 5 defenders are still up with half the round left to play as Packbull will open the wall. But Whip it this time, and maybe importantly, there is no Echo Drone. However, there is 4 C4s, and you just know it is going to be an explosion zone if Geeky try to get this plant down without getting a kill or 2 first.
4 C4s. So much denial as well, and how full information combined that with P4. 60 seconds and Geeky need a way in. Who will be the first to fall? This opening pick will be the unraveling of this round. I can almost feel it in my bones. Packbull will sit. He'll wait patiently. The first of those nitros tossed out to no avail. And a traffic jam up by Skybridge as Rorik finds the opening. Freck's gonna first to fall. And, well, Rorik, he might be able to find even more. A perfect air job sends Robbie flying. And Geeky have woken up. Rorik finds himself 3. And it might be down the battle lines as Krex will get one more. It's all down to the lonesome Virtue. The old wily fox up against the odds. Surely he can get this one done. No way! Flawless round. Rorik takes the crown. And Geeky get this to a 4-2 split.
And it's deja vu all over again, Whip it. 6 minutes changing the whole scope of this game. The previous map, it was Shifters that took a 4-0, or sorry, Geeky took a 4-0 lead, and then Shifters brought it back. This time, it is potentially the opposite. Geeky moved to the defense on their map pick. 4 rounds required to get overtime at a minimum, 5 in regulation, and they will see themselves move to Fortress to see Shifters and what would then become a best of 1. But Whip it, the bans, Bandit removed. We saw this from Shifters on the attack. They just wanted to get rid of any breach denial. This time they'll get rid of the Bandit and the Mira. The Deimos, though, was a great pick. I'm a fan of getting rid of Deimos on a map like Lair.
I couldn't agree more. The fact is you also have that availability of that C4, that Vendetta down below. You get good drone network, you have that information, you can play the verticality so effectively, and it can be super oppressive to deal with, super strong at locking people out. You gotta wonder if Geeky feel a little bit of that blood pumping now. They've got 2 rounds to their name. They might have turned the tide, and this could be the foundation they can build their empire upon. For Shifters, are they able to break the deadlock of the defensive side here on Lair? And the biggest thing coming up is look at the denial available from the side of Geeky. They're going to combine that Shamika launcher with Hungry with the Vulcan canisters of Krex, trying to just use those flames, that fire to burn away at every second possible. And hopefully by then, Packball's Yokai drones can have an impact in the later stages.
Yeah, defense that we saw, I suppose, brought to the fray by G2 back earlier on this year. They were one of the first teams to elect to use the Sumika launcher in this position to prevent any breach. Packbull, Echo shotgun as well. We're seeing Echo, we're seeing... there's so much setup here for time denial. The Echo will stop the plant and slow them down. The Sumika launcher, the same. The Goyo canisters having that same impact on the side. Now, Whip it, I'm looking at the attackers. Virtue, we said about how he's such a good gunner and, you know, he hasn't slowed down with age, but he really has stepped into support roles in this matchup so far. We're seeing a lot of him using the likes of Nomad. We're seeing a lot of Monty. He has said, I'm not having the best game, so I'm going to let the guys who are play their hearts out and enable them. And that's what a good leader does. As Lasma will get that wall open early. You planted that seed. And that was cold of you, Whip it, because I keep saying Lasma. Dare I say it was Frisian of you? Yeah, that's a cow.
No,
that is a cow breed pun. Yes, and I'm not sorry.
You've been so polite without the puns, Gibson. It's been so long since we've been on the mic together, and you've decided to pull that one out. Oh my goodness. But Monty, on the Virtues you mentioned, a heroic task, I think, or they're kind of a noble one for Virtue to fall away. Going, listen, let's let the people who are going to be more active with their guns step up under those rolls. He'll take the shield. On a map like Lair, you gotta imagine that shield can do oh so good. These long, winding, twisting corridors with these massive, deep corners to hold on to are so impactful. And one of those yokai drones caught by an EMP, and that's going to be a great use of that new Thatcher. Taking away one of those yokai drones, one of those very important pieces of a late round utility from Packbull.
Yeah, and it's kind of, I feel sorry for IQ with the way that the new Thatcher works as well. The amount of information you're able to gather when you've got the utility in your hand. But next step is open that breach. Minute and 15 seconds left. You've got, 20 of the flames left inside the Samika launcher. So you've got a lot of time that Hungry can still burn from that position. So you know that Shifters need to get a shift on a little bit here, Whippet, and clear from this position, because he's going to be a problem. Those Kiba barriers as well, enabling Rexon to play this aggressive positioning. But the problem with a pixel peek, Whippet, is you only get a fraction of a second to win those fights, and the cross occurs. And again,
that Shamika launcher goes out, begins to burn away time. Yokai drone bursts go out as well, but the caution of the entryway from this open breach behind them. They'll seal it up, and while they're going to run out of cover to work with, Rexon is going to face the gauntlet, but he walks away for a little bit, but Robbie shuts him down. The first to fall will be him. The member of Geek is now slain, but the time denial still available in the hands of Hungry. 13 Shamika launchers and a threatening assault LMG to work with, but the smokes block him out. He gets caught between it. Freka P4 goes huge. One trade from Krex is found. He tries to make a deep rotation all the way, but he gets shut down, and Packbull's Yokai drone needs to save the day, for Robbie charges in and shuts down Packbull and shuts down Geek. One step closer to a victory here on Lair. Geek are not bouncing back the way they would have wanted here on their defensive side.
they needed that, and they shut down the GK dream nice and early. GK thought they could go on a run of their own and bring this one and win it in regulation, but Shifters say no. Their opening round on attack, they get the job done. Now they only need to do it 2 more times in regulation, and they march on in the bracket. Whip it. Then look at the way they've set up as well. DK are going to go back to the same site. One of the first times we've seen a team do that today, where you lose a site and you elect to go straight back to it. The lineup, though, has changed. Packbull has decided, Echo no more. I'm going to step up onto the Clash. Packbull has had some really clippable moments with Clash in the past. I expect Packbull to play aggressively on that mezzanine stairs, or mezzanine section of the map, to hold in towards operational room, to make it really hard for those players to walk in.
Seconds left.
Big thing for me is the fact that I think there's going to be a pivot away from a passive defensive style to a more active one. The only significant change will be that Clash. I think for Packbull, again, a player like him, he can win his ones, he can duel, he's very capable of that. But you want those Yokai drones alive for the late stage. You're going to pull him back, play him deeper within your defensive structures. And while having on a Clash, he gets a little bit of extra safety net with that massive shield in front of his face. He can sit there, have control, and they're going to try and more actively soak up that time and more actively deny it. They have also lost the Goyo, but I don't think they found full value from those Vulcan canisters. So a more reactive use of those canisters on smoke will be better for Rorik. Krex does find the opening. That's going to be Virtue the first to fall, and the bigger attribute, that's going to be the Monty.
Yeah, Virtue now no longer to be that human shield, but look, he'll do his job. You can see that he'll flick through cams, he'll flank watch, he'll do what he needs to do. Still able to push. Now, Packbull playing exactly where we expected. Now, remember, if the attack flips, if we see Shifters push the other side, Packbull will sprint his way over, get over towards the top of those green stairs, and hold the port from that side over. Hungry as well, keeping himself mobile so he can prevent the plant at either site. And 2 minutes to work with, though, so you do have a lot of time. As this first ROU projector, that sends wall will go out. And will that be the signal to walk on in? I don't think so. The pressure from below means that there's nobody with a C4 waiting for them either.
I think that first light wall going out, that RUO wall, is just trying to bait out a reaction, and that's going to be what Shifters trying to do here. They got that Buck down below who's trying to make things untenable for this Clash, but this long line of sight, just they have great vision, and Packbull can provide that. Now, there's nothing right now to try and clear that Clash away, and for GK, they're going to try and play every deep corner, every long angle, every position where they can sit, because the stiller they are, and the more patience they have, the more time burnt away from Shifters. The information seems to be good. Krex finds himself a second. The Skeleton Key, though, doesn't get a way in against Freck, and he's not able to find that. The Key barricade keeps him safe. A difficult fight to win. Wrexham peeks out wide, shuts down Robbie. A great play, and GK have found their legs here on defense, it seems.
Yeah, a little bit better from them now. Clash as well, holding back the push as Lasmo looks to get some pressure in from that op room side. You can see that all the members of Geek are holding something. You've got somebody on missile stairs as well as that projector will get tossed. And here comes the push, but stepping aggressively up into the stun grenade with the shotgun is going to be Rorik. He hears the barbed wire, but it's just a little bit of a delay tactic. The smoke, the toxic canister will delay him even longer. Lasmo finds one, but Rorik trades it back instantaneously, leaving it all down to P4. Yes, he's got the case, but he has got to run the gauntlet. What a shot that is from P4, using the verticality to catch out Krex. 3v1 with 18 seconds to work with, but he's got to find a couple of kills. He's got to get in towards sight. The Samika launcher, the flames, the fire, all dancing around his feet. He's going to move on up, and there is the clash, causing a problem with the Geek. Pull another round back as Rorik finds the kill.
That was a round. Geek needing the bravery to repick the same site they lost previously, but they made the critical changes. They bring out the clash. They have a more active style of trying to soak up that time, but most importantly, they get themselves that opening pick. Krex was very important from that. Great C4 shuts down Virtue and pulls away your Monty. Losing a Monty is so important because all of a sudden you don't have that free control, that free opportunity to get map control the way you wanted. So that slowed down the pace of play, and I think that more active style suits Geek more. But as I say that, Backball opting to go straight back to the Echo instead of basement we go.
Yeah, basement the site of choice. Packball goes to the Echo, as you pointed out. Didn't work for them the first round, but it might be a little bit different here as we go down to Lab below. How did we see Shifters get success here on the defense? Well, inside a warehouse, you had Freck playing with the shotgun, holding Barrel's window, holding warehouse door, stopping the linear push from Geek. You also had what can only be described as a maze set up above with the castle barricades as they held inside an armory, inside a briefing room, and just made it a little bit difficult for Geek to do whatever they wanted on attack. But Whippet looks not too dissimilar. I think there is a bit of a roaming presence. Krex will look to keep them honest. Lots of rooms to hide in, lots of angles to check. But again, the Geek setup is all about stopping the plant.
Keep that plant away from the ground. Hold on to every bit of map control you can. Oh my goodness. You gotta feel that there's a little bit of tension here for Geek as they're not too far away and they're showing more signs of life here on their defensive side. For Shifters, it's gonna be difficult to break this down. They've been so confident in their control. Of course, it's a much more difficult job here on the offensive side here. Lineup-wise, a very well-rounded approach from Shifters. They're not committing anything that's directly tied towards that execution style of play. I do like the addition, though, of that Dokkaebi yet again from Freck. SMG-12, so good in these close-quarter fights you find yourselves in time and time again here on Layer. Of course, that logic bomb, which you'll just use, should give so much information. No easy way to shut that down or deny it. EK will sit. And of course, absolute wealth of info given by Shifters. They now know where is clear, where they can enter. They'll try and capitalize on it right now.
Yeah, they've walked into the building now at this point, but the question is, where is that roaming presence of Krex that's been a problem? Rexon as well has the shotgun up close and personal. Tucks himself in a little bit more, and once you hear the barbed wire, that is when you'll swing. You can see the red dot as well, but you just saw it on the bottom left of the screen. He knows that there's a player not too far away, just on his right. You can see that I think that's Robbie, I believe, that's getting really close to Rexon, but he's going to have some help. The toxic canisters just slowing everything down. As over on the vent side, you see Freck opening up the window, preventing any potential retreat.
Just trying to lock things down, hold the angles, and maybe hope someone with Geek overextends. A shotgun playing in this close position, a great advantage to hold on to. And every single one of these battle lines has been formed. Rexon by Blue just sits and holds and waits for someone to stumble. You hear that sledgehammer getting used by Virtue, that you open those floorboards and try and pick off his teammates, but everyone will sit. They'll be patient, they'll hold the line. Shifters are being dared to make a play. Flashbangs go out, friendly gadgets burned away, and that will be Robbie, blinded by fear. There will be P4 who's first to fall. Hungry finds it, Rorik gets one of his own. Virtue goes, and Shifters have seemingly walked in the welcome arms of Geek. They collapse, they close, they crush them. Is it going to be a 4 versus versus 2, all in favor of Geeky. Can Shifters battle back with limited resources to get control? I don't think so. Robbie finds a way to fall, and Geeky might just be back here on defense as they look destined to bring this within 1 round of touching distance.
We got a game on our hands, Whippet. Lasmo, though, wants to make sure that that's not the case. Finds one, but 15 seconds. Case in his hand. 1 HP in a dream. And you've still got to deal with the potential of the yokai. But Krek swings over, hits the headshot. And it is 5-4 now, Whippet. The chat is lining up. Geeky getting vocal because they can sense the blood in the water and potentially a fortress on the horizon.
The things I would do to see Fortress getting played here on the main channel. A breath of fresh air that map would be, but nonetheless, we still have a long and treacherous road before the potential of seeing that here today. Our next wave of bans go out, it will be Shifters takes away the clash, the Sen's gone from Geeky. Well, other way around. Other way around. You got me. But
It's okay, if you had have just kept going, nobody would have noticed.
I own it, Gibson. I own the mistake. I'm not gonna sit here and be like,
You own it. You blow whatever the windway does, man. You changed your mind on your prediction.
Listen, sometimes you gotta listen, Gibson. What if my change from a Geeky prediction all the way to go towards Shifters was a massive giga-brain play to put a caster curse on Shifters so we go all the way to Fortress? If that's what happens, that's what I'm saying. So I've got myself in a perfect position.
You would, oh, well, you know what? I did say they could win, but I changed my mind. So either way, I'm a winner both ways now, Whip, but that's not how it works.
I'm just giving myself an easy out, it would seem here, Gibson. That's all I want to do at this point for it. But to me, this is really important for Shifters to actually get this round done, right? It's going to be difficult because they're on the offensive side, all that stuff about layer. But if you let Geeky back into this, you got to begin to feel that momentum's going to shift for them. And we often talk about the fact that Geeky love to be the team with the wind in their sails. They love to ride off energy and momentum and confidence. Shifters need to make sure they can't let that build here. And a dominant round here on the offensive side will certainly do that. The big question will be that opening pick. Virtue has fallen early with that Monty before. Can they keep that shield in play? And it looks like Geeky, especially Krex, want to try and challenge the entryway early.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do again. Up the aggression on the Geeky, cause problems for them, because Geeky have set up in the last couple of rounds to say, we're not letting you plant. Our whole lineup is set up to not let you get the execute at the end of the round. Now, you can see that Virtue, sneaking around, not quite got the jiggle moves that we saw a little bit earlier from the side of Twisted Minds. But he'll wait for that fire extinguisher, or the map ingredient, as we call it, to dissipate and allow him to walk a little bit further up. But full information on the Azami Whip at a red ping. So P4 knows that Azami is tucked around the corner. Virtue's going to look to put the squeeze on, but if Virtue steps too far, that's when Rorik can help out his teammate. Rorik is so vital for this one. The C4 is going to get tossed on out. That'll not quite catch the glass, but I'll tell you what, those Cracks.
That's going to be a massive pick up the 5, but Robbie's going to get that trade. And this is going to be a difficult position now. Rorik is pinned and no easy way out. His teammates will try and back him up in this position, but you got to wonder how they've fallen away from other critical points of this map. The gun is locked in and ready in the hands of Virtue. He'll smoke off the angle with no glass to work with. It will just be cover as Rorik gets one. There's no trade there. And an aggressive push from Rexon on that Solus tries to chase down the Monty. And it's going to be Shifters on the back foot here. Advantage with Geeky. The bathroom vault in, covered off by the Fenrir gadgets, and that FNAT will choke out this play. Not an easy one for Lesmo to be in, and some damage taken to Virtue as well. An aggressive play from the Solus, cutoff not working, and confidence from Rexon, a thing that we haven't seen from Geeky all map long.
Yeah, this is so much better now as Virtue gets on the move again, but you can see blue silhouettes everywhere you look. They get vertical control, but there's 2 minutes gone and you've lost 2 players off the back of it. Virtue, not really an active gun in the fight at this point either. He's just going to sit and lurk on green stairs and feed information. Now, Packbull wouldn't be able to play this position if that green window was open, but without there being a green window open, he can play there till his heart's content. Now you peek through the floor. Is there anybody that we can potentially get a kill? Is there an avenue of entry into the site for us? You can see yellow pings being given off, but Whippet, I don't see anybody from Geeky who is in a position to give up their lives, to forfeit their position just yet.
No one's going to commit to that one. No one's going to dive on in from Geeky. Rorik's going to get everything lined up for him. Finds the Monty. Massive pick. The case, though, it's going to go down in the middle of sight. And this is going to be a massive pivot away. And everything is perfect from Freck. He gets it down to a 2 versus 2. However, he's now going to be left alone. He has to make a long, deep rotation all by himself. And his teammate gonna be completely unrecoverable. The case will tick away, and Shifters needs this to be perfect. But I wonder, is there a chance for him to find the revive? The defensive side of EK are gonna hunt for that top floor control, but nobody's home, and the revive is there. What a moment this could be! Back to a level playing field and time, all in their favor. Hungry runs out. Rexon tries to tap the case, but will the cover be good? It's good from Freck, who finds himself 3, and that's the round. Shifters battle back. A map and series point is theirs.
And they've guaranteed at a bare minimum that they will get overtime in their pocket. We're also going to see GK now. Is this their final round in the quals? Well, but I thought that won. They had all the cards, they had the numbers, but you gave away a couple of easy picks. And even more importantly, you let them get the revive on the down player and whip it. Bigger than that, did you see that once they got the revive, did they both stand the breach? No, they retook top floor once more. That's what they went for. That's what worked. Rorik thought he had this one. That's when he thought it won. But the peak, he tried to get too greedy. But Freck stood tall. He got freaky with it in that one.
He certainly did. And well, Freck, a player that we talked about being one of those influential younger players in this roster, absolutely stood up huge. The cover was perfect. The case goes down because of him, and he's able to hold the line on that perfect cover to keep that case in play. Oh my goodness, Gibson. Geeky had a game on their hands. They built momentum, but you know what? For the plot, they had to let this go all the way, and there's a chance for a comeback on the card. So Geeky are not out of this fight. They returned operational. This has been the site they've been so strong on. They won this on their bounce back after their previous loss here. Can they use this to get themselves one round closer to overtime? Because right now for Geeky, the champions are triple crown holders of tier 2. If they want to make the Invitational, it's overtime or bust.
But look at the ingredients though. One of the keys to their success here last time was Packbull on the Clash. Clash has been removed from play. We're not going to see that operator. That means that Packbull's got to get a bit more aggressive if he wants to find those kills or he wants to get that information. Yes, he's switched over to the smoke, so you've got the smoke Samika combination of being able to slow down time, as will Rorik be able to do with that 2 Barao. But it's just not as strong a lineup. On the attacking side, they're losing Sens, but I don't think Sens is that big of a loss here for the attackers with the way Shifters have been playing. Almost you see a pistol one tap as Krex will run in and around that Skybridge section of the map. But as long as he's able to play here, he will be a problem for the Shifters.
I have a feeling that this will be a very long, embrace the grind style of round. Geeky know the pressure that sits upon their shoulders, and Shifters likewise. The team from EML do not want to let this opportunity slip between their fingertips. It will be a long day for them as well. The lower bracket journey is not over. And Geeky will sit. They'll hold. They'll try and gather information where they can. P4 and Krex have been wounded in early exchanges across the map so far. Minute 30. And the first visual contact is there. Virtue spots a player, tantalizingly close to him. That's going to be Rexon. Someone who's been so impactful for this team's journey. Can they find a way to shut him down early?
Yeah, well, he's being held from that ops room head hole angle that you see as the Monty walked in and got the information. But you can see this Packbull is not stepping away from any potential vertical attempt. You can see that silhouette. That's a good nade. That's going to force Packbull out of position, but there's no angle from that bathroom window to get the kill as he walks closer. Remember, it was Rorik that played this position it was Rexon, sorry, who played this position last time. As they switch over roles, Rexon playing behind the desk with the Azami. 45 seconds to go. No Samikas have been, well, 3 Samikas have been launched so far. You've got 1 toxic canister. Time's looking like it might be a problem, but Lasmo gets the opening kill in the round. Weapon 35 seconds to go. Geeky's hopes of staying in the bracket lies on the next 30 seconds.
It is now do or die for this moment. The triple crown at tier 2 means nothing if you cannot make it to the grandest stage of them all. The Shifters knock on the door and damage done. P4 wounded. C4 and will not find its mark. But the burnout from the Samika launchers might choke them out long enough. Rorik finds one, Rexon another, and Geek rally in the dying embers. But Amonte still bearing down. Tubra must get aggressive. Finds the end of Robbie's rifle. But with 6 seconds left to go, Geek hold on a little bit longer.
Well, Whippet, every single round in regulation is going to be required to separate these two sides in this map. Remember, Geek battling to stay in the bracket. Shifters, they win this round and they will progress to play Twisted Minds later on today. This is a huge round right now for Geek. As you said, the T2 Triple Crown. Success all year round. But it would mean nothing if they don't get to SI, if they don't crown off what has been a brilliant year for the side. Yes, Tier 1 might be the ultimate aim, but for the viewers at home, you want to see Packbull. You want to see Hungry and Paris. You want to see those two. You want to see if they type 555 on LAN or if they still go for the fist bump. These are all things we need to find out.
These are the questions, the most pressing ones indeed, but for either of these teams, if they want to make that trip to Paris, there will be long days in group and Swiss stage that will mirror this run through the grueling qualifiers of this LCQ as we get ready for round number 12. It will be the basement side of defense getting brought out from the side of Geek. Can they hold the line one more time? Will it be enough to get overtime, or will Shifters take full advantage of their early advantage? And we'll see if they can get themselves back in this fight. These are moments we live for, Gibson. This is the action that we oh so desperately want. Can they find a way to force overtime and maybe even a trip to Fortress?
Yeah, well, can they fortify themselves for this round, Whippet, as you said, and then fight their way to get the Fortress? It is all to be decided. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. P4 will get to work early. Spots out the Azami and says, I'm keeping my drone. This Bravacam is way more important than getting information at this point, but you do know that Rorik is in this position. Now, the question is, can they clear him up? But he does have a little bit of support off on the other side of the map as verticality is being held very extensively by Geek. One player on top floor, one player on the middle floor, and everybody else in the basement. But once more, but that defensive lineup is all about stopping the execute. Yes, there's a roaming presence, but this is just because you have to have some form of it. The main thing they want to do is stop and execute.
The Goyo canister burns away for a brief moment, and the real question is going to be these opening engagements, as Rexon might find himself running out of space to operate sooner than he would have wanted. They'll open up the hatches, they'll begin to work away in verticality as well. That will be Virtue's job on the sledge. They'll try and find their way in best they can. GK just need to keep themselves safe. They cannot be cautious of these angles. Need to be careful. Robbie's going to be the first to fall. Rexon shotgun gets a taste of blood and will find a second bite of Shifters. He'll look for a third, but he'll play a cautious game. And he'll take his investment and run straight back to the bank with it. He's now loose on this middle floor, and they've got to hunt him down with only around a minute and change left to work with.
I love it. I love it. The Echo drone as well. The Yokai causing problems. P4, the last player standing, but Geek on the verge of flinging this one to overtime. Remember, they were 4-0 down at one point. Then they lost a couple of rounds. They attack, but Krex gets it, and Geek bring us to overtime. The job ain't done yet for Geek, Whippet, but they've given themselves a fighting chance.
GK have a long road still to walk. They want to make their journey in the lower bracket continue today, but they are one step closer, and a storyline I did not think I could read. This team looked down in the dumps, dead and buried 5 rounds into the layer, and now they stand toe-to-toe, level playing field, 6 rounds apiece, needing overtime to settle this one out. GK hold the overtime advantage on the defensive side. We have 3 round to decide whether this is done in 2 or we need to trip to Fortress.
I need it. I don't want Fortress to be a mirage. I want it to be a solid image in front of me that I can step into, and the viewers at home want the same. We need a third map because this series justifies it. You look at the setup though, down towards Lab. This is the site that they feel most confident in now after the change. Those Goyo canisters, they're in position to stop any form of a rush from the external side of the map. Watch them going down that stairs and straight in. But Whippet, is there anything else that we can see changing? Because Rexon's on the smoke again. We know now where he's going to play. He's going to play on filtration stairs with the barbed wire to toe, and he's going to be a real issue to deal with. What did Shifters try to do earlier to deal with it? Well, they opened up filtration window and tried to force him back, but they didn't have the nades, the flashes, they didn't have what they needed to force Rexon from this position. I want to see this time if they front him up with a shield, or do they allow Rexon to continue to play in and around filtration stairs?
I don't know if you can allow him to sit there again. If you leave him uncontested, he has free reign to emerge from the basement and hunt you down on that middle floor and try and cause disruption wherever he stands. You just gotta feel that this has been a matchup where both these teams have learned so much about the opposition, and they've changed their style of play, and it's been a real back and forth affair. I wonder, will GK just embrace the grind yet again, sit still, hold the line, and wait for Shifters to make a mistake, wait for them to cross these angles. Keep things safe. Keep all players standing, and hold their line.
It is so tense. The tension, though, is a little bit less for Shifters. They have a map in the bank already. They can afford to lose this and still then progress. But for GK, this is 6 Invitational on the line. Robbie is holding that long angle now, keeping an angle, but P4 finds the opening kill. He draws blood onto the Solace. That's the player on top floor cleared. Rexon tries to find a fight, but he's just too far away for that shotgun to have a problem, cause a problem. Lasmo will get one. Robbie another. Shifters look like they're about to draw the first blow in overtime. 5v2, a minute and a half to go, and it's down to the two old boys once more. Hungry and Packbull need to hold this one down.
If there's ever a duo I trust more with my channel points, it would be these two. They'll hold the line and keep the advantage of the defensive side of overtime all in their favor. Robbie wounded, Freck wounded, but a full HP Monty, and Alesmo with every single bit of utility to work with. And verticality slowly being chipped open as well. But we've seen this from Packbull on Chalet. He's not nervous, he's confident, he can sit below it and win his ones, but opting to take the less traveled path. He'll peek out one and not recommit to it, finds himself in between a rock and a hard place as his teammate gets caught out by the Grimbees. He'll peek out once more, but backs away in the midst of a plume of smoke. He's cautious of a flank from his rear, but he does not have any idea that Hungry is now back to support him. Pressure begins to build. 40 seconds, Gibson. Can Shifters get this done against the wildly old duo?
Well, the thing is, time is starting to favour the two defenders, but Hungry takes a lot of damage there, making him a little bit less for worse for wear. P4 will get a double on the round, make it a triple. Shifters, they're going to get another 2 rounds at match point here. They break the serve, they win the opening attack here, and now they're just 1 round away once more from getting to the next stage of the bracket. Whippet GK need to win an attack here on Lair if they want to be at least in playing to win this map.
A perfect storyline for this one. If we get ready for our 14th round, GK on the less favorable side here on Lair. The serve was broken. Shifters take the victory with a flawless offense of their own. And it will be up to Master Office for this defense for Shifters. Hungry, Packbull, the rest of GK. Oh, so desperately needs something. A lifeline or a player to stand tall. What a journey this matchup has been. But look at that from a P4. Wrapping up a flawless round. How often do we see those on an offensive side here on this map?
Very, very rarely.
Gibson.
Yeah, very, very rarely. Whippet, I'm looking at this though, like I cannot say enough about how Shifters dealt with that roaming presence. We spoke about Rexon being an issue, but they dealt with it so fast. Now GK, they need to crack a site that they have had so much trouble attacking in this game so far. They've lost it twice already. Will it be third time is a charm for them? They look to keep their dreams alive. Mira though in play. Optrum becomes a little bit more difficult to deal with. They've decided to forego the two, well actually they brought the two bro, they've brought the Kaid, so they can keep all of these breaches closed for so long. Eventually they will be opened. But I spoke about Ying being an issue, a problem on a map like this. Hungry, when it matters most, is bringing the Ying. Those Candelas and the chaos that they can consume the defenders with is something now that GK really need to benefit from.
Hungry on Ying, a combination almost as old as the game itself, and he might have to claw back some memories of Border oh so long ago to find a way back into this. Now, can they get an opening? Can they find some space? Will they be able to break this defense? Combination, again, so much denial available. They can choke out this play. The two brow solo counters hit the pause button and deny their entryway. These Kaid claws keep these walls locked down and secured. These mirror windows give a massive, massive angle of visibility to try and shut down and read what GK do.
Yeah, that mirror window, that is going to be a problem. Now, there is ways to deal with it. You can smoke it up with Rexon with those smoke darts. You can flame it off. You can create verticality from below. You can use Crex to move the mirror. But you cannot walk into op until it's dealt with. Now, Rorik gets the big opener. There's the Candelas going off, but Robbie will get a big kill on the Rorik. Down falls the Ash. And that's going to be a big boon in the favor of Shifters. You can see them fall back. Robbie took a ton of damage in that fight, but even more Candelas being tossed in towards that mezzanine as they look to just work it away. But there's nobody pushing off the back of it. There's no kills coming off it. 2 Candelas down, and there's 2 more to go for Hungry.
So much utility still to work with to hold on to this one. Everything comes down to just over 60 seconds and some change. The shot's whizzing over the head. P4 swings out wide. Finds one, the Rexon. And we're going to wave goodbye to Kafe. He's going to take his darts away. And that's going to be a key utility now lost forever. C4 tossed out only to the wind. But GK will find this pressure. The existential dread of SI slipping away begins to weigh upon their shoulders. The triple crown holders of tier 2 might just fall away as it looks like it's all done and dusted. It's all down the pack ball. 1v3 with 30 seconds, and Shifters almost destined to end the run of GK here.
There's no chance, I believe, in Packful, but at this time, no, he vaults on in. Lasmo gets the kill and Shifters progress. There will be no SEL rematch. It is going to be a game between Shifters, and they'll be taking on Twisted Minds a little bit later. Whip it. What a game that was as we welcome Anne back to the desk.
That was amazing. It was so. I'm so sorry. I will leave you to rest for a little bit with the vocal cords. But what a game that was! It was a back and forth, and especially on that first half, I think that round where Lasmo clutched the 1v5 with the Echo Drone. I feel like that just put another nail in the coffin of the mental that we talked about on the side of GK that was already maybe a little bit hurt after map 1, and this only led to more damage on this side here. Though what a close series in the end, and overtime was necessary. I almost thought that Shifters would get a taste of their own medicine with that lead that they established, and then almost a comeback coming in from GK. But what a game, and what a good recovery from Shifters. I mean, we talked about it so much with it. This team has a really high ceiling, but they don't always show us that. Do you feel like they showed it enough to us here today in this matchup?
I think they certainly did, but I also feel there's more potential for this team as well. I think they've found a way to play at a higher baseline, and they stabilized compared to what we saw yesterday in their matchups. Not losing their first map for a change, I think, was a great omen for this side, and they played there. And we have to look at how this team's cohesion, and while I will talk about Virtue for a quick second, he didn't have a standout game, but his confidence is like, listen, I'm not having a good game, I'll take the Monty. And he led from that position, going, someone else, hop on different roles. He pulled himself away to that back line and showed that leadership. But P4, Freck, Robbie really led the charge. They were the tip of the spear here, and I think this team, if they can build from this in the rest of the lower bracket, oh my goodness, their ceiling could be reached.
Yeah, and take nothing away from GK. Like, you think about the year that they've had, the triple crown of tier 2. They then managed to get through the open qualifiers to make it to this point. They beat a good team, and then they come up against Shifters, a team with so much experience, and just didn't get over the line. Like, as Anne said, it was a couple of little rounds, a little few decisions that weren't against them. I kind of felt like the minute Shifters won that opening round in overtime on attack, it was going to be curtains for the side of GK. But credit to GK, we're going to give them a lot of credit. You know, we've got to say they've had a phenomenal year in 2025. They'll hope 2026 brings more success, maybe even a tier 1 spot. But Shifters, at least some guys from Paris or from France will have a chance to still make it to SI from this LCQ, Jan.
That's huge. We talked about that, adding another level of pressure for these players. I have bad news for the two of you, though. You won't get to see your fortress on this second day of the SILCQ whilst you two are commentating. We might get to see it later today. I mean, Shifters have already proven that they are willing to bring it out. In fact, they played it against Twisted Minds, and that is going to be their next matchup for later on this evening. Speaking of this matchup, though, I think you already touched upon it, right? GK had a great year, the Triple Crown inside of Tier 2. They really show that they can dabble with the big boys inside of Tier 1 EML. So if this LCQ shows us anything, the Challenger Series that await us after SI, I mean, they can roll on if you ask me, given that the competition seems to be so good inside that Tier 2 that they can go toe-to-toe with Tier 1 teams. But just Shifters were a little bit too strong today. I mean, Lasmo hadn't died until round 6, for example, today. Absolutely crazy stuff coming out from him there, and as well with that 1v5 that we mentioned earlier. And yeah, it's good to see, I guess, the people that you expect to see step up more often. Like yesterday was a very solid around the board performance, nobody really stepping out. This time around, I feel like Gibson, we're seeing that more on the side of Shifters, but not in a bad way where they need to rely on somebody to step up.
No, like the players we highlighted before, we spoke about Lasmo last time we saw him in last chance qualifiers. He was excellent, 13 and 6 in that map. Freck had a big game. Again, yes, he died in almost every round, but his he was still getting kills, he was still impacting the game. Robbie as well. But again, credit to Virtue, the stat line doesn't tell the story of his game. He played Monty, he enabled his teammates to get so many kills. I think Shifters are going to be dangerous going forward. I think that them against Twisted Minds is going to be exciting. I think that it's definitely a game worth watching later on. The sad thing is, though, like, that is still lower bracket. Like, for all those these teams, that is still lose and you go home. I think later on, we'll see, you know, the VP game again. VP game, like, those are the only teams that still have lives left.
It's crazy to me that this has been, like, realistically the first Tier 1 side just had that significant victory against a Tier 2 team going into it. I mean, they get the victory here, but for Shifters, their journey against facing the Tier 2 gauntlet isn't over yet as well, with Twisted Minds around the corner. And we even think about this, there's still one more Tier 2 team in the list with Project Zero, who are playing in the upper bracket against VP later on today, which is a real benefit to show how much danger there is in that Tier 2 side for all of kind of your EML. But there is one thing I talk about here, and it's going to be Packball for a brief moment. Not an exceptional game for him in terms of stat line, but his cost, 71%. The titles are a little bit wrong in the graphic, but that is his cost at 71%. He's always having an impact, and we mentioned this during Rumble when they were the victors of that competition, how he's always able to have an impact, even if it's just trades or surviving. He's always alive having an impact, and he had a very similar, comparable role to Virtue, two veterans of the game, able to just sit there, have an impact, even though it's not the most flashy record of kills for them.
It's always that solid pillar they can rely on the side of GK. For them, it's now focusing on what is ahead, as we mentioned, the Challenger Series that they still have to play for, where they can actually gain their spot inside of Tier 1, which is a huge, gonna be so important for them. For Shifters, though, and we look at the side of Twisted Minds as well, they do play that best of 3 later today. That's not just it. Tomorrow, if they do survive the matchup here, they will have to play more matches. They are still 3 games away from making it to an SI, and doing that through this lower bracket run certainly isn't going to be easy for these teams. Now, looking at what is ahead of us, of course, you two will be stepping out first for today. We'll be joined by a new caster pair after this. But just to look ahead of the game that's ahead of us before we do toss it to a break, these two teams, we're talking about Project Zero and Virtus Pro in the upper brackets, but 2 matches. It sounds so simple. You need to win 2 best of 3s and you make it to SI. That's crazy.
It sounds so easy, but it's so stressful for these players. And I really want to highlight for Project Zero, this is the kind of a big moment for these guys. They were second place in the Tier 2 playoffs we had in Malta. They fell to Panahone, who have exited this bracket much earlier. Actually, they sent them to the lower bracket, funny enough, and they're up against Virtus Pro. This is a stylistic matchup that I think is very interesting, with VP being a super slow, by the books, they want to keep everything under control, against Project Zero, who have players like Upor, for example, who just want to get in your face and throw hands. And I really wonder, it's going to be a classic case of, will the old veterans fall to the new guard, or will the veterans still hold their spot and book their ticket to the grand final tomorrow?
Look, how many times have VP been in situations like this and they get it over the line? Like, if there was one team in this bracket that you said, if they get to the upper bracket final, you expect them to qualify, it would be VP. They've been here so many times. It would be strange to have an international event without them there. But, you know, let's not punch their ticket, because Project Zero, exciting young team. Lots for them to prove as they go into that matchup as we get the overall series summary. So, I'll pick up on that point a little bit later, but look at some of those stat lines. Like, Lasmo, 24 and 14. Robbie, 23 kills over the course of the series. Like, you look at the cost numbers, really good across the side of Shifters, and not necessarily bad over Geeky either. Like, despite the 2-0 scoreline, Geeky showed a lot of good things.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, it's silly to think as well, you two both saying with very much confidence that GK were going to win this matchup here, maybe even in a 2-0 as well. It was in fact Shifters winning out the match pick, or the map pick, sorry, of GK, which turned out to be huge. Let it be in overtime, but the game finished in 2-0 is going to be so important for them as well. Thinking about stamina, that's going to come into play, right? Even for a team like Twisted Minds and Gen G that have played earlier on today, they still have to wait and sit out for that matchup that is coming later after we have concluded the upper bracket game, though. But the MVP on this side, I feel like, as you say, it's so close between these players, but the fact that it does go to Lasmo shows that winning these rounds, like, for example, that 1v5, and I know I'm going to keep coming back to it, but that is such a big hit for the mental on the side of Geeky, but it's also such a big building stone for the side of Shifters. You're sitting there as the other 4 teammates spectating Lasmo thinking, you know, I hope he wins this, but there's a very slim chance he's going to do it with a 1v5, and he does actually win that. It is such a big happiness boost, a morale boost for the team, and it really gives these building bricks for the remainder of the matchup. But we saw that coming into fruition today for the side of Shifters, but with that matchup being concluded, we're halfway through our day, and that means we're going to say goodbye to the 2 of you. Gibson, you were making a point earlier, though. Would you want to finish that point?
Do I remember the point? Yes, I do. Thankfully, I remember. I didn't lose my trail of thought. No, I think that VP have got tons of experience. Like, they're going to be really hard for Project Zero to beat. They're going to feel like they are the favorites to progress, but it's LCQs. Like, you said 2 best of 3s to win to make it to Paris. Do you not remember 2020, was it the end of 2024? Was it Wild had 4 best of 3s? If they won one of them, they would have qualified for a major and they couldn't get it done. Like, it sounds simple, yeah, win 2 best of 3s and you're in. It is so difficult because every single matchup in Siege is completely different.
Well, Gibson, I talk about VP for 1 second. Funny enough, actually, our very first time we ever donned the LCQ bracket, they were the team we sent to the Invitational. They have a great track record. We're on the microphone for them, so if they make it towards tomorrow, I think VP might be the team to do it. Just because I'm a little bit of a superstitious guy, I think they can do it, but VP are definitely a dangerous team at Project Zero later on.
There's definitely a lot of questions on what's going to happen, though, with the LCQs. It's always a woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, luckily for these teams, there's no G2 around because they truly are the kings of the LCQ. So there's a chance for the other teams that we still have left inside of this LCQ, but we will say goodbye to a few more, though. First, and most importantly, we'll qualify T-Team to the grand final, and we'll be doing that after the break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the EML SI LCQs. We're getting ready for the third game, and we have a shift in our casters as well. We're joined by Chamberine and Hep. It is always a pleasure to be joined by you two. Now, you two may have seen the first games we had earlier today. Hep, any thoughts on what you saw earlier?
I'm just very happy that Freck has been able to make it through, you know? Like, we need to represent that Dutchness in us. There's not a lot of players in the scene, so, yeah.
I can confirm that these two have both been speaking Dutch for the last, 10-15 minutes before this game
Je
started.
deed lotje lopen langs de lange lindenlaan. There you go.
Stop.
Now say it, champ. Come on.
Oh,
You can do
I'm not even going to try that. As for the games themselves, I am ecstatic so far. I'm a huge BDS fan, of course, they've now changed to shifters, so I'm kind of glad that they've marched through. I'm a little bit annoyed that they managed to kind of defeat Geeky, because I was a little bit conflicted with that game, because I was like, I've liked Geeky, I've been following them for a little while, but shifters have my heart. So I'm kind of glad they're through, and I'm also kind of glad that we've still got some T2 representation happening with Twisted Minds as well in that lower bracket as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big talking point for us throughout this whole weekend of the LCQs, because if you're a tier 2 team, you're having a great time battling and going up against all these tier 1 teams inside the competition here. Of course, we've already had to say goodbye to Wolves, technically a former tier 1 team now having been demoted back to Challenger Series. We had to say goodbye to Panahona as well, another tier 2 team that has really shown a lot of effort inside of the last tier 2. Looking at what is ahead of us though, and we're going to talk about the game in the upper bracket. You should join us for the upper bracket game. Love to see that. So you Project Zero going up against Virtus.pro, and the most exciting thing about this game is that it sounds so easy, but you're only 2 games away from making it to an SI at this point. And when we talk about Project Zero, another one of those big surprises coming out of tier 2, I can say they had a big turnaround from the EML finals. There they got 0-2 by Panahona. They did so much work, a roster change. It seems so far, Chan, that it's working out wonders for them.
Yeah, exactly. Project Zero have been fantastic for the entire year. I have really enjoyed watching them. I've really enjoyed watching the entire Tier 2 circuit, and the way I'm kind of looking at this game is that this is Project Zero's test. This is their time to have a look at, can they compete against the Tier 1 teams? Panahona, they've failed theirs yesterday, unfortunately, versus Shifters. We've also seen the other side coming through as well, from Geeky falling away versus Shifters as well. They're quite happy to claim a few T2 scalps, not to blame them, but the thing is I just enjoy that Project Zero have managed to hit the kind of ground running over the last kind of 3 to 4 months after that change with Groovy coming in, and they're looking really genuinely fantastic. They've peaked at the right time. Panahona have had what I think is a little bit of burnout, despite the fact that they've played so well against Project Zero and against all the other teams in the circuit. They actually finished top in that circuit, but they just felt like a little bit not quite themselves, where Project Zero really felt really composed, really quite organised together as a team, and the energy that's been coming out of that camp has been really, really great, and I'm really, really, really excited to see what they can do against Virtus.pro today.
I mean, we have been joking a lot about it during Southbreach, right? Especially with Grace, and we're, every time Project Zero came on, I was like, yeah, they're an EML ready team. Mm-hmm. But this is their actual moment to start showing that, because they're coming up against Virtus.pro, which is that long-lasting, long-standing team inside of EML. Didn't have the best of stages the last stage, but it could be a very good, grounding moment here for Project Zero to see how they fare against these teams. So, it's very interesting.
Yeah, and then speaking of Virtus.pro, as we were talking about, it's kind of like a matchup with the young guard versus this old guard that is so experienced and has been to so many events, looking to make it to yet another one. Talking about Virtus.pro, I mean, they've had a great stage 1 inside of EML. A big contributor to that was Pasha, absolutely stepping up. He went a bit quieter inside of stage 2, but I feel like what we saw yesterday, Pasha might be back.
Yeah, for sure. And this is also, you can go through this 2 ways. There has been a bit of a break, of course, since competitive play came up. So these players had that moment to rest, to reset themselves, to basically find their groove again. The game has changed a little bit, and sometimes that just leans into players, their capabilities a bit better. But at the same time, they've been to 6 Invitational so many times at this point as well. So for them, it is okay, they need to get through these games. Sure. But at the same time, they know their quality, they know these teams their quality, because this is the benefit of Europe. There is a lot of Tier 2 competitions throughout the year. So there's a lot to go on here for the analysts, for the coaching staff, for the players themselves, to really feel prepared for these up-and-comers. Whereas, in the past, for example, that would be less possible, because, these teams would just show up, and that would be the first time you get any VOD on them, and you could get surprised. That is no excuse anymore.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Virtus.pro here. I'm going to be completely honest. Over the last kind of year or so, they've proven that they're such a good team in those condensed kind of areas where, in terms of actually within their own regions, they've proved that they can win things. They've won stage 1 and 2 in 2023, and they've always been a team that's usually in and amongst it. And my favourite thing about Virtus Pro is that they just have the same team. They just keep playing the same. Yes, they have made some adaptations, and yes, they brought Karjeka in at the start of 2025, but overall, it's still the same bones of the team. They're still just kind of marching through it, and it's like, doesn't matter what the meta throws at them, they still just keep playing that style, and it either works or it doesn't. And I just love that about Virtus Pro, and there's no really way to kind of figure them out. We know exactly how they're going to play. We know how they're going to play against Project Zero today, and I'm just excited to see a team bring aggression against them and see if they can counteract that.
And that translates well into the conversation we're going to have next, because when we talk about the map veto and we talk about Fortress being added into the map pool, we can almost always expect that there is going to be a ban for that map, though. I don't see Virtus Pro be playing that matchup. There we go. They banned it as a second one. I was not surprised at all by that one. Project Zero, though, they pick Clubhouse as the first one. Virtus Pro then pick Kafe themselves, and should we need a decider, Cham, we're going to go to Consulate.
On paper, this would technically favour Project Zero, technically. Based, if you're looking at game count, but of course Project Zero played a lot more games just because of the nature of Tier 2. They've appeared in a lot more official games. So I'm not kind of going to look into that too much in depth and kind of thinking like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to win this because they've rented Consulate. It's their favourite map. They've rented Clubhouse. It's one of their favourite maps. It's Virtus Pro they're playing. You know what I mean? It's going to be a really big test for them no matter what, and Virtus Pro and Kafe is a very, very good team as well. So on paper, technically, you're thinking, yeah, Project Zero, this is good maps for them. This is really good, but it's still Virtus Pro at the end of the day. It's still Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, it's a very steady team that knows exactly what they're doing, when they're doing, and why they're doing it. So a map like Clubhouse then kind of scares me if you're going up against them, because it is so methodic. And for a long while, we always said, okay, yeah, there's that thing now, but don't bring the French to Clubhouse. But to a certain extent, it was also don't bring Empire or Virtus Pro to Clubhouse.
And that's the question, though. But that is what Project Zero is going to do. They're bringing Virtus Pro. The Clubhouse is the first map of the series that is ready, so take it away.
Oh, we are ready to go, Hap, straight into Clubhouse in the upper bracket final here. We're going to send a team to that grand final tomorrow. I am so excited to share the mic with you, Hap. I hope you had a nice New Year and a good Christmas over the break.
I've had one indeed. I hope you have had one as well. Very relaxing on my side. You do strike me as a pretty relaxed guy, to be fair. I am a pretty relaxed guy, to be honest, yes.
Which is nice, because I'm not relaxed whatsoever. So the balance is there. The balance is there for today. We're getting into the game, though. Clubhouse is starting right now. The bans have already came through. We've got Thermite and Montaigne going off on the attacking side, and the Bandit and the Mirror going away as well. And we touched on it a little bit, just briefly at the start there, that yes, Virtus Pro, they tend to be that slower, more methodical team. They tend to kind of play the Siege the way that Siege is kind of supposed to play. And Project Zero, they've proven all throughout the last kind of 6-7 months where they've kind of been hitting those highs that they are more than happy to swing absolutely everything, get aggressive, get in their faces. And we can see two more conflicting styles. I'm just excited.
I am very excited as well, but it's mostly because I truly see this as one of the biggest tests for Project Zero. They're coming up against a Tier 1 team, and it's not just a Tier 1 team of new players, that they've only been playing in Tier 1 for a year. No, it's these players, these storied and legacy players that have been around for years and years on end, and have, probably the top 100 experience, each and every single one of them. If you grab all the players, all of them will be in the top 100, I believe, of the amount of events they've gone through and stuff like that. So it's like these players are the elite of the world. So this is going to be their true and biggest test so far, how to actually match up against these guys going to SI, of course, or World Championships.
Exactly. And SI just a few weeks away. Ready to go to Paris on Valentine's Day. I cannot wait to get there. Now drop down the hatch here from Dan. A little bit of a spread it on this Rome game from the defense. Skeptic was already stepped up into kitchen, waiting for someone that could float past that main staircase. And there's a player up there, so they have to be mindful of this area. A Skeptic just lurks on the side of that doorway. There's Flexi on the other side as well. Could go for a little bit of a pinch in the middle of that map here, but there's Joystick just moving up the backside of that secret staircase, decides to go back down, and that's the first minute wasted here for Virtus Pro, but Skeptic's still trying to sneak into a different position. Bottom of the main staircase here, he's about to be flanked from behind, and he could catch himself a freebie, but Pasha can't react in time, and he will get that free kill. Beautifully done. Nice from Skeptic finding the gap there, App.
Yeah, wasn't aware of Skeptic being there. Still managed to put quite some shots into him, though. Wasn't as clean as Skeptic might have wanted it to be, but that's now the roams somewhat taken care of, because Always is still there. The drone is giving away the game, and that means rotation back up top is now in progress. But with the verticalities up top, it kind of makes that kitchen hatch impossible to pass, as it is going to be watched by Always from upstairs, and that means he will have to be hunted, or a different approach needs to be taken. And the motorcycle drop seems to be what's next. Grenades being tossed in. We already have Groovy inside as he's trying to go for some wall bangs, hoping to find someone right behind the bar as the Goyo canisters start popping and the call comes out as well, but Always still up top. Could be proving quite problematic here, champ.
Yeah, it could be. I think they're just ignoring him for now. I think they're just happy to play through the motions at the minute. They've spotted a player through the wall. Shepard taking quite a bit of damage there as Groovy now decides to move back into Moto. Dan's hit the deck elsewhere, and now the hatch is being held by Skeptic. Groovy continues even more into Moto, all the way into Church. He's found himself a second. Always gets in on the action from that position above as Shepard takes a bit more damage. And now Oscar attempted to get that plant down just on the side of that Moto doorway. But here comes Always from above on the hatch. They've ignored him earlier in the round, and let's see if it comes back to bite him. Now there's only 35 seconds on that diffuser. Shepard trying to hold an angle from somewhere else. There's Always getting in on the action yet again. Are they going to be punished here? Still trying to come down from that hatch. Going to go for the drop, and he will be heard. Surely they'll know his position. Surely they'll know where he can come from. Can't get back into that diffuser. It's starting to go here. The time's starting to slip. Shepard's HP is also not looking too good. Doesn't want to take too much of an engagement. There's Always Go pushing in from behind. He'll get himself that triple, but time really is dwindling, and they're going to hide this one out. Surely Project Zero are going to get this. Always is going to get himself a quad, potentially an ace, but it's going to be for naught for the round count. Finished off. Swept up there for Flexi. Project Zero, he'll get the first round on the board.
Always was in a really good position there, Chem. However, wasn't able to fully benefit of it because Kruby was going absolutely mental on the side itself. Managed to go through, find 2 kills, and that is the opening. That means the plant can start happening. If Always had more teammates live in his final 30 seconds, if it was a 4v5 or a 3v5, they wouldn't have been as free to push in as they did. And that gives him a lot more striking capability once you're actually going for those final seconds executes. But because of the fact that there was only 1 player left and he was sitting in armory, they knew exactly where he was, they knew exactly where Always was going to be coming from, and it's easy to just cover off at that moment in time. So well read by Project Zero, well executed as well as they take that first attacking round on the board. But Always, he's definitely showing that he is active here today. He's going to be trying to get tons of kills on his name.
Much to be expected here. I played in a fantasy league in the first stage of last year, and I had Always in my team for a bit. After he had an absolute heater of a start to the series, this season. Unfortunately, he didn't quite have as good of an end to the season. Passion decided to have an even better second half. So Virtus Pro, they do have the players that can step up when needed, but that first round is Project Zero's. I do like that they decided to go straight in and get the job done. Yes, they noticed it Always was making that kind of roam in the middle of the map. They're just like, yeah, let's just ignore it, it's fine, we've got what we need. We can get plant and work from there now. Different site, up to that top floor. Now, gym, bedroom. A bit of an extension, of course, out to that CCTV side. You've got Always here on the mute yet again. So at least a little bit of time on that side as Groovy is just outside that wall on the Maverick. People are peppering just some early shots into these windows, just showing them that they are up on that roof. They're Skeptic and support on the CCTV side, opening up that wall, and now they can begin to start stripping back layers of this defence, getting a work through to the top of that site. Dan's just going to wait. Maybe he's going to try and catch Groovy out here, trying to open up that wall there on the Maverick.
It's interesting to see how much hard breach they've taken, because you have Hibana, you have the Ace, you have the Maverick, and you also have the hard breach cans, of course, that Skeptic took along. They really wanted to take no risks in not being able to open up any of these walls as a long approach is coming in. They're pushing in from CCTV cache, they're going all the way across. That means there's going to be plenty of walls to get through eventually, but the default cam still up is kind of a rookie mistake that you would not expect to be there on the side of Project Zero. They've played plenty of games this year, as Uber will find the very first joystick taken off the board. No more juggling of those F-nets with Pasha response. Another one to fall. As the ace now loses his life, and you see the rotate all the way down from the basement itself, from the side of Virtus Pro, as a push is coming in from Logistics. This is a massive take from Uber. Is he going to be able to take the clash as well in time? Yes, that is absolutely crucial. Uber with a triple kill to come in, and Dan and Pasha now both having to retake to the site as the plant is being attempted, the window is being covered, the bathroom is impassable, and that means Pasha is stuck in his current position. The Hoppins are starting to come through, and flashbangs are being tossed out. It's only up to Dan now as he's coming up the main stairs. 50 seconds counting down. Bees stopping him. 45 now in favor of the attackers as the plant has gone down, and all the angles are being watched. This entire round seemed like it was going Virtus Pro's side until Upor comes in from Logistics, picks up 3, picks up the clash more crucially, and now it's up to Dan. In a 1v3, 30 seconds left, the angle will be watched and Upor shuts him down. Massive round from Upor.
Couple of little mistakes there from either side. Project Zero, yes, they left the default cam up, but they noticed that there was a gap to be seized on that top floor. A couple of Virtus Pro players just caught off on the rotate downstairs, and they go, yep, there's a call, by the way. Let's just go isolate that clash and just see if we can get into the site. Let's just go full steam ahead. Upor's like, I'm just sending it in, and they get full control. It's really expertly done. That's twice in a row Project Zero have recognised where Virtus Pro are on the map and just been like, it's fine. We can leave them there. We don't need to focus on it. We're just going to go through what we want to control. We're going to focus on our areas and take the positions that we want before we move in and go for our execute. Really expertly done. Wonderful stuff for Project Zero to start here, and they get 2 rounds in a row to start on Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's massive. Clubhouse, however, if we're looking at the data just over the last couple of years, getting more and more towards a 50-50 site, if not slightly favouring the attackers here and there. And that means that VP... they still have some hope here, but the 3-3 is definitely something that they need to lock off, because if this is going 4-2, then they're kind of in a bit of trouble.
Mind you, we have seen quite a few games today and yesterday where there's been 4-0s, 5-0s, and then switches. Some team just turns on for 5, 6, 7 rounds and then just appears, and it's just like, yeah, we've seen that. Like it happened with Shifters, that first map. Earlier against Geeky would go 4-0 up, and then Shifters just win every single round to win the map. It's doable. Just a couple of rounds, Hap. It's okay, it's just a couple of rounds.
No, of course. And they are kind of coming down to like slight mistakes, because the last round was definitely in VP's control up until Uber just came through on Logistics. Like they weren't aware of that, and the Clash wasn't able to fall back in time and provide the support, because if Clash got through that door, it would have been a completely different round from there on forward. But the pickup just in time, as the early breaches are being made. Groovy having an angle already towards the mezzanines of that garage. It is often a crucial step in the take of CCTV. That's why we see so many of Project Zero currently aiming towards the area. They want to take that control. As Maverick slowly opens up the wall.
Joystick in charge of holding onto that rafter position. Of course, the site being CCTV and cache. This is a very important position, and Groovy's already got it. For free, essentially. Joystick just not aware of where to play. Not aware that wall is wide open and he could be spotted while he moved. An unfortunate opening pick. Goes in favour of Project Zero to start things off. Round number 3, and Skeptic is wary that someone could send it out that main breach. Groovy on the repel at the same time. Gets on those drones, gets a little bit more information to ensure that they can start formulating where they want to go for this execute help.
I mean, it is a step-by-step plan. There's not really a lot of room for variations here. It often relies on the attackers getting control of Garage, which they now have, then to open up the wall of CCTV, which is also done. And then there's one more option you could go for, and it's a little bit of pressure coming in from construction. And that's something that Flexi is currently looking to provide. But he can also play these windows here on Highway to make sure no one's able to really rotate back out, as the plant already is happening. The Candelas are starting to come through. The smoke is just slightly short. As the rotate comes back up from the staircase, always will find one. A Shepherd will go down, but 40 seconds now counting in favor of Project Zero again. And as always is looking to retake the garage. There is some pings, probably from a Valkyrie camera. They need to find the kills, and Dan will find it instead. A run out now, possible to be made, as there's 2 out on the rappels. A Claimer out there who's protecting their lives just enough. As Grubby will find Pasha to both off the rappel now, knowing that they need to challenge them. And as Flexi and Skeptic both pick up one, it's Groovy for the final one as Project Zero get themselves up 3-0.
It's 3 in a row as well, Hap. It's 3 of the same thing. It's exactly the same skeleton of a round from Project Zero. They just hone in, laser focused on what their idea is. They do not care that Virtus Pro have people scattered around the map in different positions. They're just like, okay, let's check this, let's list off, let's open up the wall, let's get this cover, let's get this cover, let's get control here, let's get control of rafters. They had it really early on, and they go in and plant. That's 3 in a row that they've decided to do that. They've just ignored what Virtus Pro had in front of them, and I respect it. I like that they're just like sticking to their game, not letting Virtus Pro dictate them, not let Virtus Pro pull them away from somewhere. And even when Always did make his move and get that kill from below, they still were like, yeah, we've still got time to stick this, we can just come back out. And now, no surprises, the Virtus Pro have brought out the tactical timeout.
Yeah, because things have just been slipping away from them by like 1 or 2 players that are unknown. Because yes, of course, Project Zero, they were getting ready and that plant was going to go down either way, but they weren't able to challenge it. And that just starts off with that first kill. Unaware of the fact that the Maverick was on a rappel, had an opportunity to see Joystick from his playing position. And he just gets picked apart, and that's Garage control suddenly in your hands. And Garage is such a crucial part of the map on a CCTV approach that, I mean, it's not a default loss, but you're definitely taking a bunch of points out there.
Yeah. This is the big one as well for Project Zero, because they have had a really wonderful last kind of 4 to 5, 6 months run. You know, they got together in the summer last year. They had that 4. They had Shift on the roster, and then inside Rumble they got eliminated by Panahoni, and then Shift left and Groovy came in. And Groovy has been a revelation in this roster. He's been absolutely phenomenal in both the in-game leader role, in both the strategic, and also hitting his shots. He's a gunner. We know what Groovy can do as well. They've been so fantastic, and now this is the time for them to step up and win something, because they haven't been able to get across that line. They've lost to Panahoni multiple times in the Tier 2 finals. They've been knocked out to Geeky as well, and both of those teams are gone. Both Panahoni and Geeky are gone. It's finally just Project Zero on their lonesome, and is Grace's prediction of them being EML ready true? That's the real question.
That's it. And again, that's kind of the premises I'm putting on this game. Of course, the winner also goes to the grand finals of, the qualifier SISQs. But over the year, they have been shouted to be EML ready, and this is their moment to show it. Oh, very good ears there, I'm passionate. Here's one run over the rooftop. Opening already made, though, into CCTV. And this is just part of the default clear. You want to make sure that you have this top-down approach. Virtus Pro will slowly start pushing back towards the side as soon as the pressure comes on. Remember, we are playing the basement here. As Groovy taking quite a lot of damage, always blows himself up, but he gets the injury onto Uber, and now Pasha comes in big, still playing around. Hey, there's a shield behind you, man. Comes in big from the garage, will find those kills, and now a man advantage here on Virtus Pro. A bit unfortunate, always has to blow himself up with that nitro cell, but desperate times call for desperate measures. As Oscar misses the opportunity to confirm the kill onto Pasha, he will be more than happy to just retreat towards the side and not take that fight any further.
It's a worth it trade, Yes, you blow yourself up, but you get rid of the blitz. You also get an extra kill off the back of it by you falling away, because you've got support, and that's what Virtus Pro. This is what I've just been actually in favour of Project Zero doing. They've been ignoring what Virtus Pro have had. This time they've tried to play into it a bit more, and unfortunately that's left them a man disadvantage. So now they have to try and scramble to fix things up. Still plenty of time, still half the round left to get working on this, but now they have to try and get through a very just rested VP. They're just going to be chilling, just just sit in the corner, wait for you guys to come to us. Here's the Habana pellets coming in from Skeptic to open up some of those angles that are needed. The hatch is the focus for now, and Oscar at the bottom of the main staircase does almost catch Pasha crossing over. Can't quite react just in time. Grimbies as well, just to continually put some more pressure, make them squirm a little bit on this defense, but we're in that final minute here, Hap, now.
Pasha's had 9 lives so far throughout this one round. Joystick picks one up more. One of the Goyo canisters has been relocated as well. We saw that as Pasha came back to side, and now Flexi, the last man standing on top of the main stairs, spots out one of the players. The fuser's down in Motorcycle. 30 seconds for it to find. It's quite a tall ask. Not impossible though. as he's slowly trying to isolate the angles, using the ingredients to get himself in a position to actually play around it. But so was Virtus Pro, as Dan shuts him down as they had the pipe to explode, meaning he had to go through the triple wall. And Virtus Pro to pick themselves up their first round of this series.
Yeah, and I've just got done complimenting Project Zero about how they have, noticed that Virtus Pro are playing in these positions and decided, yeah, we're just going to leave that, we're going to focus on our game. And what do they do, Hap? The immediate round after that, after Virtus Pro have had the tactical timeout, they go, oh, Virtus Pro are playing that same thing before, let's play into it, let's bling the blitz, let's see if we can deal with it directly. And I understand that that's the correct way, let's clear the room, let's go through that, but that's what VP wanted you to do. And they just did exactly that. And unfortunately, they've lost the round off the back of it. So, it was a little bit of a change there. Just a little bit of a kind of adjustment from Project Zero's side, going for something slightly different. And I don't know if I'm a fan of it, but listen, it's technically the way you're supposed to play Siege, isn't it? You're supposed to go through their own game, deal with people, take control, and not just ignore people.
Yeah, you cannot just rush the side every single time because they'll come back to you at some point.
Listen, Project Zero will do that.
Yeah, so it's like you gotta kind of clear out from the top down, because otherwise these vertical angles and all the kind of stuff is coming back to haunt you. Of course, every now and then a rush towards the side itself, well placed, well timed, is working out. But if you become that team that does it every single round, then you can be expecting the countermeasures to be in place. I say that unless, like Wild a couple of stages ago, where they just rushed the side every single time on border, managed to get the plan down in 30 seconds, and not a single team was able to deal with it.
European Tier 2, it's rogue country. That's what it is. We'll rush absolutely everything. Now, not rushing this time though. First 30 seconds already boiled away. Going to be working on this CCTV wall between the Maverick. Of course, got a bit of a tweak this season to make it just a teensy tiny bit easier to get this done. Definitely seeing a lot more success with the Maverick tricks than I have over the last year, Hap.
Honestly, they should have just practiced more, Like, dedicated Maverick player needs to be 2 hours on Maving walls a day.
Let the keyboard do the work. Let the keyboard do the work. That's the way to do it. Flexi, trying to just check these windows, see if anyone's there the while they wait for this Maverick work to get done as maybe move somewhere else. Project Zero more than happy to wait for that to get done. It's passionate. Just inviting a teensy tiny bit of pressure in the form of some drones at the top of that red staircase, and that hot tub wall is wide open. Flexi ready to face up to it. Dan's on the reverse angle inside the gym, waiting for that to happen.
Slowly and steadily trying to scope out the site, but not really showing themselves on the side of Virtus Pro. That's also a bit of a worry. Good positions are in place though. They do have plenty of coverage on the side of the attack. And it's just Dan in the site for now. And he's running around, and I believe one of his teammates, Joystick, just came in to try and provide some support as well. They're aware of all the openings that are there. But there are only two defending against all these attackers, and as one just drops as they enter the site. A plant can now attempt, as Project Zero will find two for just a single trade, always playing inside of logistics, will be hopping up behind the shield. But that diffuser is down. Has just been recovered by Flexi. He's going to attempt the 45 seconds. Logistics hatch is being covered as well. They need to push right through the site, and that's exactly what Shepard is doing. Is he in time? The answer is no. He will be taken down. 40 seconds now counting. Do you still have that shield in pocket? No, Shepard gets taken out. They know about one inside of logistics. They need to hunt him down. We'll find him as well. Pasha drops always. Last man standing. One on highway. And one probably in Jacuzzi. No, actually up top. Goes for the jump out, and Groovy has him covered. Project Zero with their fourth round on the board.
They've done it again, Hap. They've done exactly the same thing. They've went back to the let's open things up and go through our game and ignore what Virtus Pro have. They just don't bother going through cache and CCTV, really. They're really like, okay, we've seen that you're set up here. Let's open up this hot tub wall and let's just see if we can go in the gym window and go from there. Let's just see what we can get going. And it works again. How many times have they got to get away with it? That's the real question. How many times is Virtus Pro going to let them do essentially the same trick, just being like, yeah, we're just going to play past this? Because, I mean, Flexi, to be fair, has absolutely no right to win that second gunfight. You should be dead to rights there, but this is what Project Zero have done for the last 6 months. They've won gunfights, they've been aggressive, they've hopped in windows, got spawn peaks, played in kind of freaky positions, and that is what they've become known for, and they do it really, really well. Virtus Pro, they're Not looking at a good start here on Clubhouse. A 4-1 half on the attack for Project Zero is fantastic work.
But then a question for you. If you have CCTV cache and garage all under control as Virtus Pro, why are 3 people from Project Zero allowed to play on highway?
True.
Like, you have that window, you shoot through it, right? Like, you can put pressure down. But no, like, 3 people are allowed to play on those windows to provide cover, to hop into the site as well. That shouldn't be happening if you have 2 players around CCTV cache and you've just gone uncontested there. Like, you saw it in the movements of VP. You have 2 in the side, they're being slowly... Like, it was chess on the side, right? Like, they were moving themselves on positions and eventually they got checkmates on the side itself. And at that point, everybody's just hopping into the windows. And then you see where VP is. Oh, CCTV cache. Why?
Yeah.
Like, where's the pressure?
This is why I'm selective on the way that I'm describing it by saying that VP, you know, how long are they going to let this kind of thing happen? Because it does feel like VP are not quite there in terms of having things in the right positions, not quite adjusting things and adapting to what Project Zero have. Project Zero will be happy with that though. Yeah, let's just keep playing the way we want to play. Of course, different site yet again, CCTV and cache. Last time Joystick got picked off very early in that rafters position. He's now no longer trusted up there. It has that area covered now. And downstairs we do have Joystick down, moving through the bottom floor. Dan inside of Gym as well. So quite spread out here from Virtus Pro. The focus point for now for Groovy and Project Zero is that main breach, getting it opened up. Getting focus on that rafters area. You can see the pings coming through as well. The Candelas at the same time. They're laser focused on clearing out always. Shepard's got a kill elsewhere as Flexi falls. But here comes a run up from Skeptic. Just peppering LMG shots down range and will remove always and get that position that they wanted. Rafters is now in control of Project Zero.
And again, Rafters is one of those most important areas you need to have for this push. Joystick though, in a crucial position down in Oil Pit, will find... No, Oscar survives by the skin of his teeth. And that will force Pasha to fall back. He cannot stick around there because he will be hunted. And since there is people ready near blue, they'll just go on a hunt for him now. Uber playing down below is going to be putting up some pressure, of course, with the lifeline. Can send the concussions through. Stop anybody from trying anything. A Skeptic is trying to get the plan down. He's taking tons of damage from the smoke. Will be forced to fall back. Oscar gets dropped. Not quite sure from where. As Dan takes the fight to Uber, will find success as well. It is quite even with these 40 seconds left and a new plant attempt to be made, Champ.
Get back and forward, the kill feed can't find an inch to breathe. It's 2 versus 2 yet again. Now it's just down to Oscar on his lonesome. So much HP dwindled away from Joystick earlier in the round. But he's staring down the barrel of potential lost round here because Virtus Pro are holding strong. 25 seconds as he goes on the hunt for the player inside of Cash. He knows there's one at the top of that red staircase as well, but can't quite get him to peek his head out from behind. He will get one. Can he get the second one? Oscar versus Joystick. 10 seconds on the clock, and now attempt on the plant. Where's Joystick? Where's he moving to? He's moved into Cash. He goes for the hunt and he moves to the side and he will win that gunfight out. Virtus Pro, he will finish off that half 4-2 on Clubhouse.
It's not an ideal half, but it is better than the 5-1 it was looking to potentially shape up to. It gives them something to breathe, a little bit of space. As the bands now will be flipped. Let's see what kind of game this will become. You can almost expect a guaranteed hard breach ban on the side of Project Zero. They probably want to make things as hard as possible for VP.
Ball nowhere hap.
Surprise.
Thermite banned away. Bandit as well. No surprise he's really on the bans. I imagine these will be pretty part of the course as well. Capital and Mira yet again. Nothing too crazy. Clubhouse tends to be like that. Tends to be a pretty standard ban flow. Half number 2 of Clubhouse. So Project Zero heading on to the defense and heading down to the bottom floor to start things off. A cheeky little Solace coming through. Solace action on Flexi. How do you feel about that hap?
Solace is a very potent character, especially for, of course, like when you're playing around with the verticality. It's always a little bit more tricky though when you're playing around in the basement because a lot of the verticalities aren't actually on the default plant sites, except for when you're around in that kitchen, of course. But interested to see where that will go.
Now. You pour all the way in dirt for now. Makes his way back. Just getting things set up here. I'm not too surprised at the setup, really. Combination of the mute and the castle is really quite standard for this bottom 4. Remember way back in the day when it was revolutionary when SSG brought it out, Hap.
The SSG Rome, as it kept being called.
Yeah, exactly. Mind-blowing stuff at the time, by the way. Got them a hammer, I guess, so why not?
That's all you need at that point, right? Like, if you get the hammer, then everything is justified at that point.
Exactly.
But it worked out super well, so... And I know a lot of ranked teams are trying to replicate it right afterwards.
Absolutely the case now. A lot of ranked teammates also trying to replicate what Flex is doing, hiding in a little rat spot below a window downstairs. Always has stepped up though into garage now. Look at the aim down range. See if he can find anyone on the other side. Upor is floating around that area, just outside of stock, but no engagements yet. First minute already surpassed. Ruby also extended. And Bar, it's almost too quiet, Hap. It's almost like we're sitting on the edge of our seat waiting for something to happen. The first thing to happen is that C4 from Groovy on joystick, and you see the movement there from Project Zero. As soon as that C4 went out, both of them went, yep, we're going back to site. We've got our opening pick. We've got what we wanted. Let's head back and get comfortable. We're not interested. We've wasted enough time. We've got ourselves our opening pick.
Well, Red by always, though. He wasn't able to actually catch any kills of it, but you saw that the knowledge was there. Instantly dropped through oil, hoped to catch one off guard as it rotated back in from boiler, but shut down, instantly going back up using, of course, the explosive ingredients. And as more get destroyed, a minute 15 is left on the clock for Virtus Pro, soon having to go for the execute. However, still plenty of things that are stalling them out. The castle barricades, the triple wall that is still fully closed. Then you start thinking about what other utility might be there. The Kibas, Nitro Cells. What about Flexi playing around, of course, with that Solace? Is he going to try and hop back up to the top at some point? Only wait and see.
This is getting dangerous now for Virtus Pro. They have to make some decisions. It looks as though the focus is on that church side. Selma charges placed onto that wall, and now they can begin to move in, but still Project Zero hold completely unfaltering on where they are standing. Look at that as well. Skeptic still tricking the hatch, still making it a pain to get it. They're not going to be able to get that one without putting up a fight for it. He's still trying here, still trying to force the issue. Pasha, he knows that how important it is for the round, but there's only 20 seconds. There's just not enough time to get this done, and Skeptic still has a Kaid Claw. He's still ready to go for it. Downstairs, Shepard now trying to decide where to go from, but Dan gets a massive double on the other side and somehow gives them a lifeline. VP have managed to steal this out from underneath Project Zero, but it's 2 versus 2 because Groupie with a shotgun, and it's a finishing round from Project Zero. Oh my word! It's like a tug of war, Hap.
Just very quickly backfired there. They managed to get it to a 2v4, trying to get that plant down. The Montaigne gets shut out. That means that plant no longer will be happening, and from there on, a cleanup from Project Zero, all within the course of 10 seconds, if it wasn't quicker. And that means Project Zero now find themselves 2 rounds away from taking this first map in quite a convincing fashion. Virtus Pro forced to get on with their attacks, cannot really wait any longer to get these rounds on the board. There's an incredible round by Project Zero there, buying them that 5th round. For a long while it seemed like it was in their control, and then like Virtus Pro just turn it completely around. We did a full 360 there in that round.
We've done a couple of 360s, I think. Wild matchup. The thing is, I'm still maintaining that this is still a game of fine margins. Despite the fact that Project Zero are 5-2 up, I still feel that Virtus Pro are not that far away. They're not. You know, there's a couple of mistakes here and there, a couple of things that if they did fix up, they would be able to convert some more rounds. But Project Zero looking pretty good so far, and Groupie also looking pretty good. 12-3. I said earlier that he is a gunner. He's been phenomenal since coming into this roster for Project Zero. I know that he's doing a lot of work for this team behind the scenes. And Quick I'd actually called him out and kind of spoke about him earlier on when Quick was on this roster, saying how good he'd been. Quick, of course, not playing this time for Project Zero. 30 seconds here for round 8 gone. Shepard on the Montaigne trying to sweep through that rafters area. No one bothered about putting any presence up there for Project Zero. It's just Flexi with the clash inside CCTV. Knows what his job is. Waste as much time. See if you can steal a couple of picks. 50 seconds to a minute gone already. It's pretty decent going here.
Opening not quite there yet to what they want it to be. Rotation out coming around from joystick as well. Not going to stick around too long, I say, as Flexi went for a quick swing there. Again, the impact coming through will be stopping the Selma charges from blowing up any further. Tay now inside, Flexi getting just pushed a little bit by the Kali. Caesar Rex. It's hard, staggers that shield. Montaigne now able to push through, aware of the fact that someone's on the staircase. The push is coming to shove from two sides now. Dan will manage to find him with the sniper rifle. And it's an opening pick. However, champ, a minute 15 left. And still CCTV, cash, logistics to all get through, and, not unimportantly, also a shield that is on that side.
Well, that's just it. They've done the job so far. Yeah, they've lost a player, but they've wasted a heck of a lot of time. Yeah, they've done a bit of damage as well. And Dan, the Virtus Pro, have still got a big task in front of them. Still need to work their way through this. Thankfully for them, for Project Zero have decided to give them quite a bit of that side of the map. They've opted to pull back and just, you know, they don't have the numbers to hold on to as much as before. HP's also starting to dwindle a little bit more on Project Zero. Upor here holding an angle on that doorway, waiting for someone to pop round. Skeptic down below as well. Could be the linchpin. A C4 from Skeptic, perfectly placed on joystick. Groovy as well with a response on the other side as Dan falls. And now it's 3 versus 4. Just like that. It's gone from Virtus Pro having the man advantage to Project Zero, but it's balanced yet again at 3 apiece as Pasha gets in on the action. Flexi also getting in on it as well. Back and forward. This continues to go. Only 10 seconds left. Skeptic in charge of holding on to the top of this staircase, waiting for Shepard to move up. The smoke was covering for a second. But unfortunately, Upor's gone, and it's a 1v1 while this plant goes down. Pash has to stick in it, but who can come out on top here? Shepard's just holding off, trying to stop Shepard, and he does. Unfortunately, not win that one out. Virtus Pro, they'll get the round.
Matter of a second. That's it. Like, just a second later, coming through that door, and you would have been able to pick him up as he was trying to get that kit down. And VP get themselves that also important third round, but still plenty to go if they want to get themselves up to a spot where they could be going into the lead for the second map. But until then, Project Zero still in charge, still in the driver's seat of this game. And quite comfortably as well.
Yeah. I'd say that. I'd say that they're reasonably comfortable with it. They haven't. Why I'm surprised at is actually how quiet they've been. I guess with Quick not being in the roster now and having Oscar instead, maybe it's just changed the days for Project Zero. They're usually quite a vocal team. Groovy has been really quite vocal over the last few months in the whole chat. But now just focusing on their game, just going through the motions. So far, it's got them in the lead, but Virtus Pro are starting to wake up a little bit, starting to get into this a bit more. And I do feel, Hap, that this has got quite a lot of rounds left in it this game.
You mean this map or this game?
I was purposefully vague.
Oh. Basically taking quite a bit of damage there as he was moving by. It was actually the little drone hole being watched and getting some shots through it. It's taken down to half HP. It wasn't even a fight. It was just trying to rotate back down to the staircase. As we see the approaches to be made and the Maverick to be brought out once more. That just means that VP heading back into the motions. Actual castle barricade at the bottom out there near blue. It's going to stop them from just walking through into lounge. It's going to give a little bit more security over towards Skeptic, playing around of course, on the staircase. Super having quite a lot of protection down in garage. Dusker to find the very first. And Nitro Cell to get rid of the Maverick. And I believe that wall's still shut, champ.
It is indeed. Not ideal. Not who you want to lose when that is
So
what you
close.
need to get it opened up. But Pasha's there. Still have plenty of hard beach to get through to actually get it opened. I say that. No, they don't. Pasha's not have any pellets
Placed it
left.
already,
So
I believe.
I think
Because
he might
that
have got
was,
it there. I did hear it explode, so I'm not sure
Yeah, but like you saw, like when what was it called? Kali was watching the wall. You saw the lasers coming through of the. They have no clue what his Azami is, by the way. They have a feeling he's right behind that triple wall, but
well,
and they're not wrong. But it's like these keeper barriers just keep flying out, and they don't see from where.
No idea what U-per position. I think they do know now. You can see that Always is holding right above it with the glass, waiting for U-port to move. He's pretty much a goner in this position, but he won't care. He knows what his job is. It's waste time. It's a guaranteed death position in this area. That's what you're there for, though. Just steal as much of the clock as you can. Turns his back for a second there. Oh! Pasha will eventually get U-por out with that position on rafters, but look how much time is left. Only 45 seconds, and here these Maestro cams as well going to cause a bit of a nuisance as they try to push up and get quickly into position to formulate where this diffuser can go down. One half of that wall as well is not open. It's going to be difficult to get this done. Flexi waiting for someone to hop in the CCTV window. Ruby as well waiting for the player on rafters. He's just going to send the shots down. There's 20 seconds. You know they just need to hold things. Just wait for them. Yeah, the wall's completely closes it from this one hole here that Dan's looking through. Always going to get the diffuser potentially down. Well, what is going on here? The jump out action absolutely everywhere. Dan and Pasha in a 2 versus 3. Immediately Groovy's on the defuse because they know they just have to hold it out. But Groovy somehow dies to Pasha there. And it's just Dan on his lonesome out on the breach, holding onto the diffuser, waiting for someone to try to get back on it. Flexi's HP is really not good. Skeptic's trying to hold him as he goes for the diffuse. Dan looking back through, and he's managed to get it there. Skeptic, really nice. Threads the needle through the Maverick holes, and Project Zero, they'll get themselves first attempt at that point.
I was so confused because I saw like the Maestro running out. I was like, get the kill, please. Like, he's planting. What are you doing out there?
Madness.
Very chaotic and out there of that round. But yes, they managed to get that first map point on the board. New bands coming out as well now. We might even see another shield to be removed because the Montaigne is kind of annoying. So for the Clash could also be removed.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the two, right?
Makes sense. Yeah. You're 50-50.
50-50, yeah.
Project Zero, listen, I enjoy a timeout when you're up. I do enjoy this. You know, you've just won a round. Take a little second, settle some nerves, make sure that you guys keep going on and try and finish this off. I like a little timeout like this. Do you know? Because so many times you'll see a team take a timeout when the game's already away from you, or you're trying to fix something that you don't have time to fix. I like this. This to me just speaks settle the nerves, guys. Let's get this finished. Let's just get ourselves onto that second map.
Yeah, for sure. It's just getting themselves ready for what is to come. Of course, 3 rounds now where they have opportunity to lock things off. They've just played on that defense with 3 of those rounds. Of course, 1-2, but still you will see weaknesses. You will see opportunities. And that is most likely what they'll discuss right now. Just to make sure that everything is just going well from here on out. They have the momentum. They're just trying to increase it a little bit more. Take Vertispray out of that comfort zone. Of course, they are now a map point down. Not just 1, but 3. Had the opportunity to call it as well, but didn't. Already did before, of course, when it was 0-3. So they might as well be happy with the fact that the tactical timeout just been called, because it's been 6 rounds since they've talked to their coach.
Yeah. That's the danger as well, I've gave praise there to Project Zero, but people forget that both coaches can talk. So First Pro will also be happy that they've got a chance to have a little discussion there. This is, of course, Project Zero's map pick, so just bear that in mind. That I did think that this map vehicle did overall favour Project Zero on paper, but again, this is still First Pro, a seasoned Tier 1 team up against a Tier 2 team that, yes, has got a sprinkling of Tier 1 experience, but they've only really been together for 6 months, so First Pro are still very much the favourites in this. Skeptic bringing aggression to start with here. on what could be the final round, as he just waiting for anyone outside that dark tunnel. But there's no one over there. No one even spawned there. So no one's going to fall to that early attempt at stealing a pick. Flexi again. I love this from Project Zero. I love how it doesn't matter which angle we pan to, there's just someone hanging out of a window or something.
Oh, but the drones have gone through, and I'm not sure if they actually have seen that Flexi's out there, because Always was droning out the side of Lounge. He's just decided to go a little bit aggressive, falls back slightly. Pasha's out on a rappel, so surely they will have heard something. There's the new Thatcher, of course, being brought into play as well. Seeing what they can find in terms of utility. I actually like the new mechanic of it. But it just feels like IQ on steroids.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it comes down to.
Haven't seen as much Thatcher as I thought. I thought it would be a bit more of an uptick, but still just used sparingly, used for specific jobs. Things like that. But still very, very good change to that operator. And Dan, of course, also has the fuser in pocket. Oscar with a C4 in hand. They've been clinical with these Project Zero. Really, really good at using that utility to catch Virtus Pro out. Shepard taking up home inside of Bar on the blitz. Sweeping through that middle map portion of the map. Oscar's going to get the opening pick there as Dan at the top of the staircase does fall. Rips that C4 again. Oscar expected someone to come up the staircase. Hears it and sends it. As the timing there, it is beautifully done from Oscar. Huge double kill. And that leaves Virtus Pro stepping back for a second, but Pash is not even going to step back to take a breath. He's going on the hunt, finishing off Oscar, making sure that the round and the map does not slip away from them any further. Flexi as well, also caught out on that staircase, just overstaying their welcome a little bit there, Hap.
Definitely are. 3 and 3, still 45 seconds, and if there's one thing we know, it's that VP do let it come down to these final 20 seconds before finally touching feet into that site. As Always is coming down from the dirt tunnel to trying to get some width as the kitchen plant is going to be nigh. Actually being eyed up, the drones are giving away some information they know about one near the boxes as Groovy has a good opportunity to try and go for a bit of a retake here. He's going up the staircase. As Always is slowly but steadily coming through. The swings are coming in, the Bs, they know about one. They weren't aware of the fact that Always was inside of Dirt Tunnel. As Joysticks and Always now both jump through, and one gets found but not the other. Virtus Pro, they get themselves another round on the board. They parry the first map point. On to 2 more now.
Yeah, they just about hold on there, Virtus Pro. It's a really good start from Project Zero. I just felt, I said it in the middle there, that they just overstayed that welcome. Just waited a little bit too long, tried to just get that extra finish off that. I get the enthusiasm. You think, oh look, we're a couple players up. Let's just see if we can finish this round out. But it is still Virtus Pro. It is still the Russian cyborg of joystick. It's still these players that have finished top 2. You know, won majors. These things like we know how good a roster this is, and they're not going to let that happen to them. Really have to focus, lock in, and make sure you don't rush things against a team like this. Ruby, 16-6 by the way. Frightening performance so far here on Clubhouse. There's still potentially quite a few more rounds, and this guy's almost the limit here for him.
Deploying bulletproof camera. Attackers have discovered the location.
Definitely been having an amazing game so far. I believe like 4 or 5 rounds ago it was really like breaking those double digits. Truly has been a massive addition to the team of Project Zero.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro, quite balanced, always broken the double digits, of course. Pasha, Dan, both on 8. Shepard trailing close behind. Joystick not really been able to hit the mark that we would like to see from him. But it also shows you that if Joystick, for example, would be starting to show up now, we would be having a very dangerous Virtus Pro to go up against.
Exactly. You know, he's not quite hit the mark, but we're still only within 2 rounds here. If they get this round, then that's when the pressure really starts to mount on Project Zero. Could be downstairs below the site, which is gym and bedroom. He's on that Valkyrie, and Flexi yet again in charge of holding on to CCTV. As the clash Supported by Skeptic on the other side in logistics, but Skeptic's had to pull back for now as there's a little bit of pressure mounted from that hatch that has fallen away for now, as Oscar is also at the top of that red staircase, just making sure that Flexi has cover, has support next to him.
Oh.
Dan, absolutely loving the Chalet. Bringing that, of course, to try and...
Oh.
Sheep.
Target practice, shooting clay pigeons.
I mean, lagged for a second there. I was like, is there a Mozzie here? Does he shot that on purpose?
No, the CSRX does have that unique ability, of course, of just staggering that shield. So you saw a bit of confusion earlier when Flexi was like walking around and suddenly you just staggered because he shot through the drone hole, through the wall, managed to hit a shield, and he's like, what? How are they doing this? It's just nice precision coming out from Dan in that matter, in that case. But a minute 20 left in the meantime already, champ. And as the fire is now starting to burn, VP have themselves set up quite well in around the site, not really in. But they haven't cleared out anything yet, and they're not quite knocking on the doors either, because logistics is still uncontested. There is a little bit of a rotation through towards construction, which means that Skeptic and Uper are in a very dangerous position for Virtus Pro, so they need to get someone on that hatch to start challenging it. Otherwise, they just have free reign.
Yeah, and you can see they must have heard you through the ether, because there's always moving up to that hatch position to begin mounting some pressure. I was about to say that they're doing pretty well in the time management here, Virtus Pro, for the first time in what seems like ages, but now it's starting to dwindle again, down to 40 seconds. There's always on that hatch, like we mentioned, and Joystick's going to get the opening pick as Oscar's the one that falls here. Oh my word, just steps up into the site. Groovy's got a C4 in response. Groovy's got himself a double kill in response at the same time. Flexi on the clash eventually falls, and now it's 2 versus 2 as Dan has collected himself, finishing off on that triple kill. Here is Joystick, who is having a pretty big round. He's managed to step up and get involved. It's a quad for him. Can he get in and get himself the ace? Upor, 1 versus 1. Joystick does fall. He has to go on the hunt for Dan, who's outside that gym bedroom. The diffuser is down. He knows where he is. He knows what he can do. But which window do you hop out? Where do you take the gunfight from? Dan just needs to land one singular bullet to the chest. He's unfortunately fall. Hap, no!
No, it's smart. This is smart.
He doesn't know.
He can play from below now. It's wasting a lot of time. He can even rappel back up. He's not trying to take the fight. And as Uper is coming in, he's going to have to go for this now. The rappel is out there. You do have to go up though, Dan. He's defusing Dan. Okay, he went off, but there's no more time, and this is going to be it. Virtus Pro, they got this clutched out. All Dan has to do is step in and lock it off. It was actually a smart play to drop down from the window because it meant that he couldn't be taken by the fight. There was a long rotation back, plenty of time to go back up on that rappel. And Project Zero, they lose out on another map point as Virtus Pro is pushing us to 12 in regulation. It felt clumsy. It definitely was. But it was the right play in the end there.
Just a bit of a stressful end there. Just a teensy tiny bit. He had enough time to stick that probably as well, which is the unfortunate thing. It's just
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The temptation to come off when you hear that rappel finish. Unfortunately, Project Zero are now close to seeing this evened up at 6-6. Virtus Pro within one singular round of coming back and fighting right back into this map. Leading for the first time. No, we're not leading. Okay. Not being behind is the best way to describe that.
So, like, I just want to go back to that last round. It's like, he couldn't have jumped out from the windows. And on any other gun, you would have had the opportunity to, but it is a one-shot kill sniper rifle that's holding the windows. All they have to do is they see a pixel change, they pull the trigger, you're dead. Like, that's it. Just one click. So you had to go for CCTV to try and challenge, which is exactly what they did. Then he jumped down. All you can do then is try and get on the diffuser. But if you saw where it was planted, there was no way to try and long arm. There was no way to try and make it awkward when he was going to try and take that fight. So just well played there by Dan, playing around with that CSRX. Not a gun you see do well often, but he's been able to get quite a lot of kills with it.
You highlight Joystick just before that round. He was 4 and 8 before that round, and he got himself a quad. Just heard him. Was like, you know what, mate, Hap, just sit down. That's what he's like.
Call me.
They took that offence. Now
they called me Cyborg for a reason.
Exactly. That's it. Exactly. Not many players in the game have nicknames, but Joystick absolutely does. He's been in the game long enough to have that. Groovy. Also been around for a decent amount of time now. 18-7. Having an absolute wonderful time. Match point, of course, still for Project Zero. Just in case you forgot, still win this map just by winning one more round, but they haven't been able to do it the last 2 times of asking. Here comes the third now. Pasha looking to rotate around this other side of the map, always on that side too. To that red side. Focusing on getting things done. They did struggle with getting that hatch opened up, and getting comfortable, getting things started the last time, but this time making sure to get the job done here. But still, Project Zero, I think, still a pretty decent position here, Hap.
It's quite decent. Time's running out. This is kind of the issue, though. Like, you know that Virtus Pro is going to take until 20 seconds. And all it takes then is just a single mistake on their end that you can capitalize on, and you win it. So, like, Nitros are pushing through now. Uper. Oh, double kill from Oscar. Talking about mistakes coming through. The spacing off there. Oscar able to find success. Heartbreach gone, partially. Your Thatcher gone as well, meaning Selmas will now have to do the rest of the job. This Joystick. Beautiful kill to Uber. Will shut him down. That's the Warden off the board. From these hatches trying to find just a little bit more than that, but just look at that. Hatches are still closed. Kitchen is in no entrance zone. They will have to start moving down the staircase and see what they can do from there. At least the openings onto the side itself have been made already, but I'm not sure if that's a blessing or a curse right now with all the angles that show up. The B's giving away the game for Groovy, who's been having an incredible game and finds himself with 19, looking to push to 20 itself. 10 seconds as he gets shut down by Joystick. The diffuser down cold on the ground. Shepard, the last man standing. And 3 seconds left on the clock. He is not making it succeed. It's Flexi that gets that final kill. And it is Project Zero that will take map number 1 with a 7-5 scoreline.
Just about squeezing through that map there. Virtus Pro with a final flurry in the last few rounds to almost get back up to equal footing. But Project Zero, they hold on. They get the job done. They get it done. Now they are moving up to that second map in this best of 3. It's still Virtus Pro though. And by the way, that's the first time I've ever casted Virtus Pro. I've been watching them since the inception of Siege, and they've always been a stressful team to watch. They're an even more stressful team to cast because
they're a super relaxing team, champ.
The time is stressing. It's stressing me out, man.
You have 3 minutes to prepare for the execute. It's super relaxing. Then it gets chaotic, but up until then.
It's terrifying. It's terrifyingly... the way that they manage the time, though, I do like that they waste as much as possible and then they get to that last bit. They're just like, yeah, we're reviving the 22nd meta. Why not? We're not. Unfortunately, it's not work for them. Project Zero, they've won that first map. Clubhouse is in their pocket. It is their map pick, but this is a best of 3 map. There's still another 2 maps that we have in store. We are going to go to a very short break and we'll be back with that second map.
Project Zero currently lead this upper bracket final 1-0 as they take their own map pick on Clubhouse. It even started really well with a 4-2 on the attacking half against Virtus.pro, and then we saw that Virtus.pro couldn't come back there on their own attacks afterwards. Some rounds happened, felt like they were almost holding on. I mean, we're talking about Den falling off the roof by accident, turning out to be a happy little accident, but in the end, it wasn't enough for Virtus.pro to push through here and Project Zero take map 1.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, like, talking about this little accident, I think that Clash one, for example, that we saw as the first highlight was a great one to highlight. Uber coming in from logistics, from behind, no one was aware of that. He picks up 3 kills, and boom, the entirety of VP has just been dismantled. And we've had a couple of incidents there where Project Zero was able to benefit of these slight mistakes, Joystick not being aware that his angle was being watched by a Kali losing his head to it, or Maverick, I was sorry, the double Nitro cell coming through, but also the other way around where Virtus.pro just able to hold on, like by the skin of their teeth a couple of times, the Montaigne not being knifed the second time, or you know, like the drop down from the roof you just mentioned. It was a very chaotic game, but only chaotic in the last 30 and 40 seconds of every single round. Up until then, it's just like slow, methodical clearing, especially when VP is on that attack, where nothing really happens because Project Zero knows how to play against this.
I still feel like I'm watching, like, you know, one of those snake charmers that's like trying to hit the snake on the head and wait for it to try and bite, to try and dodge it. That's what I feel like I'm watching from Project Zero. They're just like, yeah, VP, you're gonna, any point, you're gonna do something here. And I'm just still a little bit scared as to when that point is going to be for Virtus.pro. When are they going to really step up? They started to show flashes of brilliance at the tail end of that map, but they just never really felt like the VP that we know. Project Zero looked really, really good at times, and I'm just still waiting for VP to arrive. And maybe that will be on Kafe. It's the second map. It's their map pick. Maybe that's where they're going to be.
Who knows? Maybe they're a bit of a diesel engine in this case, and they take the series slowly, like they do the start of the rounds and the middle of the rounds as well, before they get down to the execute. But looking at the stat line here, though, one thing I really wanted to notice on the side of Project Zero is a player that really stood up in this matchup, Groovy. And if you look at their matches from yesterday, it wasn't necessarily Groovy who was really stepping up, it was Uber, who's now on the bottom of the scoreboard. So I'm glad to see that all these players individually can carry that weight on this team, and that could be a good thing going into the second one. However, I want to talk about the second one though, Chairman, and the fact that Phoebe were almost able to clinch this map back. What can they do on Kafe to make sure they don't even start with a deficit there?
Stop stressing me out as much, maybe. The time is really the thing that's stressing me. Every time I look at the timer and I think you've done so much good work to clear this, to get control. You know, I'm thinking that top floor, the last one, there was 4 of them just inside of Cash and CCTV, and Hap was like, yeah, we need to get someone onto the hatch. And this is like a minute 20, a minute 30, and you're thinking, plenty of time. You know, you need to just kind of move through the map. And then somehow it still ends up last 20 seconds, last 15 seconds, we're down to 0-0, everybody's stressed. I feel like if they can just get away from that a little bit, kind of move to a little bit more of, let's continue on with it instead of stalling out, I think they'll do a bit better. But they are a good Kafe team, so I expect that to happen.
I don't think it's your stress level that is going to be helping them out with the time here, Chad, but I think it would definitely help if they have themselves 10, 15 extra seconds to buy themselves an opportunity to a second chance. Because if something goes wrong now, that's it. That's the end of the round, because they don't have an opportunity to pivot right afterwards, which is something that you would have if you push that approach just up a little bit earlier. Kafe can lead to this to some extent, especially when you're attacking that top floor. You just want to get control of that piano, cigar, or red stairs, that you have the opportunity to start moving yourselves in, not worry as much about the basement floors. However, when you're a bakery, that's when things get a little bit tricky, because then you have to work on that verticality that's going to cost you a lot of time, and that is something that Virtus.pro didn't really have enough of in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chem, for the sake of your stress going into this next one, I have bad news for you, because it is Virtus.pro's map pick. And what does that mean? It means the opponent gets to pick the starting side. And of course, on a map like Kafe, you're going to pick the defense. So Virtus.pro will be starting out on the attack. They really need to make sure to put in a shift, like you were saying, Hap, as well. Yeah. Depends on what side you are, how much clearing you need to do before you can get down to the execute. One thing I mentioned as well is Pasha was really stepping up. We saw that in stage 1 as well. He had a really good stage, and then he kind of has a worse map here, Hap. Is there anything you think, when we talk to me, he always talks about, like, I do my 20%, everybody does their 20%. What do we need in regards to their mindset, maybe, for this upcoming match?
I mean, the thing is, it's a very experienced team, right? Like, I don't think their mindset is going to be too bruised by the lost map that they've just had. So they will be able to just reset themselves, go into it again fresh, being fully aware of the fact that Consulate is still on the board. All they need to do is take Kafe home here. I think it's more Project Zero now that needs to keep themselves composed and to make sure that they are not going to overdo things, because Virtus Pro will start to punish you at some point. And, you know, that's all the experience they have in there. So they just need to keep playing the game as they are, and things could just as well turn their way.
The other thing I want to come back to just what Anne said as well about the sides as well. The thing that we is a kind of underrated factor for Project Zero, and this has been a thing for the last 6 months for them. They are so good at playing around utility, specifically the C4s. Them being on the defense to start with, using those C4s. We've seen how many that we got, big double kills, huge rounds coming out from them. You know, just bouncing them into different places, and I expect to see more of that on Kafe. And that's my only slight worry about Virtus Pro, and that they might catch themselves in quite a few line of sights of those C4s, and that's my worry for this, the way this is set up. I just really hope that Virtus Pro don't let themselves down a little bit, and they do manage to kind of get back to that kind of brilliance that we expect from them, because it still did feel a little bit lackluster from them. And I'm always want to focus on the positives and say, look, Project Zero are playing amazing, they're playing really good. But yeah, Project Zero played good, but that's not the best VP we've seen.
No. And I'm glad you mentioned it about the utility, though, because that's one more thing I wanted to talk about, Chem. You've seen so much of Project Zero over the course of this year with all the tier 2 action. Now, they made that recent roster change, picked up Oscar, let go of Quick. Oscar, for example, going huge with the double C4 kill in the final round to really help them lock in that final round there. Speaking of that roster change, I mean, we've seen Oscar in so many competitions as well, fitting into this lineup. Do you feel like this is a great form that we're seeing of Project Zero? I mean, they talked about having these like internal issues before when they were performing or playing in Toronto, for example.
Yeah, I mean, for me, they had a really kind of boisterous environment. There was a lot of kind of banter, and they were leaning on that a lot, and it was really, really good. It was working for them, but then when you get to the kind of really picking between things, it's not enough to have that kind of passion and kind of excitement. And when Oscar became available with Good Intentions breaking up, it's no surprises. It's just one of those ones where you just have to go, really good player. We unfortunately just have to, just make that decision to bring him in. You know, when someone opens up like that, it's kind of like when Solotov and Yuzis joined BDS when they became free. It's just like, you're not going to not take them because, unfortunately someone's going to lose out in that exchange, and it was Quick in this one. I think that Quick's a wonderful player, but Oscar's just got a bit more experience for them, and it's making a little bit of a difference, I think, because Project Zero are looking fantastic as well in this.
They definitely are, and I've seen them throughout the Tier 2 competition as well. Like, you've seen them grow time and time and time again. You know that there's a lot of potential behind this roster, behind every single one of these players. I would love to see them at SI, to compete there, to see what they can do against literally every single team in the world at that moment in time. Let's see if they can actually get there.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? I mean, going into this one, though, we know it's Virtus Pro's map pick. We talked about Clubhouse. Do you take Virtus Pro to Clubhouse or not? Speaking of Kafe, though, the fact that this could be a 2-0, how do we think it is a 2-0 potential, or do we think Virtus Pro can bounce back?
It's rough because Clubhouse was close, but at the same time, Clubhouse is the map of fundamentals. Like, it should be close. If Clubhouse is a blowout, that's never a good sign for the team that has just been absolutely ruined on there. So it's rough to call which way this will go. They are on the attack. If they don't get more than 2 rounds on the board, this will go to Project Zero no matter what.
My heart says I want to see Project Zero go through because I followed them for the entire year. I really want to see them get through and it'd be nice to see some tier 2 representation at SI. That would be such a good thing to see, I think, for this scene. And given that we've seen, I heard Whippet and Gibson talking about it earlier on, and just how good tier 2 has been for EUL and how close it is with the bottom of EML and the top of tier 2. How close these teams are. A lot of these teams can very much be in EML. It's just not a big enough league, and things are so close at the bottom. To see Project Zero to go through and get themselves into not only the grand final, potentially going to SI would be absolutely insane, considering the roster's only 6 months old and they've chopped and changed things, and they have looked really, really good, but they're still facing against Virtus Pro, and that's the thing that scares me, and that's why I come back to that kind of little joke I made, I guess, with the kind of snake. It's like, when are they going to strike? When is Joystick just going to be like, yeah, so I'm done with this, guys, we're going to finish this game here?
Yeah, I mean, they have the individual skill and the history inside of this game to really make things like that happen. We talk about a third place finish in Sao Paulo SI, for example, right? So this team has shown that they have what it takes before plenty of times. But taking one more look at the bracket as we're trying to get all of our players back into the lobby so it can start for the second. But as you can see, we have a small delay in doing so. So we'll talk about this bracket and the whole of the competition a little bit more, because when we talked about tier 2 actually stepping up, I feel like a big factor to that, there's something we discussed with Gibson and Whippet, is that tier 2 has seen so much competition over the course of 2025's competitive season. The 3 main competitions, all the other side competitions where you can gain those tier 2 points for the circuit and eventually find your spot into the tier 2 finals. It means that you get so many reps in with your team. Trust is therefore being built so much because you've played every single scenario with your team and you know how to adapt to it. And it makes me really excited for the quality of tier 2, for the future of Siege as well, in the way that we see these young up-and-coming players that, in this case, should they not make it to SI, aren't necessarily playing to get that ticket to SI, but are also playing to get themselves in the spotlight. We're talking of teams in tier 1, right? I mean, Fnatic has disbanded. They are an organization that could be picking up a new team. They must be watching these games, They must be watching if there is any potential in these tier 2 players potentially that they can pick up.
Yeah, of course, and it's funny you mentioned trust there, because for a while, that was the moment when Tier 2 was at its best, when we had all the national leagues, the Benelux League, the French League, the UKIN, etc. You know, that was when EU T2 was at such a high level that generally every single one of them could be beating whichever team possible. And, you know, one of those examples would be Trust, that went up against what was, you know, Liquid back then, and actually beat them on a LAN stage. And at that point, you know, afterwards, shortly, we had a little bit of some dark days. T2 wasn't as well represented. Now, over those last 2-3 years, it's starting to slowly build back up again. And what we see as well is that the quality of the teams in T2 has been rising so fast that it's insane to watch. Like, we could make EML a 16 league team league. And we would still have, like, good competition going on. It's just a shame with all the extra matches that we will be having, but, like, it is the truth.
A shame? Nah, that would be great. I mean, more seeds, the better. And yeah, the level of tier 2 has been rising and has been growing, but has it grown enough that they can take down Virtus.pro in a 2-0 and secure their ticket in the grand final? We're gonna go find out on Kafe.
Kafe Dostoevsky is indeed ready to go. First bans have already rang through, Mira and Montaigne gone, and I'm glad that we got a little touch onto that bracket just before we came in, because the test is still in front of us, Hap. It's still there. Tier 2 have yet to pass that test of beating Tier 1 when it matters here. This is the big competition. This is where you want to do it. This is where you want to get it done. Yes, Twisted Minds technically qualify as a Tier 2 team just now at the moment, and they have managed to beat Gen G earlier on, but at the same time, they were a Tier 1 roster, and it was just the way that it worked out. That's why they ended up in Tier 2. So I'm not really feeling like that is the Tier 2 experience. So Project Zero have put this roster together within the last 6 months. They've played in all these Tier 2 tournaments within EML circuit, and they're really starting to flourish here. And now they have a really big swing powered up versus Virtus.pro on Kafe, and I'm so excited to see if it lands here, Hap.
Super excited to see as well where this will go, and their benefit is that they're starting off on the defensive side, on their opponent's map pick when they're 1-0 up. They can start building some momentum now. They can start mounting pressure onto Virtus.pro. But this pressure is not everything, because there is still a lower bracket afterwards, and we've seen plenty of lower bracket runs in the past be completely overwhelming once they reach the finals. So, like, the pressure isn't, like, just fully there yet. Virtus.pro, they know that if they lose this, there is still another match tomorrow that they will have to play, and if they win that, they're in the same spot that Project Zero would be in case they win. And that is a little bit of help. It eases the expectations, it eases the minds, knowing that there is still a plan B. But Project Zero, of course, they have everything going for them now. They want to continue on this momentum. They want to continue riding that wave where they're just a single series away from making it to the 6th Invitational, which is, let's be honest, every single competitive player's dream. You want to go to SI.
Absolutely. I would be very proud as a Tier 2 enjoyer for the last year if they did do that. Virtus.pro are still that predictable Russian team, that team that have done this so often. You know, almost every single invite. There are a few exceptions, and always perform. They have to be respected. First minute already surpassed here on the opening round of the second map. Just a reminder, it finished 7-5 on Clubhouse, a very close finish on what was ultimately Project Zero's pick and conversion. Now here comes Shepard, wading through that top floor with the Blackbeard, trying to get some control. Trying to again peeling back the layers of this defence. Half the round already gone, and Virtus Pro, they haven't listened to me. They've decided, you know what, we're going to keep going with it, with the stress levels, Jam.
Mine activated.
Project Zero is smart. They're just not going to play top floor at all because it forces this roam clear every single time. And that is kind of where they're struggling on the side of Virtus Pro because it costs them so much time. There's no one upstairs. They've taken about 1 minute 50 to get rid of everything. As the EMP just came through, that is going to be trying to make sure that the hatch and library will be opening up and should have opened up in the meantime as well. And cameras down below will be giving away information as well in case any roamers are pushing around that area of the map, but so far, not really the case. Uber around there, of course, has the opportunity to come in. Toss a nitro. And with 50 seconds left, the corner's now being held. Virtus Pro, they need to make a move. They need to start dropping. They need to start moving down, because otherwise you're not going to get that plant down. I'm not even sure which way they're eyeing up to go for the plant. It seems to be the B-bomb site that is an engine. But I'm not fully sure.
It's the stress I talked about yet again, though. The opening pick will go in favour of Project Zero, as Pasha is the one that falls. The Habana gone and buried. Joystick still on that top floor. You've got Flexi waiting for anyone that could come on that pillar side. And down that red staircase, Oscar teases with a potential rotate up that staircase. Wants to make them think that they're not comfortable. Down to 10 seconds. Virtus Pro again showing us that they're more than happy to play about with this. I have no idea what they're planning on going for here. Oscar's going to be dead though. Look at the kill feed lighting up like a rainbow. And it's 2 versus 1. Project Zero win on time. Again, Virtus Pro. They make the same mistake. They just... I don't know where you go from here.
I was just trying to figure out what they were doing. And it's never a good, a good thing when the color caster is not able to figure out what the plan is, because I thought it was going to be the B-bomb side plan. It's actually where the diffuser went down, but it wasn't eyeing up like it. There was no one on the windows outside. There was no one actually up top trying to stop any of the verticalities. They were on the staircases. They were on the site itself, dying all over the place. So definitely some room for improvement there for Virtus Pro in these next couple of rounds. And again, yes, reading, dining now this time, so instead of mining, we go reading. And I think this is the game plan from Project Zero, to just avoid that top floor, because it forces Virtus Pro to go for a roam clear. And if they go for a roam clear, that's a minute 30 off the board that they cannot actually use preparing an attack on the side itself. And that is perfectly abusing their slowness.
I'm going to compliment Project Zero here, just because we are leaning slightly a little bit negative on Virtus Pro there, just for the way that they were kind of managing their time and how it didn't quite look like they had a fully fledged plan. Project Zero, more than happy to give them space. And, they're just like, we're going to sit where we are, put some C4s in pocket, hold some angles, and just wait for Virtus Pro to figure it out. Because they recognise that Virtus Pro are not quite managing the time to the best of their ability. And we know Virtus Pro have always been a team that take every single second of the clock. They'll use the entire 3 minutes before they do anything. That's just the way that they like to play, and they've always done that, and they will always continue to do that, and it's very stressful to watch. And to be honest, it's really exciting to watch, let's be honest here.
I love when teams are playing with more than just their guns, but also using their minds. It's also just part of the game, right? Like, you have to outthink, outsmart your opponent, and sometimes games are just a straight-on clash where it's hard against hard, but what you see here is Project Zero thinking about, like, how does Virtus Pro play and how can we abuse their intrinsic values against them. And that's what's going on right now. The clutch drone inside will be finding in one PC utility. A little bit of a pre-fire, and Dan is going to be parking it around the corner as they are looking to find more. Pretty heavy top floor setup here on the side of Project Zero. 3 on the backside of Cocktail. Cameras are being hacked. That's the 3rd one to be removed. That one actually fails. Default stays up. 2 of the others have been removed. So will be removed by the defenders as well, making sure there's no information being given towards the attack that they shouldn't be having. There's plenty of ways back though, like plenty of ways to fall back from where they're playing. Either the white stairs or the hatch that is around could be utilized if the pressure from VP gets too hot. A minute 20 left on the clock right now. Shepard is trying to take the very first fight. He's not quite able to put any shots into the target. With a minute 15, the first will fall. Joystick from the bathroom will find himself the entry kill.
Yeah, it's no surprise there that Oscar eventually falls. He wasted so much time in that position. Eventually, he is gone. Now, control established here for Virtus Pro for most of that top floor. They haven't quite got fully comfortable yet. Still have to do some work around that hatch at the other side. Shepard's on that staircase as well, but now they have it. Now they have a foothold. 50 seconds, and this is where the time starts to be questioned yet again. Flexi right below that hatch inside the laundry, waiting for someone to drop through. Down to 40 seconds now. Focus on that clock, because Virtus Pro are a team that do take the time, as we've highlighted many a times in this game. Skeptic inside.
Should be reading.
Middle, just waiting. I'm not quite sure where they want to go from.
No,
again,
reading.
It's the same idea.
They've destroyed all the Goyos out there, they have the verticality in place, they are going to try and go for a reading plant, but they're worried about the one person that could be in laundry, because that is a crucial position to try and stop it from happening. Pasha goes down as the diffuser now off the board. I believe that's right in the front door as Gruby just stepped up from Brown and finds him. Skeptic gets injured. The time slowly ticking out as the final two players are starting to be clutched out. Always drops in. We'll find one. We'll have to cover as well, and that means the plant could be on. 45 seconds on the board. Oh, okay. They actually managed to get it for a second there. I thought he managed to stop the counter defuse just in time, but it just got planted as he shot down by his teammate. And thus 1-1 Virtus Pro. They hold on, but just by the skin of their teeth.
Got no right to win that round. Oh. I regret making it a point between the games about the stress levels, because Virtus Pro must have heard me and thought, you know what, we're going to make it even more stressful. Really making sure to get squeeze every single millisecond out of every round. Really make Project Zero work for it. They get themselves the first round of Kafe Dostoevsky, tie things up at 1 apiece here. After what was chaos reigning supreme at the end of that round, and now we head down to the bottom floor for the first time. Kitchen. Heading up. Down there is the Echo. We've got the Scopos coming through on Flexi. How do you feel about the Scopos hap actually?
So this is going to be a perfect. Okay. Did he just pull his crowbar out whilst okay, interesting. It plays into the stall game, right? Like, he can play all the way up top, and as soon as he receives pressure, he's just swapping shells, and he's not sticking around. Like, he's just moving. You can have that shell for free, that's fine, but I am back safely on the site itself. You've just wasted a minute 30 trying to clear me out. I think that's what their plan is. They might even put some yokais to it to try and provide some support, to get rid of castle barricades as well, just to make things more awkward and force them to use more utility to get to where they want to be.
Flexi and Gruby in that middle floor for now. Both got a staircase each to be in charge of. That could be a bit of a nuisance, of course, and just slow down Virtus Pro even more than they normally are. But they're heading to the top, right to the roof of Kafe, as is planned for pretty much 99% of the rounds on Kafe that you'll see. Work your way down from the top floor. Gruby, though, is going to be waiting just in the middle of this red staircase, waiting for someone to come around that corner. Conscious of that. With Pasha just at the top now in the buck. And the DMR as well. The DMR's in a really strong position at the minute. That first minute of round 3 gone. The KP Caldwell's going to give away that Gruby is around that staircase, and he's going to decide to evacuate the dance floor. He's like, yeah, I don't want to hold him that any longer.
Where is Flexi? That is my
I've asked
big
that question
question.
100 times this year.
Cannot quite see him. I do see 4 outlines. You're not going to be telling me that he's still up top somehow. I mean, that's one of his shells. That will be removed, okay. Ah, there he is, okay. He's just playing in VIP, so it's like it's fine. We know where he is now. All 5 players of Project Zero have been located. They're all near and around the site itself. Virtus Pro have to make the moves stick, as the opening will be made by the skeleton key of the buck. The verticality is now going to be an issue for the defense. You no longer know what is safe and what is not, as the skeleton key keeps ripping open some of these floorboards. info going to be hacked from that shell. We'll be giving away information from the cameras towards the attackers. Might be some useful stuff there, and whilst you're like, oh, but I didn't see anybody, but that also tells them something. No, like that is information as well. There's no one in the area, you don't have to worry about it, as the hatches are slowly starting to be opened up, and a freezer drop will be coming in momentarily. Meaning a plant right behind the B-bomb chassis should be coming in soon, as Shepard on that shield will drop in first. He's safe, that's a diffuser as well.
For now, 30 seconds now, down to the last few seconds of this round. Always, though, gets the first opening kill. 30 seconds to go, it's Oscar that falls, and Dan and Shepard inside that freezer feeling a bit uncomfortable on top of each other. Yes, we've got the yokai still ready to go. The KB will be able to know where they are. And really nicely timed. Really nicely timed. The Shepard surely be able to stick this defuse through. Pasha gets another one. It's Groovy that falls. Dan getting in on the action. And now it's just Skeptic and Upor. 2 versus 5. Those yokai drones will be all but useless now, other than a little bit of information. Upor can't do anything about the bullets raining down from above, and now it's just Skeptic. All on his own. He knows where one is, but that's about all the information he's got. He has no idea where to check. Joystick cleaning up the round. Virtus Pro, they will go into the lead. First time in this series.
For a second there, I was afraid that yokai was going to be ending the round in a very anticlimactic way, but a Thatcher used perfectly there, sniped out both those yokai drones with a single blast. And that allowed Virtus Pro to get that plan down with the shield operators wall in front, of course. They're starting to gain a little bit of momentum on the attack right now, showing why they like this map. As the next set of bans come through, logically, the Blackbeard to be removed as well.
No surprises on the bans. Not really something that we can talk too much in depth about, other than the Blackbeard's annoying. Let's get rid of him. The Valkyries are annoying. Let's get rid of her. Like,
well, this usually what it comes down to, right? Like, the operator's just annoying to deal with. So
that's what yeah, that's what, like, the third, especially that third ban, because it's normally what the team are using the most. And, yeah, we know you're using this, and it's really bugging us. Can you stop using that, please? So that's that submitted halfway through the first half. Or as the Americans would put it, the first quarter.
Oh yeah, because we have, you know, like 4 times 3 rounds. But what if it goes to overtime then, champ? That's another 3 rounds. It's the first 5th.
That's the same question I asked the Americans when it comes to their American football.
Deploying razor wire.
We just call extra time in our football.
I'll take any chance to shade any chance whatsoever. Prep phase done and dusted here for one of the middle floor sites. Reading is where we are this time. Upar on the top floor with the castle. Fenrir coming through, joining the party alongside, and then we'll see quite a bit of utility to work through here for Virtus Pro. We know, as we've harped on about it time after time, Virtus Pro's time management hasn't been the best. Ironically, that last round was the best that they've had in the entire series, I would say. Now to the top floor, up to the roof. Holding on that skylight, seeing if anyone pops their head around. We're looking to rip it from its shoulders. Groovy's now returning to support as well. 3 players up here now, next to each other. Oscar being the third one to make up that trio. And the first 45 to a minute gone already. Cafe, just that kind of map, huh? Just that kind of map. You lose the first minute just because you're messing around getting to the roof and getting in position, really.
Yeah. So at some point I saw people being like, we need more like time on some maps than others. Like Border, we can remove 30 seconds. Yeah. Like Cafe, we need the extra 30 per round. Just the way it plays.
Do you know what? A cheeky little scaffolding situation on the top of Cafe, I think.
What about a heli drop spawn?
Yeah, like that. I think that would be the solution. Because everybody.
Maybe we have to remove skylight then, though, because very quickly in the building otherwise.
Exactly. First Pro. Halfway through the round again. I feel like I'm repeating myself with where they are. Just moving up to getting control of that top 4. Oscar waiting for them to try and wade through, holding his angles. Skeptic with the C4. I highlighted it just between the maps that they've been clinical with these C4s, and yet again another one that claims the life of a Virtus Pro player. It's Shepard that's on the receiving end. So now they have to reassess where they want to set this up. Still can't get through. Really kind of struggling to get through and deal with Oscar.
And get into the second round.
Still 3 of them there, Hap.
And they're just patching up the holes that are being made, but Joystick is slowly but steadily creeping up, and if they're unaware of this, they are. Grubby will find one, aware of the fact that someone could be around on the window as well, as Oscar finds another. Dan now pushing up to Planks, will find one for his effort, spots the second, just tries to continue spraying through, he's not quite connecting, always. Gets a kill as well, 2 on 3. As a drop back could be coming through. It's definitely been prepared. The DMR completely opening up the side of that bar, is not quite finding anything, walks in whilst reloading. And always now. Last man standing. As he's trying to push in, but as soon as a rappel gets through, Skeptic just swings him, gets that kill on Project Zero. They find themselves a second round. This one's quite comfortable.
Yeah, just stalled out quite early. They lost a player of that C4, and then he just couldn't really get past Cigar Shop. They couldn't really get out and get comfortable, and they were not able to remove the players in Cocktail. Really kind of struggled, and then you kind of seen Joystick. I'm just going to head it up through Freezer, see if I can catch someone. And to be fair, timing was what betrayed him. Groovy just happened to step up at the right time to catch him, not looking on the right angle. If that goes a different way, Virtus Pro perhaps are in a much better position.
Defenders, protect your
But
bombs.
again, it's the same similar thing. Just taking a little bit too much time. Then when they do hit a bit of a kind of block in the road, they just can't get over it. They don't have enough time to do that. Project Zero have managed to tie it up here at 2 each.
And to be honest, I would expect this to be a 4-2 split for the defense if they find themselves in a good position. So Project Zero, they kind of needed to get that round going. They still need to find 2 more. But you know, let's lower the bar slightly. Let's say 1 more for starters.
10 seconds
Get an
remaining.
even split at least on the board. But realistically, we're speaking about 2. And I'm just gonna say the way that Virtus Pro handled that basement attack, well, not really basement, ground floor, but it's just the way to have things go. Was beautiful. Like that, they were ready for the yokai. They had all they needed to take, and they had it before 20 seconds left in the round. That's unfortunate.
How's that then? Oh no.
In garage spawn peak.
It's just the usual from Project Zero, isn't it? They've changed the pace here. They've been quite reserved, what I felt like on Kafe, you know, holding in to areas and letting Virtus Pro kind of waste their own time, really, but we'll change the pace there, throw a couple of guns out of windows and doors, and suddenly Virtus have a spawn to the joystick. First one to fall, which is a little bit more comfortable for Project Zero. Virtus Pro on the roof doing the work to get through some of this utility, try and get some focus on that red wall. See if they can get through. Below the skylight, though, 2 players of Project Zero wait the call to action. Potential drop here for UPOR, but I think he's just going to wait. Continue waiting for Virtus Pro. And there's just feels like Project Zero is just doing a lot of waiting in this map here, Hap.
I mean, it's their ML. They're also 1 down now, so it's going a little bit less smooth as they would like. Shepard is being baited into pushing onwards. Uper is just hiding slightly and tightly right behind the bar. And whilst Oscar is making himself known, he's just setting some shots out with the SMG every now and then. That might actually force him to start walking onwards at some point, and as soon as they do, Uper is in a perfect position to strike, so he's going to start to fall back. And look at this.
Poor.
He's just slowly hiding around. They don't know he's here. And Uper could be having a massive impact in this round, because there is already a man advantage here now for Project Zero. They are fighting a never mind.
You've still got Oscar up there, but he's also been claimed by the gun of Pasha, who gets himself a double on that top 4, and eventually they weed out that hold from Project Zero. They have a minute left, well in pocket, to now make this work. Took their time doing it, but the control they need. Now they can start to bear down onto the site. Reinforced hatch here in front of Pasha as he deals with it. Down into Laundry, Flexy down below as well. Ready to try and return some of that pressure. On the Solace, 30 seconds now as well as Groovy also holding onto a hatch, waiting for any drops to come through. Be careful here, we'll spot one. Dan hits the deck, can't quite get the finish here. Groovy takes a heck of a lot of damage in that engagement, and we're down to 20 seconds here. Virtus Pro again squeezing every single second out of this round as Pasha gets himself the triple kill, and now Shepard trying to go for the defuse. Dan's on the deck still, and there's Pasha on the cover. Flexi with a massive double. Gives them a chance here for Project Zero, but the diffuser is live. Shepard doesn't check his corner, and Groovy's got himself a double, and now it's just down to Pasha, who's on the hunt for blood this round, what it feels like, but he can't do anything against Groovy, who is just better. It's 3-2 now. Virtus.pro fight back. Or Project Zero even fight back to get himself into the lead.
And that is painful, because that was a round that should have gone towards a VP side. They had the opportunity to take that plant. They had it under control. They had a shield left, champ, in a 2v2. As the shield turns the corner for a 1v1, he loses out on it. And it becomes that 2v1 situation. You saw the aggressiveness from the Hibana, knowing that the support hasn't quite arrived yet on pillars. He was trying to turn it into a 1v1. Couldn't quite connect. And Project Zero, they will find themselves their third round. But for a while, that seemed like VP had that one under control as they expertly cleared out that top floor.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now back towards the ground floor, to bakery, to kitchen. The one that was decided by a well-placed Dokubi call and EMP on the Echo. Meaning the Yokai drones couldn't quite stop that plant, so they were forced to go and take their guns back to the site. We see a bit of a change there, because there's no more Echo on the board. Which means they might try and go a little bit more aggressive early on here.
Let's see what they have in store for us. Project Zero again in the lead. Virtus.pro. Stunned a little bit there. Down to the bottom floor, and I'm glad you spoke about the previous round here. It was very convincing the last time Virtus.pro attacked down here, so I'm expecting much the same from them. I'm expecting a similar flow. But there is changes, of course. Project Zero switched up that lineup, changed things around. Here's Oscar hanging around the window, thinking about maybe jumping out, maybe getting in the action, maybe starting off the round in chaotic fashion. But for now, holds his nerve. Doesn't want to help out yet. Just gonna wait. 40 seconds gone.
Oscar is in such a good position. Skeptic as well. I believe one might have just been droned out, but not completely sure. So there's the repel on Skeptic's window. He's just repelling in. Yeah, no, that's a valid response. The is quite valid. The Nitro Cell just blows up joystick. Skeptic going for the jump out. Why not? But he gets punished for it. Pasha was ready for him with the pistol. But the rest of his team the opportunity to fall back though.
I respect it. I respect it. You know what? You've hit the two piece, and you're like, you know what? I'm going out this window. See if I can get the third. I respect that. Camera heads could prevail, and you know maybe Skeptic would still be in the round, but I get exactly why he did it. 3 versus 4 now. Player count in favour of Project Zero after wonders there for Virtus.pro to start this round off. And halfway through now. Nobody's with a rotate round to the other side. Pasha's still in the middle of the map now, in the middle floor now, as he drops down into that pillar position. Still trying to sweep through, face checking absolutely everything. Don't have the greatest drone positions, and until getting fed back to them. Groovy Charger holding onto the court check. Paints a pretty straightforward picture for Virtus.pro to try and destroy. All these positions are flush out, but there's not a whole lot of time to do it, and Pash is now working on opening up some of these angles to put pressure directly down onto the site.
The issue is though that they're a man down. They're only with 3, so if you want to get that plant down, you need to have some vertical and horizontal cover there as well. That leaves you with literally no wiggle room for anything else. Have they spotted Oscar? That drone just turned a corner. He's going to take just, you know, precautions just to be safe. And flashbangs coming through. Pasha trying to push in as well. It's afraid that someone might be swinging the corner. Goes back towards watching the verticals. A Shepherd gets himself in. There is a smoke. He's trying to get that plant going. Actually managed to be found there by Oscar. As he had to go for the plant. There was no other option. 5 seconds left. And the drops are starting to come through. Groovy playing from garage is going to stop them from attempting anything. And Project Zero, they will win round number 6. They'll get that 4-2 split that I was talking about.
He's taken 2 maps. Finally, some action in the chat from Project Zero, who, like I said before, are normally quite vocal. Virtus Pro again struggling with the time hap, and it's like it's just the same issue. You know, I feel like we are harping on, we're repeating ourselves by saying the same thing again and again and again, but that's just unfortunately the truth of it. It's another round lost on time. Project Zero 4-2 half. They'll be really happy with that starting here on Kafe. Now they go on to their attacking side. Montaigne and Castle banned away, and the other 2 bans are Rooney and Grim also removed. Virtus Pro really need to get cooking here. And they're heading down to kitchen to start doing that.
I think over the start of the bit. I mean, we were talking about that last round. Wasn't necessarily lost on time. Maybe it was lost, you know, the moment you swung into the building and weren't sure that someone was in piano prone on the window. They were repelling in. Then the second one to be blown up by a nitro cell as they try and attempt a little bit of salvage.
Listen, Hap, I was trying to be a little bit more kind of broad about my explanation. I didn't want to single people out, alright?
Not singling them out. No, that's a team effort because, you know, that needs to be droned by the team.
Yeah.
That's not just a single person that's responsible for it or 2. But like at that point, you're really that far behind. You're just going to have to try and make do. But this is the thing. Virtus Pro, they're very good if they are a full team standing. This is why they take until 20 seconds, just to make sure that everything is going well, that everything is cleared, and then they can start executing as a full team. As soon as like there's an early disruption like that, where 2 of your utility carriers are being killed, I mean, it's just going to be a lot harder to actually play the plan that they had in mind, and then they need to improvise, and that's what didn't really work out.
That was the nicest way you could put that, I think. Hap.
Known for my nice takes. Sometimes I scream, but that's usually when it's off stream. Like the person that went off the future this morning.
yeah, we're not gonna talk about that. That was a bit of a blunder. We're not gonna talk about that too much. No, but what we are gonna talk about is this execute that's starting to show up in front of us. Flexi with the sense set up just outside that small bakery window. The nades coming through as well in the double door. Always and Shep are going to be absorbing some pressure in a second. The line of sight is cut into small bakery. Unfortunate nade. Upor leaves the round. Skeptic as well. They managed to deal with Dan, but they've unfortunately been slowed down because of that team kill. Stalled here. Project Zero, they were trying to make something happen really quickly. Skeptic's just like, you know what, guys, I know we've lost a few people, but I'm going to continue marching on and unfortunately lose my life off the back of it. Tried to make it work, but it doesn't. Virtus Pro, they get themselves their first defense, and Project Zero, they tried something, they threw something against the wall, and unfortunately it did not stick.
You know what a breath of fresh air to just have a round end at 1 minute 40 left.
I know. It's like when you eat really minty chewing gum. That's what it's like.
What?
Your sinuses are completely...
Just get opened.
Yeah.
And breathe again.
I think I'm clutching at straws with that reference.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Anyway, I digress. You make a good point. It is quite refreshing to see a round end with quite a lot of time left on the clock, and that is because Project Zero, they tried to go for that quick play, that kind of rush plant, if you want to really call it that. The sense on the window doesn't work out. A team kill nade will do that sometimes. Well, you know what? I respect it. You know what I mean? You tried to change the pace up, your first attack around, and you just go straight for it, and you're like, oh, let's just go 100 miles an hour, get in their faces, and see if they can deal with it. And Virtus Pro, do deal with it. They stand tall.
5 seconds left.
Within 1 round yet again. Now down to different site. Mining, where we're heading to now. Spread it on the defense on the top floor as well. You've got Kaid up there for now, always. Going to 11 and 3 now, by the way. Kind of been a silent assassin as well so far in this.
It's like it's not the most flashy plays, but it's very consistent in getting these kills.
Yeah.
1 or 2 per round. Spasher, afraid of someone being on the rappel, possibly. There's that Skeptic. Opening up some of the windows, so it's the rest of his team. It's just the prep work being done. You want to make sure that the top floor is clear, because that is where people like to jump out from windows from, if you are starting to put heavy pressure onto the site itself. And as the tracks are being set up very heavily towards white, it's just to make sure no one's going to be rotating back up from there. Red is probably going to be watched in a different manner, either a drone or just the last set of track stingers. And as soon as they have that all set up, that's when they can start putting up the pressure towards the site. That was a double swing from that window. Dan wasn't sure who to fire for, took quite a lot of damage in the process, and now is being pressured. You see the drone starting to roll out. He's forced to start throwing smokes to block off his own lines aside as he's hoping to retreat from the heavy, ever-growing pressure from Project Zero. As Pasha goes for a run out, we'll find Uber free. And now with 1 minute 30, is Project Zero still trying to take control of that top floor?
The first wave is broken. Project Zero slowing down, making decisions. Pasha still lingering around that white staircase. Returns to the bottom. Thinks about potentially going back out and see if he can grab any more of these players for Project Zero. And it was in their final minute of the first attack as Groovy's HB really takes a beating up through that vertical angle. Wants to try and re-peek it though. Clicks up the ACOG and tries to get himself a deep angle down towards the side doorway, but not quite going to be able to spot anyone getting past that yet. Skeptic's still trying to do some of this vertical play, and I feel like we've mentioned the time so many times for Virtus Pro, and now it seems like it's Project Zero that are taking quite a bit of it. Skeptic though will at least even up the man count at 4-4, and now we enter that final 30 seconds out.
It's a very difficult site to take control of here, especially with the approach that is being made. Joystick, Dan, both will find some kills. Skeptic still up top, as Pasha will take out Groovy, meaning he's the last man standing now. 19 seconds, chances to win, basically zero. He's going to try anyway, as he jumps over the railing with 13 left. As it keeps counting down, he's being hunted, he's being shot at, as they look to confirm the final one. It's Joystick that puts it on his name, and Virtus Pro that equalizes the scoreline, bringing it up to 4-4. That is good news for them, because so far, Project Zero haven't really been able to make a dent into the defenses yet. The first one was quick and got quickly shut down. The second one was slow, but they weren't quite able to put any control on the board, so hoping to see a better attack coming out from them now.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I've been kind of waiting for Virtus Pro to start really growing into the game and really starting to find their foot. Both those rounds looked really comfortable, and that's probably the first time they've looked comfortable in back-to-back rounds this series. They're looking pretty decent there. Project Zero not quite being able to get people into the right areas to really work at getting an attack done. This is going to be a different round completely though, of course, because we're heading up to that top floor now. Completely different site, Hap, and this is where things get a little bit more chaotic.
Driving chaos. Might actually help Project Zero out.
Yeah, I feel like I should stop saying the word chaotic today, to be fair, because what is the point really? Because I expect every round is chaotic. It doesn't matter.
Is it really chaotic if everything is chaotic?
Well, exactly. That's what I mean.
That's
what I mean.
What then becomes chaotic if chaotic is no longer chaotic?
Well, Pasha killing Skeptic in the first 11 seconds of the round, I guess.
That's not the great start that Project Zero was looking for. They were hoping to put themselves up to 5 once more, but no. Not now. For those of you watching, we are playing on a defense-sided map, of course. It's expected a 4-2 split to come out from either side, but VP is definitely running away with it here. Project Zero was definitely having a little bit more trouble in these early rounds when they were on the defense. They still managed to get it to a 4-2 split, but VP, those first two, quite comfortable. Now, finding themselves with the entry onto Skeptic as well, is going to be making their life a lot easier on the defense.
Yeah, Pasha's really starting to warm up that gun now. Really starting to get in the faces of Project Zero, not allowing them to dictate the time. Project Zero themselves struggling to get a drop down. Any foothold really on that top floor. These drones just getting information on always, but there's not really much that they can do to follow off the back of it. Still Joystick on the other side, trying to put pressure from up that white staircase. And Pasha's got himself a second one, always gets in on the action himself, but there's Flexi at least for the follow-up inside the cigar shop, and then managing to get him out of that position, rooting him out. Oscar, that's really nicely timed onto Danny. Just knew that he'd go for the swing as he went into that window. Pasha's HP, absolutely atrocious. Only a tiny bit left, so this is still winnable for Project Zero as Flexi just decides to continue marching on through, and that will be his demise. Doesn't realise that Shepard is in an advanced position, and now it's just Oscar with a C4 from Pasha. Makes Virtus Pro much better position here on Kafe. Because
this puts them in a good spot to actually get them over. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I kind of thought this was coming.
I mean, you can expect it at this point, right? Like, if you lose another one, we're going to map point. You've lost 3 rounds, in which 2 of them you've looked... what am I saying? Helpless, I think is the right word.
And I was complimenting you about being nice earlier, Hap.
But you don't always have to be nice. you can bring it softly, like I just did. You know? No, I'm not berating them.
A little bit of tough love.
Yeah. It's needed sometimes.
It is. That's where brilliance is achieved. But the Project Zero's timeout, like you say, it's predictable. It's no surprise here to come through. I actually thought they might have called it for the last round, but they've waited an extra round, and Virtus Pro have looked exceedingly comfortable for the last 2. And that is courtesy of Pasha being like, you know what, I'm just going to get myself the opening kill. Why not? 10 seconds in. A couple of times in a row. So Project Zero need to be careful of that. They're not expecting this aggression to come up from Virtus Pro. Just need to be mindful.
Right, VP, you have what it needs, or you gotta take what it needs now to push yourself over towards a map point, and then to potentially push us towards a map number 3, which is Consulate.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
next.
bombs.
And you mentioned it before, like, it seems like it's a Project Zero sided veto, basically on Consulate Clubhouse. So, VP are kind of expected to win this map. They did bring Clubhouse quite close. We cannot forget that it was a 7-5. Could have just as well gone the other way if they were only like 5 seconds quicker on some round.
Yeah. Project Zero as well. They like Kafe, but it's not something that they're overly crazy about. You know, they enjoy it, they play it a decent amount, but it's not something that I would say is, you know, a high-flying map for them. So it's not a crazy surprise to see them in this position right now. I think it's more the fact, like the whiplash of the way we've went from one half to the other, where it's really felt that Project Zero were in control, and then suddenly Virtus Pro are really in control, and that is like the wrong time for that to happen for Project Zero, because if you get the momentum picked up and you run into that third map, Virtus Pro suddenly become the favourites again. And that's my worry, that's my worry.
Well, VP were always the favourites. There's no 2 ways about it. Maybe in heart not, but like statistically, it is the tier 1 team that is going up against Project Zero. Mention it yourself, team that's been formed like 6-7 months ago.
Yeah.
Like, you would expect this team that is so storied and has like a legacy right behind it, that will be able to come out on top. But you never know. It's still Siege, and everything can happen. As once again we see a little bit of a similar setup towards that kitchen. This time a little bit slower though. The Sense is in place. The clutch drones removing the bits and pieces of utility. As surely, slowly but steadily, this push is coming to shop. There's the Dokkaebi call. That could be the very first ring of motion. As Joystick is roaming around on that middle floor. He's going all the way up.
They've taken so much time. They're trying to go a bit more direct with it, but let's just let Joystick be comfortable and go all the way to the top floor on his own. Skeptic is around that area. He is around Pillar. He knows that Joystick was kind of floating around, but he's long gone for now. He's up to mischief at another part of the map. This is where my concern is here for Project Zero. They're trying to get things set up in different areas, but more direct. They're not really focused too much on getting Vert. Groovy now recognise that they have to do something to try and bait out where Joystick could be. They know that there is someone around this map. First kill will be for Project Zero. First 2, first 3 actually, just like that. They switch it on, it works out. Joystick now has to run back to site, and it's just an absolute disaster that he's came back to. He's in a 1v5. It's paid off for Project Zero. It's gave them a massive player advantage, but there's still a lot of time for Joystick to pull this back. He has already pulled one back, and Flexi now will be able to get that diffuser down and put the pressure right onto Joystick to get this clutch happening right now, Hap.
Time is not in its favour though. 30 seconds to get all the kills and the defuse at the same time. 23 before he has to start this defuse. And as he is being bullied by a shield. I don't see this go very far. Joystick pulling back up the staircase is not the kind of motion he needs to make if he needs to get towards that kit. As Flexi shuts him off, Project Zero get a much needed round and push themselves up towards equal numbers once more. 5-5. Their tactical timeout working out. Now they need to do it again. Get themselves towards a guaranteed overtime position. Because otherwise the pressure will still be mounting on them as VP is also storming towards that 6th round.
I asked a question of Project Zero's attempts there, you know, to go straight for the site, just kind of ignore Joystick off site, and you know what happened? The next time I question a strat, just tell me to be quiet.
Many bombs as they can.
Next time I doubt a strategy that I'm seeing, just jump in, just say, just
No. I'll let you make the mistake. That's how we learn.
But it's not. But it shouldn't work. Project Zero, it shouldn't work. It does. Just, yeah, it's fine. We'll just ignore the vert. Don't care that Joystick's
Attackers
just
have discovered
out on
the
zone.
location
I'm
of
just
a
gonna
bomb.
kill everybody on site. Sure. Why not? It's 5-5.
I've seen the ignored vert more and more. I think big show of this is as well, like on Consulate when you're attacking piano from the lobby side. Of course, there's plenty of verticality out there, but what we often see is just a blitz just rushing through and then putting a shield on his back and just getting the plant down. And they have 3 people on the top floor that can do anything. The diffuser just go down. Like, there's ways around that verticality. It's not the end-all be-all, but it is definitely an important matter in many of these rounds.
I know. Pasha heading down to that bottom floor again. A nuisance for a couple of these rounds on this defense for Project Zero to get past them in the first 30 seconds without dying, which they've managed to pass that test at the very least. And he's got the solace and he knows where those claymores are, so knows exactly what step safe. Ruby's the one on that repel. Flexi is just outside as well, showing that can't be covered. Well, unfortunately, Pasha's there. Flexi not aware of where he was, and he's going to get himself another opening pick here. Pasha setting the tone round after round for Virtus Pro on their defences, but here comes what looks to be a bit more action. Capital Bolt, Smoke Babes, jumping here from Upor, who's trying to sweep through that top floor, but Dan's ready for him. 2 players gone for Project Zero. Virtus Pro still wait in their positions.
Bit of an odd round, how they just fall apart now at every single opportunity. Pasha with a triple kill. I mean, that one was just great. Skeptic turns the corner into the hipfire headshot whilst Pasha is transitioning over towards an ADS moment. Knows where the last one is now as he drops down into red as well. Loses his life as he touched 14 kills so far. Broke those double digits. So did Always. I think Ruby not having the same kind of game as he had in the very first map. Yes, he's still on 10 kills, but he ended the last on 18. Which is still like a big difference. And I think this is going to be a pseudo timeout.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Oscar not really making inroads of attempting to take it around, but never gone for it, so the diffuser back. Trying to slink his way into mining, but it's been covered by Virtus Pro, they'll be aware of it. Sends a couple of bait shots through. Didn't even catch anyone through the smoking. But the tracers come past, whizzing past his head. Hasn't been able to find anything. Joystick just not quite got a hold of the Scorpion there for a second, but Shepard's got a hold of his gun as Oscar leaves the round. And Virtus Pro, they get themselves their first attempt at map point in this series. 6-5 here on Kafe.
VP, golden opportunity right now to get themselves up towards a map number 3. As Project Zero is on the chase. That round, like, it is so weird when the first 2 rounds, they just completely fall apart. Third round, it's a bit closer, but you know, still just not enough. Then I managed to completely abolish VP, the strategy that was questioned. And then the round afterwards is just again like nothing. Nothing is working out. Like they're just being shut down by Pasha at every single corner that they take. So let's see what Project Zero we will be seeing now, because it's either they show up or we are going to a map number 3.
We are going to Consulate though, which is Project Zero's favourite map. They absolutely love Consulate.
Yep.
So 22 and 5 in that map, by the way. It's kind of an insane statistic. The next,
Pretty good record.
yeah, the next closest map is Chalet at 14 and 4, so that shows you how often they go to Consulate. So. But yes, again, the pedigree of Virtus still remains the same. Still this team that's been here for years and years and years and years. It seems inevitable at this point. So you have to be mindful of that. Yes, technically, okay, sure, we can look at statistics and say that Project Zero look the best on paper for their favourite map and things like that, but it's still Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro are on that map point. Got a chance here to make the series 1 each, tying it up, sending us to the 3rd. Bravo drones coming through here. Trying to steal away some of that utility. There's Pasha just hanging out the window. It's been working for him so far, so why not, Hap? Why not?
At this point, it could just continue, right? Because it has been working out in these rounds. Yes, we're 5-6. Yes, there is quite a bit of pressure on this round for VP, because if this goes to overtime, then suddenly, you know, it is a full-on reset. They will be starting off on the defense again, but everything can happen when you head towards those last 3 rounds. So they're looking to prevent that with all their might. As the phone calls go off, Joystick is going aggressive. He's bringing that shotgun up close on the red stairs. He's thinking someone might have passed through. Don't think that's the case, but a jump in from the window is definitely not out of the question, as Groovy is quite next to it. He's been the top performer of Project Zero throughout this entire series so far. If he falls, it could be the beginning of the end for this second map. And he has not got a clue about a player being around on the staircase itself. Joystick's fallen back in the meantime. There's plenty of verticality thanks to the boogie drones that he has to worry about, but it also works both ways. He can also try and utilize it to the best of his ability.
Trying to make this defense squirm a little bit, but they're not really moving. Happy to just wait them out. Project Zero have to make a decision soon. We've entered that final minute, or what could be the final minute of Kafe Dostoevsky. Here come the ROUs to cover that line of sight from Dan, but it's been stopped. It's been slowed down here. Project Zero have to send another one in. But it is, of course, Dan on the warden trying to slow them down inside the VIP. Still got control of Bakery as well. Full focus on this freezer side. Trying to get it going here. Joystick takes quite a bit of damage. It's 35 seconds now. Ruby's the first one to leave the round as Pasha continues his second half tear on this map. He gets himself a second inside of this round at the same time. Project Zero's chances are starting to dwindle here. Pasha holding strong just inside a bar. Wants to get more. 16 and 6 for the game. Only 20 seconds here. Project Zero are locked out firmly for now. Virtus Pro could be winning this one on time, but Flexi at least has something to say. Joystick leaves around. Pasha's got himself a triple, and he finishes off the round as well. Dan sweeping up for Virtus Pro, and they will send us to Consulate.
It will send us to Consulate indeed, in what was a close game in score, but still felt like Virtus Pro was heavily in control for the majority of these rounds. The question is, can they keep this up as we head towards that map number 3, as we head towards what is Project Zero's favorite battleground?
Yeah, exactly. I am excited for Consulate. When I seen it came up earlier, I was just like, thank God Project Zero have got themselves this in the map pool for today. It's like I say, it's their favourite map. I was quite surprised they didn't pick onto it for their pick, but you know what? They've managed to get themselves here anyway, and to see them go up against Virtus Pro on that map is going to be so fun. Virtus Pro have finally felt like themselves the last few rounds, and that is courtesy of Pasha having an absolutely wonderful second half. As soon as he was on that defense, he just had the flexibility to kind of do what he wanted, go out and find those kills, find those gunfights, and done really, really well for Virtus Pro. And I said it earlier on, I compared him to the, you know, kind of annoying a snake. That's what it felt like. Eventually, when was Virtus Pro going to pounce? And that was Pasha on that second half.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very excited to see where this will head as we go towards a third map soon. But first, we will be headed to a short break, so we'll be back with you soon.
can do so much theory crafting about Tier 2 being here and being ready to show us all, but the old guards inside of EML still have what it takes. They tied the series back up 1-1, and what we're looking at as well for this matchup in particular, I mean, I spoke about my concerns a little bit earlier about a specific player on the side of Virtus Pro, maybe not having the greatest of days so far, but Chem, we can say Pasha's sort of woken up again in the second map here.
Just a tad, yeah. What a game he had. And the thing is I said it, and I've said it multiple times, it was kind of the analogy I was using, it was kind of like a snake charmer kind of playing around with a snake and being like, oh yeah, we're just going to annoy you a little bit, see if you can kind of react and stuff like that, and VP weren't really reacting for the first half of the series, and now they've been like, yeah, let's just unleash Pasha, let him do what he wants. When we're on the defense, he's just out there, just hanging out of windows, looking out of doors and getting opening picks and just being a nuisance, being absolutely massive, and then kind of flooding in at the end, getting those little rotates, stealing away triple kills, double kills, and doing things like that. And it was such an impactful performance from Pasha. Fantastically done from him, and that's what we wanted from VP. We wanted them to kind of wake up and really start getting the guns firing a bit, because, you know, they've always stuck to the same strategy. It's always been the same. It's always been exactly the same way that they kind of wanted to approach this. But Pasha, he was the one that kind of proved us wrong, I guess, at the start. We kind of asked questions of his performance, and now he's there. He's there. He's in it. And Project Zero, they have to be careful of that in Consulate.
It definitely will have to be. It's good for them that they are playing on what is their favorite map, their best map, which will give them some good ground. However, Champ, how many times was it that they've played it? Because I believe there was a few VODs on Consulate for Project Zero.
Just a few, yeah. 22 times they've won it, 4 times they've lost it, so 26 VODs currently exist at the very least. So just a tiny tad amount of Consulate, and that's in 6 months, by the way. Like, they've only been a roster for 6 months.
That's crazy. But the good thing is, it's Virtus Pro they're playing against. I don't know if they're going to be changing up very much about this whole map that's coming up in regards to what we know about Virtus Pro and their play style. They like to revert back to the defaults, the things that work well for them, and it's showing on this one as well here on Kafe that it works for them. Just to have Pasha pop off, have those slow rounds and slow moments, and even though it can concern some of us here on the desk with how slow Virtus Pro tend to be, I mean, that match took almost an hour and we didn't even go to overtime, so that's a clear indicator of how long this series is taking in so far in total. But it's a Virtus Pro game after all. What do we want? I want to know though, going into Consulate, you say there's so much information on Project Zero on this map though. Chem, what really describes the type of gameplay or the game style that Project Zero show us on Consulate?
I don't know if I want to spoil it. That's the thing, though. I'm like,
Oh.
The way that Pasha was playing on Kafe, that is basically how all 5 players of Project Zero play Consulate. Again, doorways, windows, peeking absolutely everything, swinging absolutely everything. The thing is though, this is again based on tape when they had Quick in the roster, and I did feel that they were a lot more aggressive. They were definitely a lot more vocal and a little bit kind of more assured of themselves, and that is just what happens when you have Quick on your team. He's a loud guy, he brings a lot of passion when it comes to that, so that's to be expected. So I expect this to be a little bit more reserved from Project Zero from what we've seen in the past, and I don't know how much that's going to change the flow of this for Consulate. I'm just excited to see how Virtus Pro are able to kind of get past what Project Zero have in front of them, because they are a fantastic Consulate team, but it's still that kind of predictable point at the end. It's still Virtus Pro.
It's rough. There's going to be, I still think there's going to be more aggression outwards than what we've seen. Flanks as well. Consulate is very maze-like map, you can almost say. Tons of corners to hide in, to places to just find a little bit of protection if you need it. But also, like, the 3 staircases that you have to worry about, that people could be coming back up from. Like, it's hard to cover everything off. There's going to be lots of movement, and that is something that could throw a spanner in the works here for Virtus Pro, because they like predictability. They like to just, you know, load up the scenario and they play it out, because they do that perfectly. But as soon as you know, something is changing, that's when they start to struggle sometimes. And I think that's what Project Zero needs to do. They just need to keep Virtus Pro on their toes. Just keep alternating things.
I keep throwing little bits and pieces at them to change things up here, because if Project Zero want to win this one out here, they need to put in a serious shift for the remainder of the series. Now, looking at the match in total, it's actually the first map that Project Zero have lost so far inside these LCQ playoffs, which is crazy to think. They played Panahona, beat them 2-0, which was a big revenge for them for the EML finals, where they themselves lost 0-2 to Panahona. So turning out this roster change has in fact worked for them. Then also beat Twisted Minds, a team that in their own sent a tier 1 team out of this competition. So they've really proven it yesterday with those big results that they've been showing us. But today, having only have to play one matchup, seems like they are struggling a little bit more. I mean, we're talking about a 7-5 and a 5-7. Just a bit of 2 rounds being played out different. One C4 that turns around the other way, one player that's hiding in a specific corner, and we could be looking at very different results coming in from these matchups. And I feel like that could be a similar trend going into Consulate, because it is again a defender favored map. It's again a map that would suit Virtus Pro if they want to play passive. The map is quite big. You have to take so much space depending on what site you're going to attack. I feel like we're again hyping ourselves up for a long matchup, which could really go both ways.
The desk is going quicker than any of these rounds usually.
Yeah.
but it's like, I mean, yes, Consulate can definitely play slow, but there's also tons of opportunities to go quick. Like, one of them, and I'm not saying that we'll see it, but is the Amaru plant in the office upstairs. It usually revolves around some quick plays and some quick things about getting rid of some utility. That could change up the pace, especially when Project Zero is playing around on the attack. I don't see Virtus Pro doing an approach like that, but Project Zero definitely could. The same thing goes for Piano. You can just, get in with a blitz, bypass all that verticality. If it's too heavy on the side of Virtus Pro, get that plant down and watch them squirm. So there is opportunities here for Project Zero to still bring it in quick, whereas, of course, Virtus Pro, they're just going to try and make this last a full hour again, because they thrive in this chaos. What is a schedule if not to break it?
I mean, you're saying that, but we're still ahead of schedule because the first 2 games.
Yes, for now.
Quick, so.
Yes.
VP's trying to change that.
Trying to get it back on track. That's what they're trying to do. They're doing it for the viewers. That's why they're trying to make sure that all the timings are perfectly in time. I want to very quickly just make one quick point, and that is that I think this actually might come down to the sides a bit more than what kind of has been respected. I think that the fact that VP start on the defense, we talk about, starting on the defense is usually a bit better when you do it on a defender-sided map. That's usually what you want to do because you can get off to a good start and things like that, but that's not really been the flow of the map. It's usually been the tail end of the games where people have kind of been warming up, and I think that them being on the defense to start, if Project Zero got a couple of rounds and they got a decent start, them going into that defense with the second half, I think that will suit them a bit better, but it really just comes down to that first 2 rounds, I think.
I feel like it has to do with momentum as well, right? Once you start on defense and you get those rounds, you get the 4-2, the 5-1 split, you feel so much more confident because it's like, it's only 3 more rounds, there's only 2 more rounds. We can definitely pull this one through here. It must help so much with the mental going into that one as well. I feel like another big thing that we see on console, which might change a lot in this map, even though I know it's Virtus Pro and they play things the same a lot, is the rework of Thatcher. Because during the EML, when we saw Virtus Pro, Thatcher wasn't really a thing yet because we played EML on the same patch with the old Thatcher, and breaching, especially downstairs, could be of such a big importance for the attack site. With this new Thatcher in play, though, I feel like, I'm not sure what you've been experiencing in your own games, Hap, it makes breaching a lot easier for the attackers.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Thatcher was always already a very nice operator to have if you wanted to breach. Now it's just got even better because you can just see if there's any electronics active on the other side. Think of the Electroclaws, for example. It's gotten a lot easier to deal with them.
Well, we'll see if they might be banned as well, because we're going into the ban phase because the match is ready. It's our final map between these two to see who can secure their spots in the grand final of the LCQ. The map is all yours.
Map could not be bigger for Project Zero. This is the big ultimate test for them. Can a tier 2 roster walk it with the big dogs? Virtus Pro stand in front of them. Perhaps one of the biggest teams. In fact, I'd probably say it's the most famous 5 that we've got currently in the game. They've been together the longest. So they are definitely a scalp that you want to try and collect. Project Zero want to get into that final and get themselves to 6 Invitational in just about 3.5 weeks' time. Seems so close, Hap. So close.
It is quite close. Time flies. in general. It's like, before you know it, the next competitive year already has started. But we're still looking to close off the current one, of course. So the bans have come through. Grim removed, Blitz removed, Goyo, and Clash. I like the Goyo ban because we do often see quite heavy Goyo presence on the defense side here, especially on that top floor, this entire middle hallway, which kind of acts as no man's land between admin and the actual site itself. Usually riddled with Goyo canisters, together with, of course, the doors towards the site itself. So removing that is maybe the smartest decision that VODs could make. And you might be wondering, why is that? Well, for every Goyo canister pop is 30 seconds wasted, so they've just bought themselves 2 minutes. Might be girl math, but...
Yeah. I don't know about that one, Chief. You know what? I think we'll love it. We'll love it. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We'll love it because it's close enough to the Christmas break to say it's Christmas. Happy New Year and all that. That's the only reason I'm letting it go. 2026 is underway, and 2026 SI is a few weeks away. It beckons the call, and now things start off here on Consulate, and what is going to be the final map of this upper bracket final. One of these teams will be in that grand final tomorrow. Groovy with a C4, which we've seen being so clinical for Project Zero today. These C4s have been amazing. Not quite finding as much as they would have liked on Kafe, but really great on that first map. It's Pro again, taking their sweet time to get things done. Getting people set up on these windows, checking things are clear, making sure they can begin to figure out where this execute can start from. Oscar gets the first kill under his belt, and it's Dan that's gone. And with it, the glass goes too. So pretty lucrative first minute here for Project Zero, and they're also continuing to slow down Shepard as he pushes in from that admin side.
Surprised Shepard actually got caught off a little bit there, as they had a drone ready to try and take him out. He's now working on the default camera. They have Oscar playing around in that no man's land near the hallway. And this is a very dangerous position. It is so hard to clear out. You need grenades or fire or something. And of course they have 4 grenades, so they should be able to just land one right behind Oscar. But it's such a dangerous step out that you have to make to even be in a position to do so. And it's VODs Pro. On that attack, of course, time is slowly slipping out. 1:10. The pressure on the site not really raised yet. Utility on the defense, still plenty. Shumika's in abundance. Shepard is slowly but steadily starting to try and cross over. That bandit trick might still be in time from the side of Groovy. I'm not sure how that ended up, if the wall opened up or not. As the tracks are coming through, they know about the Tachanka and where he is, but that's not going to stop him from sending these Shumikas over the wall. As always, he uses the breach, so it has opened up. 40 seconds as they need to push through. The diffuser now dropped. That's huge, Cham.
Really, really nice there, managing to kill off the Blackbeard as they pushed into towards the site side, and now VODs Pro are knocked back, staggered in a second as they've lost the forefront of that attack. Groovy frying always as he steps out of that fire. Now there's only 20 seconds left. They still can't get through. VODs Pro lost a player early and they haven't been able to recover after that. There's Flexi with another swing into the hallway, wants to swing even more, and he will get 2 for it. Project Zero, they start things off with a round on the defensive consulate.
My oh my. A round that took until the last 20 seconds.
I think I've seen this script before. I don't know what it is.
Project Zero, very decent first round to come up. They had VP right where they wanted them on that top floor. They weren't quite able to get further than the administration really at all. What do you say?
Go. The split site? Huh?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Why not?
Let's go. I am a split site enjoyer. I always argue with Grace about it. She hates it.
Split site connoisseur.
I am, yes, I am. I just love it, you know? It's just... I'm terrible at it, personally, but I love watching it.
Of course, same.
That's why
I'm not a professional player, so...
Yeah, that's why we talk about the game. So.
Exactly. No, I like the split sites in like, idea of it, because it forces the attack to be present on both the middle floor and the basement at the same time.
Yeah.
Because if you're just attacking the basement, well, there's verticalities above from the actual other site that will be dangerous. If you're just attacking the top floor, well, there's entire verticals from above where you will be challenged by others. And Skeptic, of course, playing around on the Pulse, this is one of those maps where Pulse is like S+ tier, because it just gives you so much information when you're around with a cardiac sensor. And especially when you're at a site like this, you can play on one side whilst covering the other vertically and giving information on what's happening up even above that. So, I like it. I like it. Looking forward to see how it plays out.
Let's see just that. First 30 seconds gone. Groovy upstairs. Had a C4 ripped and ready, but opts to slot that back in the back pocket. A little bit of quiet. A little bit of tension starting to mount as Virtus Pro try to figure out where they want to go from, and on the other side, Project Zero trying to figure out where Virtus Pro are coming from. Skeptic on that pulse, like you highlighted, all the way over on that piano side, trying to find some information. What a timing that is on Flexi with the castle barricade just as the shield dropped in front of him, managing to escape. But here's Dan, slipping into unknown territory here, just round the corner. Might be able to sneak through it, trying to steal a kill as the rest of Project Zero retreat back. But I think for now they're safe. I think they've managed to pull it off and get back towards the site. Dan has been slowed down from these castle barricades and has to take a step back and use a nade to clear it.
It's going to give away a lot of information though. That means that someone's out there that they weren't able to see before. So Dan is no longer fully hidden around on that knock. That might be a known fact now on the side of Project Zero. As they pull themselves back in minute 20. Slowly, steadily moving around. Dan taken out as the garage was being manned by Oscar. As we keep counting down now, it's still not really anything of the side itself that's receiving pressure from Virtus Pro. As Pasha playing around with that Boss G, seemingly aware of the fact that someone could be on spiral stairs, but they're wisely not making a push. They're wisely staying behind. As rotations are coming through on either side, again, not a single bit of bout of pressure on the side itself, Cham.
Stresses me out, man. It stresses me out. Virtus Pro really waiting for it to happen, but there's Pasha stepping up to the site door just for a second. Doesn't quite go far enough. He does, of course, have that Boss G in hands. Supported by Always as he sweeps ever closer to the site. Upor's about to take so much pressure on his lonesome. You can just see them all lining up outside of the site, starting to circle. They're like vultures, getting ready to come down and find their prey. Upor will be the one to fall here. Shepard sweeps in from behind, but there's only 9 seconds here. They're going to have to stick a plant, and of course the pulse is still up, so they can't deny it. But where can they get it? They're going to go for it on the desk. Has to try and get it to that sweet spot, but he doesn't have it. Oh no! Well, joystick is there just in time to get it on the deck for now. Can he finish it off? There's the push round from... What? How many times are we going to see a round like that, Hap? Where
I don't know what happened.
We're supposed to be exacerbated with that type of round. Virtus Pro have absolutely no right to steal that round out from underneath Project Zero. And again, they do it. They pull it off. What seems like the impossible. They let the time run all the way down to 000 and just win the round anyway.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Well. Just close. Project Zero almost had them, but like in the end, this is just the strength of Virtus Pro, right? Like when they're executing, they know exactly what needs to be covered, they know exactly where they need to be, and of course they cannot afford a single mistake, but that last round worked out well for them. Albeit on literally no time left.
Yeah, I wish I understood Russian to an extent so I could hear these comms, by the way. I really want to know if it's like completely leveled out comms in those like 000 moments. Because I feel like it is. I feel like there's only like 2 or 3 words getting said. Because they just do it so often.
I mean, at that point you would hope there's no stress, because it wouldn't be healthy if every round is going to go like that.
I mean, Shepard does play with his knee up half the time, so I mean, he's like the least stressed guy I've ever seen playing Siege. Just chilling. But it gets results. 1 apiece here now on Consulate. Project Zero letting that round slip a little bit. But it's Pro still very much in this fight. This could still go either way. Now, round number 3 Different site to attack here. Dan bringing along the sledge. Always on the ram. I'm gonna give you one guess as to what site it is.
Sorry, what side is what?
I'm gonna give you one guess as to what site it is with sledge and ram on the board.
I think top floor.
Oh, perfect! You've nailed it, pal. Absolutely, right on the money. Well done. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly where Flexi is right now. Yes, of course, the very, very bottom floor. That is where we are.
Flexi's defending the side, isn't he?
The Christmas break was harsh to you. I completely lost your mind over that 2 weeks. Oscar's still up here. He's been misdrawn, by the way, and he's going to get himself a free kill. Oh no, Pasha doesn't realise that he's there. Just a misdrawn coming through, and that is a mistake. That's a glaring one at that. But here comes Dan, heading in from the other side, trying to fix it up though. Oh, you part! He's also bringing himself some action. A couple of players of Virtus Pro thought they could take him, and he says no. Shepard's in a 1 versus 5 just like that. Try to switch it up, be a bit quicker, play right into Project Zero's hands on that top floor, and they are punished for it. The roam game has been successful, and now Shepard has to try and pull this one back from basically right over the cliff edge.
Like, that's not a Type 89. That's a new DMR, of course. But yeah, like, I mean, that might be the most sinful mistake you could make, to not, you know, do a little 360 spin with your drone when it enters the building, because you don't know what's on the other side of it. Like, that missed drone is so costly, because from there on, everything is just going to spiral. He's being baited so hard by Oscar. Okay, the Nitro
He's still
misses.
going to C4, of course.
But it's like, he's just standing outside. They know exactly where he is. It's the time slowly ticking out. They're just playing with the food at this moment in time, as they're hoping to end it sooner rather than later. The swing out. Oh, gets it as well. A flawless round as Oscar locks him off. And Project Zero, 2-1 up.
I feel like that may be the first flawless, you know? I don't remember seeing a flawless now.
Feels like it, yeah.
Across the other 2 maps, so... But, yeah, to come back to that, we know exactly why that round went awry. It was the misdrawn, unfortunately, you know. We hate to focus on specific individual mistakes, but, you know, not droned in that position. Oscar's just at the top of the staircase, gets himself a free kill. It's on to Pasha as well, who's been on an absolute heater for the last game as well. So not someone you want to lose. And then from there, it's really difficult to recover from something like that, and Virtus Pro tried to rush it, tried to take some gunfights. Project Zero on the top floor were quite happy to just be like, yeah, you can come at us and we'll just hold on strong. And they done that really, really well. 2-1 up now, heading up to the top floor. Or the bottom floor, as you would call it, Hap.
Yeah, the bottom floor we're heading to now.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Amro's really good here. No, but VP wanted to go quick. It didn't really work out. Again, like, the missed drone is the biggest mistake that was made in that round, because it just cost you a free kill. And from there on, like, okay, you're chasing, but them chasing the operator might have hurt them even more than the initial pick that came through. Right? Like, if you would have just reset, because, hey, guess what? It's like only 20 seconds past at that point. There was plenty of time to still slowly go through everything, but they weren't going to. But you had plenty of time to reset and see what you could do from there on. Them hunting got themselves, like, more at a deficit than the initial kill, so something to keep in mind as they push on towards round number 4 now, back towards that top floor. MVP last time weren't really able to get further than administration, or further than the breach that fortunately lost a life to as well, thanks to the fire from the Shumikas. So what can they do to deal with that this time around?
First C4 goes out, doesn't find its mark. A little bit of damage done to Shepard, but nothing really of consequence. The first C4 is burned, which is nice. And still the focus remains on admin. But Uport is the one playing just in side of that break room, just making sure they have to work for it. Fully reinforced as well, so they're going to have to deal with him at some point if that's the side they want to focus on, which is where they are eyeballing in the moment. Admin being where they want to formulate their execute from. Always getting on the drone through. Uport peeled back just a bit.
Heartbeat sensor
Not too much, just into the hallway. He has relinquished control of break room for now as Oscar's down below on the pulse. Seen the pulse plays come through, but not been overly successful as of yet. Uper's fallen even further back, all the way to the end of that long desk. Virtus Pro have managed to at least flush out quite a bit of that position, but now they have to get past what I think is probably one of the hardest parts in the game to take, that singular corridor along that part of the map. It's so difficult to actually cross that.
Minute 20, and the only action we've seen was the Nitro self-fly out of the window. Control still heavily in hands of Project Zero. Administration slowly being extended upon now. Shepard moving forward with his shield. Pasha find Oscar. It was a swing with the pistol from Oscar, and it wasn't actually meant to go for the drone, but luckily Flexi is out there to try and get a trade on the board. Sees one, spots a second Dan going quite low. Goes back just in time. Has to be very careful now, because he's aware of the fact that the buck is down below. That's plenty of verticality. There's actually two down below. And one on the balcony. Where's the fourth? In admin side. Okay, so that's a very split push for these last 30 seconds. I'm not sure how these two people at the basement are going to be helping out on this actual push on the side itself.
What a position this is from Flexi. He's going to catch Pash out on the rotate. Not expect him to be and on that Visa staircase. He's got himself quite a few kills in this round. Extremely slippery player to get a hold on usually, and he's going to get himself even more. It's a quad for Flexi. He'll be making the calls. I want the ace. I want to go for it. Extremely vocal player. A lot of fun to be around, and Groovy will finish off that round from Project Zero, and they will open up a bit of a gap here on Consulate. Really good start from them.
Yeah, really good start indeed, especially that round. Like, they just ran away with it. VP not in a position to even try and think about and execute in the entire duration of that round. I mean, there was 12 seconds left, and there's two people still on the ground floor. Like, it's those kind of questions that you then ask, like, what was the plan there? Like, how were you trying to get the diffuser down on the ground with the limited horizontal push that you had going on? Either way, we're in a 3-1 situation. Project Zero really starting to get these defensive rounds on the board. If they manage to find one more, they will be happy with that split. If they find two more, that would be most ideal in the current position. And from there on, I would be very confident in them being able to just finish the job, because they've been looking comfortable here.
I did briefly mention it in the pre-game about the way that tempo could be something that dictates this, and the sides being something that could dictate this. With Project Zero's being on the defense here, yes, they could get off to a good start, but when it switches, of course, depends on the score really, but Virtus Pro, if they go onto their defense and it's 4-2 or something like that, they'll feel really, really good. They'll be happy with picking up a couple of rounds, and I feel like we'll just see the same as what we've seen with Kafe, where Pash is just unleashed, and they kind of just hold these different angles, and it's really difficult for Project Zero to come back from, and that's the kind of difficulty of it being a second half where you're on the attack. So it's almost like I feel like it's better sometimes just to get it out of the way, you know?
It's not really what VP is thinking with the time it takes them to get these attacks out of the way.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, as much as possible.
I mean, they need to get 2 or 3 rounds on the board, let's be honest, to give themselves a bit of buffer for the second half to go on. Now, there is a bit of information being given here. So top floor is being droned out and players are being isolated. The issue is that there is too many of them. The Candelas are starting to come through as well. Should be providing with a little bit of support as Pasha is trying to repel in, trying to get these kills to go their way, as Dan will find the very first. Flexi has been removed. Buper dropped as well. The top floor now slowly but steadily coming under control. If it wasn't for Oscar trying to retake some ground here, he's still pushing back in again in meeting room, trying to get close towards the mirror window, which isn't being watched, giving him the opportunity to go for a flank on 1 or 2 of these players that are still up top, because you see where VP is currently. 3 of them are on the top floor. Are they watching where this player is? No, they're not at all. As Nitros are starting to fly through, could be a bit of a derailment as they're putting the backs towards Oscar right now. And the full support of his team is trying to help him survive here for as long as possible. As he flings the corner, we'll find one. The swing from the player on the close corner wasn't actually coming through until just later. And it brings it to a 2-on-3. And time wasted. Gruby now deciding to go for a bit of a swing. That door opens slowly. Just rushes down the staircase. Not going to stick around.
He just tried something there, decides, yeah, I'm going to pull back. Skeptic here is in an advanced position. Just on that yellow staircase. I'm not sure if Shepard is aware of that. Could really be in a bad position, but he is caught from behind. The timing! Joystick just comes down the staircase right at the perfect time to stop Shepard from falling, and Skeptic is gone. And the Montaigne of Shepard can flood into sight and try and go for that plant, but Gruby's still here, still kicking. The heaviest fragger of this series so far. Going to be an attempt here to deny it. Shepard's the one again on that has a diffuser in pocket. Gruby hops right through the middle and he will be spotted. Dan on the cover is strong. Virtus Pro, they'll claw one back. 3-2 here on Consulate.
Good round coming in from Virtus Pro there. Able to hunt down that top floor and to punish the aggressiveness that was being brought out by Project Zero as they were looking to retake it. Get themselves that second round on the board, which is huge. Absolutely necessary for them to keep up their current appearance. As we swap, you see the shield acting as a shepherding tool. And slowly but steadily... Oh, I didn't actually realize it was Shepard also playing. That's funny. Unintended joke. But with that and a 3-2 split, VP now having the opportunity to push themselves up towards an even scoreline could be the lifeline they need for this matchup.
Could well be, especially for this half. And you know, I made that point just before. I don't think they'll be too mad if this is the 4-2. You know, I don't think they'll be too bothered about that. Them going onto the defense for the second half of this game, I think suits them a bit more than what it does Project Zero. But we'll see. That's all just conjecture. Trying to figure that out. We'll run out as well. Oh, Skeptic! A little bit windy. The block 4 Consulate doesn't quite land his mark, but passes HB. Taken all the way down to give or take a couple of HP. Skeptic takes a bit in reverse. But the KB has to be careful. Has to be careful. I feel like these rounds are so... It's got so much tension in the first minute. Because the VP are just like so methodical.
Specchio sensor on the lookout.
Cooper just checking, trying to find out some info. As the first minute passes, both sides helping made quickly into yellow. That's going to be Joystick instantly eating up that space. Call from the Dokkaebi is slowing things down, was at least making sure that there was not an instant swing on that Montaigne. Now a fallback has been initiated. Slowly but steadily you see the Project Zero players removing themselves from the premise as Uper gets a beautiful opening onto Shepard. Removes a bit bout of pressure as well from the admin side. Actually gives him the opportunity to stay active on this top floor now and start challenging towards Spiral.
Time for a wake-up call.
Another call coming through. Really making these defenders move. Making them worry about where this attack could be coming from. Gruby's got himself one as well. Pasha falls. That HB came back to bite him. And now we're down the last minute here. Smoke cover here for Joystick as he tries to just force his way in. Just kind of trying to chase a player down there for a second. Oscar will catch out always. Joystick's now managed to push quite into an advanced position on the side of sight, but Skeptic is aware of it. Swing it from behind the pillar and Joystick is dead and buried, and now it's just Dan and a 1v5, nothing you can do. Another flawless round for Project Zero. And they finish off the half 4-2 on their defense.
Yeah, decent half. It's the minimum we were expecting to see from Project Zero. And now this is where they need to make the difference. They're going over towards the attack. This is their favorite map. 26 VODs is what Virtus Pro has on them. Which also means that they're aware of how attacks usually shape up. They can play into that. The question is, will they?
That's just the official stats, by the way.
That's the official stats, yeah.
Like, I'm well aware that there'll be quite a few Project Zero I've played, and some qualifiers that we haven't caught on
got
the stats line.
tats on, yeah.
They just adore Consulate. But my worry is, again, the thing that I'm repeating back is that going onto that defense Virtus Pro just completely changed the game on Kafe. They just were like, okay, 4 of us are going to chill out. Pasha, go kill. And it worked. So I don't think
protect your bombs
they
from
will
being defused by
change from that
attackers.
plan. I imagine it'll be something similar to that. Pasha's first half 2 and 6.
Setting Vulcan.
Or maybe it'll be someone else. Maybe it'll just be maybe it'll be always, or I'm not quite seeing joystick flying as high as what we've come to expect from him.
Vulcan's ready.
For a little while, actually. It's been a lot of BP that have been stepping up around him, actually. Joystick's just been
Attackers
kind
have
of
located a bomb.
doing his bit, really, I'd say.
Play. Link established. Deploying ADS.
Interested to see how this attack is going to go for Project Zero. It's that funny situation where they are the underdogs in this game,
Yeah.
but also not fully. Like, statistically, yes, absolutely. But, like, if we look at form and how they've been coming up over the last, well, 6 months instead of year, it's kind of expected that they do well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a really great point, because a lot of people will, of course, be used to Virtus Pro, and, you know, if you haven't been watching the Tier 2 circuit as much, you'll not quite be familiar with, you know, Project Zero, and kind of be like, oh, wow, they're getting, you know, gloves being laid on them by a Tier 2 team, but they are a very good team, and they have been putting in performances, working together, boot camping together, and playing really well, so it's not really a surprise to see them doing this well. First 40 seconds of round 7 boiled away. And a little bit of utility also goes with it. The canisters removed, and joystick has to just fall back ever so slightly, but nothing too egregious has been done yet into Virtus Pro as they hold their positions.
First minute passes, nothing really happening yet, just repels and information being gathered. The Goyo on the board is going to be proving a bit of a trouble that they need to clear around that. That's where the Twitch is coming into play. You can use those drones to quickly zap away those Goyo pockets. Then again, you still will have these Shumikas. Plenty of stall here available for Virtus Pro to use to try and get themselves in the right position, to try and stall out for just long enough. But Oscar with a really good position. Look at that. There's 2 people on the opposite side of the wall that he's holding on. He's holding a great rotation back towards the side itself. All they need to do now is just put up enough pressure to see that movement starts to come through. Uper with a beautiful shot from below. We'll find him with the Vendetta that opens up the long desk, but still players around on the soda machine. And that's the big next threat.
Really is, and they've, oh wow, really nicely timed. They lose 1, but it doesn't really matter. They've managed to find the kills that they wanted. Project Zero are in control of this round and always in a 1v4. He will get at least 1, but he's going to be closed into catering here. It's going to be difficult to escape back out there. There's fire coming around each side, but look how close the planner is to him. Flexi on covering angle, and Project Zero, they'll win that round out. And Hap, that was an excellent execute.
It was an excellent execute indeed. They knew exactly what they needed to clear, how they needed to go about it. And slowly but steadily did it. And this is what I say, right? Like, they had the cover, they knew exactly where these players were. All they needed is for them to move. They needed them to just set a step to the side, or to just take a fight here so someone else was able to find a shot on them. And as soon as they managed to get that going, the entire like cart house just folded in and on itself.
As many bombs as they can.
Because that's often what happens with like these interlinked defenses, when one relies on the presence of the other.
Yeah.
That as soon as one dies, like the entire link chain is just starting to snap apart in multiple different spots.
I was thinking that the entire time. That was just a really good execute from the very start. The way that they flushed out the player at the top on that long desk, they baited them into the swing at the top of the spiral staircase with the Demos held below. Just felt like they knew exactly where Virtus Pro were and how to manipulate them into their line of sights. So far as to say that's probably their best execute of the day. Peaking at the right time, Project Zero 5-2, open up 3-round deficit here. In what could be the game that seals them a ticket in that grand final tomorrow. And the stakes could not be higher. A place at the 6th Invitational is on the line. Just in case you forgot that. Just in case you forgot, Hap. Just giving you just a little reminder there. Just so you know.
Yeah, good to know, good to know. Alright. Openings made, Project Zero, 2 more rounds needed to get themselves into the grand final for tomorrow, which means a series behind. Is that in time? No! Means a breach has been made. Always just slightly off on the timing there. You're sticking around for now, but it's just these little things that will matter in the end.
Solace here, joystick, moving around inside the piano. Very uncomfortable for him, of course, with the boogie above, opening up all of the floor. Opening up so much of his vertical angles. I imagine they'll do some checking and make sure that they know who he is. But for now, it's just destroying as much of this middle floor. Call it of the utility, call it of where Flexi is, given courtesy of the Solace. Just an ability I think a lot of people forget. So mark those pieces of utility. Joystick taking a bit of damage through the hatch there, managing to get back down through it. As Flexi had to come running into Piano to flush him out of that position, and now they have control of the middle floor. VP forced back into the site.
Minute 15. Breach on the main site, still not there. Utility on it though is being removed. You see those Goya pockets currently going, and verticality is going to be making it so soon this exothermic will be able to pop. First Thermite having 3 now. That means the wall has been opened up. And as the push is starting to come up, Flexi somehow not taking a single point of damage as he's moving on the staircase. Trying to remove those barbed wires so he can start putting up a bit of pressure. 45 seconds, and this is what I like to see. Everybody's slowly starting to constrict themselves around the site. Beautiful information there from Oscar as he takes down Joystick, but he's unaware of the fact that Always is still there. And that could mean that this gets traded 1-for-1 on an even matter. Actually, it doesn't, because Oscar read it perfectly. The plant, in the meantime, is going down as well as Gruby drops for his efforts. But 45 seconds are now in favor of Project Zero. They are just a couple of seconds away from getting themselves to map point. They will take out the Thermite, but the verticality is still going to be an issue. As Uber gets shut down, it is on Oscar now to get himself close towards an opportunity to stop them from getting this defuse going. There's one next to him and he didn't see. And Uber is now downed. Do they know? Yes, they probably do. As the counter defuse is coming through and Virtus Pro to hang on, but barely.
How have they done that then? How have they done that then? I feel like I've said that a million times today with the way that Virtus Pro have managed to steal around out from under Project Zero. I was getting so ready to compliment Project Zero on that execute, how well they done, and it was a really good execute, but the retake is played to perfection from Virtus Pro. And they take a timeout immediately after it. They've seen enough. They know how lucky they were to win that round out. And they are going to have a little discussion how to go forward, because they're not really growing into this series as what they would have liked. Still 2 rounds behind Project Zero. Project Zero really just need to take a moment. They're doing absolutely everything right. They just need to take a moment to set themselves and not panic in those situations. And I imagine they'll get themselves back on track here, but Virtus Pro are still... I still feel, referring back to the snake, I still feel like it's there, you know? Virtus Pro could just switch it on.
Yeah. Well. It felt like it was a round that was going heavily in favor of Project Zero. I mean, the double kill inside of Archives from Oscar was beautiful. And the plans came down shortly after that, but then everything just fell apart. By the 3 remaining players from VP on the side itself, managed to strike back at the right pace, the right time. And now, they find themselves 5-3. It is a round, but still many more needed from the side of Virtus Pro, and you kind of got to call that one what it was, and it was sort of a clutch on their side.
Yeah. We go again though. Project Zero have also had the chance to chat during that little break, so they can go back to the drawing board on what they want to do for their attacks.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Piano and Expo, the site that they have to defend here, Virtus Pro, and Project Zero will have to take that from above as they have Gruby on the sledge yet again. Flexi and Oscar have stepped up in this game. Everybody's had their moments for Project Zero, I feel like. And I feel like I'm just waiting a little bit more on Virtus Pro to get up there, get in, and really take this game by the scruff of the neck. So far, Project Zero are the one that are in control. This is cheeky from Pasha, though. This is what I thought would happen, by the way. I thought they'd go, yeah, Pasha, just you fire out and just get up to mischief, pal.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
They do need it. If only he had a gun in his hands at that moment in time.
Yeah.
Spooling the heartbeat, cannot find it anymore currently as he's hovering around trying to figure out where the attack is coming from, and they are still near. Pasha's not getting any readings on the cardiac sensor. Oh, that's one. The other's still currently unavailable to him, and as the first minute passes, the call comes out as well. It's giving information towards those that are actually inside the building. Or close to. And a bit about the pressure is about to come through in either Zulu or Bathroom. That is where these players are currently eyeing up to go into. Opening made quickly. This might actually just be one of those cases where, you know, they just avoid verticality and just push aside and try and get a plant down. But Groovy dying there definitely doesn't help.
Yeah, I think Groovy was one of the only ones that was showing some face on that top floor. Just to show a little bit of presence, but unfortunately it's died. So that will slow Project Zero down again. They had an idea it was starting to take form, but unfortunately I have to go back to the drawing board as always. Hold at the top of the spiral staircase, awaiting anyone to sweep up there and not pay attention. I can hear the flames coming through. There's Joystick as well, getting himself one U-port. He's felled courtesy of Joystick, and now it's Flexi with a response as Joystick leaves the round. Dan gets in on the action. It's 2 versus 4 here in favour of Virtus Pro still. Oscar and Skeptic together. Skeptic at least gets one as Dan falls. And now it's 35 seconds here. Skeptic trying to go through the middle of the site, but they can't do much about it. Exactly, the diffuser's miles away. Oscar can't get in that double door. He's going to be forced back out. And Virtus Pro, they'll get themselves another round here on the defence.
Things are starting to look a lot more even here. As that 5-4 looks a lot less threatening than the 5-2 that it was earlier. Next set of bands are about to come through as well. Wonder what will be removed here. It's not one operator that I thought was very problematic. Maybe the Goyo, but even that was like dealt with early. Solace, okay.
Makes sense. Kind of makes sense. I get been a bit of a pain in the last few rounds. Getting so much value out of it, calling out where players are, information, things like that. So no real surprise that Solace is gone. Capital as well, taken away. And this is what I said, Hap. I said that with Virtus Pro being on the defense for that second half, I was a bit worried that they were going to start getting some form. And once your defense has been and gone, it's difficult to get it back.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the first round of Project Zero and the attack was beautiful. The second round should have been theirs as well, but was clutched out to Virtus Pro. So, like, in general, I still feel like this half has been pretty 50-50. Just that one of those rounds flipped towards VP's side. Always being hidden, so they can actually get the breach taken care of, but breaches is not the biggest worry, I think, if I look at the bottom left of my screen and I see that a Amaru is on board.
You were so right in your prediction.
And they have the drone in the room adjacent to the site itself, so to find out if there's any nitro cells coming in from that direction. Now, there is not going to be any Grims, obviously, or Yings, also obviously, considering they have been banned. So the push that you would usually think requires the 3 operators that have been banned on the attacking side. Oh.
Okay.
That's a very quick entrance there, Uber.
Okay, buddy. Just catches Pasha up on the yellow staircase, not aware of how quick Upor had entered the building. This is what I wanted to see from Project Zero. Changing up the tempo, bringing in the fight to Virtus Pro. Making sure to try and dictate them, move them around the map. And catch them out with these little kind of cheeky plays. And just like that, you send the Demos in with a shotgun at the bottom of the yellow staircase. Why? but it works. There's the Kaid Claw that was hidden earlier on from Always that I'm going to try and use to stop that wall from being opened up. Yeah, Oscar's going to have to rotate somewhere else. He's like, yeah, I don't know, I'm going to be able to get this, guys. Somewhere else is going to have to be the focus. Project Zero have to figure out what they want to do with this push. Skeptics over towards that window, Hap, just on the bottom left of your screen. I don't think it'd take a genius to figure out what's in Skeptic's mind.
For those of you that are new to Watch Siege, Skeptic has a Gara hook, which is basically a grappling hook. Just enter a rooftop or a window or a hatch from below in a very quick fashion. So he's going to look to bring some pace towards this approach. He's just waiting for the perfect distraction from his teammates so he can go in for a backstab, because he's not the one carrying the diffuser. He's going to be the one as he's inside to be blown up by a nitro cell. Huberto will find himself a second kill, brings back the man advantage as it gets instantly traded back out. Player inside of the bathroom taken care of by Oscar, providing safety towards Super, who was receiving a little bit of pressure out there. Shepard now in the middle of the side is receiving pressure from both sides, and admin and the CEO offers it instead. Dan, he's quite close, actually in a pivoting position out here. If he can hold this, which he cannot, he would have protected his teammate, and Oscar will find Shepard, and this is one of those executes once more that Project Zero, they just look like they are in complete control of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think for the most part on these attacks they have looked in control. Yes, they've let one slip away, but they've looked really, really good. And dictating Virtus.pro, moving them into different positions, they get the read on them, they know exactly where they're going to be. Project Zero, they secure themselves not only a map point, not only a match point, but series point, and also grand final point. They win this round and they will find themselves in that grand final tomorrow. We'll see. I'll pause for just a brief second. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling good, you know? Like, game is coming to a close. There's 2 to 5 rounds left, and then we get to know whether or not Project Zero or Virtus.pro is going to be making it to the grand final tomorrow. And then we get to go to the more dramatic match of it, which is where someone will not have a second life. Their dreams will be shattered and destroyed, and yeah.
Painting a very bleak photo of it there.
Isn't that the best thing about lower brackets? Just the hopes and dreams perishing in front of your eyes.
Gotta admit, by the way, esports did kind of cook with the double bracket eliminations being the standard. I do enjoy a double bracket. Can you imagine a double bracket in football? We have to go down and play a team. Imagine
what was it in Champions League where you play the team twice, one on either side, and then that's it. Like,
yeah.
It's 7-0, 7-0. Beautiful.
Exactly. We're back in. Ready to go again. 6-4. It is still the scoreline. And cannot understate how big a point this is for Project Zero. They win this, they pass the test. Tier 2 of EML reigns supreme for today for this game versus Tier 1. But Virtus.pro again, they are a team that we've seen for years and years and years, so there's no real surprise that if they do turn up and do start putting up numbers, but they just really haven't quite got to the races today. I haven't felt like it. Project Zero look fantastic here on Consulate. Now we'll see if they can convert it. See if they can win this match out. Here, Hap.
It's a big question. Project Zero, they have all faith in it. Virtus.pro, they need to give it their all. There's a quick bout of pressure coming through. There's going to be a very quick breach into the garage. Is there anything that can stop it? Nitro cell, but it's been tossed out prematurely. So there goes Skeptic, placing the exothermic. The wall will be breached, and that means verticality is now the game that Virtus.pro has to hold on to. That actually blown up. I didn't hear an explosion.
Yeah, it did blow up.
Okay.
It absolutely did. The wall is agape, so they can get into the site. That's very, very quick work. Of course, first 40 seconds gone, and they've rotated elsewhere to go and do another job. Pasha again out, being a nuisance. Visa side. Surely Oscar will hear that as he opens up the hatch. Moves around to the other side. Good opening minute here for Project Zero. Things are starting to heat up here, Hap.
First minute passing quite uneventful. Of course, yes, quick opening, and yes, there's verticality now. Shepard taking a bit of pressure as he's being challenged by the spiral staircase, which means that top floor is now comfortably under control from Project Zero, otherwise they wouldn't be bringing up that challenge. Some extra information coming out these drones. A Skeptic trying to push himself into yellow, but he's been spotted out, received some shots instantly. X filling the site. Joystick and Shepard now both on low HP. It's not just one anymore, as Uber is trying to bring the pressures, trying to hold that verticality. There is someone roaming about and they're aware of it. He's inside of administration. The flashbang is there. Pasha is being hunted down. Can he get a kill to survive, or is he being shut down? Is that big question. There it is, a free shutdown onto Pasha. A little bit of damage done onto Uber, but well read by Project Zero as they realized that could have been an issue and instantly adjusted 2 people to it to deal with the issue.
Really good round here for Project Zero so far, but there's still 40 seconds for Virtus Pro, the masters of the clock. They will hold strong. Skeptic, laser focused on that spiral staircase, looking to come down from that backside. HB dwindling on Shepard and Joystick. Still, Skeptic's focus is that spiral staircase. Upors is now on the other staircase, heading down to the backside. Groovy gets one, Upor gets another. It's a double kill for Upor in the round. The Shepard and Joystick, the last 2 remaining alive for Virtus Pro. It's actually 2 versus 2. Somehow, Project Zero need to wait. They need to just hold for a second. Collect their heads. They've managed to bring it to a 1 versus 2. It's Shepard for the game, but the diffuser has to be recovered. Flexi does get it, but he has to put it on the floor. He hasn't. Virtus Pro, they hold on in this series.
The Shadow playing a crucial role there. I'm not sure if he saw, but he could just start pre-firing because he saw one coming rough around the corner. 6-5. And that means we are now so close towards a potential overtime. We haven't had one yet this series. It's been 7-5s across the board. We continue that. Project Zero takes it here, but Virtus Pro, they have something else to say about that. Exposition piano. This wasn't a good round from Project Zero. They struggled when we got here in the first time round. This is their moment to try and, well, basically prevent it from happening again.
Felt like that one was just a bit of a scramble. A bit of a, let's get this done, boys, you know? Chasing the kills. Virtus Pro, they just hold on. Could be the series slipping through the fingers of Project Zero. Still have another life, by the way, so if they lose this game, you still have the lower bracket versus either Twisted Minds or Shifters. BDS for the people who have caught that name change. They'll be on after this game, of course, those 2. Still here on Consulate. Courtesy of Virtus Pro having a huge finishing to that round. Massive clutch to pull it back. 6-5 now on the score count, and like you said, Hap, we haven't had an overtime. Is this finally the map that bucks the trend and we get extra rounds?
Jump out coming through. Basha gets one. Up the second is just a shield remove, but that's a massive pick. Skeptic off the board with that Montaigne. Could have been a shepherding tool, now no longer present. Could have been an option to even play with and get a quick plant down without having to worry about verticality. So that's a big blow to the approach here from Project Zero.
Just need to slow it down, Project Zero. Make sure to check absolutely everything. Still go through the checklist. Still make sure you're safe to make these plays and move through the map. For now, they are slow and controlled. Flexi at the forefront of this attack alongside Oscar. They're just trying to get the removal done inside of meeting. I know there's a player in there. I know there's one lurking around. Goes for the hop in there. Oscar's now inside the building. Waiting for them to pass by. But no one's going to float past that angle just yet. It's going to be on the other side at the top of the spiral staircase at the same time, waiting. Here's a shotgun really close though. There's also Pasha with a shotgun onto Upor on the other side. Shepard's going on the hunt for it. Can he find his mark? Not quite yet, but he does eventually finish off Oscar's. Groovy had one kill on the other side, and always Flexi tried to go get the immediate refrag, but unable to do so. Now it's a 2 versus 4, 1 versus 4. His Joystick Fells, Flexi, and it's just Groovy all on his lonesome to stop this from going to overtime. He's managed to get 1 hat, but can he go on for the 3?
No. It's probably not going to be happening. I mean, 50 seconds left. There is still time. He doesn't have a diffuser though, so it plants out of the question. There is information on Pasha, which is basically infinite. There is a bulletproof camera feeding information as well, so it takes a miracle. It's not happening. Dan shuts him down. Overtime is upon us for this series. And when I said that, Virtus.pro wanted us to get back on schedule, but the other way around, they were serious about it. They are pushing us to at least 14, maybe even 15, to figure out whether or not they or Project Zero are the ones fighting tomorrow for a spot at 6 Invitational on the Grand Final.
We're only, what, 40 minutes away from being back on the schedule?
Yeah, 40 minutes, yeah. Now 2 more rounds, it's going to be like at least 6 more minutes, maybe 7. And we're like 25 or 35 away. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Can't help but feel a little bit for Project Zero. The glory was there for, you know, all of 2 minutes of a round earlier on, and suddenly, just like that, Virtus.pro switch it on. And this is what happens. This is what happens when you, unfortunately, just don't quite respect the nature of your opponent. I've tried to drum it into people today that don't forget, this is Virtus.pro. This is the Virtus.pro. I know that they've not been in the best form recently, but they're still a team that have been together forever, and they've been to the highest highs. So just make sure you don't watch things and don't.
Well, not the highest of highs.
Well, a couple of seconds at 6 Invitationals. There and abouts the highest high, is it?
Yeah. It's just not the highest high, you know, like not the hammer lifting one.
Yeah, true, but.
By the way, the resilience is always there on Virtus.pro. That is something you can just not underestimate. They will keep fighting until the game's over. And Project Zero, as they had themselves a golden opportunity of taking this victory, just fell apart. A 5v2 turned around. And around afterwards going towards Virtus.pro as well. And now they find themselves at the defense side, nonetheless, for this overtime.
Again, all quiet for the first minute. Project Zero trying to suss out what they want to do. Just outside spiral staircase at the bottom there, waiting for someone to not quite pay attention. You've got Joystick out on the vigil. Complete change of formula for Virtus.pro with that. Remember, Project Zero did attack onto the site really successfully with their execute, but then lost in the retake, and they've continued that kind of form here. They've got the wall open early, and Skeptic's got himself the opening pick as Dan falls. Always is on the deck. Shepard's taking a lot of damage at the same time. Upor also taking quite a bit of damage. Upor doesn't care though. Shepard's in his sights, and he's gone. It's just Pasha and Joystick to stop Project Zero from taking this attack here. But here comes Pasha down this yellow staircase. I don't know if he wants to move yet though, Hap. I don't know if he wants to go for it. We're in the post-plant situation. I don't know if he's wanting to go. He's kind of teasing us here, Hap.
He needs to go. The time is ticking, and Groovy will find him. Joystick gets shut down as well. A flawless round from Project Zero to respond with as they head towards overtime. And they're showing their own resilience as well now. A single round is left for Project Zero, and they will find themselves in the finals to go, potentially towards 6 Invitational. A single round is all they need. They have 2 more opportunities to do so. And Virtus.pro once more trailing. They've parried off so many match points already today. What is just another?
Defense though, this time. That's the difference. That's where we're heading for Project Zero. Up to the top floor here, and another stab at it. Another attempt at getting themselves into that grand final tomorrow to play against one of the, I mean, it could be Virtus.pro again. But Also could be Shifters or Twisted Minds, just in case you forgot who still remains in the competition. Project Zero are close though. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of potentially getting themselves into that final. But Virtus Pro are hot on their heels. Only one round separating them. I'm on the edge of my seat, even though I'm standing. But the figure of speech is there though.
Standing on your toes.
Yeah, because I'm doing like the Michael Jackson lean.
I'm leaning so far forward in your screen. 3 minutes to decide which way this will go. Whether we go all the way to 15, or if Project Zero is going to be the ones fighting in the grand finale tomorrow. That is the question we're waiting to see answered. Now, Nitrosil at the ready is going to be tossed out at a moment's notice. Ruby's just waiting for the right sound cue, and that might have been it when the oh, just blew up. Would have let it fall. Would have actually had Shepard out there because he was on the ground. Blew up a little bit too high. Now, door will be opened up again. Drone will be removed. Ruby's just inserting himself into administration yet once more. The door was there to try and stop it. How well that worked? Well, Pasha shuts down Groovy, so that's the opening kill for Virtus Pro, and within a minute of the round.
Yeah, good start there for Virtus Pro. They looked like they were going to stall for a second, but Groovy is caught out. And now we rotate down below from Pasha. As he heads in from the Visa side, there is a player on the other side that could react to that beeper going off. It is, of course, Flexi on the other side. He does spot for a second, and he does react. The Scorpion's quite a difficult gun to get a hold of. Pasha takes half HP away. But he's still alive and kicking now. Flexi still want to take that engagement halfway through the round now. Still the player advantage with Virtus Pro. They now have control of admin. They've got the Montaigne of Shepard as well pushing up. But a good old-fashioned standoff downstairs. Pasha and Flexi know about one another's presence and they do not want to move up.
A minute left on the clock. Time slowly going against Virtus Pro. This is the moment where they need to strike. The Shumikas are starting to come through as well, keeping Shepard at bay. Smoke canisters being popped as well to give Dan a little bit of an advantage with his thermal sight. The player right behind the soda machines is going to be a problem maker. Oscar is the first hurdle they need to clear if they want to get a diffuser plant on the ground even to start off with. The Skeptic not able to open up the door. Flexi showing himself down below. There is issues everywhere from Virtus Pro. They're walking on a minefield as they're about to push through. 3 of them line up. This is the perfect moment to strike. Oscar and Flexi both will be picking up one. Pasha finds one for his efforts. We're in a 2-on-3 situation now in favor of Project Zero. They are looking to find themselves a ticket to the grand finale. As Shepard wants to get the plan down, he gets denied. It's only up to Pasha now. He's outside the side itself. The DP-28 starts firing, but it's Uber that gets the final kill. Project Zero move on to the grand finals.
Seriously well played to Project Zero. They passed the test of European Tier 2 versus Tier 1. They managed to defeat Virtus Pro and they rubber stamp their ticket in that grand final tomorrow. But do not fret, Virtus Pro fans, because it is not over. You still have another life. And hello, Anne. Welcome back. Hello. Did you enjoy that? Did you have a fun time?
Oh, I was very much enjoying that. It was a good matchup, and I feel like we talked so much about these sides, right, being so important on a map like Consulate, and it turned out once again, defender favorite, yes, but what Project Zero did really well in this matchup was making sure they locked in that first attacking round in regulation, as well as in overtime. I feel like the key to winning this matchup definitely lied within those 2 specific rounds in this matchup here. I guess kind of surprising for this as well, because that first round, the overtime, the side was just empty. It had me shook. I don't know how you two were feeling about that. And in regards to the pacing as well, I mean, Shem, we saw some rounds that really went down to the wire just again.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the middle of those first 2 maps that it was stressful. At no point did I even was ever be able to get a hold on the tempo because they just kept changing it. Yeah, you can say, oh yeah, it's going to go down to the last kind of 5-10 seconds. You can see already the first kind of clip and stuff like that's already going to the last 10 seconds, and then it's just so stress-inducing. But Virtus Pro managed to deal with it mostly. Project Zero, though, I really want to give their kind of props to them for how well those attacks were. Because I asked the question before this game, or kind of midway through it, that I was worried about them going onto that attack. Worried that with Virtus Pro get comfortable in the defense, they'll win this one out, but they just looked absolutely fantastic on these executes, and that's why they've ultimately won this game.
I mean, you did see it like throughout the entirety of this game. They were just more comfortable on the map itself. And yes, a couple of the rounds they should have probably won earlier. This probably shouldn't have even gone to overtime. We had this 5-on-2 situation where it was clutched out with the last 2 players in the side itself, right? Like when they just started pushing with 30 seconds left. So Project Zero, they had this under control. Some slight mistakes, something they can work on for tomorrow. But in general, they can be very proud of their performance here against a Tier 1 team.
How many maps was it again? 20, 26, 22? The times that Project Zero played this map over the course of 2025. And it shows that this practice really helps out here for them. And it is kind of insane to think that Project Zero, technically a Tier 2 team that didn't even win the Tier 2 finals, didn't even win a Tier 2 competition inside of like the major Tier 2 competition set this year, is now one matchup away from making the biggest tournament of the year. The 6th Invitational in Paris. It seems so close for Project Zero, even though it almost felt like it was slipping away from their fingers. They now have a very solid chance of making that tournament. And for the side of Virtus Pro, the Tier 1 team in this matchup, they will have to recollect themselves, Hap, and within less than 24 hours, they have to try again in that lower bracket.
Yeah, but of course they will be used to this kind of, kind of game days. Like, it's a shame that they lose it, but what we do often see is that the team that comes in from that lower bracket has a better chance at winning the grand finals as well. Like, it's just historically in Siege the case. So maybe it's just big brain, Maybe they just want to win it from there and then just go on to that grand final all on a roll already and then just take Project Zero down on the rematch.
I think I just want to really commend Project Zero for their performance. We've talked about how EML ready some of these teams are. And Geeky I think didn't quite hit the heights that I was expecting in terms of just their games, their kind of play style. They're not quite really playing as well as they could have. Panahoni as well, not quite playing at their best. But Project Zero have really done themselves proud, and I really want to kind of just focus on that for a sec because they've done really well to get themselves to this grand final and to beat a team like Virtus Pro, who I'm glad you said it as well, Hap. They'll be used to things like this. This is completely fine for them. This is something that they'll relish in the opportunity to try and play one of those players and those teams in that lower bracket tomorrow. And I don't doubt that we'll probably see a better version of Virtus Pro because today they were not quite as good as what we can expect from them.
I think what happens for Project Zero as well is I saw them during the Tier 2 finals, during the EML finals, right? And they lost that grand final against Panahoni in an 0-2, and it really looked like the players just weren't there. Maybe they weren't in sync during that game either. Of course, Flexi was speaking of some internal issues that they had on the team prior to the EML finals as well. They make that roster change now, and to throw in a bit of a Dutch saying, I feel like it seems as if they all have their noses like pointed in the same direction now, where they all have the same ideas on how they want to do things, take things. It doesn't really seem like it's just one person carrying the logs inside of these games either. We have many players on 12, 13 kills inside that game. So these all seem like very stable bases that you can build off so much and so well. Even going in a Challenger Series, even going into potentially Tier 1, should you make it there, come the Challenger Series in March, of course. But before that, the chance of making it to a really big tournament, to get these reps against international teams as well, that could be absolutely huge for a team like Project Zero. But we have to decide their opponents inside that grand final, because it could still be 3 teams in total. It could be Twisted Minds, it could be Shifters, who were formerly known as BDS, but it could also be a rematch against Virtus Pro. Now, something we talk about a lot with Virtus Pro is their individual performance, and I feel like Boss Pasha was really there during the second map, and yes, he is the MVP for the team. It kind of flattened out again, I guess, Hap, during that third map.
Yeah, it wasn't as effective as it was in the second map, especially. Whereas, we also got to just, for that third map, go over, Groovy, I believe Flexi, Oscar, and Skeptic were all on 10 plus kills, 12, 13, 14. Whereas it was just one player on the side of Virtus Pro that broke the double digits. Even though the match was so close, it is just crazy to see. But in general, Project Zero were just way more active on that gunfight, and everybody was pulling their weight. And when then Pasha, for example, slows down while still being the MVP for the team, it does hurt your opportunity of winning, but this is also the thing. You don't want to be reliant on just a single player having to put in the numbers. What you rather have is that everybody is able to break those double digits in these kind of games, and it's exactly what Project Zero had going for them.
I'm glad that you focused on that kind of final map there as well, because I was noticing that throughout that most of them were negative. And the thing is that it's not, of course, the complete and utter antithesis of Siege to have a positive KD, but it does help to have players do that. You know, it's a really big portion to stay alive inside of the rounds, and it did feel that they were leaning so much on the clock and so much on wasting time for Virtus Pro that it just made it really difficult to actually win it. And I said right at the start, I just love that they continue playing the same way. I love that, like, no matter how stressed and how frustrated people get with watching it and being like, look, you know, you leave it to the last 20 seconds again, guys. I love how they just keep doing it. It's just like, yeah, we'll just keep doing this for years and years and years, and if we happen to get to the finals, then we will get to finals. I love that they just stick it. It's such a fun way to be. I like that they have this identity with them, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to do anything with Project Zero today.
Yeah, it definitely seems like this identity is there on the side of Virtus Pro, but with the MVP for this matchup, which is on the side of Project Zero, we're talking about a player like Gruby. I feel like there is such a potential to a Cinderella story here, right? Gruby now finds himself one match away from making it to an SI, whilst he played at the last SI. But thinking about that one, getting grouped together with Secret and everything that happened afterwards, probably doesn't have the greatest of memories about that matchup, or about that SI. So going back to a potential SI would be such a revenge story for him to take it up against teams that he has been with before at such a tournament. So lots to see that for him. This match and the upcoming match as well tomorrow must mean so much for this specific player. But they get to rest now, and they get to watch the rest of the games today. One more game, tomorrow one game as well, to find out who they're going to be playing against, because the lower bracket run continues after the break. It's Twisted Minds and Shifters.
Done.
It is our final matchup of the day as we have one more lower bracket round before we call a close on today's day of the LCQ, and that's Twisted Minds going up against Shifters, which is a rematch. These two teams played each other as the very first match inside the LCQ yesterday, and now about 24 hours later they have to do it again. And that series actually turned out to be a 2-1 win for Twisted Minds. It got rather close. First map, Nighthaven Labs going in favor of Twisted Minds, then Fortress was played. And remember, it was picked by Twisted Minds. Shifters actually won that one. And then Clubhouse went the way of a Twisted Minds in a 7-3 fashion. So there's a chance for revenge here for Shifters. We talk about the lower bracket team. When they rematch a team from the upper bracket, they oftentimes have the upper hand because they have the adaptation. They know what they need to do differently. And that could be the case here for Shifters as we talk about them as a team as well. You know, for them, they got a 2-0 versus GK earlier today. OT on the final map. We saw some huge late round moments from individual players. So, I mean, that 1v5, that last minute, for example, with the Echo, that was an absolutely crazy round, but it gives you so much momentum as a team as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit stressed watching Shifters, right? I'm a little bit stressed now that I'm casting them as well. I've said I'm stressed a lot today, right? But Virtus Pro just stress everybody out, right? That's just the way they work, right? But the reason I'm stressed for Shifters is just I need like a 5-minute break. Like 10 minutes wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. But no, I'm stressed because I'm a fan of Shifters, you know, right? I've been a fan of BDS for a long time, so now that they've changed obviously to Shifters, I'm still a fan of them, and it's been an interesting growth as a fan because I've obviously gone from watching BDS lose every single final ever, and then they've changed the roster. And I like the roster. I like the way that they have built it up and really kind of try to build on something new, fully restart, give people different tries, stuff like that. You know, I've been enjoying what they've been kind of putting out. Having P4 completely learning an entirely new language. By the way, people forget about that. He wasn't speaking fluent English, and now he speaks basic English just to IGL that team. And Freck has been phenomenal. I could really just talk about every single player, and I'm going to actually stop myself before that's exactly what happens. And that's what happens when you get fans to talk about things, right? Okay, I'm sorry, guys.
I'm a big fan of them as well because I mean, you know, Freck just being the third ever professional Dutch player in Tier 1 is part of that, but in general as well because it's a young roster that comes up and
Virtue.
No, I mean, mostly young roster that comes up. And I do like to see it when these kind of new projects get formed and molded and shaped over time, rather than like the same project being changed and changed and changed by just one or two players every single time until it finally works. Sometimes, you know, something like this is necessary. Yeah. So let's see how they'll do.
This is such a breath of fresh air. I love it. When they played against GK earlier, I mean, Gibson and Whippet were so convinced GK was going to win that. And I feel like I was carrying the boats as the only Shifters enjoyer, I guess, on that match. I mean, we're supposed to stay unbiased, but I mean, hey, if there is one Dutch player in the entire competition, can we back a fellow country person? But then again, they have a difficult matchup that is ahead of themselves because Twisted Minds, a force to be reckoned with, I called them earlier, one of the best teams that Tier 2 has to offer. I mean, we just saw Project Zero make it all the way to the grand final. There is that potential for Twisted Minds as well. This individual star player that we see on this roster. You know, we're talking about Hasho, who has a literal peak named after him. Jalad, who had some incredible rounds earlier today. And I wish we could talk about this team so much more, but we'll talk about them as we pull up the map veto as well. Because that is going to be so important inside of this matchup as well, given that they were willing to show and play Fortress earlier. It is picked by Shifters as well, even though last time around it was picked by Twisted Minds. Shifters won that one and are ready to pick it against Twisted Minds now. Border as a second map and then Clubhouse as a potential decider. Chan, are we happy to see a Fortress? We're guaranteed it?
I'm happy to see it. I'm always happy to see new maps in the pool because it's only been in the pool, I mean, how many times has this been competitively played? It's got to be less than 15, 20 times, if that. I don't even know how many times it's been played. It's so brand new to the pool. I mean, even people are still trying to figure out layer. So Fortress being in the mix is going to be a completely different thing. I imagine a lot of people haven't even seen it yet. A lot of people haven't, little Christmas break and stuff. I haven't been able to play on it and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see it. This is going to be the first time I've casted it, so I'm just ready to get my teeth into what it has in store competitively. I like to see teams kind of going through the motions of figuring things out. Oh, this works. This angle works. I don't know. I'm just ready to go for it. The other two, a little bit more standard. You've got Clubhouse at the end. Border, I think, will be exciting. Having these two teams going at it on Border is going to be such a fun time, man.
Border's going to be like super aggressive, so I'm definitely looking forward to that one, to see how that one plays out. Fortress, I mean, they've played it before. It was a very convincing map, so I'm hoping to, like, they let it go through for a reason. Yeah. Like, I understand the pick. I'm just wondering, like, okay, what's the reason it got let through?
It could be... You could theory across about it until forever, right? It was picked by Twisted Minds yesterday. BDS won it. Are BDS now shooting themselves in the foot by playing it again? Because that means that now Twisted Minds know what they need to do differently on that map. They know where they went wrong yesterday. They picked it with confidence, right? There is a little bit of time to improve on that one. There's so many question marks we have about Fortress in general, because we've only seen it so many times inside of the competitive scene so far, with it just being added to the map pool. Now, a lot of exciting things for this matchup. We're talking about individual powers, even going into Border. With the performance that we've seen inside of these rosters, I just know it's going to be an absolute frag fest. And I'm so glad that we're getting these two maps guaranteed. But 2 questions in one, I guess. Really short and quick before we get to the game. A, do we think we're going to a decider hap? And B, who's going to win this matchup?
I think it's going to be Shifters that win it. 2-0.
Okay. As the Shifters fan, I'm unfortunately going to say I think that Twisted Minds might win this one. I think. Sorry, I have to go. Unfortunately, listen. Anne says that we can't be biased. Like, we can be biased. I think we can be biased as long as we're truthful, and I'm being truthful. Okay.
Well, whether we're biased or not, we're going to enjoy this matchup regardless, because there's 2 good teams going up against each other on Fortress. Enjoy.
Let's get into it. Hap, the first time I've got to cast Fortress. I imagine it's the first time you've also got to cast it. I am so excited to get into this and see what the new map has in store for us.
You know, up until yesterday, the last time I've even seen Fortress, it was when it was still in the ranked pool.
Man, I've been a Fortress
initially
for years. I love
on release.
That's a long time, Hap. And you're younger than me. That's a long time.
Yeah. It's a different lifetime. We're still in school.
We're ready to go, though. The real question is, how many of the calls do we know?
Yeah, that is the big question that we'll see answered soon.
We'll see.
Yeah.
It's been a while since
I think I'll get quite far.
Well, this is why we've got it in the HUD. You can see exactly which rooms we're in. Which is, by the way, one of the most underrated changes to the HUD, by the way, when they changed that and they put individual names of the rooms on each player, so you know exactly where they are on the map.
I wish we had the compass still, though. In the
I do wish we had the compass, because then I'd know which direction I am. Oh, but
compass callouts.
Compass. Anywho, we're getting into Fortress for the first map of this best of 3, Shifters versus Twisted Minds, and we didn't have as much time to focus on Twisted Minds just because we had to speed run through a little bit of things, but Twisted Minds have been what I think the kind of sleeper roster for the year. I've said it a couple of times, and by the way, don't worry, you can find the clips. I've said this on stream, I'm not just lying to you. I've said that I thought that Twisted Minds would probably be the one that would be defeating Geeky in the E-League, and that's why I thought it was this kind of narrative for last year that Geeky were going to sail through E-League and they were going to qualify for Challenger Series no problem at all, and it was going to be easy for them. And I was like, no, you're forgetting that Twisted Minds are over there. They're a fantastic roster. Of course, previously Falcons, and now they're on Twisted Minds, and they have been great so far. Speaking of so far, first 30 seconds already gone. No engagements happening as of yet. It's Freck now prodding at that main entrance of the map, trying to get through, see if we can catch anyone moving through. Sight is up in Commander. We'll see, of course, how these teams decide to attack this. If you don't know which Commander is, by the way, it's the big hexagonal one that got changed.
Now, slowly but steadily, you see the pressure coming up. The smoke canisters being tossed out on the staircase here. Flashbangs follow. But nothing really happening yet in terms of gunfight. It's all just utility poking right now. As the map, of course, to some extent, like, new for these teams as well. It develops every single day. As the first swing comes through. Lasmo being dropped out. A shotgun coming out right now on the smoke near the staircase. The player coming up quite close. However, Freck also carrying one of those shotguns on that Deimos. It's going to be getting the better of him.
Guards just waiting inside the site or nearby, just to see if anyone floats past. P4 now, top of that staircase in the middle of the map now, supported by Robbie on his left. Waiting to push through. Unfortunately, Frex caught out trying to throw that nade out. P9 was ready for it. Now the game begins as well to try and track the difference between P4 and P9. Robbie will remove P9 on Twisted Minds, and now it's 3 versus 3. Virtue waiting for, presumably, some sort of call to be made to start moving. Oh, it's just that it's Jalad's on the other side. That's why. It's like,
That's inaccessible.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Jalad, one of the best fraggers that we have currently left in the competition hat.
Not even that, but it's like such a power position as well when you have to come up from above as guards finds Virtue, moves back into briefing. There's a long line of sight towards the bomb site itself as E4 shifts around. Robbie as well looking to find himself with just something as the barbed wire ticks away, gives away a little bit of the game, and P4 finds himself a first kill with 6 seconds left. It's not going to be enough for that. Jaylat shuts him down. First round. He's going over towards Twisted Minds.
Yeah, good start.
Like, to bring back to your point about Twisted Minds, like when we were doing South Breach, I was agreeing with you. Like, GK is not per se guaranteed to qualify for things because Saudi, right? But everybody seems to be forgetting about Twisted Minds, considering they are kind of isolated from the rest of the European Tier 2 circuit. Because they focus solely on the Saudi League.
Yeah.
Whereas Geeky, of course, playing with different rosters in both Saudi and like the Tier 2 circuit.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, weren't allowed to go over towards the playoffs, considering they were already locked in for the Saudi E-League. And Apex then said as well, like, that might actually come and hurt them. Considering that, like, they were having a really good time in European Tier 2, but, like, the Twisted Minds has always just been that one step ahead of them in the Saudi E-League.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that comes from the fact that they're changing the roster, right? Because they had, you know, three-fifths rule for Saudi players as well in that. So that's why Geeky was playing a slightly different one. But Twisted Minds have played with the same one for most of the time. Granted, they have made slight change, of course. Dobkin playing Trickst instead. Mostly the same. And I think that first round really did just kind of boil down to time. Fortresses, yes, a very, very big map. Takes a lot to get moving around. That's the one thing that is clear from the rework. That's the one thing that we definitely know. Yes, they've changed things in and around it, but it's still a big map, Hat. Still a big map.
Yeah, I mean, they've changed a lot, but at the same time, it's still a new map, and not everything has been as streamlined yet as it otherwise would be. Which gives for these fun, dynamic matchups that could quite literally just go one side or the other by the coin flip. But at the same time, like, time will be of the essence, especially when you have these kind of architect operators in play as well. You see Alakiba barriers everywhere. That's suddenly new angles that you have to worry about and otherwise might not see. As this is just among the first of times as Lasmo and Virtue rush into the side. The plant now looking to be attempted, but Virtue lost his cover. Has to go off. Robbie will find one. Definitely still in favor here for shifters. As J-Lad's quite low, gets down. It's P9 now.
I thought we were done with the stressful games for today. P9 now on a 1 versus 3. Diffuser is down and cooking. 40 seconds. Try and get this rework done, but that's a blitz staring in the face. Virtue's HP's not that great though, so he could get him. He's managed to get P4. What a shot that is. He's managed to bring it to 1v1. Robbie has to try and stop his old teammates from winning this one. P9, he's just going to try and stick it through, but no, decides to swing back out. Robbie holding close with the shotgun. Gonna wait. Bait and switch nades as well to try and burn away some time, trying to get him to move. P9 doesn't care, but he's just going to stick it through. He's going to win the round. Twisted Minds. They steal it out from underneath shifters.
That is such a painful way to lose that round. The grenade just falling short and not quite realizing, like, he threw it, expecting him to go off again. It didn't happen. He just kept sticking. Also realizing, of course, that there was no other option on the side of Twisted Minds. They needed to get that defused out, because if they would have taken the fight again, time would have slowly run out. So they find themselves with 2 defensive rounds early on the board. That's a great start here for Twisted Minds. Please do keep in mind, though, that new maps often do tend to trend towards a defense side. And not like the usual 4-2 or 3-3s, but like 5-1, 6-0s. Those are not uncommon to see on new maps. So just keep that in mind.
Especially in favour of
Thursday.
the defense.
What do you say, sorry?
Especially in favour of the defense, because you
Yeah,
generally
exactly.
just gonna wait for the time to gonna run out. Figuring these out on the attack is where things are a little difficult. And I think this has a different kind of flavour to it, because it's a map that everybody will know in this game, but it's a map that they also won't know. Whereas like Lair was fresh, Nighthaven was completely fresh, and everybody was on the same kind of playing field. So this is where it's like slightly different, because the bones of Fortress are still pretty much the same.
Yeah, but at the same time, has it ever really been like approached with a competitive spirit, right? Like that is kind of like, yes, you might be familiar with the map and you'll know some angles, but you never know it truly until it's approached with a competitive idea behind it. Like once people start preparing strats, that's really when you get to the bottom of all these angles and what works well and what doesn't work well.
And that,
So it still ends up playing like a new map.
and that is the number one argument for getting House in the competitive pool. Let's go. Opening pick for Robbie. Trickster's one that falls. Fenrir gone. Really nicely timed. Just went for the swing out there. Was forced out of his position. Robbie snatches that kill. Robbie, of course, will know Twisted Minds very, very well, having played with them before on Falcons. So, be very well acquainted. Hasham, one with a peak named after him, of course, hitting that prone button repeatedly. Which I can't figure out how you do it, to be honest.
Oh, I'm too old for this.
Yeah, I'm too old, man. I'm nearly 30. Like.
The QEing, I was so happy when it got removed. I felt like I would finally be able to fight again with people, but...
And then this comes back. Oh man, Jalad here.
This is here.
Hanging out of a doorway, thinking about maybe potentially trying to get aggressive. Freck has got aggressive elsewhere and killed off Hisham. P4 will win that engagement with Jalad, and more aggression from P9 at the top of that staircase results in a 1 versus 5 for guards. Robbie's HP looks horrifying, but not too much that you'd be worried. Guards is trying to make his way back round to the side, but it's going to be difficult to claw this one back. He gets the first one, P4 failed, but Freck's immediately there with the response, and Shifters, they will get their first round on the board on Fortress. That's the first attack as well.
Could have been a second, but the 1v3 clutch, of course, a little bit too strong in that second round. Now Twisted Minds to get themselves at a second round on the board. But like, would you say Shifters feels like they're in control of this game so far? The first 3 rounds, I know it's early, but like the upper hand in these rounds, even though they're a round behind.
I would think so, yeah. I would say so. So I think they're dictating the kind of momentum a little bit. Twisted Minds are trying to take gunfights on their own a little bit too much so far. But again, it just comes from the way this map's going to play, really. It's just going to be... This is really going to come down to who's had enough time with this map. And I have a feeling, I don't know why, I just have a feeling that it's probably Shifters that are probably working on this a bit more. I just feel like Leland's probably been drilling this into them for the last few weeks at least. Especially with the rebrand and kind of working. And this is a really big tournament for them, you know, to try and qualify for 6 Invitational, and having to get through Twisted Minds and then Project Zero and a kind of wounded Virtus Pro that's left, you know, they'll be thinking this is a good opportunity here. So, you know, let's take us to Fortress. Let's try something new, see how it works. So I think so far, I think they're doing pretty well so far, despite being down.
It's just the score, you know, like isn't always fully telling the story. We've had 7-0s where it felt like it was way closer than some 5-7s we've seen on the board. It's weird to say, but it's just that, you know, that vibe some games give off. It's not always statistically possible to back up. Either way. So we head into that 4th round. Shifters, they get themselves that 1 attacking round they just managed to put on the board. Arguably should have had 2, but a great clutch coming through from P9. was preventing them from doing so.
Oh, this is cheeky. Surely spotted there, yeah. Shom's position is known. Oh no, Robbie!
Explosive ingredients, baby.
That's the thing. You're not quite aware of where things are on new maps, especially given that they've added the destructible ingredients into the new fortress. Unfortunately, Robbie is absolutely cooked alive there. Hashom, despite his position being known, he gets away from it. The first minute is gone, and Robbie's the only resulting death from it. Demo's gone, of course, as well. Now shifters have to reposition, reattempt to go for this sweep through the top floor here. It's things like that as well, like the default cam still being up, because not everyone's remembering to shoot the right ones and stuff like that.
I wouldn't even know where the default cams are on this map. These players, of course, would, because they've been dry running and practicing and everything, but like, I can forgive them for this one. SP9 has shown both picking up kills, and it's only up to Virtue now. Reinforcement coming in. He's not able to land any shots on those players. Instead, takes himself quite a bunch of damage on the ticker. And as the swing comes around with the little shotgun, it's J-Lad actually that picks up the kill to Virtue. A flawless round coming out as well from Twisted Minds.
I fear that one might be on us actually for saying that shifters were doing pretty well. Twisted Minds respond to us by a really indomitable round, and did come off the back of Hashom winning that opening engagement. His position was known and Robbie was taking that fight, so I think if that fight had went another way and Robbie hadn't been blown out of the round, then
I love this one. Like, he's like, "Ha, you're missing every shot," and then he sees the little fire appear next to his head. He's like, "Oh no!" It's like, I see what you're doing. I respect your game.
It's so good. Such a good clip as well. He looks at the pipe as well, just the last second before you know. Yeah, good. Why is
Quite
he shot?
literally.
Like, sometimes you just need to ask, like, why is a great player missing their shots? Maybe sometimes it's on purpose. For me, it's just because I'm having an off day.
I mean, I'm having more off days than on days nowadays, but you know.
I'm a terrible player, right?
When I'm playing, I'm already apologising on beforehand. It's like, I know I haven't been hitting shots for the last year, but you know.
And that's on almost 30. Anywho, back to the game. 3-1 on round count. Twisted Minds in the lead, and they're bringing along Hashom on the pulse, heading away down Performery side. That'd be a nuisance down on the east side of that map. Virtue is waiting.
Yeah, shake it, Virtue.
Shake that
Shake
shield.
that shield.
Oh, hey.
In sync.
How do they get that synergy?
I was gonna say the same thing, but I was like, no, that'd be too much.
Almost we tried. Anyway, I think this is what you can tell we're going more off track, because they're so slow with the way that they want to approach this. And we've just watched Virtus Pro for 3 hours. They're just taking their time here to make sure.
It's been a minute, Cham.
It feels like an age though, because look, we just keep cutting back to Virtue, just kind of standing like, I'm just chilling, I'm waiting for this to get done, waiting for this to get done. It feels like a long minute. And P9's heard me and gone, you know what, I'm going to try and take a couple gunfights. I'm feeling that this is just a bit too quiet. P4 takes a bit more damage from Shift, and there's that sense gadget deployed. Robbie with the opening pick. It's Jalad that falls. Robbie's on a heater this game to start. He's got himself a double kill in this round, and eventually he hits the deck. Jalad's smoke claims his life. There's 2 versus 4. P9 and Hashom. P9 not aware of the player at the top of that staircase just as he passes by, hits the deck, tries to do his best impression of Hashom, but it doesn't quite work out. But there's Hashom sweeping in from the backside, killing off P4, trying to go for a bit more, and has to pull back. Last move trying to stick that defuse through. There's a C4 to clear the way for Hashom as he gets aggressive. He knows it's a shield, he has to go on a hunt. He has a shotgun. Virtue is just absolutely fried in the corner. 35 seconds, and there's time for Hashom to pull this one back. It's a 1v2. Frex outside, holding on that window. The diffuser is very much cooking. And down to last 20. Hashom doesn't quite know where they're covering from. Not fully aware of the positions of shifters there. He will be now of where Freck is as he takes that engagement, and he will lose it out. Freck standing tall, and shifters get their second round on Fortress.
Yeah, managed to put that on the board quite effectively as well. It looked quite comfortably until Hashom entered the chat. Like, he was just hammering on them, like just sending the nitrocell, getting out those shots with the pistol. Afterwards, with the shotgun, just ripping apart of that shield until he hit enough of the feet to get that kill. Like, it's so aggressive the way that he was able to try and get himself back through. But then he slowed down, maybe a little bit too much. Like, wasn't making any moves. The time was ticking. Didn't know what the defuse was exactly. Had to find 2 more kills. Shifters will find themselves with that second round on the board as well.
Closing the gap a little bit. Growing into this a bit more. Pretty decent start from both teams, I think. This is relatively balanced, and it is reflected in the score of this one. I don't feel like anyone's really running away with this. Anyone's really got off to an amazing start or a kind of bad start. You know, other than Robbie's felt like his presence has been felt in every single round. A couple of good openings. But other than that,
and Robbie's definitely been doing well. He's been getting those numbers on the board so far, and I mean, it's important, especially in a new map like this when everything's still fluid. Having someone that just feels like comfortable playing that map, getting those kills, taking those fights, such a big aid in getting yourself up and running.
It looked like P9 was going to go hide in that little rat spot, but it's not a rat spot anymore. I looked at that, what used to be a hatch, and there's now a ladder, and he's like, can't go there. Go somewhere else. P4 bringing along Knock. Blitz again making an appearance in Hands of Virtue. And Robbie on the Grim. Again, slowly does it. Making sure to tick all the boxes, check as much as possible, take them up segment by segment, because that's really all you can do when you're kind of doing a new map and kind of figuring out things. You don't quite have the default kind of lineups and covering angles kind of set up already. You can start to see as the more a map gets played where things start to formulate, where people tend to play, and you can already kind of see that doorway there just getting a lot of action just next to that museum place where P9's just moved. Want to see there's already quite a bit of action, and it's not fun for P9 as he pulls back and his HP taken all the way down, but Jalad's there to support on the smoke. There's a player really close by as well if he decides to try and go for a second bite, but P4's HP means that he's going to leave, and it's guards with a rotate, well timed, catching P4 trying to head back down the staircase. Takes a heck of a lot of damage, but he won't mind that if he gets a pick. Robbie getting in on the action again for Shifters, an opening pick for them. It's a Shom that dies as well. Minute 15 left here, Hap, and Jalad's got himself a pick as well. Freck falls. Jalad gets 2 actually. They just funneled into his SMG11, ready for him. P9 also getting in on that action. Last one falling, and now it's just Robbie. 1v4, but it's not going to be fun. Jalad's trying to hunt him down with a shotgun. He somehow gets away from that. I don't know how, but he's stuck in that corner. Jalad knows it. He's supported next to him with P9, and that will be finished off for Twisted Minds. They'll open up that by 2 rounds again.
I mean, they're chasing them down, right? Like there was no way he was going to survive there. The shotgun going after him. He was down to like a slither of HP already. Shifters now moving on to the defense themselves. Now, important to note, of course, last time these two teams played, it was the upper bracket quarterfinal of this tournament. It turned out to a 2-1 for Twisted Minds, but Fortress, as was mentioned by And before, it was actually won 7-2 by Shifters, who won 5 defensive rounds and 2 attacking rounds. Look at that. I got 2 attacking rounds, and now to go over to the defense. So it's just that they swapped the order of the sites because they started off in the defense that time around. It feels like I can't count. I'm looking at the Liquipedia and I see 5 defense and 2 attack on the same half. It's like, that's 7. Something's not adding up here, but
Maths has not been proven to be a strong point today, to be fair.
But this is not my maps. This is Liquipedia.
Yeah. Blame the tech.
The point still stands.
The bad artist blames his tools.
Alright. Listen, if you want to do this solo, that's fine too. Then I'll just, sit here and
No,
judge.
please, please, no.
Act like someone in the Twitch chat, like...
Reloading. Cover me.
No, if you were to do that, you would just be cooking me for my hairline. That's be about it. Which is intact, by the way, even though I'm nearly 30. Just to have that
Very
public,
impressive.
just to have that public.
As a fellow nearly 30-er, I feel your pain.
Just to publicly have that stated. There's that hexagon that I was talking about. I mean, it's kind of a hexagon. It is technically. Yeah. It's a bit of a skewed one because it has a couple of longer sides to it. But that's that top floor, that commander area. That is where we are attacking onto. The defense are set up out there. And Sean bringing along the Brava. Alongside Demos. I like my Demos action myself. I still always say that. I was always surprised that Demos got so ingrained in the meta right away, but it's also like one of those things where it's like so predictable because of course it's like you can see people through walls, you can get exact positions, so it's like of course it's gonna be one of the most popular operators when they release. This position as well at the top of the staircase again is one that's starting to get a bit more popularity. They know that they have to hold on to this area to stop them getting a flow into the actual site. P9 getting the first blood of this round as P4 falls, and it's the Solace utility gone with it as well, Hap.
Utility gone on a big map like this. More importantly, getting the opening kill as well, which will just give you so much extra room when you're attacking. And as Frack is looking to go aggressive, he just sees Virtue drop. B9 finding another for his efforts, and there's another hunt coming through. Frack now being targeted. Find where he is. Well, he definitely knows now. Calls being made. The hunt is being ended as Freck is looking to reposition himself with a Montaigne. Oh, what? Turns his back to him. Gets a kill out of it. That's a diffuser dropped as well. Robbie is joining the fray as they are looking to fortify the defenses around his area. J-Lad drops. And hey, we went from a 5v3 to a 3-on-3 situation here as Robbie takes a little bit amount of damage as he tries to fall back towards the staircase. Eventually will die, but Trill will find the kill for himself.
Beautiful.
Meaning, this Frack gets a triple. It's only P9 now. How does this fall apart so quickly, though?
Just not quite aware of their surroundings. Again, unfortunately, it doesn't come with attacking onto a new map. P9 knows where one of them is, goes for a cross, gets the diffuser back in his pocket. Manages him to get close to that other tower. Trying to get in here, but it's difficult. It's difficult trying to go through. There's an idea of where the defenders are, but they have an idea of exactly where P9 is going to be coming from. Spotted for a second over the top there as Lastmo tries to take that engagement. Both of them starting to line up here. Shifters playing close together, back to back, on top of each other. Ready for the engagement, but Freck's there, not going to wallow around any longer. Decides to just take the gunfight, finish off the round, and Shifters, they'll get another one here. First of the defense.
So turned out I just can't read properly. That's my skill issue. They will know no attacks. That was it. 2 defenses last time. So there we go. Twisted Minds need to win an attack to improve compared to their previous performance against Twisted Minds. No, Shifters. And with that, we go on towards the next defense. Shifters able to pull that one back. And again, like P9, they had such a great start, champ. They managed to find 2 kills, free, no challenge whatsoever. They then hunt down Freck. They know where he is. I assume that call out has been made as they actively stopped the hunt from the death mark. And then as Freck moves out of his current position after being droned as well, he meets a Montaigne that turns a shield to him. Like, away from him. Which then allows him to get the pickup. Yeah. And then Robbie can move in. And then suddenly everything is just going into Shifter's way. Like, they had 2 kills, they had the information on the 3rd, and it just fell apart from there.
See some of the defaults getting removed. Knowledge is sort of clearly there of where everything is. Like you said, these teams have been dry running these, scrimming these, trying to get this map out, trying to figure out things in the run up to SI. It's in the competitive pool for that, so it will make appearances. I can guarantee you that, and I really enjoy that. For the last few years, we've, as a community, been quite open to trying new maps and using new maps, and I think that Nighthaven Labs has now become a mainstay in a lot of teams' rosters. As has Lair. Guards taking quite a bit of damage in an opening engagement on the sense as well. Not an operator that you want to lose early on. There's a lot of execute heavy utility in the pocket there.
Yeah, since of course really coming to shine in those final moments when the executes start coming through. You just want to isolate some of those lines of sight. Losing them early on would be less than ideal. It's P9. Having a pretty good map so far. Moving about, whereas Robbie and Frack on the side of Shifters have been doing some incredible work, talking of which Robbie finds himself one as Frack gets shut down by Hashom. The traits are definitely there, and as the shotgun shells are being just chased out, it's just a brutal fight all over the map.
Frack has absolutely no right to still be alive, but he is. Moves away from that and he knows, yeah, I'm not gonna try my luck again. Not gonna push it against Robbie and his shotgun. Gonna move somewhere else. And in that final minute, round number 8. Guards moving through the middle of that map will hit a Fenrir and be blinded for just a moment. Tricked just outside, thinking about heading in. Do you know what it is, Hap? It's a quiet map. That's what I think it is.
It is.
It's a quiet
That's also
map.
because it's a new map, because everybody's just still trying to figure it out, and like it's very spread out, and like the fights are happening all over the map, but like in waves.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like not as explosive as Border would be, for example.
The whiplash, by the way, of that. Going from this to that. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. Here's the sense coming through. Attempting to do something, but doesn't quite get off the right bit. It's unfortunate for that for Guards. Virtue will finish off Hasham. But look at this. This is really nicely done from Guards. He's meant to go far enough in, but it's unfortunately just a little bit too late. It will dissipate, and that will give away his position as Trix now heads in. But Robbie's ready for it, and Shifters, they will win themselves their second defense on Fortress here.
Yeah, again, great round, and whilst they're not progressing as quickly or as flashy as usual, again, that is coming down because it's a big map, it's a new map, and things are just relatively wide and coming in waves. Like, the first fights happen when they're trying to enter the building, and then you have, like, the final fight around the site itself, but there's, like, 2 minutes in between them. And Shifter is playing that perfectly on their defense so far, and not really been under too much pressure. Whereas at this point we already had like a contested round on the Twisted Mind defense where of course Shifters managed to get that plan down, just not the clutch eventually.
Do you know what I'm loving as well, actually? The fact that, you know, no matter how many different maps we get, what we introduce to the game, we always have the man himself, Smoke, on the defensive lineup. You can never not have a Smoke, you know?
Smoke's like often around, especially on these new maps, of course, because like again, like this area denial, it's such a trusty, like old tool that you have available to you, which has been around for ages. Like, I can fully understand how like Smoke comes back for these. There's plenty of like tight hallways as well. They can use these smoke canisters for to slow down things just a little bit. Whereas, for example, the Goya pockets don't really do well. There's not like any indents where you can, like, of course you can make use of them, but like on the long hallways, not really any indents to hide them in, windows to hide them in, easily shut out, and I mean then it's just a waste of utility really if they're taken care of first thing.
Last move could be potentially about to find himself in an engagement with Jalad. He's just holding onto this hatch, waiting for anyone to drop down. I think he might be wise to the fact that someone's at the bottom of that staircase just on his right. Trix is going to get his opening kill of this round, and it is Robbie that falls. By far the heaviest hitter so far for Shifters. Big one at that. Mozzie as well. Pretty good utility to lose early on. Jalad as well gets in on the action, just as P9 also gets one for himself. Freck falls. Now it's down to 2 versus 5. Legion Mine will slow down P9 for just a second. Elasmo still trying to stop them from entering down, but there's a player above P4. I think he may have been spotted there from guards. I think they'll know where he is. Elasmo holds closer to sight. P9, yep, he's caught out P4, and now it's just down to Elasmo all on his own. It's going to be really difficult to pull this one back. They start to swarm, start to go for it, start to finish off the round. And Twisted Minds, they'll find themselves another attack. Or first
That's
attack.
great. Yeah, we weren't able to do that last time these two teams met, so this is definitely going to be putting up a little bit of extra pressure onto Shifters as they move closer towards that 6 now. Extra bans are coming through though, and that could be, again, a momentum changer for both these teams, where one of those annoying operators could be removed. As Warden and Monty are being taken out of the equation. This is what we'll have to live with for the next 3 rounds. And then the big question will be, are we instantly headed towards an overtime, or is this going to end in regulation?
I don't know. This is the thing is again, this is because, you know, we've mentioned quite a few times it is a new map, and of course, you know, you're going to have to listen to us talk a bit more about it, because that is just the main talking point. It's really hard to kind of feel out the flow in terms of who things are favouring, just because of the way that is playing. So this, to me, is going round and round. I wouldn't be surprised if this went to overtime. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised that you would be.
Wouldn't.
Ah.
Sorry, listen, I spent 2 weeks with my family. My accent is went a little bit more Scottish, alright?
It's okay, it's okay. It's just the only one that I didn't hear. I mean, it is quite close, yes. But at the same time, it's still very early on in the second half. Or, you know, we're just entering the 4th quarter now.
Quarter talk again.
So there is still time for either of these two teams to start building up a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
And I don't believe we've had tactical timeouts yet, have we?
No, not yet. No one's stopped to have a discussion. Which, to be fair, I actually, even if someone had kind of get close to winning this, I don't even think we'll see a tactical timeout, really. Unless something completely and utterly disastrous happens. I think that for the most part, you would just let this game kind of play through, because it's one of those ones where you can't really pause and go, oh yeah, like we do this, we run this strat, you know, strat this, you know, whatever. Because again, they won't have those completely down yet. They will have some, like, an outline of it, but it's still in its infancy of being in the competitive pool. This map, no, the KP call going out, and that's what I mean. See, that's what I mean about being quiet. Those KP calls are going out, and we can't hear them because the map's so big.
Must also be like you're trying to roam clear and you call, and it's like, do you hear anything? No. Do you? No. It's like, oh. Well, I guess they're not here then. It's just a slow approach. No one wants to overstep their boundaries. Everybody's just being very careful in where they go and why. And for now, just not a single fight really taking place in the map.
Cross angle set up. You've got P4 just across from Freck, waiting for them to head up that corridor. Trix will get the opening pick here as P4's killed off. Robbie, though, responds elsewhere. Guards is felled. 4 apiece here. Up that staircase, up that ladder even. That's what I was talking about earlier on. It used to be a hatch, and it's a ladder. You can go back up. Shom, unfortunately, disconnecting at a vital time. P9 also getting one here. It's the last mo that falls. It's 3 versus 3. Looking back down stairs, P9 is wary that someone could be coming up from behind, but Trixt swung out and finished off Robbie. Now it's 2 versus 3 here up.
Even with the disconnect, still in a good position to take this map, this round home. But the damage done to either side. It's only up to Trillix now, and shut down by Freck. For a second there, it looked like they were able to at least bring it in, but Shifters out there bringing it to 5-5, taking it to equal numbers. As we'll wait for the comeback from Hasham till he's back in the server, so we can continue the game. Because we still have 2 to 5 rounds remaining for this map, depending on how it goes. Last time I said that we went to overtime, so...
It's such a bizarre feeling to a map, or it's a series in general, coming from Virtus Pro versus Project Zero earlier, where we just had full-on stress from the get-go, the entire round, every single time it was just stress, last few seconds. Whereas, because this is such a slow map, so methodical, because of the way that, of course, it's brand new, and of course, just the way that it will play, this map will probably be a map that is a lot slower and a bit more methodical, just because of how big it is. It just takes a bit of time to do things. It's a bit of a strange feeling after watching that, and also knowing that it's sandwiched between the Virtus Pro game and Border next. It's going to be such a different change in pace.
It definitely will be, yeah. So this one is still like very figuring things out. Like, where do we go? Where to set up? Like, it's slow, it's steady, it's a build up. Whereas Border is just going to be instant chaos. Most likely. Like, I'll put a little asterisk up there. You never know how things play out. Like, who knows? Maybe we will go to like the slowest Border we ever seen. But I don't think so. I think it will be very explosive. A complete turnaround from what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. And we've got a Clubhouse to round it out.
The fundamentals.
The fundamentals.
So
we've hit all three, actually.
The fast and the fundamentals.
Very good spread of maps, I think. Very good spread of maps. Now, here we go. Hasham's back in the server. Return to us. 5-5 on the round count. Who's going to be the first team to get their attempt at a map point? Only one round between each of them. So either or could get it. Robbie still continuing to perform 12 and 7. Still putting in the work. Bringing along the Denari as well. The Glaive 12. Shotgun in the pocket. The Scorpion has been his choice. The setup. The trip mine's just
so awkward, the Glaive 12. Yeah. This is like the design. It feels like it's just a small box. Oh, no. Okay. Freck, be careful. There's another person on that window, and they're upside down repelled. I'm not sure if you'll win that fight if you go for it. Probably also paying some attention to it. They're opening up the windows. Okay, so that they were opening up the windows to put up a little bit of pressure towards that courtyard. So they weren't feeling as free to repel upside down as they were. And as they move through, Freck actually, again, quite close to a person who's just on the other side of that wall.
P9 on the other side. Has to be careful. Freck moving through the bedroom side. Actually trying to float around past Renault. And now he's supported by guards. So Freck's opportunity to get the opening pick does go begging. Now Lastmo's position is known. Trixt got the glass on that doorway. Again, I did say earlier this doorway's getting a lot of action. And that's coming in the form of a glass of Trixt trying to swing in and take that gunfight. There's the Banshee wailing. P9 managing to get it close and personal with that door heading in.
Sequential breaching activated.
The commander office. But he won't be able to go yet. Again, slowly, just taking their time, everybody, making sure to dot their I's, cross their T's, check every corner, make sure you don't get caught out ratting, because people will be trying to do that on a newer map. And this is why we ended up with a much kind of more slow approach here.
Slow and steady. Wins the race usually, but in Rainbow Six it sometimes lets you run out of time. And they're still waiting 30 seconds. At some point this diffuser needs to enter the site. And that point is coming closer and closer as Lastmo will find the very first. Shom gets picked up. Now the openings are being made right next to him. Somehow lives for a little bit too long. Smoke canisters blocking some lines aside, but Chalet and P9 both picking up kills. Frag strikes back. Now in a 3-on-3, 10 seconds left. The counter needs to come in favor of them. That diffuser needs to hit the side, and it will, with about triple zeros about to be on the clock. P4 coming around the corners, being shut down. Frag, the last man standing, finds one, finds the second support as well. The third is shut down. Frag with a huge clutch. A quad kill for the round to take the round and bring Shifters to map point.
Wow. Steps up when his team needed him most. Huge clutch coming out from Freck. He's been absolutely fantastic for the last year that he's been on this roster, and he's not disappointing us today. That's what you needed. Difference maker. Huge stuff. Twisted Minds should have had that round under their belt, but Freck just says no hap.
Beautiful play from him. Good positioning. Making the play when it was necessary. Now finding themselves on a map point. See it all falling away here from Shifters. Being taken out one by one. The fuse going down. P4 being shut down as well, leaving Freck all alone. Having full knowledge of where these players are. And just quick enough on the trigger to beat them all out. Seconds after that, the diffuser's gone down. And that is one of those round-winning clutches that could turn out to become game-winning clutches.
Could be. Absolutely could be. Can you imagine the hype? And the call as well, everybody losing their minds at that. The fire that gets lit beneath you. And that right there is probably one of the moments where you can take a tactical timeout. Probably would take a tactical timeout just to reset the mental there for Twisted Minds. But like I say, I didn't think I'd see much of that in Fortress. I think teams will just be happy to figure things out, chalk it off, and move on to the next map. Freck though, what a round. It's almost like you saw Robbie's kill count and was like, you know what? I can do better.
I need to catch up. Cannot have Robbie overtake me in the kill count. And beautiful round just there. And now we slow things down for what could be the potential last round of Fortress here today.
Could be.
We'd have to wait until tomorrow to see if there's more Fortress. On the European stream, of course. Maybe on NA. Just waiting.
Yeah, I wonder...
Droning, getting info.
I was kind of wondering if we'd maybe see a rush or something at some point. Someone try something. Jalad catching Robbie out to start with. Capcan gone. Traps more than likely laid. And again, there's there. Look, the call's going out, but you don't hear them until it cuts to a defender player, just because it's such a big map and it's so far away from each other. So hard to get a lock on where people are moving around on this. Jalad is one of those players that can do just that. Holding on this doorway, just waiting for someone to peek around. He's got Hashim on the other side as well, waiting for the call to go for a pinch, but nothing as of yet. P4's made his way to the top floor and now rotating down that staircase. Comes the calls again. I think it's the first time in this match I've heard it on an attacker side. I've actually heard the phone going off. Pushing that final minute.
10. Oof.
Yep.
Fracture down from behind. That's huge. Brings it back to a 5-on-3 right now, pushing us towards an overtime situation. Maybe they just need to lock things off here now on Twisted Minds. As Virtue will find one for his efforts, he spots a second as he tries to fall back. It's Last Mo that finds one before he gets traded out. Suddenly it's a lot more doable. A drone down in the corner. Virtue is being spotted as he stands where he is.
Big.
P4 coming around the corner, could be big. Sees one, but the trigger discipline is there. Turns the corner, sees another. Is going to take him out. Instantly swaps back to the player in the doorway, but there was another one in the mezzanines, and guards will shut him down eventually. Twisted Minds pushes towards a overtime situation. Another 2 or 3 rounds to decide which of these teams is going to be going into map 2 with that one map advantage.
See, I do know ball hap. I did say this would go to overtime.
Very good. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. I've been working on my prediction ability for the last 2 weeks.
Very good.
P9,
something not all people who cast, you know, like the tier 2 tournaments like South Breach are used to, you know, making predictions. I'm not naming anybody, but you know who we're talking about.
Absolutely. 15-7 from P9, by the way. 14-7 from Fryak. 12-8 from Gillard. 12-9 from Robbie. Just 4 of these players just gone at it together. Band for band on kills. Timeout from Twisted Minds, though. After winning that round as well, they've just decided, you know what, let's have a little discussion quickly. Let's just see what we want to do on this overtime. I didn't think we'd see a tactical timeout. I certainly didn't think we'd see after Twisted Mind pulled it into overtime, but we'll see. On that attacking side, we'll see, of course, what they're going to bring along and see what they've been discussing. Obviously, spied something that can be worked upon. And then they begin again. Freck hiding.
Basically your reset.
Yeah, Freck's hiding. Hiding the bandit.
It's just hiding that he's in the map, you know?
Yeah.
It's like Freck isn't here this round. What could he be playing? I mean, the MP7 is a really nice gun. I can understand that with the current numbers he's pulling. Yeah, you would like to have a gun like that.
Yeah, MP7 is great. Bandit's my favourite player part on the defense that. And that is just because if a bandit trick, then at least I've got a job to do, you know? Like what Freck's doing right now.
He's not tricking, he's just going to place it and go.
Yeah, place it and go. Because Freck can shoot, I can't shoot. that's
it's
exactly.
like I like to play bandit, but at this point, you know, like it's an OG operator. Of course, that's been in since the start of the game, and it just feels like there's so many more cool operators you can play, and I'm just sitting here like, nope, I just want my electric wires. just let me electrify this wall.
High tech stuff, and he's got a car battery attached to the wall. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
It's madness, absolute madness from him.
We are really getting close to 30.
Oh yeah, we are.
There's signs.
I can't go over how quiet this map is, by the way. It's like there's no like ambient sounds because it's in the middle of the desert. It's like really, really chill. Do you know? Like at Clubhouse, you've got the barking dogs. Border, you've got the do not attempt
to board the helicopter.
Yeah, exactly. But this is just like pure bliss because you're just in the middle of nowhere and everyone's of course scarred out.
Ticking.
Yeah, well,
ticking of the bombs.
First minute and 15 already gone past here in this overtime's first round. Virtue feeling a bit of pressure at the top of that staircase just with the drones coming through, so his position will be known, but doesn't want to move yet. He is on the smoke, one of those operators, of course, that usually get in a position where it's fine for people to know where you are because you're just playing for time. Shotgun up close and personal, throw out those smoke babes and waste as much as possible. Information gathered on Freck there, that's kind of huge. They definitely know a bandit's on the board now. T4 in the hand as well that was ready to go over the top. His last mo knows there's a player rotating around from behind him. He thought better of it. Last mo moves his position, doesn't want to take a gunfight as of yet, but sends a few shots down range just as he peels back a little bit more. Trying to get back to sight. They've wasted so much time. A full 2 minutes of it, Hap.
Yeah, most of it is gone now. And as the diffuser still needs to reach the site itself, there is some ratty plays going on here, which they might not be aware of until it's too late. P9 entering the bathroom, quite close to some of these players. Next, Skyros coming out to create some wider angles, but not where Lasmo is. They're walking right into his cross sides, but P9 is quicker on that trigger, will find that kill before Lasmo can even get a second shot off. And the entry and advantage is there for Twisted Mind, but now they need to get towards the site itself as another one falls. It is not looking like that diffuser is going down anytime soon when Jayla gets shaken down. With an effective 3-on-3, there's no time to really go for the pickup here. As the swing comes around the corner, Robbie, there's someone next to you as he finds two and swaps to the pistol. It's him and Freck, the 2 star gunners on the roster, and Shifters. They win round 13. As the time was just running out, they were waiting for too long before making a decision. And Shifters, map point on them.
Really good performance from them so far. Fantastically done. Yes, they've repicked onto this map. made some amendments and looking pretty good for it as well. Robbie and Freck, star players like you said. But Twisted Minds, they had a good go of it there, but it's just, again, lots of time at the start trying to figure out how you want to do it, where you want to go from, clearing things, taking a lot of time to do it. And again, it's just one of those maps where people are just going to grow into that a bit longer. It will just take quite a bit of time. You see there, it's 5 versus 5, and you're down to 35 seconds or something like that left. So before the first pick comes through, just one of those things that's will just start to get better over time as more reps are completed on this map. And I'm glad that we're getting to see it today. Glad to see what it's got in store, and so far I've enjoyed it. I thought it's been pretty good. I think these are some pretty good stuff we're seeing on Fortress.
Has been pretty good, but at the same time there's also like these awkward moments still that you have with these new maps where there's uncertainty and just things being a little bit too slow. I mean, the pipe that we just see barricaded off by Hashom now, claiming a victim in the early rounds as well, because it's like, why is he missing shots and then suddenly he blow up? It is just the awkwardness we have when a new map gets introduced, where the first couple of games are just like, we're going to Border and Clubhouse after. Those are going to be completely different in how it feels, how it plays, how these teams eye up against one another. Because here it's just a lot of like feeling out what the vibe is, how things are going, like where they are. Because not only is it a new map, it's a big map as well.
Yeah, it's all that like kind of muscle memory as well. Like, you know, when you're on a Clubhouse, you don't have to think about where you are, what positions you're safe from, and what kind of angles can harm you and things like that. It's just ingrained in you. You know exactly how to navigate that map. Whereas this is going to be in the back of their mind of thinking, oh, I need to be careful of this, I need to be careful of that, and that's the thing that kind of can make it a bit more difficult. And that's why it's kind of coming through in front of us with that kind of slower tempo, the kind of trying to work out where things are safe, kind of trying to figure out where these hot and cold spots are for different players. Saying that, Virtue's like, you know what, I'm going to take a blitz. Let's change things up a little bit. Let's get nice and quick here. Let's see if we can storm towards the site and really make Twisted Minds uncomfortable. A reinforcement here coming through, but unfortunately it won't work out. Guards tries to get it done, but he loses life off the back of it. First 2 picks coming through as Virtue also killed off. The blitz gone at the same time, and halfway through the round, this is a lot quicker pace than what we've seen from Twisted Minds.
Definitely is. As it's trying to change the pace in total. Trillick's going down now by Freck is another massive pick off the board. It's the smoke gone. I want to fall as Hashom gets picked up. Robbie and Freck really are just onto something together. But they're meeting P9 and JLab now. They're basically the Freck and the Robbie of their team. P9 and JLab both running 13, 16 kills, having incredible games. The 4 of them together having like, what, 60 kills combined between them.
Madness.
So another one gets picked up. B9 trying to hold the line, trying to bring it back just a little bit closer. JLad dealing small amounts of damage as well. A beautiful shot onto Lasmo. Suddenly it's very doable. Grenade coming around the corner. Robbie swaps over to the Vendetta, finds the kill. B9, the last man standing to try and make this game go on for just a little bit longer before map 2 is nigh. And all he has to do is let this time run out, but he's being tracked. They know exactly where he is, and Robbie and Freck will be combining upon him. They know he's behind him now. A little bit of damage done by the Vendetta, and all they need to do is get one more shot into his body to get Shifters to win map number 1, but it's not hitting on either side. Robbie actually gets downed. It's a one-on-one Freck, full HP. P9 prone. Does he know? He's coming around the corner. No, he doesn't. P9! With the clutch, Twisted Minds bring it to 15.
Wow. Wow. That's an incredible round. An incredible way to pull that back from Twisted Minds. He pre-fires over the top. They knew where he was. They had a yellow ping on him, but he pre-fires because he's expecting him to stand up to take the engagement. He's expecting that tiny bit of movement, and he doesn't move. He just holds. He just stays in the prone position and lets Shifters miss their shots just because of that slight change, a slight difference in where you're looking at. And that is the difference maker. Twisted Minds bring us all the way to 15 rounds. What a round and what a game, Hap. You alright? Are you alright? You with us?
I'm okay. It's just been an incredible turnaround there. P9 just finding himself on 19 kills now, shutting down both Robbie and Frack in those final seconds. When they knew where they were, the challenge was there. All they needed was just a single shot to hit, to find a kill, find the map, push on towards the next. They couldn't do it. So now, back to the defense, shifters go. And again, you know, like these are these best of 3 series. It doesn't matter how you get to your win. It doesn't matter if it's a 7-0 or if it's an 8-7. It matters you get these wins. Just the round count eventually, it's not necessary. It's not like we're in a league with round robin format where round differential could be coming in. No, it's just win or lose. That's all it's about now. But I think they would have much rather preferred an 8-6 than playing this 15th round right now.
Yeah.
Especially when it was so close to just being picked up. A single shot, a single bullet, all they needed.
Incredible. Incredible from P9. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I don't doubt they would be the MVP of this map if they managed to get it won, but there's still this round to go and still 2 minutes left in it. First minute already gone. All 10 players still up on their feet. But again, it's that slow tempo, it's that waiting for the attack to arrive, waiting for them to get themselves closer to the site, to start to bear down nearby. The KB call's coming through to try and get a locate onto where some of these defenders are, but not giving too much away. There's some yellow pings downstairs. They do have an idea that someone could be around that area. P9 going on the hunt. He'll be feeling himself after that round, trying to go for the 20 bomb. Cross angle here being held. Upstairs by Shift. Hers. Freck takes a bit of damage halfway through the round. Still again, no one gone yet. The slow tempo of Fortress still continues to happen, Hap.
One final time. In these last 70 seconds. And Shifters on that defense, trying to hold on tight as this push is coming to shove slowly but steadily. Guards the first to drop. Last one gets that kill. P4 gets shut down by Chalet as he tried to sneak up the staircase, bringing it back to a 4-on-4. Full on HP as well. Chalet slowly coming around the corner. The fire is slowly starting to shift as well. P9 shut down. Not going to be able to break the 20 in this game. With 50 seconds left. The time slowly starting to shift. It's Freck caught as well. No 20 for him either.
Oh no.
As Trellix will find another. It is now suddenly Twisted Minds in a 1v3 situation. Another clutch needs to be happening if Shifters want to take this victory. And it's Robbie up against him. Sees one. Knows about a second close to his door, but he's being challenged at every single given angle. Finds one. Not the second. Twisted Minds. They managed to bring it back. They managed to find a victory after having been defeated by them 7-2 the last time on this map.
What a game that was. 8-7 on Fortress. What a map to start off this final game of the evening. Twisted Minds reigning supreme. P9 with an MVP performance, and it does come down to that one singular round, unfortunately. What a round it was from P9. He's pulled them back from the brink. That's just outrageous stuff. What a game. What a game.
It's been an incredible game indeed, and I just don't know what to say about it. Like, it was slow, and then at the final couple of rounds, it started to heat up. We started to see these amazing plays from these individual players coming through. And it's going to be proving very spicy, though, full border.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so excited to go to a different pace completely, you know, because Fortress, as fun as it was to see kind of teams trying to figure out how to play that map, I'm excited to see Border and the complete and utter change, the flip to being completely aggressive. I imagine that those 4 players, you know, Jalad, P9, Robbie, and of course Freck, all 4 of them just hot to trot on the gunfights. I imagine we're going to see more of that on Border.
Definitely are. So I think we should go to a very quick break before we're back to preface Border.
you have it. The first map here going in favor of Twisted Minds. You can call it how you want it as well. Shifters either shooting themselves in the foot or this map pick, biting them in the back because, yes, they won it in the initial matchup, but this time around, it is Twisted Minds coming out victorious. And what a Fragfest this was. We talked about Border and how that potentially is going to be a Fragfest with the opportunity for aggression, but on this map, we saw bits and pieces of that as well. Huge individual moments, especially like round 11, for example, that 1v3 clutch to push it into overtime, but the fact that it went down all the way to 15 rounds. I think in general, I mean, you know, we talked a little bit about bias, Chem, but even if you are a neutral viewer, this matchup was an incredible one to watch.
Yeah, it absolutely was, because it kind of had everything you would want from a new siege game, a new kind of attempt on a map, because it had the kind of slow and controlled approach of, you know, the first kind of 2 minutes of us kind of, let's figure out where we want to be, figure out these angles, and kind of see how we want to make the map flow. So it had that, and then it was like, all right, you've had that, 30 seconds, let's just start this frag fest. Let's have everybody just start clutching things, massive kills, and I think that's what, for the most part, that's what a lot of new maps come down to. It comes down to gun skill a lot of the time, because you haven't got that knowledge, you haven't got the fundamentals quite on lock yet. So it did feel like at times it was just those 4 players just going at each other's throats, and it was so fantastic to watch. And as you know, yes, of course, a little bit biased because I am a Shifters fan, and there's a little bit of disappointment about that not working. But I do think that Twisted Minds were probably the better team, because Freck did kind of drag them through with a huge round, and then Twisted Minds got their huge round back, and I think that Twisted Minds were marginally better and do deserve to win that map.
I mean, it was just insane when you looked at Robbie, Freck, P9 and JLAT together. I think they had like 60 kills at some point, if not more. Yeah, no, they went to like 65 kills between the 4 of them over that map. Like, that is insane. How much of that map was relying on those 2 players? You know, just count it up there, 19, 16, 35, and on the other side you have 33. So it's even 70 kills that we're nearing between those 4 players. Like, it keeps getting better and better. And now we're going to a map which is going to be even more frag heavy. So I'm hoping to see these 4 players just still continuing to fight at the same pace that they have been in that last map. That would be amazing to see.
Even more? Is that possible with what we've seen on this first map already? I mean, an incredible matchup, as we were saying, between these 2 teams. And yeah, Twisted Minds definitely improving a lot from the initial matchup, right? We talked about them not winning a single attack back then, and now being key in these overtime attacking rounds. 2 of them, they had to win the clutch this map up here. But going to their comfort pick, I mean, we talk about it so often. We talk about the playstyle of Twisted Minds all the way back to when they were Falcons, being aggressive, constantly moving around. A map like Border is great for that. And then again as well, it's so much about contesting specific areas on the map. When you get to go on your defense hub, you know, that CCTV area or the top east area, such big, heavily contested areas where it's so important as an attacker to take control of, but as a defender, if you hold on, you might as well win the round.
It's always awkward to hold on to, though. Like when you're playing in CCTV, it just feels like it's you against the world. Like all players are trying to get rid of you either from below or from the many different angles, or you're just sitting there like the 5 pixels where you're safe and be like, cool. If I peek out, I'm being shot by 4 people. Same for like East Stairs. There's so many ways to deal with the players out there, but it's such a crucial spot to try and stall out for as long as possible. Although we're seeing East Stairs being abandoned more and more in its totality, especially for the top floor, of course. But like CCTV, that's definitely that big one. As soon as you have that, you have the entire map basically under control, because you can cut the sides up on the top floor through the middle. There's no more rotation possible after that, and you can just start working on the side of your choice.
I don't know how to feel about this map, actually, to be honest. After seeing that kind of frag fest, I would expect that to translate across, but I imagine that it won't be as kind of one-sided or kind of player-sided. I imagine it'll be a bit more spread out just because of the nature of Border, but I don't really know how to feel about it, because it's not really a map that both teams play all that much. You know, BDS have played it a very minimum amount of time, or, you know, or as BDS, and as Shifters haven't played it really, so I'm not really quite sure how to feel about it. There's not a whole lot for both teams. It's really just going to be figuring each other out on it, and I imagine there is going to be a lot of fragging, a lot of fighting. It's just the nature of Border. I am really excited to see the whiplash of going from Fortress, which is pretty laid back, to Border.
I mean, it's it's fair what you're saying in the way that maybe there isn't much information on these two teams, and that makes it really difficult to predict things. But I will ask it from you too, to give us a prediction before we go, because the lobby's almost ready, so we're almost ready to jump into the game. Because I fear, with the momentum in favor of Twisted Minds, specifically with how that last round ended, it might go in favor of Twisted Minds. Do you agree, Chem? You said it when we started.
I unfortunately feel like Twisted Minds probably finished this one up 2-0, I think.
Ooh, Hap, real quick.
I don't want to be a fence jumper. So, like, for the record, I'll say that Shifters is going to be taking this one. However, I am worried. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Hey, that's valid. I understand, but they will need your support. And even from the enjoyers in the chat for Shifters, they need your support. Can they stay in the competition, or can Twisted Minds clutch out yet another map? Border is their pick, and it is up next.
It absolutely is, and thank you very much. We are ready to go with an action-packed Border up and on the scoreboard. We have a couple of bans already rang through. Azami and Montaigne taken off the board, and the final two to round out the first set of ban phase is Mina and Dekabe. I don't think I'm too surprised at any of those bans. Pretty standard stuff. Hap, this is going to be a different game, isn't it? This is going to be completely different.
It is definitely going to be a different game. Just in general, it's a more known map. It is very paper thin. Like, you enter the building, you're basically already at the other end of it. You're basically instantly at the site. Like, when you enter, you don't even need to have adjacent rooms ready. You could just go in from exterior sites. So it just plays differently on any given level, on any given like factor. I think the only thing you can really say is the same is kind of the color scheme between this map and Fortress.
Yeah, you're right. I'm glad you highlighted that as well, actually, because I felt like Fortress was quite bright, quite easy to see. Because when Lair first came into the pool, I was kind of struggling with the color of it. But Fortress feels quite nice to watch. It's quite bright, quite easy to follow. Border as well is also relatively easy. Well, let's get our teeth into this second map of this lower bracket semi. Remember, there is, of course, still another 2 games potentially for each of these teams. They'll have to go and play Virtus Pro tomorrow, and then that grand final against Project Zero. Oh my god, okay, Robbie. Yeah. Okay, guys, Hap.
What? We wanted them to continue, right? Like, there we go.
Just...
I mean, I have screenshotted the first map results, not because I think a kill record will be broken, but because there's an opportunity a kill record can be broken. So, just want to get ahead of it, you know? We have 4 contenders right now.
4 contenders
Yeah.
for kill records. Presumably best of 3
for best of 3, which is insane, but 55
set by Gunner, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, that was Gunner. That was during...
Or was Gunner best of 5?
Actually, and Citizen.
Gunner best of 5.
No,
Citizen.
Sorry, Citizen and Ambi it was for a best of 3.
Gunner's a best of 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is like
63, which
60,
is
yeah,
a little bit more than the 55 on the online for best of 3. Anyway, I got them just marked up just in case. P9, JLad, Robbie, and Freck. Because they dropped a respectable amount of kills on Fortress.
Yeah.
Just to keep track.
4-4. This is actually a rather quiet start to Border, despite the fact there's been 2 kills already. It's still a bit of a quieter start. P4 dying already at the start, as well as Guards. Of course, got 1 tapped out the round. Hashom gets himself in on the action. Robbie gone. Aruni gone with it. DMR removed from the fray. It's 4 versus 3 on the player count. P9's HB not looking too hot itself. Trixed here catches Freck out on that hatch there just for a second. Isn't quite aware that there's a player down below. They've still got 2 players upstanding here. Still 2 that could be vital in this hold. The Clash and Virtue on the mine. He's just going to step all the way out. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go see if I can find something, because Twisted Minds haven't taken a whole lot of the map. Last one was actually going to get himself Hashom, and now it's a 1 versus 3 as Virtue's caught out on a rotate round, and now it's just the Clash on their own. Already placed that shield down though, just as a little distraction. P9's HB, he has to make sure he doesn't pass by, but there he's ready, holding that doorway, ready for him to pass by. And Border starts off in pretty action-packed fashion.
Yeah, but still pretty contained. It was a tame round, even though we saw quite a lot of kills going out quite quickly. We'll see that speed up. Don't worry. There is going to be more chaos in the early rounds coming up. The Twisted Minds starting off with an attack win, quite comfortable as well. I don't think there's any question whether or not it would have gone to Shifters or Twisted Minds. Like after the first minute and a half, it was pretty clear already that Twisted Minds had the advantage out there, especially when teammates started to drop as well. Virtue offside, trying to get back, instantly punished, and you're in a 1v3 situation. It's the Clash. You have the shield, but in a 1v3, you don't want to be playing that shield. Like you just basically want to get rid of it and become a gun. That's exactly what they did. Use it as a bit of distraction. Although it might not have been last in that round.
Yeah.
Are we repeating the site? Yes, we are.
How do you feel about repeat sites?
I don't mind it as much. I don't know why he's being frowned upon by some people. Because to me it's like, okay, if you spotted a clear mistake and you know the solution to it, just run it right away, right? Like, don't let it get cold. Bring it in. You need the rounds in the end anyway. Just continue the rotation afterwards. Whereas I guess like it's a bit of rhythm you get if you just continue your sides, even though if you lose or win it.
Yeah,
but I like the strategic value of repeating the sides if you know what the issue was.
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think if you know the exact issue, it's fine to just go and immediately address it. Keeps it fresh in your mind. You know exactly what to fix. So why not? Vic trying to get things started off early on in the first 45 seconds of round 2. Taking damage elsewhere. Oh, there's a player on the other side of that window. He's forgot. He's hit the deck as well off the back of it. I saw him now using the air jab to try and make sure there's no one close by or no one moving through that balcony inside.
I don't think he knows that he injured Frack.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Now he knows. He sees a giant blood trail with his drone. Like, there's no question about it. So he's going to be aware of the fact that Frack is most likely going to be bleeding out. All he really has to do is make sure no one gets close. As P4 will find J-Lad. A little bit of pressure coming onto Robbie right now as the shield is starting to push through. Guards get shut down by Robbie. And I was going to say, like, you have so many people around there. It's just falling apart right now on the side of Twisted Minds. As we're finding ourselves in an effective 2-on-3 situation. Freck is still injured. They are aware. I don't think they're going to send anybody to try and recover him, I say, as Virtue was taking the fight over towards Hasham. If he would have gotten that kill, that definitely would have been the pickup. But Hasham now on 1 HP. Virtue not much more than that. And B9 might not be having the best gun to deal with these situations with the OTS-3. It's to find 3 kills if Hasham is unable to assist any further. Rotations already coming through, barricades being opened up, but like, the moment they downed Freck and they had 3 people trimmed towards Robbie, just gets a big kill. But like towards Robbie, who was inside a CCTV, he's able to find 2 kills for his efforts in there, whilst there's 4 people watching him. It's like, how did that happen?
Just Robbie and a DMR, I guess. I imagine we'll know exactly what ban will come through later on if he continues this reign of terror inside a CCTV, holding on still. Hasham's HP is pretty much all gone. 1 graze of a bullet and he will leave the round in only 20 seconds as well. Not a whole lot you can do. Not got enough control on the map either. And we spoke about whether it was a good idea to go back and revisit a site, and it is indeed. Robbie holding the really long angle, and Shifters, they'll get themselves on the scoreboard here on Border.
And that's it, right? Like, if you know what went wrong, and if you know what you need to do better, just repeat it and get it over with, so it's fresh in the mind and you instantly get it. Of course, you'll be facing an attacking team that has warmed up to the ID as well, so it's a bit more difficult, but worked out well here. Shifters finding themselves with that 1 round on the board as well. Probably still kicking themselves slightly over Fortress because they had it in their bags just like 2 or 3 times, and 2 or 3 times it was pulled back by Twisted Minds. So they now know, like, okay, it should have been 1-0 for us. We have to fight for a map 3 now if we want to be taking this home. Because unlike the game we casted earlier, the loser of this game is not going to even have an opportunity to fight tomorrow to get to the grand final. They're just done.
Yeah.
And they will have to wait for the next competitive season to start before they can continue their next journey.
Not that there's a whole lot of time to wait. Pretty quick
No,
turnaround.
but
this
still,
time,
like,
right?
it's gonna be like the SpongeBob meme where you see all your friends just having fun in
Yeah.
Paris, and then you're just sitting here like, yeah.
Me as a
I'm not
Shifters
playing.
fan, going to Paris with no Shifters. It'd be unfortunate. Although Twisted Minds are an absolutely worthy adversary right now.
And they were a previous top 8 team.
Exactly.
Top 4 team,
I
maybe?
think that's what people forget. People keep billing them as a tier 2 team, and I'm sorry, but they're just not. They are, technically, if you want to say that, because they don't compete within EML directly. Oh, a gun, tip of a gun is spotted. Freck again, trying to just play with death on that balcony yet again. Gonna fall all the way down to 1 HP. Ashom happy to play this little game of cat and mouse at this portion of the map. So far, Freck's been the one on the receiving end of most of the damage, but he's still alive and kicking. Also got guards up the top with P9 trying to support outside CCTV. And yeah, people are forgetting that Twisted Minds have been about a bit. They've been on main stages. They've done really, really well under that Falcon roster beforehand.
Yeah.
So, it's got a lot of respect on their name. Ashom's HP is now the one that goes all the way down. Look how many players are on 1 HP, and finally some of them fall. Ashom being one of them, and Lasmo being the other. That's 4-4. As the EE1Ds ring out, the Blitz charging through the map. Guards trying to sweep through that top floor. Robbie getting himself as one, and peeling back downstairs. Halfway through the round now.
TP4 as well, as Freck will be finally shut down. He's been on 1 HP since the start of the round, as he once again tried the spawn peak. Wasn't quite able to find any success. Drone was feeding information on him all along. And with that, top floor control has now been obtained by Twisted Minds. We're in a 3-on-3 situation. Still having a blitz on the board as well is absolutely huge for this situation. And with Robbie offside and P4 playing close towards the main door, it is really just one player on the back of bathroom that is stopping them from entering this site from the hatch that they're currently engaging in. And as Virtue has fallen back from that, he's just gone onto the desk with P4 and in the main door, and Robbie playing near metal stairs. It feels like it's almost just safe to drop into the A bump site and try and get a plan to go through.
Yeah, still got an E1D as well. They're waiting for that. They'll get the timing just right before they go for the drop. Robbie knows that there's a player around that other hatch, though. Gelado finishing off Virtue. That's big. Now we're down to 20 seconds. There's that E1D, and the double drop is almost lined up. They want to go for it. Want to go through, but the smoke as well will impair their vision for just a second. Guards has dropped in and wants to try and find a safe place to attempt to go for a defuse. He spots a player off it, but somehow it's a 1v1 through the smoke, and Mirrors Shifters have brought this to within touching distance for a round. Trix has to try and find Robbie, has to try and locate him, but he can't do anything. He's managed to get away. Shifters somehow win that round.
Full blind, I believe, as well, as they managed to take out the Blitz. And you saw the decision made there. They dropped in through the hatch, and the Blitz dug in close towards the actual corner of the wall. Was thinking about going for a plant, but then they realized one was inside the ventilation. They decided to go for the push, and I think that is where they lost that round. If they would have just planted in the spot and they had the cover up, they would have been able to get it up and going. And as the Blitz now gets removed, logically speaking, it is going to be putting a little bit more strain onside the Twisted Minds in their attacks. Shifters able to find those 2 defensive rounds already.
Is it too early to talk about Clubhouse? Potentially? Maybe help?
Sorry, what do you say?
Is it too early to talk about Clubhouse potentially?
Yeah, I think so. We're only in the first quarter that just finished, you know? Like, I'm not gonna forget that anymore now.
Just trying to copying my way through it, alright?
I'm just gonna talk in quarters now from now on. For you.
Quarters.
Just especially for you.
Thanks.
Nothing
Thanks
else.
for that. Thanks you.
Halves don't exist anymore. What is a half when you have 2 quarters?
Can someone in Twitch chat tell me what 7:15 means?
No time to wait.
What is 7:15? You know, like.
I feel like we've opened up a can of worms with this joke. Alas, we're still in this game, of course. Despite the fact that 1 quarter has gone by. Still have another 3 to play out before potential overtime can come through. Robbie in charge of holding on to CCTV. The demon of CCTV. Can he strike again? And holding on to it. Last time they brought the Aruni with the DMR, this time it's on that Legion. T5 in hand. Slightly different setup from him. But the idea remains the same. Waste time. Try and get some kills. Fall back to the site. Downstairs, though, this is kind of one-dimensional from Twisted Mind so far. They're looking like they're setting things up from that passport side. You've got the Flores drones coming through. You've got Ace opening up some of those walls into that kind of main courtyard area. It's quite one-dimensional. I like that.
Time slowly ticking by, just repositioning some of the utility. Frank's going to be... Wasn't that outside? Not sure why. I mean, he's trying to play this aggressively from the balcony. I guess it gives him a valid bit of extra knowledge if someone is pushing in from the balcony. And given the fact that there is a little bit of pressure coming in towards the open area, as last one finds Trilix, it's actually in a good position there, Frank.
Ooh, they know. They know where he is. E1D comes through. Freck, though, doesn't care. He's going to swing it and finish off Jalad. Echo drone spotted for a second, then will be dealt with. Let's try to peer through the smoke. Trying to find something inside the site. Robbie strikes. Hashom falls. P4 as well, also killing off guards. But P9 has a response. And on 1 versus 5, it's going to have to be 1v4 Ace clutch to pull this round back. Recover the diffuser. Try and get this done. Still enough time to do it, and unfortunately concussing himself. Happens to the best of us.
No, it was the Yokai drone that stunned him.
Yeah.
He jumped down afterwards, he shot it.
Just the timing.
Like, the moment he shot it, indeed, the Yokai drone stunned him. So it looked like he did it himself, but it was actually someone else. Last one shuts him down, and that means Shifters will be able to find themselves their 3rd round on the board. Border definitely progressing a lot quicker here than Fortress was, as the rounds are relatively shorter. Twisted Minds seem to be struggling on their attack here, but if they get 1 or 2 more in these next 2 rounds, I would still say they're in a pretty decent position.
Fair play on catching that, by the way. And they happen at exactly the same time. All action there at the end. 3-1 Shifters.
Attackers need to locate and
Starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Robbie, so far, being the highest performer of those 4 players that were mentioned in Fortress. Jalad, P9 and Freck being the other 3. P9 and Jalad still having a good go of it. Freck not quite getting up there with Robbie, but this is what happened last time. Robbie was way out in the lead early on, and then Freck was like, you know what, I'm just going to start.
It's a diesel engine.
Exactly.
He needs to start up. Robbie's like an EV. It's just instantly going, you know? Like, nice and steady. Although EVs run out of battery quicker, I'm not sure if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think it is as well, exactly.
It's not fun driving in this snow right now.
No. Well, I've had a few mishaps this week. I drive for a living, so...
Oh, well, not that case. It's just my battery just dies.
Oh.
Very quickly. It's like, need to charge it after every after drive. Either way, drone there is giving away information on Freck. Wonder if this is why he's been shot at like every single start of the game.
Probably.
And died most of the times except for that last round. Just that drone, you know, because it's been there every single round so far.
Yeah, he's not
and they're waiting for him. Like, the guards is just gonna, like, as soon as he steps in front of that window, he's dead. He's trying to bait this now, like, pretend he doesn't know. Goes on his drone. And there you go. Freck actually gets a shot. Okay, no, that's not great. Like, I think he was trying to bait him, but instead found someone. So, well done to Freck there.
Got a wild animal in the corner, sometimes they'll scratch you. Frick can't do it. He's been spending so much time focusing on him that other things are happening elsewhere, and that is just the kill feed lighting up. That's what that is. Guards and P9 just like that. Suddenly they're in a 2 versus 3. The engagements have rang out across the map. Freck still holding on to this position just around that break and balcony area, waiting for them to try and take that from him, but they're not going to be able to do that as of yet. Guards moving around to somewhere else. Different focus point here. East seems to be where he wants to go for. He knows he wants to go and support P9. There's a diffuser on the other side. Frost Trap doesn't catch him out. Freck still across there and break. And now it looks as though it's a focus on this archive side. Trying to take in to the site, be a bit more direct and just essentially ignore what Freck's been getting up to over there. They still have yellow pings, they still have information on where he is, so if they can kind of keep him where he is, then they can focus on other tasks at hand. Hap.
I mean, it must be really frustrating when you know the player's there the entire time. You're trying to waste so much, like send so much utility his way, but instead you lose 3 people. It's like that was their one goal to try and achieve. Weren't able to do it, but still close to potentially taking the side. It's just that P9 is once again close towards Freck. Has that diffuser, which means that there is not really an option until he starts moving in. As Robbie is now getting himself close towards 90, has the opportunity to start putting up pressure towards the office as well, and if all he has to do is swing around the corner and he will find a Blackbeard there. With a frag on the other side, look at that. Hello, Robbie. One-on-one fight with the Blackbeard here. Guards is trying to unshield, and Robbie finds the head. Lasmo the other, and Shifters find themselves a 4th round on the board. They keep putting up that pressure, they keep putting up that pace. And now the final round of the second quarter. Coming up upon us here to see whether or not Shifters is going to be able to bring us to a 1-5 split.
Listen, I understand what Twisted Minds were going for, right? The last few times that Freck has played on that balcony, they've caught him out, and it's been a bit of a kind of revelation for them in terms of the start of their round. It's pretty decent from them, so I get why they focused on it again, but unfortunately, it was almost a bit like tunnel vision, you know? It's like they just were so focused on getting that one task. Let's deal with Freck. Let's make sure we get rid of him. Get him off that balcony so that he can move around, and they just couldn't get it done. And unfortunately, around other action elsewhere that needed to be addressed falls apart for them. So Twisted Minds not quite at the races for Border as of yet. Shifters playing a bit better here. I mean, mainly Robbie. Robbie's having an absolute field day just now in Border.
Great job on Frag as well for staying alive though there. Yeah. Like, he was the nuisance they were trying to get rid of.
Exactly.
And as long as he stayed alive there, it just bought time for his teammates to get those kills.
Sometimes that's it.
P9 and Robbie are both on 25 kills now for the series.
Madness. I think a lot of people...
J-Lad following shortly with 20, and then Frack on 19.
Okay. Alright. We got an active kill counter with all of our players up. Just so we can track them. Yeah. Here's Lasmo trying to get in on action of his own. Just trying to pepper some shots down range outside of that armory wall. Guards is pulled back. He knows that barricade's been ripped down. He's expecting another player to hop out. Decides to pull all the way back and just goes, yeah, I'm going to hit the deck here. I'm going to wait and see what Shifters decide to do. What I was trying to say about Freck is that I think a lot of people forget that, yes, it is your job to kind of get kills as a fragger and as a kind of more aggressive player, but at the same time, really, most of the job is to hold on to a position, hold on to somewhere on the map, and kills just kind of come off the back of it. And Freck just proving that in the last round. 5v5 still. Robbie taking more damage, and as the words leave my lips, he's unfortunately gone. Last move as well has hit the deck, but he's still alive and kicking. P9 has also died in that opening engagement. Finish off as well, and it seems like every time we're cutting to someone on the attack getting a kill, someone on the defense gets a kill at the same time. And just like that, it's Jalad and Guards, 2 versus 3. And halfway through the round.
Close to the side itself though, there's one manning its P4. Close on the server stack, all he has to do is swing at the right moment and not turn!
What?
Frostmat will buy some time. Eventually still gonna die though. Oh no, he gets a double! Guards Shouldn't have gotten away with that. Virtue will find the kill though, as J-Lad now alone on the side itself. He's tossing a grenade at the camera. But the verticality is there. He gets opened up. The super shorty. Bringing him down to 1 HP. He's forced to run away. He's actually pushing up the staircase. What? Virtue heard that just at the final second. A call from the camera coming in clutch. Going back down, pretending to, but the camera is there, so they have the information. A single shot is all they need to get this kill locked out, to get this round locked out. Virtue against J-Lad. He sees the gun, he sees the barrel, he sees the laser. All he has to do is that single shot into him. He's pre-firing and will get him as well. Virtue locks it off, and this skill cam is going to be awkward where you see the barrel sticking through. It's like, yeah, okay, I had no chance.
Breath hold moment there.
Frostmat though.
Yeah, chaos. These rounds have been delivering all day. Both games, in fact, all 4 games have delivered moments like that. What I wasn't expecting was Shifter to be in such commanding lead. 5-1 up here in the first half of Border. After that first game, being 8-7, being tiny, minute details to separate both of them, I would not have expected them to be so dominant. And yes, that round there finally, kind of came down to a 1v1, but still got it done. Virtue standing tall. And that's the first half, or the second quarter, as you keep putting it, done.
Alright, with that, Shifters in a commanding lead, and I mean, this will probably hurt more that they lost Fortress now.
Yeah.
Because they had 2 or 3 opportunities to really lock it off in rounds themselves as well. It wasn't 2 or 3 match points. There was 2 or 3 match points with having a definite man advantage, like 2 or 3. And just not working out in the end there, just slipping away from them. Like, they'll be aware of that. And they'll not like it. But at least they're dealing with Border as well as they can to start pushing us towards a Clubhouse. I think this is the moment where you can start thinking about it. If Shifters manage to get another round on the board, that's the moment we can really get to speak about it. So you've got permission to think about Clubhouse now, Jen.
Yeah.
I've granted it to you.
It's entered the back of my mind, like the back left corner. And that's where it is currently existing. But we're on defense on Border here for Twisted Minds, and this is a roster that can absolutely put up numbers. Proved it on that first map. But Shifters have been really quite fantastic on that defense. See if they can continue that form here now on the other side. Quite a bit of utility to get through for the attackers. Aruni, Goyo, Denari, Castle. Just to a sprinkling of denial on top of that. You got the Tachanka as well, so quite a bit that the Shifters have to try and remove. Or 45, and this is a very calm start. This is what it's felt like the entire Border for a Border game. This has felt like a really calm start to each game. Each round has not been as aggressive as what we would probably maybe expect, and that's maybe just because it came off of Fortress, which is a little bit more of a steady pace.
Now, Freck is playing attack, so he cannot play on the balcony that he was before, but now instead he's holding the balcony. As J-Lad trying to rotate out, finds himself almost picked up completely. Robbie taking small amounts of damage as well as the first E1Ds pop. A lot of ground to be gained there as actually reinforcement is going up late, and only that was spotted earlier by Robbie, was able to find the head right behind it. As J-Lad will have to live with his low HP for this round. And the Scorpion, an aggressive gun as well as P9 just triggers an air jab. Is not actually being punished for it. Drone, however, is spotting him out. They know exactly where he is, and as soon as he stands up, he's receiving some shots through the wall. You can expect that Shifters is trying to take him out, knowing where he is, trying to utilize that information. Another bit of damage done into P9. 2 of the Twisted Minds now low on HP as P4 will secure that first kill.
Robbie gets one as well. Jalad now removed from the equation. And the Shamika launcher trying to deny as much time as possible. Gar somehow gets Robbie there, and Shawm's also got one at the same time. It's last mode that falls. 3 versus 3, just like that. It's back to balanced scales. 35 seconds though. P4 holding this very long cross angle, just waiting for them to move onto the top of that staircase. Just gets aggressive as well. Rips the head of guards clean off. Knows there's another one around that area. Spots it as well and takes that one. A second scalp as well. Triple kill for this round. And now it's just Tricked. 1v3. Just waiting on the long angle. You can see the prone as he got past it as well. He knew the Tricked is going to be holding it. They're going to have to get in here and get something moving, Shifters. There's not a lot of time left. Trix is going to get himself a kill. P4 follows, but they're now attempting to go for the defuse here. 000 and Frick is perfect on the cover. Shifters, they'll get themselves a map point opportunity.
Well done to them, and getting themselves closer and closer to push us towards that map number 3. I had to, like laugh a little bit because I just saw Virtue going prone underneath that window because he took a shot earlier and he's like, I don't want to die with a diffuser here. Managed to bypass it just enough time. Like, the time was running out. I was actually worried about that, like that he wouldn't be able to reach site in time, but he was. And the cover is there as well, of course, from Freck. Surely and steadily, Shifters moving on towards 5 map points now as they are looking to push towards Clubhouse.
Just a few.
The one sad news thing, though, that I have to share is that if this ends too quickly, then there's no kill record that will be broken in this game. Because Robbie, right now, will be on 26 kills, which means he would need... Quick math. 19? No. 29 kills in the third map, which is not impossible. But if that would happen, I would pretty sure that would be a first.
But that would break the best of one kill.
Like the best in one map as well, which is 27 from Onigiri back in 6 Invitational 22, which was done with 14 weapons, by the way.
Absolutely obscene game, by the way. If you want an archive game to go back and watch, Onigiri. What a player.
Wonder how he's doing now.
I always wonder that with Siege players that have stepped back. I was looking at some Virtus Pro stuff earlier on, and Rask was one I was looking at as well, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember when Rask was an absolute...
Didn't he go to like a different game?
Yeah, I think he went to Sierra... I'm not going to say it.
Pretty sure he went to a different game, but yeah.
Jalad's now the one. Jalad's now in charge of this balcony. Freck's no longer on the defense, so it's Jalad's turn to hold up this area of the map. P9 getting the first kill of this round. This Freck that has fallen. P9 now taking a bit of pressure, I guess. Peel's back now. Such a long smoke as well onto that balcony just to make sure that can't get out of it. Dodge and head back. Was it from hatches as well? Headed back to the archive site to hold on to it. Now Shifters have to reassess how they want to go about this.
90 seconds is plenty of time, but having that man down, definitely not helpful. Pipe being blown up as well, removing the route that P4 wanted to take. Robbie will find P9 though. Big pick. Smoke gone off the board as well. It's going to be one of that. Denial gone, but J-Lad strike back. Robbie removed. It seems like this first map point will be parried by Twisted Minds. As P4, Virtue and Lasmo have something to say about it. It's 3 and 4 situation. They are close. They are knocking. But not close enough. Still need to go down a floor. But the verticality is always so important on this site as they actually all fall back. None of them are up in the top floor anymore.
40 seconds now. Have to get a move on. Have to get a shift on. Haha, lol. Laugh at that one. 3 versus 4. P4 takes a bit of damage from the C4 as Hasham deletes Lasmo from the server. And now it's just Virtue and P4. Diffuser in pocket from Virtue. For only 25 seconds here as P4 now heading down the metal staircase. Not quite sure where Twisted Minds are positioned. They will catch out guards, not quite ready for an engagement at the bottom of that staircase, and now they know where at least one more is. P4 trying to invite a bit more of an engagement, but a flashbang from his teammate unfortunately will find him blinded.
Only 5 seconds. They have to get into the site. Jalad's going to get himself a kill, and now it's Virtue that's fallen. And P4 on his own. Jalad's just going to hold it out, close out that round. Twisted Minds, they will close the gap by 1.
First one parried as they're pushing back towards that 6-6. Of course, would love to have this go towards overtime so they have the opportunity to lock it off into plenty more games to go through tomorrow if you win this best of 3 series. First off, having to go against Virtus Pro. Not going to be fun. It's going to be a rough game. And if you win that one, you have to go up against Project Zero. It looked quite formidable today.
Yeah. They really, really did. It's going to be a difficult fight through this lower bracket anyway, no matter which side comes out on top. Still a lot of Siege to be played. Potentially another map here if Shifters can get this closed out. Still 4 map points ready to go. Site-wise down to bathroom tellers. Hatch open as well, a little bit of an extension on the top floor. P9 on the Tubarao. Imagine that'll be for the DMR performance. For now, I'm still waiting for Twisted Minds to really get going on border. I think that this team deserved maybe a little bit more of a closer matchup here on border. I thought that this was going to be a bit more of a fight. Shifters so far really quite comfortable.
All Shifters need is just one of these next 4 to stick. And we will head to Clubhouse the second time in these 2 series. Frack. Finding J-Lad. Beautiful headshot to come through. It's going to be a big pick as well. Very capable player removed from the side of Twisted Minds. Of course, his utility's already on the board and nothing really will shift from there and the fire will still be felt. But it's still that 1-man advantage in any of these next 4 crucial rounds that will be helpful.
It absolutely will, and it still feels tentative, these rounds. It still feels like no one really wants to give too much. No one really wants to get too aggressive and step up. Fitzine's flashes it from either side, but really still pretty composed border so far from both sides, really. Not really wanting to get crazy with it. And speaking of it, somebody does. P9 stepping out the break room door will find Virtue. Not a clue that he was in danger. And that evens up the equations at 4 each. P4 and Cole now just wise to the fact that someone could continue to bring that aggression from the east side as well. Guards is flashed out. But he's going to hit the deck. Wait. This east staircase is a main focus here from Shifters. Trying to get through, trying to battle their way through this layer. Guards prone and waiting for someone to feed their way through that rotate. A drop down here from Robbie. He knows that they have to provide a little bit more range for the push. P4 going to get guards as he gets aggressive, gets a bit antsy, doesn't want to hold any longer. Now it's 3 versus 4 with Lasmo attempting to go for the plant hap.
Tried Nitro coming out, and that's going to stop him from doing so. Fire now as well, stopping Robbie from even trying to push in to try and get that diffuser under his control. That means they have to come in from the east stairs. P4 taking tons of damage. He's on 1 HP as he's going to try and actually get that plan going. The smoke gets popped. They're trying to push through, but 45 are counting in favor of the attackers. Robbie and Freck now, the 2 that need to hold on, and both are outside of the building. Both are on the same side of the building as well. There's no width, there's no depth. They're just trying to stop them from getting this under control, but the plant, the counter defuse, already happening as Freck rushes in with the pistol. Robbie, the last man standing together with Freck. They managed to lock it off. The half is done. The game is done. We are headed towards Clubhouse as Twisted Minds lose it out on a 2-7 to Shifters.
What a performance from Shifters there. It looks completely in control of the entirety of border. Twisted Minds just really not at the races. I just didn't think that they were going to be such a big gap. I expected it to be such a closer game. We just came off the back of a full overtime loss for Shifters on Fortress, and they just came back with a vengeance. Absolutely fantastic map from them. And now we head to Clubhouse as a decider. Could really go either way, Hap.
It could go either way, and I'm very excited to see where this is going, but Border was very one-sided compared to Fortress. That doesn't give me too much faith in how Twisted Minds was playing that last map.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. I can't really pinpoint the exact issue because it didn't feel like there was anything crazy Shifters were doing. Sure, Robbie has a bit of a, has a great game, but that's just really nothing different from the last game. It just felt like Twisted Minds weren't quite able to find a groove and find kind of comfort, really. Shifters, fantastic work though. We'll see, of course, if they can get it over the line on Clubhouse. We're going to go to a very short break and we'll be back with that final map.
The second map goes in favor of the Shifters, and what a comeback this is. What a stark contrast to map 1, where it was so close, went all the way down to 15 rounds. This was so much more dominant on the side of Shifters, and we're seeing some really big 1v1s, but more particularly, we're seeing one player step up on the side of Shifters. Robbie is having an absolute banger of a game, and the funny thing is, Cham, he's doing it against his older lineup, the team that gave him a chance and a shot inside of Tier 1.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that, where, you know, that Robbie's played with this team before, and he'll be well aware of like how they want to play. And well, I do think that has a little bit of weight to it. I think really the only thing to really talk about with Robbie is that his gun skill is just fantastic. He just knows what he's doing. He's confident. He's felt like that the entire time. He really wants to get in the faces of Twisted Minds. He had a fantastic first map. He's continued it. Out of all the 4 players that we highlighted beforehand, he's been the only one that's really continued that. Freck has had his moments. Jalad's also had their moments. P9 as well, also doing pretty well. But for the most part, it has really been the Robbie show on Borders. And I still don't really know where the big issue is for Twisted Minds, because Shifters did look good, but it didn't look like overly bad for Twisted Minds, and that's the thing. It's kind of a strange vibe to it. Even though it's a 2-7, it's such a big gap. It's such a strange vibe to a map after what we got on Fortress.
I mean, it's what I said as well, right? Like, it's just the complete opposite of how Fortress went. Like, Shifters, they'll be looking at Fortress now and being like, we should have really won that. Like, there's 3 opportunities there where they could have taken the map. And if they would have taken that map, it would have been done now. We would have been discussing their game tomorrow against Virtus Pro. But instead, we will have to go to Clubhouse first to really confirm which of these 2 teams is going to be placing in the top 3 and thus face Virtus Pro.
Remember that when we went into this map, we were all like really worried for Shifters. I wish you would have known this, I guess, you know, for any Shifters fans out in the chat as well. This really brings us back to a 1-1, and it kind of nullifies this matchup in regards of a best of 1 right now. We're going back to Clubhouse, which in their initial matchup in the upper bracket was also the decider. Back then, it went in favor of Twisted Minds' 7-3, but something we said earlier today as well, Hap, is a rematch on the same map going in favor of the team that lost it.
Yeah, for sure. Like the rematches just happen all the time, of course, especially when these teams get to play each other more often. Now, not that these teams will, of course, meet each other quite often. We mentioned it before, Twisted Minds is a very isolated team, considering they play mostly in the Saudi E-League, whereas, of course, Shifters present inside of Europe will be scrimming a lot of these teams quite often. So he's going to be more familiar with them. I think this might be the team they would be most unfamiliar with in the entire tournament.
I'm not really quite sure how to kind of feel about this game overall. I think that both teams are still trying to figure each other out. That's the way that it feels to me. Fortress was very much like that because of the map style, but still, even on Border, like I say, it was a very kind of puzzling performance from Twisted Minds there. Shifters didn't feel like there was a huge golfing class between them. So I still don't know how I'm going to feel about Clubhouse. This could still go either way. I don't think that this is just going to be a complete momentum shift and it's going to be absolutely Shifters because they've won that second map. I do think that this could still go either way, and I'm just excited to see for another, a third map. I'm glad we've got it. I'm glad we're getting to finish off the night with all 3 maps, and I'm just excited to get my teeth into it.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I mean, looking at the perspective for these players as well, right? They both already played a matchup earlier today. Twisted Minds having played the earliest matchup today. They started playing at 10 in the morning. It's almost 12 hours later now. So talking about stamina really coming into play as well. We keep on adding things that add more pressure to this hot cooker that we're putting these players in, because it is the stamina that they need to show here. It is that last shot of making it to an international event, the biggest international event of the year. With Shifters being so close to making main stage on Munich, this would be an absolute revenge for them if they qualified to yet another international event. It would be great for the size of Twisted Minds to see them on the international stage as well, because it feels like every time they make it there, they cook and they make something great happen. They've made it to main stages before, so they definitely deserve to be there as well. It's a shame. I mean, Chem, if I would have had a little magic wand in my hands, I would have just been, you both go to a side. Here you go. And everybody in the LCQ bracket gets to go. But it's 8 teams and 1 spot. And that's such a slim chance of being the one team that makes it through.
Yeah, it's a tiny chance, one singular chance to get through this, and this is where you want to be putting in your performance. It doesn't matter now that you've had a good season, a bad season, you've had roster changes, you've done whatever. It really, no one cares at this point. If you can turn up at this point and get yourself to SI, you will not even be thinking about the last year that you've had. And I think that for both of these teams, they will both be thrilled with how far they've got, but they just want to go that extra bit. They want to get to that get across the line, get themselves there. And I think that for Shifters, it's probably got a slightly different kind of flavour to it because they have, of course, roots within French and kind of Swiss side, so they probably are the ones that are wanting it just a teensy tiny bit more with it being in Paris. But Twisted Minds, they'll still want it as much.
I mean, it's not just that, but you also have like P4 and Lasmo, of course, who are from France. Like, they want to be playing the World Championships in their home country. It's only been that once before, and that was during 2020 or 2021 when it was basically locked down for everybody. Which, by the way, still like the most beautiful venue I think that we've had. But they're like, who knows when the next time is that there's going to be a Siege event in France, right? Like. Of course, it will come back at some point, but it's like, if not now, will you still be playing by the time that it comes back around, and will you get to play in front of your home crowd?
I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was putting a lot of pressure on these players, but Hap, I think you're making it even worse for them. I mean, hey, you never know if you're still gonna be playing when the next event
They
comes
shouldn't be
around.
listening right now, like, it's fine.
That's true. I'm pretty sure the players are actually doing something else at the moment, of course, talking to the support staff, but we know the Shifters have so many support staff going on in the background. Same for Twisted Minds as well. I mean, they have the whole situation with the sub players as well, right? There was a question mark about who was going to be playing on this roster, who wasn't going to be playing. It seems like they're faring pretty well, regardless of that issue or the conversation they were having about that earlier. But speaking about this game in general, I mean, we're waiting on some of the players to join the lobby. Therefore, we're going to take a little bit more time before we dive into this final map here of the series, the final map of the night as well. And to our stuff final map, is there any expectations that we have? I know Clubhouse is probably the most default basic map that we have in the map pool. It's going to play out so different than Border, where it's all about aggression. It's going to play out so different than Fortress, where it's new and we don't really know what we're going to see. I mean, Chem, when it comes to Clubhouse, we can just dream the attacks. We take CC, we take the garage. It's checklist, it's default.
I think if it was any other teams, I think I'd probably have a good idea of it. But this is, I'm almost clueless in terms of the way this is, because of those first two maps. They've completely thrown me for a loop. The Fortress, I understand why it's going to be closer. It's going to be a little bit slow paced, and I've harped on about it a couple of times. And then going into Border to then have a complete blowout is in favour of Shifters. The tempo's kind of all over the place, the momentum's all over the place. Sure, it's with Shifters, but at the same time, is it really, like, it's a really strange one. I'm probably still going to come back and agree with Hap and say that, yeah, Shifters could have had this 1 and 2 maps anyway, so I think it's probably going to favour them for Clubhouse, but it's so difficult to actually get a feel for how that map's actually going to play out.
So my prediction wasn't far off, just a single round from being correct with the 2-0, like, it stings a little bit, but... Yeah, well, it is what it is, but I'm sticking with Twisted, so, not Twisted, sorry, Shifters.
To be fair, the names are rather similar.
Twisted.
So, I get it. But I hope we can look at the bracket one more time so we can really amplify what this matchup means and in regards of where we are. But hey, I mean, I would look at the bracket, but I'd rather look at the final map of this series. It is coming down to a best of one. Who stays in the competition and who loses any hope of making it to SI? The pressure is on, and Clubhouse is our decider.
And just like that, we are in the final map of today. Before heading into the final play day of the LCQs of EML tomorrow, it is Clubhouse, it's Shifters versus Twisted Minds, and I've said it, I don't really know who I favour here. I still think I picked Twisted Minds at the start. I still feel like they might, rise to the occasion here, but Shifters probably have that momentum Hap, if I'm right in saying, you think?
Shifters definitely have the momentum here. It's been a 7-2 blowout in the previous map. Fortress should have gone their way as well. Things are shaping up to go their way. All they need to do now is just continue their basics and make sure that it all connects nicely in these last couple rounds. It's anywhere between 7 and 15. And then we know which of these two teams is going to be facing Virtus Pro.
Yeah. Exactly. Tomorrow, of course, is going to be a big day. a couple of best of threes between one of these teams that are still in the competitions and getting themselves to 6 Invitational 2026. Feels even strange to say, 10 years on, back to the home of Ubisoft, back to Paris. On Valentine's weekend as well, by the way. So if you want to get a 2-for-1 deal on going to seeing Siege and also a romantic getaway, that's the weekend to go, man. That's the weekend to go, Hap.
It's been the thing. Like every single 6 Invitational ever, it feels like, has always been during Valentine's Day.
I know this time it's in the literal city of love.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. So you could go for a 2v1.
Yeah, 2v1.
2v1.
Siege in the afternoon, and then a romantic getaway in front of the Eiffel Tower at night. There you go, you've got it all covered. What more could you want from a weekend break? But anyway, I'm going to be there for the Siege, no matter what. Cannot wait to get to that event, and I'm sure both of these teams are licking their lips at the prospect of getting themselves. We're starting on this final map. First prep phase already gone, and now it comes down to a best of one singular map between elimination and advancement for both of these teams. And Freck immediately up to his old tricks. Yeah, he's just got to find himself a little rat spot to hide in. They know where he is, but imagine to react. He doesn't do anything about it. No, P9 comes out on top. They had information. You can see the drone getting pinged from the default cam as well. It's almost like a rubbing salt in the wind of Freck. Yeah, there's a cam on you there, buddy.
I didn't know you were here. But yeah, unfortunately he's not able to start it off strong. Might have wanted to go a bit aggressive, of course. He's the player for it. Didn't quite work out. And as a result, an early opening here for Twisted Minds, especially on this ground floor. Basement. Very useful, because you often run out of time here in your actual execute, and when you don't run out of time, you just run out of manpower to actually get it done. So having the one-man advantage now is going to be beneficial, could potentially be manipulated into 2 or some one-on-one trades. That's exactly what Twisted Minds need to do, need to be careful for. Because if Shifters is able to get a freebie back and bring this to a 4-4, again, their odds of winning this round just suddenly plummet.
Getting some of that work done. Here is Trix just trying to open up those hatches, make sure that the hard breach stuff is done. Hasham has spotted out a gap at the bottom of that main staircase, decides to step up for a second, but just thinks better of it, doesn't want to go too far. Overexpose. As of yet, you've got your ladder on the other side down Oil Pit to try and pinch from the other side, and the rest of Twisted Minds are getting themselves in position, moving around. P9 coming in front to support from Barn down that main staircase alongside Hasham. And now we approach that final minute. But the Maestro Cam's still here, the nade as well from above just to try and get rid of it, but I don't think it's quite found it yet. I think they're still trying to get rid of it. Before will just be sitting on those cams, trying to waste as much time as possible. Jalad still lingering on that Oil Pit side. He's took a couple of steps forward in advancement, but not getting all that much closer. P9's rotated to go for the support at the same time, and Haslam's still on that main staircase with guards bringing up one of the final prongs of that attack on the hatch there, Hap.
That's for sure. The pressure starting to rise as well as J-Lat takes down Lasmo. Virtue able to at least strike back, a grenade being tossed in, gets it down onto J-Lat. That's huge from Virtue, brings him back to a 3-on-3. He's close to the blitz shield though, was right next to him. His guards will find that kill. He's digging in deep right now, trying to get himself into a position to go for a plant. And whilst he's doing that, Trilix is finding himself taken down bit by bit in terms of damage. A 2-on-1 as B4 is the last man standing. Close around, doesn't have the opportunity to use his cameras. Sees that the blitz is close. Get the opportunity to get the knife off, but there it is. Someone from inside of motorcycle up on top the boxes. Nice elevated angle will find the kill as he chase the blitz.
Yeah, really nice angle. Holding out the round. Again, you highlighted it in the middle of that game that getting the opening pick was really huge for Twisted Minds, and that came true just at the end. Their Freck falling within the first few seconds, not an ideal loss, and I'll full blame on that player, but having a player advantage going into the latter stage of that round certainly comes in handy for an execute like that. Twisted Minds, they'll connect their first
Attackers need to locate
round
and
on Clubhouse off to a better start than Border. Up to gym and bedroom now, this time for the defence. Clash coming through in the hands of Lasmo. Azami and Robbie. Heavy focus on denial as well with the Goyo and the smoke at the same time.
Like to have the extra denial, you know? Let's see.
Activating camera.
It's gonna be probably a pretty heavy extend here towards CCTV cache. Probably even going all the way into the garage for the start of it, just to make sure that every single base is being covered by Twisted Minds. It's the best you can do here on the defense on Clubhouse. Make sure that there is a lot to clear for the attack. So they kind of run out of time slowly but steadily the closer they get towards the objective. Take some scuffs, take some fights, maybe you pick up a kill or two. You don't want to retreat out too early either. And as the first 30 seconds pass by, that means that right about now, the pressure will start to come through towards CCTV cache, lounge, garage, all that kind of stuff. You already see the wall open up. So you already see P9 entering the garage as well as he's droning out his own steps. As the default cam will be removed, he's just hoping to find himself a safe way up. Very much aware of the fact that someone could be an oil pit, but just keeps moving.
Now, approaching the top of that rafters area. Robbie and Lasmo together inside a cache, just holding on. Trying to waste as much time, make them fight for every inch of this map. Lasmo decided to peel back, and Robbie as well has actually decided to peel back, using the keeper barricades to cover their retreat back towards the site. They're quite happy to relinquish control of cache, no longer wanting it. Flashbang in hand from Jalad. This is really nicely timed, trying to send it down the hatch and just feign some presence on that logistics area, because they've not even put a player there. They've decided, you know what, let's focus on to CCTV. Everybody all playing together. They know that they've got control of cache. They know that they can step up into that area of the map, and halfway through the round this is pretty good going, but they have to be conscious of the fact that Freck is downstairs inside of bar. Make sure they don't get caught out on this rotate.
Waiting patiently. Minute 10. Time slowly running out. Twisted Minds, they need to get a push on. See that the pressure on the side itself is starting to raise now. Jacuzzi being a bit pressured as well, and Keepa's being redeployed. It's a freebie. J-Lad, unaware of the fact that someone stepped forward that much. He was just seconds before the drones rolled into the site. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened. As all the drones are hunted, guards now with that shield looking to make an entry, also carrying the diffuser. As Drillix will find P4, the fire is there at the perfect moment. Guards will take tons of damage as he's forced to continue to rotate through and clear bit by bit. The fire is burning him up alive in the bathroom. And the shotgun will finish it off for good measure, but there's fire literally everywhere on the side. Every single position where an attacker was, fire just happened to come out underneath them. And shifters quite literally burned through that round.
Absolutely no rest at all there for Twisted Minds. They just all tried to step into the site, and every single area was covered in flames. Completely slowed their approach. Really good round there from Shifters. The time management, I think, is the thing that I was really honed in on there. They noticed that they lost control of rafters, and they lost control of... We're starting to lose control of CCTV, and the call was made, look, you guys, both of you head back to site, let's go. We've wasted enough time. We're quite happy, you know, just giving them that control, and now we can start to set our things up inside of the site, start to get a bit more comfortable, and invite Twisted Minds into the building, and that's what happened. And a lot of flames that assisted them in that. I can already maybe potentially feel which operator could be banned.
Would it be the Goyo, perhaps?
Maybe.
The fire was quite effective. At the same time, could also see the blitz being removed because it was a bit annoying, especially on that basement side where the plant came through.
Attacker's objective is to
Cases can be made for both sides.
Loading new mag.
Okay. Where do you go from here? One apiece here. And has Sean finding more value? Is this Freck again? Not Twisting a drone.
Who else will be droned out this early near the front lines?
Yeah. And do you know what? It wouldn't even surprise me if he wins the engagement as well. Just standing.
No, he's going to get wallbanged.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could have just wallbanged him, but guess not.
Oh, get shut down from me. There you go.
Wallbanged.
Yeah, you got it. You're right. You're right. You have you get the points for that.
I expected him to wallbang him way earlier though, because the wall had clean vision on him. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Got the kill. That's opening up a entire ground floor for them. If it isn't for Robbie watching through that hatch, seeing what he can do. He's being tracked though by the death marks, quickly running over to what potentially could be a mute jammer. At least some safe ground underneath. And as the track actually got cancelled out there, you see that Shum is thinking about his next target. Robbie in the meantime already has been chased off. He was of course around in that bedroom, no longer is, as we are now on CCTV cache, which statistically not a very good sign for the defenders anymore.
Yeah, it's not as good as what it used to be. Still gets picked quite a lot on casual games, of course. Lastmo moving across inside the rafters, moving to a different side, and just trying to get a bit more comfortable somewhere else, because they've not really put any focus on that side of the map. Twisted Mind's really putting full can't I get that word out properly? Full focus on that side of the map instead. They're going for cash. Jalad will get himself a kill. Robbie falls. Now it's 5 versus 3. Into that final minute now, around 3. Trick's just outside of the cash store. Thermite charge will go out. There's another oil canister. More flames for Twisted Minds to try and wade their way through. Still a player at the top of the red staircase that has to be dealt with. It's a smoke of P4. Now those smoke bays will start to ring out. There's still a player as well on rafters at the same time. P9 will remove Virtue. There's still one on rafters. Still Lastmo holding on for dear life. Keep a barricades. He knows there's one down below. At the same time, he'll catch out P9 as he tries to rotate through, but that keep a barricade will be destroyed. He's trying to hold every angle from every which way, but it's not going to happen. Twisted Minds, they'll push in and they'll get themselves that round on the board.
Yeah, too many players left on Twisted Mind. Too little people to actually try and challenge a whiff on shifters, and they find themselves with a second round on the board. Of course, looking back very fondly now to Fortress that they were able to pick up after the beating they received on Border. Really equaled the amount of rounds they got as they did on Border. Clash and Ying. Okay, well, no fire to be removed, no blitz to be removed. I was wrong on both accounts.
That's a surprise.
Yeah.
Ideology was the word I was trying to get out there. Didn't quite work. Listen, that's the joy of having an accent sometimes, alright?
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
See, I can just pull that I'm not a native English speaker.
Well, I can do that as well, technically, because Scots is recognised as an official language now. So.
See, there you go. Like, we're both not natives. Let's
There you
go.
go. I'm not an English speaker. Sorry, guys.
I think that's the funniest comment I've ever gotten from someone's like, why does Hap not know English that well? He's a native speaker. And I'm like, I'm not sure if this is a compliment or not.
ATS deployed and ready to go.
2-1 Twisted Minds now in the lead here. And like I said, I just really didn't know how this was going to go. It felt like, yes, on paper, Shifters would have the momentum with that win, but it just never felt like there was a huge gap in what we were seeing, and that's coming to fruition here, where Twisted Minds have managed to get himself an early lead here on Clubhouse, on that attacking side no less as well, and down to the bottom 4 is where we head for round number 4. Robbie on the Warden, just manoeuvring that shield into a different position. Freck has really struggled to outlive the first 30 to 40 seconds of the round. A couple of drones has been his undoing, and this time he's behaving himself, he's holding back, he's staying in the sight this time up.
Yeah, Robbie has been sent forward this time. Like, you go ahead. You can do this role. I don't want to do it today. I mean, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, like, when you're known as a player that's just aggressive early on, you will be droned out like that. Like, the attackers will make sure to have drones at every single spot where you could be running out.
But there's also...
So it only talks to the fact that Twisted Minds is a very well-composed team, that they're able to drone out Freck that consistently.
Exactly. But it's also what separates the brilliant players from the truly great players is being able to recognise that sometimes you're not quite being able to hit the mark in different places, and realising that, and you know what, I'm going to play here, I'm going to try and change this up a little bit. And Freck's decided to take a step back in this round. Whether that's been told to him or he's just been like, yeah, I've got a couple of mistakes here, so I'm just going to try something different. Twisted Minds will continue to play their same game, trying to take out this blue position here, sending a couple players down from that side, is also putting focus on that kitchen hatch, the boogie devices as well, opening all of that floor, ripping it up, redecorating the entirety of that kitchen floor area, ensuring that they have a plethora of angles to challenge down onto the site. There's P9 and Coldall now setting up on that stock hatch. Looks as though that's going to be a focus point here. Robbie's shield bites the bullet, and now he'll move across to a different position and hold onto the hatch from kitchen side. But it's all still Pret from Twisted Minds, poising to start off this execute here on the bottom floor hat.
Islanda do not have the early engagements that they had in the first round, though, and that is going to be the big, crucial changing factor compared to the success they had initially. There's 5 players now, all defending, and they're all around the map. Freck takes an initial bout of damage, still lives up until now, meaning that the push is now coming to shove inside of blue. Moves through the smoke, there's one quite close to him. P9 finds Robbie, Virtue trades out onto J-Lad as the push is coming to shove, and they're all inside the site now. Virtue, the last man standing, one from behind, he will shut down. The shotgun now on his hands, but the shield is chasing him down as well. How long will he live for, as this plant will soon have to be attempted? It's P9 that shuts him down. The plant wasn't the plan in the end. Twisted Minds, they pushed themselves up to even bigger scoreline, 4-1. 3-1, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
To be fair, math hasn't been your strong point today, so it's okay. I'll let you off with it.
It's weekend, I don't have to calculate, you know?
That's fair. That's fair, it's weekend. Timeout, no surprise here from Shifters. Some conversations to be had. There's a bit of a gap opening up here from Twisted Minds. Virtue being the fragger, with, you know, Anne highlighted it way earlier in the day. The first game that they played, that Virtue's kind of did this in reverse, and that he's started off being a bit more of an IGL focus, a bit more of a slow kind of player, and now he's starting to really come into his own when it comes to the fragging potential. That's showing up in the early stages of this map. The rest of the team not quite getting involved. P4 not able to get on the kill count as of yet. But it's not away from them. I like an early timeout. I like the little discussions coming through. You know that things are kind of getting away from you. There's no point waiting until it gets to 6 down and you're like, oh, okay, right. But now we don't really have time to kind of evoke the change that we want to bring. I like it better to have an early timeout, have your discussions, see if you can get a couple of rounds in the middle of this map done. Go from there. But 3-1 down on the defensive Clubhouse is not an ideal start from them. I do also feel for Freck as well, by the way, because he's been opening picked 3 times. He gets opening picked
times in the last map.
Yeah, he gets opening picked when he's off site twice, and then he comes back to site and goes, "Yeah, I'm going to sit in site this time," and he gets opening picked again.
Gets opening picked.
It's just it's unfortunate.
Sometimes you just have those games where that happens, and you know, there's little you can do about it. Like, you don't choose where the enemy's coming from.
10 seconds remaining.
So with that, Twisted Minds really starting to take a little bit of momentum here, to start running away with Clubhouse. And that is probably not something Shifters were expecting. And with every round that now goes to Twisted Minds, you will start thinking back about those 2 or 3 rounds on Fortress where you could have locked it off. Nothing to stir. It's just facts.
Exactly. It's important to not let the mind dwell on these things, though, especially when the game's still in front of you. The game's still very much within the grasp. Only 2 rounds of a difference. Not completely away from them. Still a chance there. Ooh, that's stopped. Freck takes a lot of damage. Surely not again.
From a drone hole, like, even when he's not trying to take a fight, like, there's something that will find him. They're honed in on his position. They're not letting him have a game like he had on Fortress.
Yeah, they've got Freck magnets and their bullets, man. It's just unfortunate. It's a 2 morale that was slowing down that breach from being opened up. It's still going to be there. Virtue making sure to waste as much time before that is opened up. And it will be opened up. There is. A massive gaping hole in the middle of that site, cleaved right through the middle. That opens up prospects for the attacking side.
Flames as well dwindling away on that logistics side. Freck's moved towards there. I say it's cleaved through the site, but it's actually gym and bedroom. Through that CCTV side that they can now begin to approach from. Last mo. Just to sit inside the site. Yeah, it's just feeling a little bit tentative here from Twisted Minds. Just pausing for a sec. Trying to figure out where they want to go from. They've got quite a bit of the work done. You know, CCTV is open. They've got construction open as well. Pressure from logistics. Information on gym and the bathroom as well. You can see that there. Just kind of taking their time here, Hap.
They have the opportunity to. The site is quite close. It's just 1 or 2 hops away. All they need to do now is play a little bit of chess, try and relocate one of these 2 players, and that's where Hasham comes in big. That grenade. It's going to force them off. Now has the opportunity to shepherd. Freck low on HP, of course. Is forced to fall back from that grenade. Cannot attempt to take a single point of damage. As the phone calls go off, the pressure is now coming in as P4 is slowly starting to rotate around towards logistics as well to provide a little bit of support. So far, nothing really happening yet as Jayla gets shut down. Virtue gets that kill. Ashom trades out onto Freck. Brings it back to a 4-on-4, but that's a big opening. That's now someone in construction gone. Still though, Virtue around in cash is going to be problematic as he tries to run across. Thanks to the keeper barrier that was placed in the window, is able to come back towards the site, but there is also 3 attackers around the site itself as they trade out 2 for 2. Trillix now inside with the diffuser, trying to get that planned out. Not able to get any denial on it because there is no denial on it. The cover dies as they jump on through. Robbie will find Trillix as soon as the plan goes down, and that means they can go for a counter defuse. Shifters will find their second round on the defense.
And they convert after the timeout. It works. A little bit of a discussions. They get themselves composed and they fight their way back into within 1 round of a difference. Much better from them. At times it did look as though Twisted Minds could come out on top, but at the same time, Twisted Minds, they just took a bit too much time. My opinion, it just felt like, yes, they had these things kind of done early on, but they were just a little bit too indecisive before they actually were like, yeah, okay, let's go in for this plan. This is what we want to go for, and Shifters were ready for it, comfortable, and that means that we are close within touching distance yet again. CCTV and cash is where we head to now for the final defense of Shifters half. P4 still not able to get on the board in terms of the kills, but he is IGL in this roster after all. And Freck, who we've talked a lot about today, has not been able to get comfortable on the defense, and that has just came from the fact that Twisted Minds have just been laser focused on dealing with him.
Yeah, they definitely have been very, very much focused towards dealing with Freck. Every single time they enter a building somewhere, Freck is there, whether they knew it or not. And he's even swapped over to a different role now, playing around on that mute. Might indicate an even more deep sight presence, because he's just not able to get any real impact by the way that things have been going. It needs a change of pace.
Does indeed. First few seconds go by, no one gone as of yet. Guards doing some work to open up below that garage area, make sure these angles are produced so that they can put the pressure onto the rafters area. Last move's the one that's in charge of holding onto that, on the Kibas. On the Azami with the Kibas even. And you've got P4 bringing along the bandit for an electrification party on that main breach. We'll see, of course, how much denial they can get done. Virtue support at the top of the red staircase should anyone decide to wander up it. Freck's job on the other side is just in construction and bedroom side, just to show face, a bit of presence on there. But here comes the mini game of that wall. I don't even think they're going to bother actually, Hap. I think they're going to go for someone else.
Definitely a slight rotation coming in. P4 taking a small bit of damage. Jayla playing right below. This is going to be anti-bandit trick. Grenades coming out. It's going to be forcing them to fall back. Exothermic charge is going to be popping off, and now they have to decide whether or not they want to challenge it. Oh, Jayla, why? Why'd you look away? I mean, yes, there was a little bit of pressure coming in, but the main task was to stop that bandit from doing what it did. Flashbang comes out. Robbie's going to be completely blind. Second flashbang to follow up is going to be blinding him yet once more. Sean wants to go for a chase but cannot quite put it on yet. Trillix will find one as Ella slowly starting to creep out. Robbie back into lounge, has been spotted by a drone. He's been called out. Frack hunted down once more. B9 shuts him out. There's Robbie. Here's Grismont actually able to find one of the chasing attackers. The man advantage is there on the side of Twisted Minds, and they do have a Montaigne on the board as well, which is going to be pushing up slowly towards their garage, making Lasmo's life difficult, because what can you do when a shield's just menacingly staring at you like that? The answer is not really anything. That Kiba barrier doesn't quite connect either. Wanted to basically block the path. There's a slight bit of damage done into guards. Lasmo still lives for now, but he's just waiting for a bit of support. That grenade might get... I mean, good team play there. Like, he couldn't really move forward because in that case it would have been unshielded. The grenade would have gotten him eventually. So, well done there by Twisted Minds. Just a C4 left now in P4's pockets. Robbie still on the staircase as well. Is all they have to try and stop this. Nitrocell is big, actually gets guards. That's a diffuser down as well with 7 seconds. They need to get it up quickly now. They cannot afford to try and pick up guards as they find one more kill. Not the second. P9 shuts him down. Twisted Minds find themselves with a 4th round.
A little bit of a sketchy end to the round there, but Twisted Minds get the job done there, and I felt like it took an age for Robbie to eventually die there. He absorbed so much pressure with the flashbangs. Eventually he was shut down. Twisted Minds really good execute there. Ticked all the boxes. Managed to work a bit of a set play on getting that breach opened up and getting themselves in and getting an attempt at a plant, but ultimately didn't really need it. 4-2 half from Twisted Minds, and would you have expected that after what happened on Border Hap?
I definitely wouldn't have. I thought this would have been a more like shifters-minded matchup. But I mean, this is just what they'll have to deal with now. This is the cards that are dealt, and the Montaigne ban I do really like. I just have to call that out, because especially when you're attacking CCTV cache, that Montaigne is just such a crucial tool to get control of garage. You just send up the mezzanines. There's nothing really that can stop it, except for like maybe if you have like a frostmat that it doesn't see or some goo mines. But besides that, nothing really that will really hurt that Monty. And you saw what happened just now. You have to pay attention to it, because if he doesn't, it unshields. But if you pay attention to it, the rest of the team is slowly moving in to try and kill you and throw in other bits of utility. Could be fire from Capital, could be a grenade, or could be an air jab to blast you out over the railing. So removing that is going to give them some extra freedom later on when they're attacking those top floors.
It's like someone's hexed Freck in that first half. He just could not find anything whatsoever. Just not even a single modicum of comfort throughout that entire first half. Moving on to attack inside, he's picked up the Capital. We'll see, of course, if can he arrive at the races. And I'm only focusing on Freck because he has been a star performer today. Has been absolutely fantastic for Shifters today, and has also been really fantastic for them for the entire competitive year since joining this roster. So, bit of a talking point whether he can get himself firing on all cylinders for this. There he is. Freck, the man himself, heading up that rafters position. There's a player there, doesn't quite react quick enough to get himself the opening engagement one. There is another player down below, we'll have to be careful of this. He's quite a bit of damage, but gets some back on the returning side, and again his luck just does not turn at all. Guards getting him on SMG-11. He's taken quite a bit of damage on the same time, so at the very least there's been an immediate refag and response from Shifters, but Freck, again, not able to get going on Clubhouse.
Chalet going down by a random wallbang. Was going to be recovered, most likely. Don't have to worry too much. I mean, to be honest, credits to Lasmo for jumping through that window that quickly when Freck went down. To find guards was the only way they were ever going to get that refrag going, and they managed to put it on the board. So that will keep the numbers even. Put his execute down into the basement, which is something that the defense preferred to have not had. They would have preferred this to be a 5-4, but for the attack it is at least something to work with.
Absolutely is. Now most of that defense has got a bit more comfortable back towards the site. Jalad's HB, of course, being potential Achilles heel for Twisted Minds. It's not looking too hot. Here comes Virtue to open up those hatches. In kitchen, it's now been blown open as well as Moto, which is also already open prior in the round, as Robbie now thinks about going for a rotate round towards the other side. Looks like Blue or potentially towards Oil Pit. It's just wary that someone could head up that staircase or head up that ladder even. I don't think anyone's really interested in doing that for Twisted Minds as of yet. Down to the last kind of 35 seconds, though. They really need to get a move on here. Shifters have to start getting in and formulating and execute. Jalad still below that hatch, ready to catch anyone out that decides to go for a drop here, and this could be a disaster here for Shifters if they don't respect, if they don't check that before they go for that drop. I think that this could be a big play from Jalad, but it doesn't matter. The flashbang's well timed from Virtue. P4's also got himself a kill at the same time, and it's just Hasham and Trilix at the same time. Trilix will get himself a kill, but Hasham also gets one. Virtue attempts to go for a plant for a second there, but had to come off. He has to try and stick it down somewhere. Lastman's got himself a kill. It's Hasham versus the two of Shifters, and somehow he's done it. The question mark from Jalad and the question mark from just about everybody.
Did he just go off? Yeah.
Unfortunate. Whoa. Whoa.
Personal.
That's personal.
We, as fellow nearly 30-year-olds, are offended by this. I mean, the question marks are valid. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning was to go off.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Felt like Shifters had that in the bag until they didn't. So, Twisted Minds, they get themselves up 5-2. And now are 2 rounds away from facing Virtus Pro tomorrow for a spot in the grand final. For a spot in a match that could qualify them to go to 6 Invitational once more. After, of course, last year they managed to get top 8 as Falcons. Falcons then had the opportunity to pick up the BDS roster. And, I mean, even though they got top 8, right? Like, nothing to them, but at the same time, the BDS roster is an incredible roster with incredible players. Shaiko on its own is already worth a fortune. So you can fully understand why Falcons decided to pick up that full roster. It is just, you know, the Twisted Minds players, of course, were left to go to a different organization. It's where they find themselves now. But how fun would it be for them to then go to 6 Invitational again?
Yeah.
Imagine they would get a rematch against Falcons. That would be almost personal.
Bit of venom in that. Yeah, absolutely. The prospect is tantalising. But they still have to overcome Shifters before that. And as we've seen throughout this entire matchup, this can change. Pendulums can swing, Tides can shift. You can have that one.
Here we go. Stay back.
Frick, who I've spoken about a few times, just hasn't been able to find his groove on Clubhouse whatsoever. Hasn't felt as confident as what we maybe come to expect from him. Twisted Mind still got full control of cash here. To be expected, only the first minute's gone. Lad peeling back towards the site now. Claymores have set up outside the windows just to ensure no one can hop out. A lot of action on highway, a lot of cars moving up and down it for now.
Bobby, big pick to start things off, removing P9. Again, probably should have had last round as well, but starting it off like this is at least going to be giving them some payback to some extent. Slasmo, ready with that shield fire coming out as well to try and get that clash stuck in somewhere, but moving all the way further back as Robbie finds himself a second kill. Not at the same numbers quite yet as the previous 2 maps, but he's starting to warm up to it. The Goya pockets are going to keep them at bay slightly though. They're not going to be able to move in anytime soon, but the issue here is, Cham, that if they only move in when there's 30 seconds left, then they will not be able to use that door anymore during the regulation time. So they rather just step in now, have it explode and step back so you can use those final 20 seconds, or you just have to completely rotate around and not bother about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's blown up now, so it's going to be very, very tight for timing. Very, very tight if they decide to go from that doorway. Trilix has moved around to the other side. P4's taking a heck of a lot of damage on the Capital, and the hop-in comes into Jim. That looks like it's going to be the focus point to try and get the diffuser down. Trilix will kill off Virtue. P4's on the covering angles. Lastmo tries to go for that diffuser. You've also got Robbie as well, putting pressure from the bedroom doorway. But it looks like this could be Shifter's round, potentially. They've got that plant down. They've got Lastmo so far into the site. He's comfortably set up inside the bathroom. They've got a cover on the bathroom window, or on the gym window at the same time. Robbie has remembered that he's an absolute demon on the mouse. He's got himself a quad. Frick, sweeping things up. And Shifters, they will respond and get themselves around here on the attack on Clubhouse.
It was highly necessary though, because things were starting to slowly slip away from them, so at least they stay within range now. And as a 5-3, it's just 2 rounds and you find yourselves equal. And you go into CCTV cache now, which, historically speaking, is not very defense-sided anymore. Attack usually has a pretty good option of taking care of this. However, this is also partially why the Montaigne ban has been pushed through, because they don't want the mezzanines to be taken so quickly. And you can say, yes, but they have a blitz. And yes, they do have a blitz. However, Blitz's feet aren't covered if they're moving fastly towards you. So you can actually challenge that when that shield is in front of its face. Whereas the Montaigne, it just stands there and, well, good luck.
Exactly. And then you have to move, and then there's someone covering, and then you lose your head, and... So, Rafters is a stressful experience,
I think that is one of the most stressful thing you can have when you're playing on mezzanines, because there's not a lot of space. You have a Montaigne watching you, and you just know that if you move aside, you get shot. But if you stay, that there will be utility thrown at you that will kill you. There's no winning in that situation.
Playing Rafters on a CCTV cache defense, probably second to only playing on old yellow stairs on Consulate. Smoke. No, that was stressful.
I remember the clip of the 12 flashbangs and grenades being tossed at him.
Yeah. Oh my. Robbie, who wasn't quite firing on all cylinders for the first half of this map, but has really found his footing in that fight, that last round. Took the round by the scruff of the neck. Hasham sitting in a corner, ready for someone to come through. See if he can catch them out as they head through the construction site. Virtue now getting that CCTV wall opened up. Not really a big focus for Twisted Minds to put any real attempt at stopping that from happening, more than